A sudden strong light swept across the sky and earth, and the continent collapsed in an instant. Everyone was forced to disperse onto an isolated island of 2 meters square. Faced with the desperate situation, survival became the only theme. How can you survive with only a broken fishing net at the beginning? Rely on luck or strength? Ding, the sign-in system has been activated. Signing in successfully on the first day. Reward, fully automatic fishing net. I took a bite of the fragrant grilled fish, and the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Others rely on strength, but I, Xiao Yi, have a system, so I will definitely win. While others are still struggling on their tiny islands. My island has long been home to luxurious villas, shady fruit trees, and ponds filled with fish and shrimps. Complete resource freedom has been achieved. What is going on? I stood on the island in a daze. There was only a narrow space of 2 meters square under my feet, and the endless ocean was all around me. Looking around me, there was only a tree, a stone, a black stone tablet, and a tattered fishing net thrown on the beach. Apart from that, there was nothing else. I tried hard to recall, but I couldn't figure out how I ended up here. As I recall, I was still reporting to my beautiful boss in the office. Suddenly, a flash of white light exploded in the sky, like a huge flash bomb exploding in the field of vision. When I regained my vision, I was here. The trees and rocks were ordinary, and the fishing net on the beach was tattered and looked nothing special. I walked towards the black stone tablet, with questions in my mind, but my eyes were instantly attracted by the screen on the stone tablet. What is this? There are 5 taskbars listed on the screen: public channel, private channel, trading hall, map, and construction. I opened the map without hesitation, but I only saw a bright spot and a small bright area around it. Is this where I am? It's all dark everywhere else? Then what's the use of this map? I frowned and continued to check other options, but found that they were all blank. This interface looks like the operation panel in the game? As I was thinking, the stone tablet suddenly lit up. I subconsciously took a step back and stared at it nervously. After finding nothing unusual, I carefully moved closer. A line of text popped up in the public channel. What's going on? Why are we suddenly at sea? This sentence was like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly stirring up thousands of waves. Yeah, same question. I haven't had breakfast yet. Is there any explanation? I'm so scared. It's such a small island. It will be gone if a wave hits it, right? I want to go home. I want to find my mother. Whoa. After seeing the conversations in the channel, I realized that I was not the only one who had fallen into this world. At this moment, someone spoke up. Don't waste time. Hurry up and get the supply boxes in the sea. There are resources for survival in them. As soon as the words came out, the discussion in the channel immediately died down. Apparently, everyone was going to take action. I rushed to the beach and saw a box about 1 meter square floating not far away. How do we get it here? I glanced at the fishing net beside me and came up with a bold guess. Is this a test of our ability to survive? Without giving it much thought, I picked up the fishing net and clumsily tried to throw it towards the supply box. However, the fishing net was tangled together like a tangled mess and could not be spread out at all. Try again. The result was that another ball of thread fell into the water. Damn, should I swim over there? Looking at the bottomless sea, I swallowed and instantly gave up the idea. My dog paddling skills were simply not enough to support me to get back and forth safely. Just when I was getting anxious, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. Beep! Sign-in system activated. System? Sign in? I widened my eyes, suspecting I was hallucinating. Sign in successfully. Get the fully automatic fishing net. Fully automatic fishing net? I was stunned. The reminder sounded in my mind. The items obtained by signing in will be stored in the system space. Please claim them yourself. System space? Although my brain was still a little confused, I had a vague feeling that I seemed to have encountered something extraordinary. Take out the fully automatic fishing net. As soon as the words fell, a small car appeared in front of me out of thin air. The information panel displayed. Fully automatic fishing net, SS level tool. Set patrol routes and targets, can net targets within 320 meters and pull them back. Stunned, I looked at the other items again. Old fishing net D-class tool, badly damaged, capture radius 10 meters. Pomegranate, cut down for wood, leaves, and bark. Stone, after mining you can get stone blocks. Island monument, the core of the island. Losing it will lead to great risks. It must be protected. The information was all clearly labeled, and I knew I couldn't waste any more time. I immediately set up a patrol route on the automatic fishing net, and locked onto the supply box on the sea. Start! The vehicle started and sprayed out a huge fishing net. After a few seconds, it accurately captured the supply box and quickly pulled it back to the shore. This is efficiency! I sighed, watching the fully automatic fishing net continue to patrol, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of security in my heart. After opening the supply box, the harvest list popped up. Foundation stone *2, wood *2, mineral water 500 ml *2, bread 100 g *1. I saw food and water and breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that at least I would be able to survive for the time being. However, when I picked up the 2 cornerstones, my heart suddenly tightened. Foundation can expand the island area by 1 square meter. Note, the sea level will rise by 1 square meter every week. My heart sank when I saw this message. The sea level was rising at an alarming rate, 1 square meter per week, which meant that the island would be completely submerged within 4 weeks. By then, I could imagine what it would be like to float in the vast ocean. Even if I didn't encounter any danger, I could only survive for 5 or 6 days at most. However, the creatures in the sea would never let me pass this time in peace. How do I use this cornerstone? I frowned, holding 2 small stones in my hands. They looked insignificant, and probably wouldn't even make a splash if thrown into the sea. Can this thing really expand the island? Island monument, construction page. The system prompt sounded suddenly, interrupting my thoughts. I suddenly came back to my senses and walked quickly towards the island monument with the cornerstone. At the same time, there was a commotion in the public channel. Damn it, this fishing net can't be spread out. Even the fishermen can't do anything, it's missed 3 times. Why use a fishing net? Wouldn't it be faster to just swim over there and push it back? Are you crazy? The sea is full of dangerous creatures. If you go down there, you may never come back. I glanced at the public channel, ignored them, and decisively clicked on the construction interface. Most of the construction projects listed on the interface are dimmed, with only Island Expansion lit up. Consume 1 cornerstone to expand 1 square meter. Please confirm the expansion location. I tapped the edge with my finger and the cornerstone disappeared instantly. The next moment, a piece of new ground appeared on the originally bare edge. Who made this thing? Looking at the extra square meter of space in front of me, I was full of surprise, but at the moment I didn't have time to think about it and continued to invest the second cornerstone in the expansion. The island changed from 2 by 2 to 2 by 3, becoming a rectangle. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and switched back to the public channel. Has the guy who swam over come back? I'm afraid I can't come back. There are sharks guarding the supply boxes. Who dares to get close? Wait for it to drift over? What the hell? It will only drift further and further away. Even the fishing net can't catch it. While everyone was arguing, the person who decided to go into the water suddenly spoke up. I'm back. Did you really push the supply box back? What the hell? There's a 2-meter-long sea snake over there, how dare I get close to it? It seems that there are dangers guarding near each supply box. What should we do? I'm dying of thirst, anyone want to trade water? A person named Liu suddenly popped up. 2 broken fishing nets can be put together to form a complete one. I will return it to you for free after I successfully catch the supplies. If you believe me, send me a trade request. If you don't, forget it. But there was silence on the channel, and no one was willing to take the risk of handing over the fishing net. At this time, another ID name spoke up. Haha! Got a supply box. There are 500 milliliters of mineral water and 100 g of bread in it. Great God! Can you give me a sip of water? Don't dream! Emperor Lin Tianxia sneered. Think of a way to make tools now, or you will die. He then shared a plan. Take apart the fishing net and tie it to a thick wooden stick to make a loop. Great! I'll do it right away. The public channel suddenly became quiet, and it was obvious that everyone was busy making tools. Beep, beep. The sound of the automatic fishing net broke the silence. My fishing net successfully dragged back a supply box. I walked quickly forward, opened the lid, and found 2 items. Water purifier manufacturing diagram, grade A, 200 g of chocolate. I opened the construction page and found the water purifier option. Water purifier, required materials, glass *8, linen *8, charcoal *8, metal sheet *8. Where can I find these materials? I frowned, but when I remembered that I still had 2 bottles of mineral water on hand, I felt a little relieved. Build a water purifier first, I decided secretly. Water is more important than food. If I can't survive for more than 3 days, I will die of dehydration. I carefully put away the manufacturing diagram and my eyes fell on the 2 empty supply boxes. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. If I take it apart and put it back together, maybe I can make a small shelter from the wind and rain? Although the sun is shining brightly and the sea is sparkling, I am still on guard. The weather at sea is always unpredictable, and no one can predict whether a strong wind will blow in the next second. I dragged 2 heavy boxes of supplies and placed them near the island monument, ready to tear them apart by force. Bang! I kicked the supply box, and the box just shook slightly without any damage. Instead, my foot was numb from the shock. It's really strong! I gritted my teeth and raised my leg again unwillingly. Come again! Pa! Bang! The sounds of punches and kicks came one after another, but no matter how hard they tried, the supply boxes remained motionless. Forget it! I shook my numb palms and gave up. I'll use these boxes to block the sea breeze for now, and use them as a temporary barrier. Just after I tidied up the nest, the automatic fishing net sounded again. A new supply box was caught. That's 3! I couldn't help but mutter to myself. Could it be that I am the person with the most supply boxes in the world? I couldn't wait to open the box, and the prompt sounded immediately. Get glass *4, metal sheet *2, apple, grade A, *2, soil, grade A, *1. I was stunned. Apples and soil actually have different grades? All supplies without a grade mark are basic supplies and are defaulted to D grade. The system's explanation made me even more confused. Do apples of different grades taste different? Food with grades tastes better and improves one's health. Is it true? I picked up the apple half doubtfully and took a big bite. The sweet juice explodes in your mouth instantly, filling the air with fragrance and leaving an endless aftertaste. This is simply a magical fruit! I couldn't help but exclaim. This deliciousness completely surpassed all the fruits I had ever eaten. After eating the apple, a warm current slowly flows through my body, and even my limbs seemed to be activated and full of strength. I looked at the apple core in my hand, and an idea struck me. I broke it open and found 2 seeds. Obtained, apple seeds, grade A, *2. Surprised, I immediately checked the soil information. Soil, grade A, can be used for the growth of plants of grade A and below. Grade A plant tissue is required to maintain fertility, otherwise the grade will decrease. It suddenly dawned on me that these soils were not only a resource, but also the key to maintaining the planting cycle. The semi-certified soil on the island is completely uncultivable. No wonder the supply boxes provide usable soil. After sorting out the harvested supplies, I stood up and looked out at the sea, but I didn't find any other supply boxes. I turned around and went to the automatic fishing net to adjust the fishing settings, hoping to catch some fish to supplement the food. Ding ding ding! The prompt sound rang again, and 2 fish were actually caught on the fishing net. Eagle pomfret, grade A ingredient, the best of all pomfret. Even if you grill it without adding any seasoning, it's still incredibly delicious. Looking at the fat fish, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least I wouldn't have to worry about going hungry for a short time. But here comes the problem. I don't have any tools to make a fire. None of the trees on the island were dead, so it was extremely difficult to make a fire with wood or stones. Should I eat it raw? I frowned, looking at the fish in my hand in confusion. In the end, I strung the fish together using silk thread from a fishing net and hung them next to an empty supply box to dry, temporarily solving the storage problem. I walked to the island monument and opened the public channel to see if other people were facing similar difficulties. Can someone give me some food? Help! I am the richest man in the Magic City, worth tens of billions. Whoever gives me food, I will give him half of his wealth. Can you take it back first? In this damn place, billions of wealth are not even worth a loaf of bread. I am a famous socialite in Beijing. Give me food and water, and you can do whatever you want to me in the future. Is this true? You're almost starving and you still want to play tricks? I frowned as I looked at the messy information on the screen, feeling inexplicably worried. Did everyone get thrown here? I hesitated for a moment and sent a message in the channel. Anran, if you see this message, please private message me. Anran was my girlfriend for 4 years in college. At that time, I refused to join her family business because of my low self-esteem and even took the initiative to break up. But now that I was on this deserted island, I suddenly became worried about her situation. I tried to send a message again, but the system prompted that the cooldown time had not expired and I could not refresh the screen. Wait for me, I will definitely survive and find you. I looked up into the distance, clenched my fists, and made a secret decision in my heart. The sense of security brought by the sign-in system made me feel a little relieved, but contacting Anran was still a top priority. Even if I could contact her, her exact location was unknown. To cross the ocean and find her, I must build a ship that is strong enough. The current resources and conditions are obviously far from enough. As night fell, the sea breeze blew in my face with a chill, and I couldn't help but shiver. It's dark now, it's really cold. The chat in the channel was still lively, but every word was filled with anxiety and helplessness. Don't try to make a fire. There are not enough resources on the island. You might as well dig a hole and hide in it. What if I'm too hungry to dig? May the best of luck to you. If you catch a cold, you'll die. Watching these discussions, my heart sank. I hid in a space surrounded by several supply boxes. Although only my legs were exposed, at least I could keep out the wind and rain. Compared with others who had to dig holes with their hands to avoid the cold, my conditions were already superior. There are more and more people asking for water and food on the channel. I know in my heart that if these people can't find resources, they will soon fall into a vicious cycle of hunger, weakness, death. I'm afraid someone will really die in this place. I frowned, but at this moment he was simply unable to help others. In a daze, I fell into a deep sleep. In the early morning, I was awakened by the sound of waves. Pushing open the supply box, I saw waves rising on the originally calm sea surface. I felt panicky. Will the rising tide flood the island? Before I could continue to worry, a prompt sound came from the automatic fishing net. I ran over quickly and found that 3 more fish had been caught. We don't have to worry about food anymore, but we still don't have any tools to make a fire. I muttered to myself, and then opened the sign-in system out of habit. Sign in successfully and get a multifunctional toolbox. When I saw the S-level toolbox appearing in the system space, my eyes lit up instantly. Open the box and you will find all kinds of tools, even a burning device. Finally, I can make a fire! I immediately started to process the fish, gutted it with scissors, lit the wood with a burning device, and skewered the fish on branches and slowly roasted it. It was my first time grilling fish, and I had to rely on trial and error to learn the techniques. As a result, the fish was only grilled after the entire wood had burned through, and one side was burnt. I need to practice this technique. I gnawed on half of the charred fish. Although there was no seasoning, the tender fish meat still made me feast on it. I stopped when I was 60% full. When cleaning the ashes, the system prompts, obtained item, charcoal *2. Charcoal? Isn't this the material for making water purifiers? I was overjoyed and put the charcoal away. I already have the directions for making a water purifier, I just need to burn a few more woods. After taking a sip of mineral water, I looked out to the sea in the distance and suddenly noticed a supply box floating with the waves. I immediately adjusted the fishing net program and targeted the supply box. Snap! The fishing net captured the box accurately and dragged it back. Items obtained, glass *2, metal sheet *3. I frowned, there was no food this time. However, I also knew that resource mining depends entirely on luck, and it is impossible to harvest food every time. I let the fishing net continue searching while I walked towards the stacked wooden boxes with my toolbox. It will be much more convenient with tools. In no time, I disassembled the wooden box into planks. Supplies obtained, wooden boards *18. With so many planks, I can build a house. However, I soon discovered that the only tree on the island was a bit of a hindrance. Picking up the chainsaw, I walked to the tree and prepared to start cutting it down. Zizi! The sound of a chainsaw was heard, and the palm tree fell down. Unexpectedly, the big tree instantly decomposed into neat pieces of wood, leaves, and bark, and piled them up like drops in the game. Supplies obtained: wood *20, leaves *30, bark *10. It turns out that performing specific operations can also gain resources. It suddenly dawned on me that this was obviously a special function of the island monument. In order to better survive, I decided to start building a shelter. But a new problem arises: no nails. Does it have to use mortise and tenon joints? I laughed at myself. How would I know about this? I stood in front of the island monument and carefully read the method of making nails. Nail required materials: metal sheet *1. I did a quick estimate and found that building a decent house would require dozens of nails, but I only had 5 metal sheets on hand, which was obviously not enough. No choice but to dig a shallow trench in the ground, insert the wooden planks vertically into it to form a simple shelter, and then put 2 wooden planks on the top to block the wind and rain. It was barely enough for living, but I knew that such a structure would not last long. I turned my attention to the trading hall of Dao Bay. At this time, new information finally appeared in the trading hall. Metal flakes, *2 trade, any food, as long as it can fill your stomach. Linen, *1 trade, 10 milliliters water, I'm almost dying of thirst, need some water to save my life. Blank, trade, food and water, I have fair skin and beautiful looks, with measurements of 90, 58, 90. I am willing to do anything as long as you give me supplies. I took a quick look and found that the material transactions almost all revolved around food and water, and the demand for water was particularly urgent. I checked my only 2 bottles of mineral water and became alert. If I cannot get purified water when I open the supply box later, water shortage will become the biggest crisis. Therefore, making a water purifier must be put on the agenda. In order to quickly raise resources, I posted several trading messages in the trading hall. 10g burnt grilled fish, trades, metal sheet, *1. 10g burnt grilled fish, trades, linen, *1. 10g burnt grilled fish, trades, glass, *1. After sending out 13 trading messages at once, I switched to the public channel and posted a message looking for Imran. However, this message was quickly drowned out by a large number of other messages. I hope she can see it. I sighed. My trading information quickly caused a sensation. Did you see that? Someone is exchanging grilled fish for supplies. This boss is too strong. I haven't even gotten the supply box yet, but he's already started eating grilled fish? Boss, please give me something to eat. I'm dying of thirst. Hunger makes everyone automatically ignore the detail of burning. Even if it is burnt, as long as it is edible, it is considered life-saving food. I didn't bother to pay attention to the frenzied reactions on the public channel and stood up and walked towards the automatic fishing net. Another supply box was salvaged and opened to see. Material acquisition: wooden house construction drawings, 500 milliliters of coke *1, wooden house construction drawings, stone *4, wooden boards *28, metal sheets *30. When I saw the construction drawings, my eyes lit up. Finally, I don't have to worry about wind and rain. With the blueprints, he no longer needs to ponder the technical details when building a house, and the 500 milliliters happy fat house water is an unexpected surprise. However, the 6 square meter island under my feet was too narrow, and I began to pray that the next supply box would be able to create the cornerstone for expanding the space. The news from the trading hall caught my attention again. The food transaction has been partially confirmed. Material acquisition: metal sheet *3, glass *2, linen *1. Only 7 more pieces of linen will do, I thought to myself while continuing to post new transactions. 10g charred grilled fish, trade, metal sheet, *1. Another 27 sets of deals were put on the shelves in one go, but the charred grilled fish had been completely exhausted. Such a large-scale launch naturally sparked heated discussions again, but I no longer have time to pay attention to the channel updates. Suddenly, the island monument suddenly lit up red, and at the same time a rapid warning sounded. Warning! The cornerstone is being attacked! I was horrified. The cornerstone can be attacked? I quickly clicked on the prompt and saw an alarm light flashing on the southwest corner of the cornerstone on the map. I grabbed the chainsaw and rushed to the southwest corner. Under the water, a huge black shadow is madly hitting the cornerstone. So big! I gasped. The chainsaw in my hand was obviously not long enough. I had to change to a more suitable weapon. I rushed back to the island monument and opened the construction page. Spear, required materials, wood *1, metal sheet *1. Without hesitation, I immediately made 2 spears. The 2-meter-long weapons finally gave me some confidence. That's enough! I gritted my teeth, gripped my spear tightly, and rushed toward the southwest corner. The black shadow kept tumbling underwater. I aimed at the position and thrust the spear into the water with all my strength. Poochie! The tip of the gun hit the target. The black shadow struggled violently. Blood gushed out of the sea, dyeing the water red. You are so strong! I didn't check for a moment, and the spear broke free and fell into the water. Can you run away? I immediately pulled out my second spear, aimed again, and threw it out. Puff! The second attack hit the target again. The black shadow finally couldn't bear the serious injury and tried to escape. However, I controlled the fishing net and fired at the location marked by the spear. Puff! The fishing net hit the target accurately, tightened quickly, and captured the black shadow firmly. 10 seconds later, the shadow that was dragged to the shore finally revealed its true appearance. It turned out to be a shark. I looked at this shark, which was more than 2 meters long, still struggling desperately in the fishing net, its sharp teeth opening and closing, as if it was ready to bite anything that approached at any time. Are you still so arrogant even on land? I sneered and pulled the chainsaw open. After keeping a safe distance, I aimed at the shark's head and sawed it down fiercely. After a while, I looked at the shark meat cut into several piles on the ground and slowly put the chainsaw aside. The cut pieces of meat instantly piled into 2 piles, emitting a faint fishy smell. Supplies obtained: 100 kilograms shark meat, 400 g shark fin. I frowned at the spoils and muttered, I wonder what shark meat tastes like. However, my expression changed immediately and my brows furrowed. Didn't the public chat say that there might be sharks or sea snakes near the supply boxes? They shouldn't approach the island, right? My eyes moved to the southwest corner, and a terrible guess flashed through my mind. That was exactly where I dealt with the fish. Could it be that the viscera and blood I threw away attracted it? My heart sank, and I thought to myself, it seems I must be more careful next time. The shark's attack made me realize that in addition to the possibility that seawater may flood the Foundation, marine life can also threaten the safety of the Foundation. If the Foundation is damaged, the consequences will be disastrous. We must expand the island, otherwise we won't be able to withstand this kind of ordeal, I said to myself, hoping that the next supply box would bring more cornerstones. After stringing the shark meat with the silk thread of the fishing net and hanging it up to dry, I took out the hammer and drill from the toolbox and walked towards the only stone on the island. Building the wooden house requires stone, but I haven't gotten any from the supply box yet, so I can only mine this natural stone myself. Drilling, hammering, the sounds of tools continued. Fortunately, I had a multi-purpose toolbox, otherwise I really didn't know how to deal with this stone. Obtain materials, stone *5. Looking at the scattered stones on the ground, I took a deep breath and sat down on the ground. The continuous work made me sore all over, and even with the help of tools, it still consumed a lot of physical strength. With the sun blazing, I took out the bread I found on the first day and the Coke I just got, and had a simple lunch. It tastes good, but I'm a little sleepy after eating. I glanced at the island, made sure there was no other urgent matter, and went into the simple wooden house to rest. It's not bad, at least it can shelter me from the wind and rain. I lay flat on my back, staring at the wooden board above my head and muttered. However, As if in response to my words, the wind suddenly blew on the sea and the wooden house began to sway. No way! Before I could finish my words, I heard a loud crash and the whole house collapsed, and the wooden board hit me directly in the face. A slap in the face in real life? I pushed the wooden board aside, looking at the crumbling hut with a sigh. This was expected. There were no nails to fix it when it was built, and there was no solid foundation. It would be strange if such a fragile structure didn't collapse. It seems that I have to forget about taking a rest. It's better to quickly collect materials and build a house. I shook my head and walked towards the island monument. Entering the trading hall, I quickly updated the information and wrote in the transaction notes. Collect and make drawings, send pictures with prices to private chat. The items made with the manufacturing diagram are obviously stronger and more durable than those I made by hand. For example, if the spear I made before was just tied with a metal sheet, it would probably fall apart before it could stab the shark. After setting the note, I adjusted the private channel permissions and restricted the entry conditions. You must submit the manufacturing diagram, otherwise you will be blocked. After all, if there is no threshold, my channel will be flooded with messages asking for water and food. Sure enough, soon a discussion was heard in the chat channel. Is there anyone in the trading hall collecting and making maps? What is a manufacturing diagram? For example, this fishing rod manufacturing diagram. WTF, where did this thing come from? It was opened from a supply box. As I was browsing the channel, a new message popped up in the private chat. Hello, would you like this? Barbecue manufacturing plan, level C. When I saw this message, my eyes lit up. This is exactly what I need. Yes. What do you need? Food or water? Food. I haven't eaten for a day. The other party replied quickly. I didn't hesitate any longer. I hurriedly prepared a fish, but my skills were limited and I burned it again. Is this okay? Scorched fish meat, *500G. Okay, can we trade now? The transaction went smoothly and the other party didn't even bargain. Obtain, grill manufacturing plan, C rank. After the transaction is completed, the other party will take the initiative to add you as a friend to facilitate subsequent transactions. I hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Suwon requests to add you as a friend, do you agree? The moment I saw the name, I was stunned. Suwon? Isn't this my former beautiful boss? After confirming, I asked in private chat. Which company did you work for before? The other party replied. Tiaheng Xingtian e-commerce company. I was shocked and was sure that the other person was my familiar boss. Are you Xiao Yi? Suwon asked in surprise. Yeah, what a coincidence, I meet you here. After adding each other as friends, we immediately started video chat. On the screen, the once fair-skinned, beautiful and capable white-collar worker is now covered in dust and looks exhausted. It's great to see you. Suwon seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. What's going on? Why are we here? I sighed helplessly. How would I know? Maybe I traveled through time? But this world is just like a game, except that if you die, you're really dead. What should we do? Suwon's tone revealed a hint of panic. She was adept at handling company affairs, but was helpless in the face of this kind of survival challenge. Let's follow the rules, collect supply boxes as quickly as possible and expand the size of the island, I replied. The island can be expanded? Suwon opened her eyes wide in surprise. I pondered for a moment and did not answer directly. Instead, I asked, do you also have a big rock and a tree on your island? That's right. Suwon nodded. Can you tell what they do? I asked tentatively, vaguely guessing that not everyone could see the material descriptions like I did. Huh? Can't you tell? Suwon looked confused. I was sure that my sign-in system had given me special analytical capabilities, so I briefly told her the key information about the island and the world's rules. The island will be submerged? Suwon panicked instantly. But I can't swim. That's why we need to expand the island quickly, I reminded her again. After 2 days, I finally found a supply box, but there was only a blueprint inside. I haven't even seen the cornerstone you mentioned, Suwon complained almost in tears. Don't worry, there's still time, I comforted her. After adjusting her mood, Su-won said gratefully. Thank you for reminding me, otherwise I would still be wasting time. I have to eat something quickly and then continue fishing for the supply box. Despite the uncertain future, Su-won did not make any excessive demands, such as asking for water, food, or foundation stones. This made me appreciate her even more. She knew when to advance and when to retreat, and she was tenacious. After getting over the initial panic, Su-won showed her tenacious side. I looked at the old and dusty fishing net and offered, "Trade your fishing net to me." Maybe it's because we haven't seen each other for a long time, our communication interface has not been closed. Huh! Su-won was stunned for a moment, then reacted. You want to use 2 old fishing nets to combine into a complete fishing net? I saw someone mention this method on the public channel. Before she finished speaking, she traded the fishing net to me without hesitation. I laughed and said, Aren't you afraid that I will block you directly after I get the fishing net? I'm not sure about others, but I'm sure you won't. After all, we have worked together for more than a year. Su-won responded with a smile. I gave him a thumbs up. Okay, let's talk later. After finishing the chat, I opened the construction interface. Ordinary fishing net, sea level, materials required, silk thread *200, or old fishing net *2. 2 old fishing nets instantly merged into an ordinary fishing net. The capture radius expanded to 20 meters, and the miss rate was 0. I nodded with satisfaction and traded the fishing net to Su-won. Su-won's eyes widened as she looked at the description of the supplies. She couldn't believe it. This is too expensive. After struggling for a long time, she finally accepted the fishing net and said, We'll split the profits from the fishing supply boxes 50-50. If there are rare items, you get priority. Okay, I agreed readily. After all, wasting time pushing things back and forth won't solve the problem. By the way, can you cast a net? I suddenly remembered this key point. Of course, my hometown is by the sea. Although I am not very skilled, I can still cast the fish. Su-won responded with a smile, then finished eating the fish and left the island monument to continue fishing for the supply box. I closed the chat interface and walked to the edge of the island. There were already 2 new supply boxes waiting to be opened. Supplies obtained: cornerstone *3, linen *2, metal sheet *2, strawberry seeds *4. Supplies obtained: 2 cornerstones, fireplace manufacturing diagram, level B. Although there is no food, this harvest still makes me satisfied. Fireplace manufacturing plan, level B, materials required, 10 metal sheets, 20 bricks. I stared at the manufacturing instructions with a frown, thinking about how to get the scarce bricks. Shaking my head and putting the thought aside, I dismantled 2 supply boxes and obtained 12 wooden planks. I looked at the construction requirements. The wooden house was short of 21 metal pieces, and the water purifier was only short of 1 linen cloth. I hope I can finish the wooden house before dark, otherwise I'll have to dig a hole and bury myself. Just as I was thinking about it, the automatic fishing net sent another prompt that a supply box had been captured. My eyes lit up and I quickly walked towards the supply box. The 4th one. Open the supply box. Supplies obtained: cornerstone *1, stone *3, metal sheet *5, wooden basin manufacturing diagram *1. I couldn't help but frown. I've opened 4 supply boxes today, but there's not a single piece of food. Isn't this too bad luck? Fortunately, I still have sea fish. Thinking of this, I suddenly had an idea. It's time to make a barbecue grill. Barbecue grill manufacturing plan, sea level metal sheets *10. I checked the inventory and found that there were 22 metal pieces, more than enough for production. I found the production interface of the island monument, and with a light click, the supplies disappeared, and were replaced by a brand new barbecue grill. After choosing a clearing and setting up the grill, I was about to continue working when the island monument suddenly lit up. Su-won requests to speak to you. Do you agree? I pressed agree, without hesitation. Su-won's excited figure immediately appeared on the screen. Xiao Yi! I successfully captured a supply box. There is a cornerstone inside. Su-won's face was full of joy. Great! Let's expand the island quickly. I gave her a thumbs up. Su-won smiled and said, There are 2 pieces in total. How about we each have 1? I shook my head. I have enough island space now. You can keep it for yourself. No! We agreed before that it would be half each, Suwon insisted. I thought about it and asked, what else is in the box besides the cornerstone? 6 metal pieces. I was delighted. I want all the 6 pieces of metal, you can keep the cornerstone. Suwon hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Thank you. She knew that I gave up the cornerstone because I was taking care of her, and she felt touched. But I waved my hand and said, I'm in urgent need of metal pieces now. Just keep an eye out for me. No problem. After Suwon traded the metal pieces, she hung up the phone and began to expand her island. Looking at the island that had expanded by 2 square meters, Suwon opened her eyes wide. It can really be expanded. Then she secretly made up her mind. I must catch more supply boxes to repay Xiao Yi. At this time, I have already started processing the sea fish and preparing for the grilling. The sea breeze was carrying a salty smell. I squatted on the beach and used a toolbox to skillfully remove the fish's internal organs and gills. Thanks to the tools, the process went particularly smoothly this time. Finally, I rinsed the fish body lightly with mineral water. Saving water is still the top priority at the moment. After cleaning the fish, I put it on the grill. Grade C. The fire is stable and suitable for grilling, but you need to be careful to turn it over to prevent it from burning. You need to add wood. 1 piece of wood can last for 2 hours. Wood is actually a consumable. I muttered to myself, casually put a piece of wood in, and lit the flame with the lighter in the toolbox. Soon, the aroma of grilled fish wafted out. I smiled proudly and said, the grill is much more useful than a fire. Grilling fish is not that difficult. Suddenly, I thought of Suwon and reminded her to be careful when handling bloody food. I opened the island tablet and left her a message. Before she could reply, the screen suddenly lit up and her voice came anxiously. What? Your island was attacked by a shark? Are you okay? It's okay, it's been resolved long ago. I comforted her with a smile. Suwon heaved a sigh of relief, but then her stomach growled. She said sheepishly, That's good since you're fine. I'll continue to fish out the supply boxes. You go ahead and do your work. When you come back, I'll treat you to grilled fish, I responded with a smile. Suwon waved her hands quickly. But I don't have anything to exchange with you. Maybe the next box will have what I need. Okay, I'll go fishing first. Suwon came to the edge of the island, looked at the supply boxes floating in the distance, and swore in her heart. I must catch you this time. She carefully calculated the wind direction and distance, and saw that the box had drifted to 20 meters, which was the limit of her fishing net. If she missed this opportunity, she might never have another chance today. Now! Suwon took a deep breath and threw the fishing net with all her strength. The net spread out and accurately covered the supply box. Done! Suwon shouted happily and immediately started to pull the net. When she dragged it to the shore, she was exhausted, her hands and feet were weak, but she still gritted her teeth and opened the box. Supplies obtained: 2 cornerstones, 5 bricks, 1 bottle of mineral water 500 milliliters, 1 bottle of instant noodles 100 g. Her eyes lit up instantly, especially the bottle of mineral water. She licked her cracked lips, unscrewed the cap, drank half of the bottle, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she opened the island tablet and called me. I just finished grilling the fish, the aroma hits my nose, and I look at the finished product with satisfaction. Grilled fish, 2 kilograms, although there is no seasoning, but it is a good thing to fill your stomach. Suwon's image appeared on the screen, and she said shyly, I got another box with cornerstones, bricks, mineral water, and instant noodles. But I drank half of the mineral water. If you don't mind, I can give you the rest. If he really doesn't mind, do I really have to trade that half bottle of mineral water to him? Isn't this equivalent to an indirect kiss? Suwon shook her head, as if trying to get rid of this inappropriate fantasy. Give me all the bricks and you can keep the rest, I said casually, not caring about the half bottle of mineral water at all, and directly traded half of the grilled fish. The fireplace manufacturing diagram I just got requires bricks. The weather is still warm now, but if there's winter here, the fireplace must be prepared in advance. Grilled fish *1 kg transaction completed. Suwon pondered for a moment and also initiated a transaction, brick, *5, instant noodles, *100g, cornerstone, *1. Looking at the transaction sent by Suwan, I opened my mouth helplessly. Actually, no need to explain. I will only accept the deal if you accept it. Suwan interrupted me decisively. Okay. I readily agreed to the deal. Anyway, she had obtained the cornerstone before, so she shouldn't care about this one. Moreover, as she became more and more proficient in using the fishing net, she at least didn't have to worry about the island being submerged by the sea. After Suwan confirmed the transaction, she smiled and said, "Thank you." I waved my hand. "Don't be polite. Remember to use the empty supply box to block the wind. Although it's a bit uncomfortable, it can at least keep you out of the wind and rain." Suwan's eyes lit up and she replied, "Yes. I'll move the box over right now." I glanced at the trading market and found that all the items listed were covered by trade requests. I agreed to all of them decisively. Supplies obtained: linen *1, metal sheet *30. Not only did I have all the materials for the water purifier, I also had enough materials for the wooden house, and there were still a lot of metal pieces left. I switched to the construction page and decided to build the wooden house first. As I clicked on the confirmation button, all the materials disappeared instantly, and a small wooden house of 4 square meters appeared on the island monument. I chose to build the wooden house near the island monument so that I could check the information at any time. The moment the wooden house was completed, the floor beneath my feet became solid and the sound of the roaring waves outside became much weaker. I knocked on the wooden wall, and it made a thumping sound. I thought to myself, "It's much more solid than the one I built myself." Although the house is small, it has doors and windows. I opened the window and saw the setting sun about to sink into the sea, with golden light shining down, creating a beautiful view. However, behind the beauty lurks a deadly danger. I shook my head and brought my attention back to reality. While it was still early, I continued to build the water purifier and placed it in the corner of the cabin. Water purifier, Class A, can purify seawater into pure water. Output per hour, 80 milliliters, upper limit of seawater storage, 2,500 milliliters, pure water capacity, 2,000 milliliters. Seawater needs to be replenished manually. I quickly calculated. It can produce 1920 milliliters of pure water a day, but the storage limit is only 2,000 milliliters, which means it must be cleaned every day, otherwise it will shut down. Picking up the empty mineral water bottle, I walked to the beach, filled it with seawater, and put it back into the device. Soon, water drops began to fall into the container of pure water. With this, the drinking water problem is finally solved. I breathed a sigh of relief, and looking at the dripping water droplets, I felt a little relaxed. I then hung the remaining fish meat under the eaves to dry, but there was so much shark meat that I couldn't hang it all. Looking at the meat, I frowned and said, "If it's not marinated, it will go bad in a few days, right?" After hesitating for a moment, I cut a small piece of shark meat and put it on the grill. After a while, the aroma of meat wafted out and I couldn't wait to take a bite. "Pooh! What's that smell?" I spat it out and couldn't help but swear. The shark meat actually smelled like urine and was hard to swallow. In this case, I might as well put them up for trade. Shark meat, *500G4, bricks, *20. Note, they can be traded separately, and those with manufacturing drawings will be given priority. The trading volume is not set too high, on the one hand to prevent depreciation, and on the other hand food demand may continue to rise. Soon, the public channel exploded with excitement. "Someone in the trading hall is exchanging shark meat for supplies." "He killed the shark?" "Impossible." "Maybe he picked up a shark that died suddenly?" "How else can you explain it?" "It's not impossible to kill a shark. All you need is enough wood and metal pieces to make a spear." "It's so funny. Do you dare to jump into the sea and kill a shark with a spear?" "Stop arguing. I'm so jealous. That shark can last for many days, right? What are you envious of? Shark meat tastes terrible, okay? I've been hungry for 2 days. Boss, give me some shark meat. I don't mind." I shook my head and sighed as I watched the heated discussions in the channel. These discussions quickly overwhelmed the information I posted about searching for Enron. At this moment, Suwon sent a call request. Xiao Yi, did you put the shark meat in the trading hall? Yes, it's really too disgusting. We might as well exchange it for some supplies, I responded with a smile. Su Wan smiled bitterly. Others are still worrying about the food, but you complain that it's not delicious. It's true that people will die if they compare themselves with others, and goods will be thrown away if they are compared with others. It's just luck, I said perfunctorily, silently thanking the silent system for its help. Su Wan smiled and said, Luck is also a part of strength. Let's stop talking. I have to conserve my energy and continue to collect supplies tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, I patted my stomach and said self-deprecatingly, Alas, eating too much is also a trouble. Chapter 0010, Resolving Internal Conflicts and Making Large Wooden Basins. In life, we eat, drink, defecate, urinate, and sleep. Now I don't have to worry about food and drink. Although I don't have a bed yet, at least I have a wooden house so I can make do with it for now. But the problem of defecation must be solved. If it is solved directly on one's own island, the island itself is not very large, so you can imagine how it would feel. If it is discharged directly into the sea, if it attracts some strange marine creatures, you will be in big trouble. Others have been hungry for 2 days, but Xiao Yi has eaten normally for 2 days. He has now reached his limit and urgently needs to resolve internal conflicts. Just as Xiao Yi was struggling, his private channel lit up again. Excuse me, would you like this manufacturing diagram? Toilet D-level. When Xiao Yi saw this manufacturing diagram, his eyes lit up. It's true that someone will send you a pillow just when you feel sleepy. Xiao Yi thought to himself, and then replied on the chat channel. Yes. What do you need? Food and water. 10 kilograms of shark meat and 5 liters of pure water. Xiao Yi saw the message from the other party and said coldly, Your appetite is too big. You can't say that. Currently, I am the only one who has this manufacturing map. With this, I believe the sanitation conditions on the island will be much better. The other party seemed very confident. Xiao Yi frowned and replied, The price you want is not suitable at all. Since you are not sincere, forget it. I believe you will come to me again, the other party said confidently. Xiao Yi immediately blocked this person and said angrily, I still don't believe it. I can't even handle this one convenience. After setting the fully automatic fishing net to cast without a target, Xiao Yi prepared to return to the cabin to rest. Although the space is bigger, I can only sleep on the floor, which is still a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Yi muttered. It seems that I still need to get the manufacturing drawings of the bed. Xiao Yi fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Xiao Yi woke up naturally and felt pain all over his body from the pain from the floor. He moved around for a while, then ate the last A-grade apple. After the apple went down his stomach, heat began to flow to his limbs again. Comfortable, Xiao Yi said, then frowned again. Do we really have to solve internal conflicts in the open air? By the way, sign in. Xiao Yi thought of the system, hoping that the system could help him solve the current problem. Sign in successfully and get a fully automatic flush toilet. Fully automatic flush toilet, SS-grade furniture. You only need to resolve your own internal conflicts and leave the rest to it. It automatically flushes, cleans, sterilizes, and removes odors every time. System, I love you so much! Xiao Yi shouted happily, and then prepared to install the fully automatic flush toilet next to the wooden house. After thinking about it, Xiao Yi built a small shed based on the sturdy wooden house, at least to ensure that he would not be exposed when he went to the bathroom. This manual construction used up all the metal pieces in Xiao Yi's hands, but there were still a few wooden boards left. After it was built, Xiao Yi immediately installed the fully automatic flush toilet that he had obtained by signing in the small shed. After it was placed, a brand new and clean flush toilet appeared in front of Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi couldn't wait any longer and immediately started to resolve the internal conflicts. When Xiao Yi came out of the shed again, he was still muttering. The system's product is really a top-notch product. Even the bark won't get stuck and can be washed away. After coming out, 3 more common sea fish were found in the fully automatic fishing net. After harvesting the 3 sea fish, adjust the target to the supply box and let the fully automatic fishing net work on its own. Xiao Yi returned to the wooden house and looked at the trading hall on the island monument. In one night, 6 people proposed deals, for a total of 10 bricks. Xiao Yi immediately clicked to agree to the transaction. Obtained supplies, bricks *10. Adding the 5 bricks Su Wan gave him before, he only needs 5 more bricks to meet the fireplace's brick requirements, but the fireplace also needs metal sheets. After thinking about it, Xiao Yi put 500 g of shark meat on the shelf again. Shark meat, *500 g for metal flakes, *25. Note, they can be traded separately. If you have other manufacturing diagrams, please send me a private message with the diagrams. Did you see that? Another big guy has put shark meat on the shelves. Could it be the big guy from before? I think it's very possible. Yes, if it is really a shark, there must be more than this amount of shark meat. Everyone else is eating meat, but I haven't found anything to eat. I'm almost starving to death. I need water. If there is no water, I will drink sea water. The public channel once again sparked a heated discussion about shark meat. This time, Xiao Yi did not release the news of looking for Enran immediately. Instead, he waited until everyone had finished discussing it before releasing it. At least the news could be retained for a while longer. After posting the information, Xiao Yi looked at the soil and apple seeds in stock and thought to himself, "It's time to plant it." If grade A soil is thrown on the island, the fertility will continue to dissipate and the grade of the soil will drop rapidly, so Xiao Yi must find a container that can be used for planting. The manufacturing diagram of the wooden basin that was previously opened from the supply box came into Xiao Yi's sight. Wooden basin manufacturing diagram. 4 wooden boards, 6 metal sheets. There are still enough wooden planks for now, but there is still a shortage of metal sheets. There is no choice but to hope for the next supply boxes caught and traded. Beep beep. The fully automatic fishing net sounded a prompt sound indicating that it had captured the target. Xiao Yi walked over and opened the supply box. Supplies obtained: 2 cornerstones, 4 plastics, 2 metal sheets, 100 g bread. What a good start! There's food in the first supply box, Xiao Yi said happily, and then used the cornerstone to expand his island. There was no other use for it anyway. The island area has expanded to 15 square meters, which is much larger than the initial 4 square meters. If I have enough cornerstones, can I completely piece together the territory of Xia Kingdom? Xiao Yi thought so, and then shook his head. The country of Xia has an area of 9.6 million square kilometers, which is equivalent to 960,000,000,000,000 square meters. Xiao Yi no longer wants to count the exact number of zeros, it is an astronomical figure anyway. Let's just take it slow and down to earth, Xiao Yi said as he dismantled the empty supply box and obtained 6 wooden boards. After taking a look at the trading hall, he found that 4 people had already proposed transactions using metal pieces, and Xiao Yi immediately agreed. Supplies obtained, metal pieces *4. Now that all the materials are ready, it's time to make a wooden basin. Xiao Yi switches to the manufacturing page, clicks on manufacturing, the materials disappear, and a large wooden basin appears. Xiao Yi took out the wooden basin from the island monument and said in surprise, "It's so big!" Wooden basin, the most common large wooden basin. You can use it to hold water, wash vegetables, or even take a bath. Of course, you can also use it as a large flower pot. Xiao Yi felt that he could lie down in it and take a bath, but the current amount of pure water was not enough for a bath, so it would be more reliable to use it to plant apple trees. Xiao Yi also cracked the core of the apple he just ate, but he did not get any apple seeds. This shows that whether or not one can get apple seeds depends on luck. Chapter 0011 Information Gap, Strange Operation. Now that the wooden basin was made, Xiao Yi immediately threw the grade A soil into it. There was originally only a small bag of soil, but when it was placed in the wooden basin, it almost filled the entire basin. It's a good thing that this is the case, otherwise where would I find so much soil? Xiao Yi muttered. Then planted all the A-grade apple seeds and watered them with some pure water. Beep beep, the island monument issued a prompt sound, someone requested a call. Currently, the only person who could talk to him was Su Wan. Xiao Yi walked over and answered the call directly. "Xiao Yi, I caught another supply box," Su Wan said excitedly. "There are 2 more. Judging from the distance and the direction of drift, we should be able to catch them too." Then congratulations, you will probably have a big harvest today, Xiao Yi said with a smile. I hope so, Suwan replied. The supply box just now contained 3 cornerstones, a bottle of mineral water, and a manufacturing diagram. As she spoke, Suwan posted the manufacturing diagram on the chat interface. Single wooden bed manufacturing plan, for wooden boards, 6 metal sheets for linen sheets. When Xiao Yi saw the manufacturing diagram, he said directly, Give me this manufacturing diagram, I don't want the others. Okay. But I must give you one piece of the cornerstone, and the rest will belong to me. Suwan replied and initiated the transaction. Foundation stone, *1, single wooden bed manufacturing plan, no transaction. Xiao Yi did not refuse and confirmed the deal directly. Jishir would naturally continue to expand the area of his island, but the materials for the wooden bed were not enough for the time being, so he could only wait. When he expanded the area of his island to 16 square meters, Xiao Yi was surprised to find that a tree and a big rock appeared behind his wooden house. When did this appear? Xiao Yi frowned and thought he didn't notice it at all. Xiao Yi suddenly had an idea. Wouldn't it be refreshed every day? It is not difficult to verify this idea. All we need to do is cut down and mine all the trees and stones to see if they will appear again tomorrow. Do it when you think of it. Xiao Yi took out his multifunctional toolbox and turned the tree and the stone into resources and stored them away. After doing all this, Xiao Yi had some free time. After all, he had the fully automatic fishing net to help him catch the supply boxes, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to it. So, Xiao Yi came to the island monument again and looked at the public channel. I fished up a supply box. What's the use of this thing inside? Cornerstone, *1. That's amazing, big boss. Do you have any drinks? Give me some. Can you please take a look at the construction page of the island monument? Don't ask me about everything. It makes you look stupid. You're the fucking idiot. I just like to ask questions. What's it to you? This thing can expand the island. It looks like this world is a kind of development game where you can expand your territory. Who said it's like a game? Can a game kill people with hunger or thirst? Watching the public channels making a lot of noise, no one mentioned that the sea water floods 1 square meter every week. It seems that no one knows about this. Xiao Yi touched his chin, pondered for a moment, and then immediately switched to the trading hall. Shark meat, *200G4 keystone, *1. Note: if you have a lot of keystones, you can privately chat about the price. Xiao Yi wanted to take advantage of this information gap and acquire a batch of companies when no one paid attention to cornerstone stocks. Of course, there must be people who realize the importance of this thing, but when eating becomes a problem, 1 cornerstone can be exchanged for 200 G of shark meat. I believe many hungry people will choose to trade. Did you see that? The boss took out the shark meat again. This time he wants to exchange it for the cornerstone. Alas, we are all starving, but the boss is expanding his territory. May I ask if the boss is still in need of younger brothers? 1 cornerstone equals 200 G of meat. And depending on what the boss says, if you have more cornerstones, you may be able to exchange them for more shark meat. This is too much of a profit. If I had a cornerstone, I would definitely exchange it first and fill my stomach first. No, I have to go get the supply box. As soon as Xiao Yi was put on the market, someone proposed a deal using cornerstones, and Xiao Yi decisively agreed. Obtain supplies, cornerstone *1. Xiao Yi put a few more groups on the shelves, and then set them up so that as long as the cornerstone transaction was used, it would be automatically agreed. I caught another supply box, and there's only a B-grade axe in it. I'll give it to you first. Suwan initiated a transaction in the private channel. Axe B rank no trade. Xiao Yi decisively cancelled the transaction, and then replied, I have better tools in my hand, so you don't need them. Keep them for yourself to chop trees for self-defense. By the way, chop down that tree as soon as possible, and you can get some supplies. And according to my observation, the trees and stones on each island can be refreshed. Seeing that Xiao Yi was so familiar with the island, Suwan thought that he must have cut down trees on the island, so she replied, Thank you, I will go cut down trees right away. What does refresh mean? For girls who have not played games much, this word is indeed a little difficult to understand. Xiao Yi had no choice but to explain. If our world is a large-scale game, it will run according to the program set in advance by the server. For example, if there is such a tree on this island, when it is time to refresh, the server will determine whether there is a tree on your island. If not, it will randomly generate a tree. If so, it will keep it as it is. That is to say, if I don't cut it down, the tree will remain unchanged. If I cut it down every day, a new one will appear every day, Suwan said. Bingo! Xiao Yi replied. Then can't we use this tree to accumulate some supplies? Suwan said in surprise. That's right, but accumulating supplies in this way is too slow, and there are only some supplies related to trees, Xiao Yi replied. Okay, I understand. Let's go chop down the trees first, Suwan said, and left the island monument. After ending the call with Suwan, Xiao Yi immediately received a private message from someone else, who turned out to be an acquaintance. I have 2 cornerstones. Can I trade them for more shark meat? This person's ID is Liu, the fisherman who originally proposed to use 2 old fishing nets to form a new fishing net. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows and replied, 2 cornerstones are not too much, just follow the transaction I initiated. Liu sent another message. 2 cornerstones for 500 g of shark meat. If you are willing, then trade. If not, forget it. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, then replied, Okay. Shark meat will soon rot if left in your hands, so it is good to be able to contribute some value before it rots. Moreover, the value of the 2 cornerstones is definitely more than a pound of shark meat. The 2 quickly completed the transaction, but the next moment, Xiao Yi was surprised to find that someone had put shark meat on the shelf in the trading hall. Shark meat, * 500 g in exchange for metal flakes, * 20. What's going on? Using the shark meat that was traded intact to trade for metal pieces? Xiao Yi was a little confused when he saw this weird operation. Chapter 0012, Island Monument can be transferred, Weapon Map. The metal pieces that Liu put on the shark meat trading shelf were less than those that Xiao Yi had. Xiao Yi traded 500 g of shark meat for 25 metal pieces, while Liu also traded 500 g for only 20 metal pieces. In other words, if others can exchange for more shark meat with fewer metal pieces, then who would want to trade for Xiao Yi? They will definitely all go to trade with Liu. Is Liu trying to compete with me? Xiao Yi frowned and thought. No, judging by his actions, he must be in urgent need of metal sheets. Otherwise, wouldn't it be nice to be able to exchange shark meat for more metal sheets? So what kind of tools is Liu making so urgently? Of course, Xiao Yi was just thinking about it. The 2 of them didn't know how far apart they were, and it was impossible for him to see what was happening over there with Liu. Sure enough, the market was just as Xiao Yi expected, and the shark meat that Liu put on the shelves was quickly traded by others. Seeing how he collected 20 metal pieces so easily, Xiao Yi's eyes turned and a plan came to mind. The shark meat that was previously on the shelves remained unchanged, and then a new batch of shark meat was put on the shelves again, with the price being the same as the price set by Liu. This gave everyone in the trading hall the illusion that there were 2 big guys competing to sell shark meat. Those who need food will naturally buy the cheaper one. At this time, Xiao Yi was somewhat glad that he could publish transaction information anonymously in the trading hall. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to play 2 roles at the same time. Did everyone see that? 2 big guys in the trading hall put shark meat on the shelves. I see. It turns out that there are discounts only when there is competition. When 2 big guys fight, we are the ones who benefit. You guys benefited, but I don't have any metal pieces. You don't have any metal pieces, and I have nothing. I haven't even pulled back a single supplied box. I have no strength left. Someone please save me. Everyone thought it was a competition between 2 big guys, but they didn't know that Xiao Yi was the only one performing behind the scenes. Sure enough, in this way, Xiao Yi's speed in collecting metal pieces increased greatly. Suwan seemed to have seen the information in the trading hall and hurriedly sent a message to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, someone else has put shark meat on the market in the trading hall, and the price is lower than yours. Suwan said anxiously. Why don't you lower your price a bit? I didn't expect that even in this situation, there are still people who are willing to lower the price. Xiao Yi smiled and replied. Don't get excited. I posted all of them. Suwan was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood Xiao Yi's method, and said with a smile, I thought it was another big shot who killed the shark, but it turned out that you directed and acted it yourself. Haha, someone just inspired me, Xiao Yi replied, and then recounted Li Yu's previous strange actions. Su Wan also frowned and said, What on earth is this guy doing? Xiao Yi shook his head and replied, I don't know either. Maybe he is building something very important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to sell the shark meat so cheaply. Su Wan nodded in agreement and said, Okay, the last supply box is almost at the closest distance. Let's talk later. After saying that, Su Wan left the island monument and focused on observing the direction of the supply box. At this time, on a small island about 60 kilometers away from Xiao Yi Island, Li Yu shouted excitedly, Great! We've finally gathered them all! He stood in front of the island monument excitedly and switched to the manufacturing interface. At this time, there is an item on his island monument manufacturing page that is lit and can be built. Small wooden boat made according to the small wooden boat manufacturing drawings. Li Yu was holding a small wooden boat manufacturing plan in his hand. Small wooden boat manufacturing plan, wood *60, metal sheet *30. Manufacturing. Li Yu pointed to manufacturing with trembling hands. A corresponding amount of supplies disappeared, and a wooden boat appeared inside the island monument. Please select a location. Li Yu immediately placed the boat beside the island. After he placed the boat, another prompt immediately appeared on the island monument. It is detected that you have created a small boat. Please choose whether to transfer the island monument to the small boat. Note, once you choose to transfer, you will not be able to transfer again within the next year. Please choose carefully. Seeing these two tips, Li Yu was shaking with excitement. Obviously, these two hints mean that he can completely abandon the island and develop on the sea. As a fisherman, the sea is his home ground. Yes, move the island monument to the boat. Li Yu made his choice. The island monument on the island immediately disappeared and then appeared in the cabin of the boat. Li Yu no longer hesitated and took his worn-out fishing net and a D-level axe he had harvested on the first day onto the boat. From today on, I will become the overlord of the sea, Li Yu said with great pride. Although it is more dangerous at sea and you can only fight with marine creatures when you encounter them instead of hiding on land, the benefits are much greater than staying on an island. Because he had a small boat, Li Yu could easily row the boat to retrieve those supply boxes. In order to guard against attacks from marine creatures, Li Yu has prepared 5 spears. There were 2 supply boxes within sight, so Li Yu rowed his boat to catch up. Beep beep. This is the 3rd time that the fully automatic fishing net has prompted that it has caught the target object. Xiao Yi then walked out of the wooden house and opened the 3 supply boxes together. Supplies obtained, 2 cornerstones, 500 G bananas. Supplies obtained, 3 sackcloths, crossbow manufacturing diagram, A level. Supplies obtained, 5 metal pieces, 10 wood pieces, 1 tendon. The weapons are out. Xiao Yi looked at the crossbow manufacturing diagram in surprise and said to himself, Crossbow manufacturing diagram, A level 1 animal sinew, 3 pieces of wood, 10 pieces of metal. Looking at the materials needed to make the crossbow, Xiao Yi couldn't help but smile and said, My luck is really good. Fortunately, I got beef tendons directly from the supply box. Otherwise, where can I find animal tendons? Through Xiao Yi's operations in the trading hall, he has collected nearly 30 metal pieces, so he can start making the crossbow immediately. Turn to the manufacturing page of the island monument, click on manufacturing, the corresponding materials disappear, and a crossbow appears in the island monument space. Xiao Yi took it out directly, looked at the crossbow, and started shooting at the wall of the wooden house. Boom, boom, boom! The crossbow arrows pierced heavily into the wall of the wooden house, making a dull sound. It's quite powerful! Xiao Yi exclaimed. Not to mention the long distance, it feels that the killing power within 30 meters is still good. Xiao Yi took great pains to pull the crossbow arrow out of the wall, and almost broke the arrowhead. If I still have the same physique as before the time travel, I probably won't be able to pull it out, Xiao Yi said inwardly. Ding! Su Wan suddenly sent a message. I got something good! Chapter 0013. Sitting in a rocking chair and watching the rainstorm. Xiao Yi answered the video call, looked at Su Wan who was full of excitement, and asked, What good thing is it that makes you so happy? There are a lot of supplies in this supply box. Su-Wan directly put out all those things. Foundation stone *4, single tent *1, B grade orange *2, linen *5, lettuce seeds *2. Xiao Yi's eyes widened. So many things? Are you possessed by the Emperor of Europe? Su-Wan smiled and asked. Does European Emperor mean good luck? That's right, give me the linen and lettuce seeds, and you can keep the rest, Xiao Yi replied. Su-Wan did not comment but asked. What does it mean that these oranges have grades? To put it simply, it tastes better than ordinary oranges and can improve a person's physical condition, Xiao Yi explained. In this situation, personal physical condition is very important, otherwise it will be very difficult to survive. Su-Wan nodded and said, If that's the case, then I can't take it all by myself. Stop, I've gotten higher grade fruits before. I don't like your B grade ones, Xiao Yi said immediately. Just distribute them as I said before. Then I'll give you the single tent, Su-Wan said after hesitating. I have already built a wooden house, why do I need a tent? Xiao Yi asked back, then stepped aside, patted the wall of the wooden house and said. Seeing that Xiao Yi really lived in the wooden house, Su-Wan widened her eyes and said, You are too far ahead. While others are still struggling to fill their stomachs, you are already living in a wooden house. There is really no comparison. There's nothing I can do, the cabin is just a little small, Xiao Yi replied, with a hint of Versailles. Okay, then I won't be polite with you either, Su-Wan replied, and then initiated a transaction in the private channel. Cornerstone *2, linen *5, lettuce seeds *2. No trade. Xiao Yi looked at the transaction she initiated and shook his head helplessly, then confirmed the transaction. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Yi walked out of the wooden house. The prompt sound of the fully automatic fishing net sounded again, and a supply box was placed on the edge of the island. Xiao Yi rubbed his hands and said, I hope something good can come out. Open. Obtained materials, cornerstone *2, rocking chair manufacturing diagram, level B, *1, soil *1, wooden basin manufacturing diagram *1. Still no food? We can't eat grilled fish all day, right? The most important thing is that there's not even any seasoning. Xiao Yi couldn't help but complain. Then look at the rocking chair manufacturing diagram. Rocking chair manufacturing diagram, level B wood *10, metal sheet *8. After taking a look at the trading hall, he confirmed that some shark meat had been traded, gathered the metal pieces needed for the rocking chair, and then manufactured it directly. Taking out the rocking chair, Xiao Yi lay down on it with satisfaction. Rocking chair, level B, lying on it can help you recover from fatigue, but you need to rock it yourself. Xiao Yi lay on the rocking chair and fell asleep as it swayed back and forth. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Yi felt water drops falling on his face. He woke up puzzled and looked at the sky covered with dark clouds. He immediately dragged his rocking chair into the wooden house. It's really going to rain! Xiao Yi returned to the wooden house and looked at the gloomy sky outside, muttering. Crack! A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, as if it was the beginning of a rainstorm. Crash! The rain came in torrents. Xiao Yi lay in the rocking chair again, watching the public channel on the island monument explode. It's raining? It's raining heavily here. It feels like my island is going to be submerged. What? Raining? It's not raining here? What? Why isn't it raining over there? I can't see clearly what's going on more than 1 meter from here. It's almost night time. If I keep getting wet like this, I'll catch a cold. That's great. I haven't had any water for nearly 3 days. This is really a timely rain. Yes, even if I die, let me drink my fill first. Why isn't it raining here? Xiao Yi watched the discussion in the public channel and instantly understood that the rain might be in one area, while the area where it was not raining should be far away from him. Those who drink rainwater directly can only pray that they don't get diarrhea or catch a cold after being caught in the rain. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi sent a message to Su-Wan and asked, Is it raining over there? It's raining. It's very big. Su-Wan replied immediately. It seems that we should be in the same area, Xiao Yi speculated. Yes, but I don't know how far it is, Su-Wan replied. She really hoped to reunite with Xiao Yi. It is always lonely to be alone. God knows. Anyway, I have looked out when the visibility is good on sunny days, but I have never seen an island, let alone people. Xiao Yi shrugged and replied. Suwan nodded. She had done the same thing before and also couldn't see any islands. You are really lucky. Fortunately, we just set up the tent, otherwise you would have been soaked. Xiao Yi continued. Yes, I have to thank you very much. If you hadn't repaired the fishing net for me, I would not only be hungry but also get wet in the rain, Suwan said gratefully. Then you have to know how to use it. By the way, have you had dinner? Xiao Yi asked. After eating those 2 oranges, Suwan replied, I felt a warm current flowing through my body. I don't know if it was an illusion. It shouldn't be, because I had the same feeling when I ate grated apples before. Do you feel that your body is full of strength now? Xiao Yi asked. Suwan nodded. Xiao Yi said, That's right, it seems that we need to eat more high-quality food in the future, so that our physical fitness will get better and better, and we will be able to fight any danger in the future. Suwan nodded again, but then smiled bitterly and said, It's not so easy to get grated food. The more you catch, the more you gain, Xiao Yi replied with a smile, rocking the rocking chair under him. You made a rocking chair? Suwan only then discovered the rocking chair. It's just made and it's quite comfortable. Do you want to try it? Xiao Yi asked back. Forget it, there's no room for this in my tent, Suwan replied. Others are here to survive, but you seem to be here for vacation. You can't say that. I'm also trying to survive, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Okay, I'll rest first, bye, Suwan yawned and said. During the day, she was exhausted from fishing for supplies and cutting down trees. She used to work in an office and had never done such heavy work. Xiao Yi also deeply understood that the chainsaw was indeed a bit heavy, and then replied, Bye, have a good rest. After sleeping for a whole afternoon, Xiao Yi was no longer sleepy and switched the island monument interface to the trading hall. Hey, there really is something good. Chapter 0014, Grade of Pure Water, Eggs are eaten and hatched. Chili seeds, *24, pure water, 50 milliliters. As a person who loves spicy food, Xiao Yi feels that everything can become delicious as long as there is spicy taste. In fact, this transaction had already been placed in the trading hall, but Xiao Yi did not notice it. It also caused a lot of discussion on public channels at the time. You want to trade 50 milliliters of pure water for 2 seeds? It's just a dream. Yes, it's still 2 pepper seeds. Even if they can be used as seeds for other foods, they are barely worth the price. It all depends on whether there is a sucker. Yeah, let's see which sucker is willing to trade this thing. That's not the case. If some big guys have too much purified water to use up and don't have any other condiments, it's very likely that they'll buy this. The guy above is really imagining things. Too much to use? What are you dreaming about? Even if someone can get a supply box now, they can't always get purified water. Humph, you are ignorant and yet you are still talking nonsense. Let me show you something. A water purifier. Fuck, there's this thing. Boss, give me some water to drink. I'm willing to do anything for you. Boss, I have fair skin and beautiful looks. Give me some water and you can do anything to me. The one upstairs might be a dinosaur. I have some resources. Boss, can I get some water? You're all just dreaming. This water purifier isn't even enough for my own drinking water. The purification speed is too slow. While they were having a heated discussion, Xiao Yi was sleeping in the rocking chair. But 50 milliliters of water is really nothing to Xiao Yi. A-class water purifier can purify 80 milliliters in an hour. Speaking of the water purifier, Xiao Yi immediately took a look and found that the pure water container of the water purifier was almost full. Xiao Yi immediately used the empty mineral water bottle he had drunk before, quickly took out a bottle, and then took a sip first. Xiao Yi widened his eyes. Although they were all purified water, this water tasted 100 times better than the mineral water that had been opened from the supply box before. The mineral water in the supply box has no grade identification, that is, the lowest grade D, while the water purified from a grade A water purifier is grade A pure water. The two differ by several grades, so naturally the gap is very obvious. Xiao Yi drank the whole bottle in one breath, feeling refreshed all over. Ah, so refreshing. This is much better than those things like Long Live the Noble in the water. Xiao Yi originally planned to exchange the 50 milliliters of purified water for pepper seeds, but now he immediately cancelled this plan and instead used the mineral water he had opened from the supply box to exchange for the pepper seeds. However, trading water requires corresponding containers. The most common plastic cup can be made from 1 unit of plastic. Use the island monument, consume, plastic, *1, create a plastic cup, then pour 50 milliliters of purified water into it, switch to the trading hall, and request a transaction. Transaction successful, obtained supplies, chili seeds *2. Now that he had the lettuce and pepper seeds, Xiao Yi wanted to plant them quickly. He couldn't wait any longer. In the trading hall, a trade request for some metal pieces in exchange for shark meat was agreed. Obtain materials, metal pieces *23. Switch to the manufacturing page and make a wooden basin. After a while, another large wooden basin was made and Xiao Yi placed it on the other side of the door. The heavy rain outside showed no sign of stopping. Xiao Yi thought about it and decided to wait before putting the soil down. Before the rainstorm came, Xiao Yi had covered the wooden pot where the apple tree was planted with wooden boards. Although it is not a perfect fit, at least not too much rainwater will accumulate in the basin, otherwise the apple seeds would probably be soaked to death before they germinate. Although there were still people talking on the public channel, it was less than during the day. I don't know if it was because of the heavy rain, but no one had time to chat. At this time, Xiao Yi sent a message. And Ran, if you see this message, please chat with me privately. Although he was pushed to the front again quickly, he was able to stay there for at least a few dozen seconds longer this time. Hello, I'm Ran, who are you? Xiao Yi's private channel suddenly prompted that someone was requesting a call. Xiao Yi replied excitedly. Are you really Ran? Yes, I'm almost dying of thirst. Give me some water. I can be your little brother, the other party replied. Seeing this, Xiao Yi felt disappointed and said, Ran I'm looking for is a woman. Just give me a sip of water, and I can turn into a woman for you. Get out! You damn demon! Xiao Yi decisively ended the call and then blocked the other party. Oh! Xiao Yi sighed, then stood up and found the manufacturing method of the raincoat inside the island monument. Raincape requires the following materials: leaves *10, bark *5. Hat requires the following materials: leaves *5, bark *3. It just so happened that all the materials were available, so they were made directly. Putting on a raincoat and a hat, Xiao Yi walked out of the wooden house and headed towards the supply box on the edge of the island. He slept almost the entire afternoon, and the fully automatic fishing net pulled in 2 more boxes of supplies, so he had already harvested 6 today. Xiao Yi easily pulled the 2 supply boxes to the front of the wooden house. It seems like my strength has increased again, Xiao Yi muttered. It seems that the effect of grade A apple in improving physical fitness is very obvious. Open the supply box. Obtain materials: cornerstone *2, linen *1, wood *5. Supplies obtained: metal pieces *3, eggs grade A *2. There are eggs. Xiao Yi looked at the 2 eggs in surprise. How about a boiled egg? But the prompt given by the system made him give up this idea. Eggs grade A, very nutritious eggs. You can eat them directly, but if you hatch them, you might get a surprise. Seeing such an obvious hint, no one would eat these 2 eggs. Hatching eggs requires a constant temperature and humidity, but now Xiao Yi can only control the temperature. He placed the leaves in a corner of the cabin and then put 2 eggs in it. It seems that we still need to build a fireplace, otherwise the temperature difference between morning and night will be too big, Xiao Yi muttered. He had already put some shark meat on the shelf to trade for the bricks needed for the fireplace. Xiao Yi glanced at the trading hall and found that the last brick had been obtained. Don't hesitate, click to make. The corresponding materials disappeared, and a fireplace appeared in the manufacturing space of the island monument. Please choose a location. Please note that the fireplace can only be placed on the wall of the house. Fortunately, we have a wooden house, otherwise even if we could build it, there would be no place to put it, Xiao Yi muttered, placing the fireplace on the wall that was not facing the sun. Fireplace, Class B. It can keep the temperature of a 40 square meter house space at a constant 26 degrees, warm as spring. Looking at the description of the fireplace, Xiao Yi thought to himself, is this 26 degrees? Why is it still so cold? Chapter 0015. After the rainstorm, double status. Maybe it was because the straw raincoat and hat were rather simple, and inevitably some rain soaked the clothes inside. As it got closer to night, the temperature dropped, and with the sea breeze, Xiao Yi felt much colder than during the day. You need to add wood to provide heat. 1 unit of wood can provide heating for 4 hours. The fireplace can be turned off manually. The system sounded a reminder. It's even more economical than barbecue, Xiao Yi muttered, then put 2 units of wood into the fireplace, which immediately started burning. The temperature in the wooden house rose rapidly, and Xiao Yi, who had just felt a little cold, warmed up instantly. Xiao Yi moved the incubating eggs closer to the fireplace. The best temperature for incubating eggs is 38 degrees Celsius. It is obviously difficult to control now, so he can only make do with it for now. It will probably take some time to hatch the chicks, but now what Xiao Yi needs to consider is what to feed the chicks. When I turned to the public channel again, I found that the focus of everyone's discussion was me again. Did you see that? The pepper seeds in the trading hall have been traded. There's really a big guy who uses 50 milliliters of purified water to exchange for pepper seeds. I am almost dying of thirst. Can you give me some? If you're thirsty, drink the rain water. It tastes much better than sea water anyway. There's not a drop of rain here. Then trade your supplies with me. Exchange supplies for rainwater? I'm not crazy. If I had supplies, I would have directly exchanged them for purified water. Why would I exchange them for rainwater? The problem is you don't even have supplies. It's iron, old heart. Seeing the discussion in the group becoming increasingly off topic, Xiao Yi shook his head, then looked at the rain outside the window and muttered, I don't know how long it will rain. Xiao Yi fell asleep in a daze. Fortunately, he had built a fireplace, otherwise his body would be damp and he might really catch a cold if he slept like this all night. Those survivors who have neither tents nor cabins will most likely catch a cold, unless they have very strong physical conditions. The next day, Xiao Yi woke up naturally and found that the rain had stopped. At this moment, there was wailing on the public channel. I feel so bad, I think I have a fever, can anyone help me? Me too, I feel weak all over. Am I going to die? So thirsty, so hungry, so uncomfortable. Xiao Yi shook his head and stopped looking. He knew that many people would die in this rainstorm, but he just hoped that his friends were safe. I walked out of the cabin and collected the fish caught by the automatic fishing net. 8 fish were caught in one night, and all were placed on the shore. We've harvested so much this time. Xiao Yi immediately stepped forward and collected the fish. With so many fish, should we find a container to keep them first? If we kill them all, they might go bad, Xiao Yi muttered. It seems we need a plan to make a wooden basin. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi adjusted the target of the automatic fishing net to the supply box, and then looked into the distance to see if there were any supply boxes floating on the sea. Huh! What is that? Xiao Yi suddenly found a black spot on the sea. It looked vague and it didn't seem to be a supply box. It would be nice to have a telescope, Xiao Yi muttered. By the way, I haven't signed in yet, sign in first. Sign in successfully, get reward double status, 10% chance to get double harvest status, the effect lasts for 1 day. Whatever you wish for will come true, right? Xiao Yi thought that this sign in would give him a telescope or something, but he didn't expect that he would get a buff. It seems that I was overthinking it, but Xiao Yi was very satisfied with this reward, except that the probability was a little too low. I can only get a double bonus once every 10 days. Don't I have to wait until there is a double gain before opening the supply box to maximize the benefits? Xiao Yi muttered. That's the theory, the system replied. Xiao Yi thought for a moment and asked, did this double status get triggered today? The first time the buff has been activated, it has been triggered. All the supplies obtained today will have double the bonus. Great! With a fully automatic fishing net, I can fish out the supply boxes as much as I want today. I want double the happiness, Xiao Yi said happily. Xiao Yi walked to the wooden basin where the apple seeds were planted and lifted the wooden board covering it, which was put there during the heavy rain yesterday. Huh! Xiao Yi was surprised to see two small saplings, so green and tender, emerging from the wooden basin. This is too fast. Xiao Yi sighed, but everything here cannot be considered according to the rules of the previous world. Since it grows so fast, I will have plenty of apples to eat soon, which is a good thing. Xiao Yi immediately took out some purified water from the water purifier and poured it on. No one else had water to drink, but Xiao Yi actually used grade A purified water to water the trees. If other survivors knew about this, they would probably be so envious that they would vomit blood. Since the plants here grow very fast, I will be able to harvest peppers soon. Let's plant them quickly. Xiao Yi immediately threw the soil he had dug up yesterday into a wooden basin beside him. Although this soil is the most common degrade soil, the pepper seeds, strawberry seeds and lettuce seeds are also ordinary seeds, so they can be considered a match. Put the soil in place and then plant the strawberries, peppers and lettuce. I'm a little hungry. Let me finish that A-grade eagle pomfret today, Xiao Yi thought. The eagle pomfret was caught by Xiao Yi on the first day. If it was left like this, it would probably go bad. It was an A-grade ingredient and could not be wasted. After finishing the preparation, Xiao Yi immediately made a fire and started grilling on the grill. After a while, the rich aroma of fish wafted out. Grade A ingredients are different from ordinary ingredients, Xiao Yi sighed. When he grilled ordinary sea fish in the past, they did not have such a strong aroma. After grilling fish for 2 consecutive days, Xiao Yi's grilling skills have improved a lot. This time he grilled the fish almost perfectly, with a crispy outside and tender inside. Of course, this does not mean that the outside is burnt. A fish weighs nearly 4 pounds, and Xiao Yi couldn't finish it by himself. After thinking about it, Xiao Yi sent it directly to Su Wan. Grilled eagle pomfret, grade A, 500 G, no trade. I grilled too much and can't finish it. I'll give you some. After you finish, help me work and get more good stuff. After leaving the message, Xiao Yi thought about it and then posted his own message on the chat interface. He knew that Su Wan was a very strong-willed girl, and she might not believe it if he just said that she baked too much. Grilled eagle pomfret, grade A, 1500 G. It tastes pretty good, give it a try. Su Wan, who had just woken up, felt that last night was the best night of sleep she had ever had. Although it was raining heavily outside, at least there was a tent, which felt like home. Ding ding, the island monument prompts that someone has sent a message in the private channel. Su Wan immediately switched to the private channel and her eyes widened when she saw what Xiao Yi sent. Chapter 0016, A Perfect Supplement, a Ship. No, this thing is too expensive, Su Wan replied immediately. She ate 2 B-grade oranges yesterday. She knew the great effect of graded food, not to mention that this was a higher grade ingredient than yesterday's oranges. What are you talking about? Just eat it, Xiao Yi replied. This is an order. Xiao Yi's strong words made Su Wan stunned. After working together for a year, she had never seen Xiao Yi so strong. But Xiao Yi's strength made Su Wan feel unusually warm in her heart. Well, thank you, Su Wan replied. After eating, let's continue working, Xiao Yi replied, and then concentrated on the grilled fish in front of him. The meat of eagle pomfret is tender and refreshing, with a rich and fragrant flavor, few bones and soft bones. After eating it, Xiao Yi felt that he never wanted to eat any other sea fish again. It's so delicious! Xiao Yi stroked his round belly and lay down on the rocking chair. What should I do next? After all, it's not easy to get grade A ingredients, and I've become a picky eater. It's so hot. Xiao Yi felt like a fire was burning inside his body. I simply took off my shirt and went shirtless, since there was no one else around anyway. This A-grade eagle pomfret is much more powerful than an A-grade apple, Xiao Yi muttered. Before, an apple weighed only about 200 G and he would only eat one at a time. But this time, Xiao Yi ate 1500 G of fish, which is equivalent to eating 7 apples at once. The effect must be different. On the other side, Su Wan's eyes lit up as soon as she tasted the fish. Before coming into this world, she had already become a department manager, participated in many social events, and tasted many kinds of delicacies. But she swore that this fish was definitely better than all the delicacies she had ever eaten before. After eating the grilled fish, Suwan actually licked her fingers, as if the scent of the eagle pomfret was still lingering on her fingers. It's so delicious. Oh, I owe someone a favor again. I guess I can never repay it. Let's work hard to catch the supply boxes. Suwan felt full of strength. She grabbed the fishing net beside her and walked to the edge of the island. Why do I feel like I've eaten a tonic soup? Xiao Yi couldn't sit still anymore and walked around the edge of the island with his bare chest. Hey, is that a ship? Xiao Yi could now vaguely see the outline of the black dot that he couldn't see clearly just now. When Xiao Yi saw the boat, he was surprised at first, but then he became worried. The surprise was that seeing a boat meant the possibility of meeting someone. Although he could chat with Suwan from time to time now, chatting on the island monument was completely different from meeting in real life. He is the only one on this huge island, and he always feels lonely. What we are worried about is that this world is not the same as before. Without laws, or even moral constraints, the evil side of humanity will be infinitely magnified. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi took out the crossbow he had already made, put it next to him, and squinted at the ship in the distance. Since Liu moved the island monument to the boat, he has been like a fish in water. He has fished out 8 boxes of supplies in a row. Finally, he no longer has to go hungry, but he has less purified water. However, he also collected some rainwater from yesterday's heavy rain. If there is really no pure water, then he can only make do with rainwater. Fortunately, it only rained heavily yesterday and there was not much wind, otherwise Liu was not sure whether his boat could remain safe and sound. Just after cleaning up the water in the cabin, Liu saw another supply box appear not far away. He immediately rowed the boat towards the supply box. Xiao Yi, who was standing on the shore, suddenly noticed that the small black dot was moving horizontally. Maybe he didn't see me, Xiao Yi said secretly. Xiao Yi had been strengthened with A-level food several times, so he could see farther. The other party might not have been strengthened, so he did not notice it. Seeing that the ship was moving away from his island, Xiao Yi's tense heart relaxed a little. But as long as he wanders around, he will discover my island sooner or later. My island is developing so well, he will definitely be tempted by the money. It seems I need to prepare early, Xiao Yi pondered. The biggest problem now is that I don't know when the other party will arrive. What if the other party comes when I am sleeping? Then I will die without knowing why. It would be great if there was a dog. At least it could give us a warning, Xiao Yi muttered, and then tried to find something to make a trap that could make a sound. Liu had already come near the supply box and was carefully observing the bottom of the box. This was his experience from salvaging 8 supply boxes. What was certain was that there would be marine life next to each supply box. These marine life were big and small, but they would all attack his small boat. Only by driving away these marine creatures can you have a chance to obtain the supply box. Such a big black shadow, Liu thought to himself, observing it carefully. Could this be a shark? Liu hesitated. The shark was still very aggressive, but he soon made up his mind. Fortune comes with risk. Let's do it! As he spoke, he took out all his spears, pulled out one, and carefully controlled his boat to approach the supply box. But the shark was very alert, and soon realized that humans were approaching, so it immediately swam towards the boat. I've been waiting for you! Liu gripped the spear tightly, calculated the distance, and with a whoosh, he thrust the spear into the water with all his might. Hit! Liu's eyes lit up. He knew the shark was very strong, so he held the spear tightly. But the shark would not sit still and wait to die. The severe pain on its back made it very angry, and it bit the wooden board on the side of the boat without hesitation. Bang, snap! The impact of the shark, plus its bite force, actually bit through the plank on that side. Liu was shocked. He immediately tried to pull out his spear, but found that the spear seemed to be stuck on the shark's skeleton. So he let go decisively, pulled out another spear and stabbed it into the shark's eye again. In the crisis, Liu hit the shark again. This time the shark panicked and stopped attacking. It struggled violently and swam away. While it was struggling violently, Liu did not even hold the spear, and the shark swam away with the spear. Liu wanted to keep the shark, but the damaged hull made him unwilling to chase the injured shark. The island monument in the cabin glowed red. Warning, the hull is damaged. Please collect materials and repair it as soon as possible. If it is not repaired, it is expected to sink in 10 minutes. Required materials: wooden board *2, metal sheet *3. Seeing the word sinking, Liu panicked and quickly looked at the supplies in his cabin. He found that there were only 5 units of wood, and it took 3 units of wood to synthesize a plank. And there are only 2 metal pieces. Oh, right, the trading hall. Liu immediately switched to the trading hall and released the transaction information. Trade cornerstone *24, wooden board *2, metal sheet *3. Note: urgently needed. Hurry up if you have supplies, they will be taken off the shelves in 10 minutes. Chapter 0017 Double Status, Double Happiness. Seeing that the small boat in the distance had changed its course, Xiao Yi immediately walked back to the wooden house and came to the island monument. He wanted to remind Su Wan and leave her a message directly. Attention, I see a small boat appearing. There should be humans on it. Remember not to let anyone land on your island. You must be on guard against others. After leaving the message, Xiao Yi switched to the trading hall to see if any of the transactions he had listed previously had been completed. Good, 5 more cornerstones. Xiao Yi took out 5 cornerstones from the trading hall. Ding, triggering double harvest. Obtained supplies, cornerstone *10. Oh my god! This can be doubled? Xiao Yi was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. Not everyone can enjoy double the happiness. There were also 20 units of metal sheets and 3 units of linen, which Xiao Yi took out immediately. Ding, triggering double harvest. Obtained materials, 40 pieces of metal, 6 pieces of linen. Great! Xiao Yi continued to look through the things in the trading hall to see if he could find something he needed. Suddenly he saw a transaction message. Foundation stone, *2 traded for, wooden board *2, metal sheet *3. Note: urgently needed. Hurry up if you have the supplies, they will be taken off the shelves in 10 minutes. Xiao Yi immediately put 2 units of wooden boards and 3 units of metal sheets on it, and the deal was done immediately. Ding, triggering double harvest. Obtained supplies, 4 cornerstones. I made a lot of money, Xiao Yi said happily. Liu, who was at sea, was also very happy to see that the transaction had been successful. Repair it immediately. The supplies that had just been traded disappeared in an instant, and the planks that had been damaged by the shark attack were instantly restored to their original state. As long as you have the island monument and have gathered supplies, you can repair the damage without having to return to land. Ha ha ha, with this function, I don't have to worry about being attacked in the future. Liu laughed. After opening the supply box, Liu started the boat again. He had no compass on the sea, so he just picked a direction at random and continued rowing forward. With the double status, Xiao Yi must make the most of it. But when he looked around the trading hall, he found that there were not many supplies. He presumably thought that many people had not yet obtained any supplies. Most of the transactions are just getting something for nothing, with some people asking for water and food. He had no choice but to use a little purified water to exchange for some basic supplies such as metal sheets, linen, plastic, etc., and naturally he got double the amount. Xiao Yi took a look at his supplies. Metal sheet *51, linen *10, wood board *7, plastic *20. This should be the time when I have the most supplies, Xiao Yi said to himself as he looked at the supplies piled aside. The single wooden bed can also be made. Xiao Yi immediately switches to the manufacturing page and clicks on manufacturing. Single wooden bed manufacturing diagram, wooden board *4, metal sheet *6, linen *4. The corresponding materials disappeared, and a single wooden bed appeared in the manufacturing space inside the island monument. Xiao Yi tidied up the wooden house a little and placed the bed on one side of the house. Single wooden bed, lying on it to rest can better relieve your fatigue. At this time, the entire cabin was almost full, with a fireplace, a water purifier, a wooden bed, and a rocking chair. It seems that we still need to build a big house, Xiao Yi muttered. Xiao Yi has obtained a lot of cornerstones recently, and the area of his island has reached 37 square meters. His own cabin is located in the middle, and the rest of the place seems unusually empty. I checked the construction interface of the island monument and found that there are quite a lot of houses, but all the houses require construction drawings. It seems I can only take it slow, Xiao Yi thought helplessly. Given the current situation, we still need to accumulate more supplies. If a better house really comes out, but we don't have enough supplies to build it, wouldn't that be embarrassing? At this time, there was a reply message. It was from Suwan. I was just observing the flow of the supply boxes, Suwan said. Did someone really build a boat? Xiao Yi nodded and replied. Although I can't see it clearly, it is definitely a ship, and someone is controlling it. If it is really possible to leave the island by rowing, this world may be even more cruel. Suwan was able to quickly think of the dangers. So, don't let anyone onto your island, Xiao Yi reminded again. Yeah, I understand, Suwan replied. By the way, the trees I cut down yesterday have grown again. It's just like you said, they will refresh. Really? I hadn't noticed yet. I went to cut down trees too, Xiao Yi replied, then left the island monument. After leaving the wooden house, I found that a tree appeared in the northeast corner near the edge of the island, and the stones were refreshed to the west. Carrying his toolbox, Xiao Yi easily turned trees and stones into his own resources, triggering a doubling effect that doubled all resources. Supplies obtained: wood *40, leaves *60, bark *20, stone *10. The automatic fishing net has beeped 3 times, and 3 more supply boxes have appeared on the edge of the island. After Xiao Yi moved the resources from the trees and stones to his wooden house, he began to open the supply boxes. Supplies obtained: cornerstone *2, wheat seeds grade A, *10, soil, grade A, *1. Supplies obtained: flower bed manufacturing diagram *1, stones *3, soil *1. Supplies obtained: frying pan manufacturing diagram *1, metal sheets *2, mineral water 500 ml *1. Trigger the double effect. Get double the supplies. Supplies obtained: cornerstone *4, flower bed manufacturing diagram *2, frying pan manufacturing diagram *2, mineral water 500 ml *2. This doubling effect is so powerful that even the manufacturing diagram can be doubled. Xiao Yi muttered as he looked at the manufacturing diagram *2 excitedly. Flower bed manufacturing plan, stone *10. Stir frying pan manufacturing diagram, 6 metal pieces, 1 piece of wood. After looking at the supplies, I found that I could only make 1 flower bed, but I could make all the frying pans, but 1 set should be enough for now. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi made a flower bed and a set of pots and pans. The corresponding materials disappeared, and a set of cookware appeared in the island monument manufacturing space, along with a prompt. The flower bed area is 4 square meters. Please design the shape of the flower bed and choose a location to place it. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows and drew a line on one side of the wooden house. This flower bed was simply and roughly designed by Xiao Yi into a 1x4 rectangle. After placing it, Xiao Yi walked out, looked at the flower bed made of bluestone, and nodded with satisfaction. Flower bed, it can protect the soil from being desertified. Planting some flowers can make your island more beautiful. Of course, you can also use it as a field. It requires 2 units of soil to fill. This is exactly what I want, Xiao Yi said happily when he saw the description of the flower bed. Chapter 0018, People Are Not As Good as Chicken Series, Survivors Meet. Right now, we should prioritize food and clothing. Planting flowers? We can talk about it later. Fortunately, there is a double state, otherwise the flower bed would be built without any soil to fill it. There was 1 unit of grade A soil in the supply box just now. With the bonus of double status, Xiao Yi obtained 2 units of grade A soil, which was just enough to fill this flower bed. Put the soil into the flower bed, and the originally empty flower bed was instantly filled with soil. It's a good time to plant the wheat. Xiao Yi planted all the wheat seeds in his hand and watered them a little. Looking at the large empty flower bed, Xiao Yi thought to himself, I still need to find some A-grade seeds to plant. If we plant those low-level seeds, wouldn't all that A-level soil be wasted? Xiao Yi muttered to himself as he walked into the wooden house, ready to look for it in the trading hall of the island monument. Ding ding! Suwan requests to speak to you. Xiao Yi answered the call immediately and asked with a smile. Did you find something good again? Suwan nodded excitedly and replied, Yes, I have become the European emperor again. As she spoke, she placed the item she had just opened on the chat interface. Foundation stone, *4 stone, *6, metal sheet, *4, chicken coop manufacturing drawing, grade A, *1, bread, *500G. 666. Xiao Yi gestured back. Compared to yours, my luck is nothing. You gave me my luck, Su-wan replied embarrassedly. I'll give you the chicken coop manufacturing plan, and we'll split the rest. Xiao Yi was about to reply to her when he suddenly remembered that he had double status, so he said, Su-wan, trade everything to me first. Huh! Su-wan was stunned for a moment, but the next moment, she immediately initiated a transaction in the private channel. Although she didn't know why Xiao Yi asked this, Su-wan did it immediately. Xiao Yi confirmed the transaction. Supplies obtained: 4 cornerstones, 6 stones, 4 metal pieces, 1 chicken coop manufacturing diagram, level A, 500G bread. Trigger the double effect, get double the supplies. Get supplies. It works, Xiao Yi said excitedly, and then traded back 2 cornerstones, 3 stones, 2 metal pieces, and 500G of bread. I've taken the chicken coop, and I'll give you all the bread. Food is not that important to me, Xiao Yi said. Although I am quite familiar with Su-wan, I am not so familiar with her that I can tell her everything. Besides, there is no way to explain the double status, so I will just not say anything. At most, I will compensate her in other ways later. Su-wan naturally knew that Xiao Yi would not have any problem with food, so she didn't act too pretentious and directly confirmed the deal. Then I'll continue fishing, Su-wan said. After all, in addition to the supply boxes, she also wanted to try what Xiao Yi said, that there was a possibility of catching fish. Yeah, Xiao Yi responded, then hung up the phone and took out the bread he had just received. While eating bread, Xiao Yi studied the chicken coop manufacturing drawings. Chicken coop manufacturing plan, level A, required materials: 4 wooden boards, 6 metal sheets, 10 leaves. All materials are available, start manufacturing. Xiao Yi immediately clicked on manufacturing. Please choose a placement. Xiao Yi took a look at the layout of the entire island, and then placed the chicken coop behind the house. The chicken coop covers an area of 2 by 2 meters. After setting up the chicken coop, Xiao Yi walked out and saw an exquisite 2-story house. There was a small yard in front of the house, surrounded by wooden boards. This chicken coop is better than my wooden house. At least it has a yard, Xiao Yi muttered, then looked at the information provided by the system. Chicken house, grade A, a building that is very suitable for raising chickens. 100% of fertilized eggs can be hatched, increasing egg and chicken production by 80%, increasing hatching and growth rates by 80%, and the maximum number of chickens raised in the chicken house is 80. Yesterday I was still worried about what to do if the eggs couldn't hatch, and now 2 chicken coops have been delivered, Xiao Yi said happily, and quickly built another one and placed them side by side. Then Xiao Yi moved the 2 eggs from the fireplace to the chicken coop, so that he could wait for them to hatch. With the production bonus and the speed bonus, I guess I will have a large flock of chicks soon, Xiao Yi muttered. On the sea, Liu found another supply box and suddenly saw a small island in the distance. Have we finally seen the other small islands? Liu licked his lips and said. He had opened 3 supply boxes before, but there was not even a bottle of mineral water. Now that we have seen the island, there might be people on it. As long as there are people, there is likely to be water. With this in mind, Liu took the initiative to attack the octopus near the supply box. Although he successfully injured it, unfortunately, it escaped again. He opened the supply box and still found no mineral water, only metal pieces and wood, which were what he needed. After packing up the supply box, Liu placed it on the bow of his boat and slowly rowed the empty supply box towards the island. It seems to be quite large. It seems that they must have captured some supply boxes, so the possibility of containing water is even greater. Liu licked his dry lips again. When he was 50 meters away from the island, Liu finally saw the situation on the island clearly. There were at least 6 empty supply boxes. Although no one was seen, Liu could hear movement on the other side. That's great, Liu said happily. Since the person is on the other side, I don't have to land head-on. After throwing away the supply box placed on the bow for camouflage, Liu began to row towards the island with all his strength. It only took Liu 2 minutes to reach the island. He tied the boat to the rock, then picked up the axe and moved to the other side. I'm so hungry, try again! A female voice came from the other side. Hearing the female voice, Liu's eyes lit up and his steps became faster. A dusty woman was trying hard to cast a net, trying to catch the supply box. Suddenly, the cold axe blade touched her neck. Don't move! Liu sneered. Big brother, don't kill me! The woman immediately replied tremblingly. I can do anything. Oh? Are you sure anything is okay? Liu asked with a raised eyebrow. Hearing Liu's hidden meaning, the woman immediately replied charmingly. Of course, as long as you want. If she dresses up, she can be considered a beauty, Liu judged in his heart. Since you asked me to do so, I won't be polite. Liu laughed. Soon, an indecent sound was heard from the space surrounded by several supply boxes. 10 minutes later, the woman was tidying up her clothes with a sad look on her face, while Liu said contentedly, Follow me from now on, and I guarantee you won't go hungry. Thank you very much, brotherly, the woman replied with an apologetic smile. By the way, do you have water here? Liu asked. Won't I get hungry if I follow you? The woman was stunned. Yes, there is enough food, but I can't guarantee that you can get water, Liu replied. Chapter 0019 Partnership, S-Grade Soil. The woman rolled her eyes and took out the bottle of mineral water she had ordered earlier. When Liu saw the mineral water, he immediately grabbed it, unscrewed the lid, and drank it all in one breath. Hey, leave some for me. Before the woman finished her words, Liu had already finished drinking. Burp! Liu actually burped and said, Great! You are satisfied, but I am not, the woman muttered to herself. What's your name? Liu asked. White Lotus, the woman replied. Well, you are mine from now on. You don't need this island anymore. Come with me, Liu said domineeringly. Bai Lian was stunned for a moment, then said, If we don't want this island anymore, where are we going to live? On the boat, Liu replied. It's much easier to retrieve the supply boxes this way. You have a boat? Bai Lian said in surprise. That's great. I'll have to rely on you to take care of me in the future. Of course, Liu replied, hugging Bai Lian's slender waist. Bai Lian moved all of his supplies onto the boat, and the island monument also issued a prompt. You have boarded the wooden boat. Do you want to transfer the island monument to the boat? Bai Lian pointed at the hint and asked Liu. What does this mean? It means exactly what it says. We can use the island monument to do things even when we are on the boat, Liu explained. Bai Lian's eyes lit up and she said, If that's the case, then we must move it. Attention, after this transfer, you cannot transfer again within the next year. I understand, let's move, Bai Lian replied. Transfer failed. It was detected that there is already an island monument on the wooden boat. There cannot be two island monuments on the same wooden boat at the same time. What should we do then? Bai Lian was stunned, and Liu was also stunned. You can choose to downgrade the island monument to a subsidiary island monument and keep it on this island, or you can dismantle the island monument, obtain the cornerstone, and join other island monument forces with the cornerstone. Note, once the island monument is dismantled, it will no longer exist. Seeing this hint, Bai Lian looked at Liu again. Naturally, she hoped to keep it. But Liu said, You will definitely be wandering on the sea in the future. It is meaningless for you to keep this island monument. Forget it. Bai Lian was still a little hesitant, but Liu simply picked up his axe and hit the island monument hard with the back of the axe. Crash! The island monument, which originally looked extremely solid, was actually broken into pieces by him in one blow. At the same time, the Liu Island Monument prompt sounded. You smashed an island monument and obtained Foundation *12. Bai Lian was a woman and had no way to stop Liu's actions. She could only sigh inwardly. So many cornerstones? Not bad, I should be able to exchange them for some good things, Liu exclaimed. While he was sighing, he found that the island under his feet was slowly sinking. Liu hurriedly pulled Bai Lian onto the boat and untied the rope tied to the stone. Will smashing the island monument cause the island to sink? Liu was puzzled. At least when he moved the island monument before, his island did not sink. Bai Lian felt a little regretful as he watched his island slowly disappear and eventually sink into the ocean. Let's go, things will get better and better, Liu said. Then he randomly chose a direction and rowed his boat away. After Xiao Yi placed the 2 eggs, he went to check on his plantings. Both apple trees had grown 30 centimeters tall. After thinking about it, Xiao Yi decided to transplant one of the apple trees into the flower bed. The flower bed was relatively empty anyway. If the 2 apple trees grew up, one wooden pot would be too crowded. The materials that Su Wan just traded included stones, so another flower bed could be built. This time, it was also drawn with a single stroke and placed on the east side of the wooden house. The current layout of Xiao Yi Island is that there is a wooden house in the middle, 2 extra large wooden basins in front of the house, 2 1-shaped flower beds on the east and west sides, and 2 chicken coops behind the wooden house. Among them, there is no soil in the flower bed on the east side, and only one of the chicken coops at the back is hatching chicks, and the other one is empty. After finishing the bread in his hand, he took a bottle of grade A purified water, drank it all, and then took some more to water the apple tree. I have a walk today, so I'll make fish soup in the afternoon and drink it in the evening, Xiao Yi decided, and then took another A-grade eagle pomfret to process it. Xiao Yi threw all the internal organs and blood into the toilet. Although he didn't know where it went, at least it wouldn't attract marine life such as sharks. After rinsing it with clean water, take out the frying pan from the manufacturing space of the island monument. So complete? Xiao Yi looked at the wok, a spatula, a spoon, and a colander. Xiao Yi originally thought that frying utensils only included a frying pan and a spatula, but he didn't expect that there was even a spoon. Dig a shallow pit on the ground and then pile 3 stones around it. Light a piece of wood, throw it into the shallow pit, then place the wok on it, and put half a pot of pure water in the wok. Finally, Xiao Yi directly threw the washed eagle pomfret in. Ding ding ding! The fully automatic fishing net sounded a warning tone. Xiao Yi walked over and opened the box of supplies that had been fished out. Obtained materials: soil, S-grade, *1. Trigger double harvest, double the harvest. Obtained materials: soil, S-grade, *2. There is only this one supply in the entire supply box. There's actually S-grade soil? Xiao Yi looked at the supplies in surprise, and then became a little worried. The best seeds he had now were A-grade, and he couldn't plant A-grade seeds in S-grade soil. This is such a waste, but it is not easy to obtain S-level seeds. Xiao Yi has basically figured out the rules of this world. The higher the level of the supplies, the harder it is to obtain. Even though I have caught so many supply boxes, there are still very few A-level supplies, not to mention those who have caught even fewer supply boxes. He has not yet found any S-level or higher supplies in the supply box. All the S-level or higher supplies he has now were obtained by signing in. Only today did an S-grade soil appear. Let's throw the soil into the flower bed first, and wait until we find the S-level seeds later, Xiao Yi said secretly, and then directly filled up the empty flower bed. Similarly, he disassembled the empty supply box into 6 wooden boards, and Xiao Yi sat down directly in front of the wok where the fish soup was cooking. Soon, the aroma of fish wafted out. Xiao Yi lifted the lid of the pot and poked the fish with a spoon. Looking at the fish soup that tasted like milk, he thought to himself, although it smells good, I always feel like something is missing. Alas, when can I get some salt? Although there is salt in seawater, I don't know how to make sea salt. I just wonder if those great gods who survive in the wilderness can directly use seawater to make salt. Xiao Yi thought to himself. How about asking in the trading hall? Chapter 0020 Ice, Manufacturing Warehouse. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi immediately put an ordinary sea fish on the trading hall. Sea fish trading for salt. Note, please PM for the specific transaction ratio. As soon as this transaction was posted, it caused heated discussion in the public channel. Another big guy is exchanging food for some weird things. What do you mean by weird? Salt is the most basic seasoning, okay? That's right, but we are all still pursuing food and clothing. Have you started pursuing taste? You'll never guess the world of the boss. It feels like there are fewer people chatting today. Of course, Those who were only concerned with chatting at the beginning wasted a lot of time. It was difficult for them to obtain enough supplies to sustain their lives. Moreover, the heavy rain last night is likely to eliminate another group of people with weak physical fitness. Someone began to analyze. Heavy rain is not always a bad thing. Yesterday's heavy rain gave some people who were about to die of thirst a glimmer of hope. Of course, the premise is that you have to be in good physical condition. Yeah, I used to sit in an office and never had a chance to exercise. Now I'm in such a remote place, there's even less chance to exercise. Xiao Yi looked at the chat in the public channel and found that no one mentioned anything about graded food. Has no one ever received food of different grades? Or have those who have received it just tacitly not spoken about it? Other tools and buildings have levels, which everyone should know. But most people probably don't know that you can improve your physical fitness by eating quality food. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, and thought to himself. I am definitely not the only one who got food of grade. At least Su Wan got B-grade oranges. So, it should be the latter. Making a fortune quietly is the mainstream way to survive. The transaction had been up for a long time without any response. Xiao Yi felt helpless. It was probably because the salt produced by those great wilderness survival masters was only enough for themselves to eat. Since no one is trading, let's just cancel the transaction. After canceling the transaction, Xiao Yi walked out of the wooden house and continued to look at the fish soup he was making. I scooped out a little with a spoon and tasted it. It was very delicious, but lacked a little salt. I almost got a sore throat from eating so much grilled fish a few days ago, so it would be great to change the cooking method. Although there were no other seasonings or side dishes, just pure fish soup, Xiao Yi drank it with gusto. After eating and drinking, there was still some food left, so he made a bowl using the island monument. Bowl required materials, metal sheet *2. These most basic manufacturing do not require manufacturing drawings. He took out a bowl from the manufacturing space of the island monument, filled it with fish soup and some fish meat, and then traded it to Su Wan. Try the freshly made fish soup. There was no response from Su Wan. Probably she was fishing for the supply box. Xiao Yi stood up and walked out of the wooden house, preparing to open the 2 supply boxes that had been caught by the automatic fishing net. Supplies obtained: 2 cornerstones, 5 ice cubes, 3 metal pieces, 500 g grilled fish. Obtained materials: wood *8. Trigger double harvest, obtained supplies, cornerstone *4. There is only wood in a supply box. It's not as good as what I get from cutting down a tree myself, Xiao Yi muttered. But isn't that the fun of opening a supply box? You never know what's going to come out next. However, there is one new item that I have never seen before, and that is ice. Although it is quite hot here during the day, it is not yet hot enough to use ice to cool down, Xiao Yi thought as he looked at the ice. It seemed that it would not be needed now, but it would melt soon. The system did not disappoint Xiao Yi, and a prompt message appeared. Ice cubes, a great material for cooling down from the heat, and can be used to make refrigerators and freezers. They will begin to melt slowly after 2 hours. After seeing this tip, Xiao Yi thought to himself, looks like I can only watch it melt. Didi. The island monument indicates that someone is requesting a call. Xiao Yi had no choice but to walk over and answer the call. Thank you for the fish soup, it's delicious, Su Wan said. You're welcome. You must have found another supply box since you called me. Xiao Yi went straight to the point. Su Wan nodded and replied, That's right. Then the opened supplies were directly placed on the chat interface. Foundation, *4, warehouse manufacturing drawing, A level, *1, metal sheet *4. Xiao Yi nodded and said, Trade them all to me first. If you have double status, you should make full use of it. Okay. Su Wan immediately traded all 3 items above. Trigger double harvest, obtained supplies, 8 cornerstones, 2 warehouse manufacturing drawings, A level, 8 metal pieces. Then Xiao Yi traded back 2 cornerstones and 2 units of metal pieces. The warehouse manufacturing map was naturally retained. Although the 2 did not say it explicitly, it was already a tacit rule. After the transaction, Xiao Yi looked at the warehouse manufacturing map. Warehouse manufacturing plan, grade A 20 wooden boards, 10 bricks, 20 metal sheets, 5 ice blocks. What a coincidence! Xiao Yi was surprised to find that ice cubes could be used here. But there is still a brick missing. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi directly switched to the trading hall, then hung up 20 milliliters of mineral water, asking to buy a brick. Mineral water, *20 ml traded for brick, *1, note, urgently needed, only on sale for 1 hour. If you are not in a hurry, you can set it to 10 milliliters, but the ice melts quickly and Xiao Yi can't wait, so he doubles the price directly, hoping to complete the transaction as soon as possible. As expected, the stakes were raised and someone soon made a trade. Obtain supplies, brick *1. Trigger double harvest, obtain supplies, bricks *2. With the double status, even if Xiao Yi increased his cost, the harvest was still the same as before. After gathering all the bricks, Xiao Yi immediately created the warehouse. The materials disappeared, and a warehouse appeared in the manufacturing space. Choosing to place the warehouse right in front of your house will also make it convenient for you to access supplies. After placing it, Xiao Yi looked at the warehouse. Warehouse, grade A. It can better store food and materials, maintain quality for a long time, and extend the shelf life by 80% under normal conditions. The warehouse has 2 floors. The first floor is a normal temperature warehouse with a volume of 8 cubic meters, and the underground floor is a cold storage with a volume of 8 cubic meters. Ice cubes must be placed to achieve the refrigeration effect. Each ice cube can last for 1 month. The current number of ice cubes, 5. Seeing this, Xiao Yi immediately threw the remaining 5 ice cubes in. Currently, he did not have enough supplies to build another warehouse, so he could only operate this one first. 10 blocks of ice can last for 10 months, and after 10 months, you may not need this warehouse anymore. Xiao Yi put all the sea fish into the cold storage. Since there was no freezer, he had to make do with refrigeration. Other foods were kept in a normal temperature storage. After doing all this, Xiao Yi found that Su Wan had actually left him a message. Xiao Yi, can you lend me some purified water first? Chapter 0021, Medium Sailboat Manufacturing Diagram, and Babies. Seeing this message, Xiao Yi was slightly stunned. Su Wan should have fished out a few bottles of water before. How could they be gone so quickly? As if knowing Xiao Yi's doubts, Su Wan explained a little embarrassedly. I have some special circumstances here, and I consume more than usual, but don't worry, once I get the mineral water, I will return it to you immediately. After hearing Su Wan's explanation, Xiao Yi immediately understood, and then said, It's okay, I have this. As he spoke, he sent his Finnish A-grade water purifier to the chat interface and continued. Although the purification speed is not very fast, it is more than enough for drinking. Su Wan looked at the water purifier that Xiao Yi posted on the chat interface, and her eyes widened. Is there such a thing? Su Wan asked in surprise. Of course, otherwise if you only rely on mineral water, you will get a sore throat, Xiao Yi said with a smile, then found 2 empty mineral water bottles, thought for a moment, and said, Wait a minute. Xiao Yi took some water and walked out. About 10 minutes later, he came back with 2 full bottles of purified water in his hand, and then he traded them. Drink it. If there are any good things in the future, just leave them to me, Xiao Yi said, and finally added, Don't force yourself these 2 days. Get as much as you can and pay more attention to rest. Looking at the grade A purified water on the chat interface, Su Wan sighed inwardly. Alas, I really can't pay it back. But the situation these days is special. She becomes very thirsty every time these days. Thank you, Su Wan said, and then agreed to the deal. I got 2 bottles of purified water, and they were still warm. She finally understood why Xiao Yi asked her to wait. It turned out that he had boiled some water for himself and let it cool down for a while before pouring it into the 2 bottles of mineral water. Obviously, Xiao Yi already understood why she was special these days. Holding the 2 bottles of warm purified water, Su Wan felt deeply moved. Drink some water and have a good rest. Xiao Yi even figured out in his mind why Su Wan only fished out 2 boxes of supplies today, when she had 3 or 4 before. Of course, this is also Xiao Yi's own imagination. The supply boxes are refreshed randomly. If by chance, they refresh to a location close to the island, then you can just catch the fish. But if it refreshes far away, you can only look at the drifting direction of the supply box. If it can drift closer, there is still a chance. If it drifts far away, you can only watch it leave. Not everyone has the fully automatic fishing net with a fishing radius of 320 meters that Xiao Yi has. Basically, as long as he finds it, he can definitely catch it. Suwan nodded, ended the call reluctantly, then opened a bottle of water and drank it. After a moment, Suwan was stunned. Her stomach, which had been a little painful just now, actually felt better. It must be the effect of this grade of pure water. Suwan almost instantly understood what helped her relieve the pain. You are so good to me, how can I repay you? Suwan held the remaining purified water and slowly fell asleep, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. After ending the call, Xiao Yi got up and built some simple traps that were easy to make noises around the wooden house. The ship he saw in the morning made him unable to sleep peacefully. Although he had set up a trap, Xiao Yi still didn't dare to fall asleep easily. He placed the crossbow on the bed, and within reach beside the bed was the spear he had just made. The double status only lasts for a few hours. Let me see if there are any good things in the trading hall. Xiao Yi thought so and switched the interface to the trading hall. As soon as he entered the trading hall, Xiao Yi saw a transaction that was ranked first. Medium sailboat manufacturing plan, Class C, *1 for fever-reducing medicine. Note: any item that can reduce fever is fine. You can chat privately. I need it urgently. Bread *500G, wood *10, metal flakes *6. Note: this is all the supplies I have. Would you like to trade? Mineral water, *250 ml, stones, *10, plastic, *3, linen, *6. Note: can we trade so many supplies? Coke *200 ml, wooden board *6, glass *5. Note: trade it to me. Happy Fat House water is not common. Keystone *16. Note: I will exchange it with keystones. If it's not enough, I can add other supplies. In this transaction, many people took out a lot of things, but none of them were the items that the other party needed to reduce fever. Xiao Yi looked at the man who wanted to exchange 16 cornerstones for the manufacturing map, and thought to himself, isn't this man going to use the cornerstones to expand his island? After a week, I believe everyone will know the importance of cornerstones. Many people are also discussing this issue on the public chat interface. This is a big shot. He actually got the blueprints for manufacturing a medium-sized sailboat. Yeah, but what does it matter if you are a big shot? You still got a fever from the heavy rain. Yeah, there's no fever-reducing medicine in this damn place. What is the most painful thing in life? It's getting an advanced manufacturing blueprint, but not being able to manufacture it yourself, and having to use it to exchange for medicine. This medium-sized sailboat should require a lot of supplies. The supplies we have now may not be enough to build this thing. This was the first time Xiao Yi saw the manufacturing drawings of the ship. This was an important tool that would determine whether he could go out and look for an Ran in the future, so he really wanted to get the manufacturing drawings. But Xiao Yi didn't have any antipyretic medicine or items. Does ice count? Xiao Yi muttered, and then chatted with the man privately. Is it okay if I have ice? No, my child is still young, the other party replied. Child? Xiao Yi was completely stunned. Even children have traveled here? Yes, my child is only 1.5 years old, the other party continued. Do you have anything else that can help the baby reduce fever? Xiao Yi shook his head and replied, no more. At this time, on an island, a burly man stared at the island monument. After a moment, he roared almost in collapse. Why is this happening? The man looked at the crying baby in his arms and had no idea what to do. The man was a mercenary before coming to this world. He had absolutely no problem killing people or surviving in harsh conditions. But facing the baby in my arms, I have absolutely no way to deal with it. Perhaps this is the baby's fate. When he came into this world, he did not follow his mother but was assigned to his father. These days, the man had accumulated some food and water by using fishing nets or swimming to fish out supply boxes, but he did not expect that the child would suddenly have a fever after yesterday's heavy rain. What the man was sure of was that although it rained heavily yesterday, the child definitely did not get wet even a drop of water. The man used the empty supply box to completely cover him. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment in front of the island monument, and replied, however, I have something here that you can try on the child, but I'm not sure if it will work. Chapter 0022 The Magical Uses of Grade A Purified Water. Seeing Xiao Yi's reply, the man immediately replied, "Give me whatever it is. As long as it can help the child reduce the fever, I will serve you wholeheartedly in the future, and I can also give you all the resources I have obtained. Don't get excited. We're not sure if this thing is useful or not. Besides, I don't want you to be at my beck and call. I just want the manufacturing diagram," Xiao Yi said. "Sure, no problem at all," the man replied. Xiao Yi thought about it and initiated a transaction on the chat interface. "Pure water, grade A, 20 milliliters, no trade. Let's see if it works first. If it does, then we can proceed to the next step of the transaction," Xiao Yi said. The man was stunned when he saw what Xiao Yi sent him, and asked, "Is there a grade of water?" "Of course, but let's not publicize this matter for now. Graded food, including water, can improve a person's physique, and I believe the baby will be no exception," Xiao Yi replied. "Since we don't have antipyretics, we can only strengthen the child's physique and see if he can make it." Xiao Yi explained his point of view. The man had no other choice at this time. No matter whether what Xiao Yi said was reliable or not, he had to give it a try. The child has had a fever for half a day. He can't continue to have a fever like this. The man immediately agreed to the deal and carefully fed the child the 20 milliliters of grade A purified water. Just 3 minutes later, the man sent a message to Xiao Yi in surprise. "It really works!" The child, who had been a little confused due to fever, actually woke up. Although his forehead was still very hot, the child's condition became very good, and he even babbled to the man. "Since it's effective, let's start trading," Xiao Yi said. The man immediately removed the transaction from the trading hall, and then sent the manufacturing diagram in the private channel. "Medium-sized sailing ship manufacturing plan, sea level, *1 trade not available." Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the other party to trust him so much, but he didn't hesitate, and confirmed the transaction immediately. "Obtained materials, medium sailing ship manufacturing plan, level C, *1. Trigger double harvest, obtained supplies, medium sailboat manufacturing diagram, C grade, *2. Got it," Xiao Yi muttered happily. "Hello, thank you so much this time. Can I add you as my friend? I may need to buy some grade A purified water from you in the future," the other party asked. He has survived to this day with the child, and he can also come up with the blueprint for manufacturing a medium-sized sailboat, which shows that he is definitely a person of certain strength. Besides, the other party's character didn't seem to be bad either, so Xiao Yi nodded and replied, "Okay. That's great, thank you. Jiang Yuntian requests to add you as a friend, do you agree?" "Agree." Xiao Yi chose to agree, and then one more person appeared in Xiao Yi's friend list. "Hello, Xiao Yi, I would like to buy some grade A purified water from you. I know this water is very expensive, but I still hope you can sell me some," Jiang Yuntian said. Xiao Yi thought about it, and directly filled 200 milliliters of purified water and sent it over. The previous one was just a trial. These 200 milliliters are the quantity required to trade with your medium-sized sailboat manufacturing plan. If you need more in the future, you will have to exchange it for other materials. If you get some special items, you can also trade them with me," Xiao Yi replied. "Thank you," Jiang Yuntian replied, and then there was no more message. At this time, on the public channel, after everyone discovered that the manufacturing drawings of the medium-sized sailboat had been removed from the shelves, they started discussing it again. "What's going on? Has anyone found medicine to reduce the fever? It shouldn't be possible. Judging from the supply boxes we have obtained so far, the possibility of prescribing antipyretic drugs is almost zero. TSK, you sound like you know what's going to come out. Why are you playing so high and mighty? I don't think it's a fever-reducing medicine. I suspect it's something else that can reduce fever." "Yes, I agree with what's said above. I really want to know what has such magical effects. +1 for wondering." Xiao Yi didn't have time to care about the discussion on the public channel, but instead looked at the manufacturing diagram. "Medium-sized sailing ship manufacturing plan, level C 200 planks, 200 metal sheets, 10 wood, 50 linen. With so many supplies, no matter who gets them, I guess they won't be able to build it. Xiao Yi couldn't help but complain. He was already considered a person with relatively abundant supplies. I didn't expect that even with this medium-sized sailboat manufacturing blueprint, I still couldn't build a medium-sized sailboat. Just as Xiao Yi was complaining, Liu was furious on the wooden boat. Damn it, you won't trade with me even after I gave you 16 cornerstones. Are you sick? You'd better die of illness, Liu cursed. Bai Lian said, calm down. After all, the map is in someone else's hands. If he doesn't want to sell it, there's nothing we can do. If we can get this manufacturing blueprint, we can have a big ship and don't have to row so hard, Liu said. If we miss this blueprint, I don't know how long we have to wait. The manufacturing blueprint is too difficult to obtain. He has been fishing for supply boxes for so long, but has only seen one, which is the wooden boat manufacturing blueprint under his feet. The rest are all some basic supplies, as well as food and water. After a period of rage, Liu finally calmed down and said, You continue rowing. I'll take a break and continue looking for the supply box. But it's already dark, Bai Lian said with a frown. We have to row even when it's dark. If we don't, what will we eat and drink? Liu scolded. Bai Lian had no choice but to take the oar and row in a random direction. Xiao Yi bought some basic supplies in the trading hall, taking advantage of the double price. Even though the other party's price was a little higher, he still bought it. In a short time, the basic supplies in the trading hall were almost sold out. What happened today? I just put up 5 units of metal pieces and raised the asking price by 20%, but they were all bought in an instant. Yeah, mine too. The meat used in the trade is shark meat. I think the boss from before is collecting the supplies. He'll still buy it if it's so high. I have to change my price right away. Following Xiao Yi's sweep, the prices of basic materials began to rise, but Xiao Yi had already stopped. Although he had doubled the rewards, he couldn't be a sucker. What's going on? Boss, are you not going to collect the supplies? It seems so. Oh, what a mistake. I should have hung it up earlier if I had known. Tisk, it's not a matter of sooner or later, it's that you're too greedy and the price is too high. Although the boss may need supplies, he's not stupid. Can't he collect them slowly in the future? It doesn't have to be collected today. That makes sense. It seems I should not be too greedy in the future. Although the materials obtained from this transaction had a double bonus, Xiao Yi still did not have enough materials to build a medium-sized sailing ship. Among the many materials, only wood has reached 3 digits, with a total of 121 units. The others are still in 2 digits, far from 3 digits. Xiao Yi lay back on the wooden bed, holding the crossbow in his hand, and began to rest with his eyes closed. Chapter 0023 Sign in to get lucky money, S-level coconut tree seeds. After eating A-level food several times recently, Xiao Yi's physical fitness has been improved in all aspects. He feels that his physical fitness should be similar to those well-trained soldiers. Of course, I have no practical experience, and if I meet those soldiers, I will probably kneel down in seconds. The night passed peacefully while Xiao Yi was half asleep and half awake. Ah! Xiao Yi yawned loudly, then stood up, looked at the already dim sky outside, and sighed. Maybe that ship will never come to me. Although he didn't sleep well the whole night, Xiao Yi felt that he was in good condition, which should be the result of his improved physical condition. After stretching, Xiao Yi said, System, sign in. Sign in successfully. Got a Chinese native dog. Woof woof. A yellow local dog appeared beside Xiao Yi, wagging its tail at him wildly. Chinese rural dog, S-level, don't underestimate it because it's just a local dog. Even Special Forces soldiers may not be its opponents. It can understand some simple commands. With it you can rest assured. It will be your most loyal guard. Can I sign in and get a living thing? Xiao Yi looked at the most common native dog in his hometown in surprise and thought incredulously. The system is really powerful. From now on, your name will be Wonkai. Xiao Yi patted the local dog's head and said, Woof woof. Wonkai wagged his tail even more happily. It seems you like this name very much, not bad, Xiao Yi said. Wonkai, let's go see if we caught any fish last night. Xiao Yi took Wonkai out of the wooden house. After leaving the wooden house, Wonkai ran directly to the beach and brought the fish caught by the automatic fishing net to Xiao Yi. Hey, 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 how can I eat something you've bitten? Xiao Yi shouted. Have you had a rabies vaccine? Woof woof. Wankai wagged his tail happily. Everything provided by the system is beneficial to the host without any harm, the system suddenly said. Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. I was just joking with it, don't take it seriously. The Huang in our hometown often helps us catch rabbits, and we eat them anyway. It only took Wankai a few tens of seconds to put all 12 fish in front of Xiao Yi. Well done. I'll grill fish for you later. This sea fish has few bones and is delicious. Xiao Yi patted Wankai and said. Woof woof. Xiao Yi looked at all the fish and found that they were all ordinary sea fish. It seemed that high-quality sea fish were indeed difficult to catch. I was really lucky to catch a grade A eagle pomfret at the very beginning. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi immediately looked at Wankai and said, From now on, you are not allowed to urinate or defecate anywhere. You must go to the toilet. Do you understand? As he said that, Xiao Yi took Wankai to the toilet to take a look. Woof woof. Not knowing whether it understood or not, Xiao Yi smiled and shook his head, then prepared the 2 sea fish and put them on the grill to grill. Why not make fish soup? It's too troublesome, it's more convenient to just throw it on the grill. Adjust the target of the automatic fishing net to the supply box, then walk back to the barbecue grill and grill with peace of mind. The double status was not triggered today, so maybe it would be better to keep the supply boxes we fished out today, Xiao Yi thought. Not until the fish was grilled did Xiao Yi decide not to open the supply box unless there was a special reason. He would wait until the double status was reached. Anyway, he didn't need this little bit of supplies now. After grilling the fish, Xiao Yi threw one to Wankai and kept the remaining one for himself. While eating, Xiao Yi checked the things he had planted. In the wooden basin filled with ordinary soil, lettuce has already grown and it will probably be ready for harvest in 2 or 3 days. Green sprouts can also be vaguely seen on the strawberries and peppers. Needless to say, the apple trees in grade A soil have grown to a height of nearly 1 meter and have more branches. The wheat in the grade A soil has also fully grown out, and it is green and looks very pleasing to the eye. It seems that high-grade soil also has the effect of accelerating plant growth. Going around to the back of the wooden house, the chicken coop was still quiet, and the 2 eggs were still the same as yesterday, with no apparent difference. But Xiao Yi believes that these 2 eggs will soon turn into chicks. He fetched some more water and watered the plants. Then Xiao Yi dragged the rocking chair from the cabin to the door and lay down. Wankai was lying on the side. Beep beep. The fully automatic fishing net indicated that a supply box had been caught, and Wankai immediately stood up and prepared to run over. But Xiao Yi patted it and said, Don't worry, just leave it there. Woof woof. Wankai barked, then lay down again. Ding ding. The island monument prompts that there is friend information. Xiao Yi walked into the wooden house and was surprised to find that it was Jiang Yuntian. Thank you very much for the purified water. My child's fever has subsided today, and he is in very good spirits, Jiang Yuntian said happily, and then sent a transaction on the chat interface. Coconut tree seeds, S level, *2, no trade. I just got this thing and I don't know how to grow it, so I'm giving it to you. Thank you for your help yesterday, Jiang Yuntian continued. Seeing the S-level seeds, Xiao Yi's eyes widened and he replied, I accept this. As compensation, after I grow them, I can give you a coconut for free. Okay, thank you very much, Jiang Yuntian replied. Fortunately, Jiang Yuntian did not try to plant these 2 S-level seeds directly on the island. You have to know that if there is no S-grade soil, it cannot be grown, and it will definitely go bad if buried on the island. Confirmed the transaction. Supplies obtained, coconut seeds, S-grade, *2. Without the double, Xiao Yi always felt like something was missing. He shook his head and took out the coconut seeds. There were actually 2 coconuts, but new sprouts had already sprouted on the coconuts. In this state, if it is unable to come into contact with the soil, it will probably wither and die over time. Xiao Yi thought so, and then buried the 2 coconut seeds directly in another flower bed filled with S-grade soil. It seems that there are a lot of lucky people. It's not that no one has found high-level items, but that those who have found high-level items are holding them tightly in their hands, Xiao Yi thought. By noon, the fully automatic fishing net had fished out 5 supply boxes, all of which were placed on the edge of the island. Xiao Yi ate half of the roast chicken he had opened yesterday, and threw the remaining half and all the bones to Wang Kai. I'll take a rest first. Stay here and don't tear down the house, Xiao Yi reminded Wang Kai, then rocked in the rocking chair and fell asleep in a daze. I didn't sleep well yesterday, but now that I have Wang Kai today, I can make up for it. In the distance, a small boat appeared on the sea again, and it was Li Yu and the other two. Brotherly, there seems to be an island ahead, Bai Lian said, pointing to the distance. Chapter 0024 Come Back at Midnight Big Sail. Unexpectedly, after going around in circles, Li Yu and his companions approached Xiao Yi's island again. When Li Yu heard about the island, he immediately became excited. An island meant supplies and women. As the overlord of the sea, one woman is not enough. Stop first. Li Yu stopped Bai Lian from rowing towards the island and lay down beside the boat to observe carefully. So big? Li Yu was completely stunned. When he met Bai Lian before, Bai Lian's 12-square-meter island seemed not small. But the island in front of me is at least 40 square meters. Maybe even more. How many supply boxes would be needed to expand such a large island to this size? Brotherly, there seems to be a house upstairs. Bai Lian's eyes lit up. She has been sleeping in the open air these days. She was not a fisherman before, so she is not used to being on the boat all the time. If she can find an island with a house, she will definitely choose to stay there. Li Yu also vaguely saw some small buildings on the island, and his heart was also very excited. Although he is a fisherman, he is easily annoyed by always being on a small wooden boat. If there is a well-developed island, he wouldn't mind taking it. Bai Lian, let's go! Li Yu pointed in the opposite direction of the island and said. Huh! Bai Lian was stunned. Brotherly, are we going in the wrong direction? Li Yu glared at her and replied. Can someone who can develop so quickly be an ordinary person? Can you use your brain? Are we just giving up like that? Bai Lian looked at the island with some reluctance. Give up? Impossible. I will definitely get what I like, Li Yu said coldly. Leave now and don't attract their attention. We will come over at midnight. Li Yu gave a brief explanation. Bai Lian nodded in sudden enlightenment, and then assisted Li Yu in rowing the boat away. At this time, Xiao Yi was taking a lunch break and Wang Kai was lying next to the rocking chair. They didn't even notice that the boat had come. Xiao Yi slept until the evening and was awakened by the reminder sound of the island monument. He had already turned off the warning sound of the fully automatic fishing net, but he couldn't turn off the warning sound of the island monument. Xiao Yi rubbed his eyes and walked into the wooden house. Suwan requests to speak to you. Connect. Seeing Xiao Yi appear in the video, Suwan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, I haven't contacted you for a whole day. I thought something happened. I slept for a while, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. How do you feel today? Very good. I have found 2 more supply boxes and have taken out some supplies. Just like yesterday, I will send them all to you, Suwan asked. Xiao Yi shook his head and said, No need. If there is nothing special, just keep them and wait for my news. Suwan was a little confused, but she was very tactful and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she said, Okay, these are some basic supplies, and a 500g bread. Okay, then you keep them all, Xiao Yi replied. Okay. Suwan didn't bother to be polite with Xiao Yi. I saw someone discussing a medium-sized sailing ship in the public channel. I went to bed early yesterday. Does anyone want to sell this manufacturing blueprint? Yes, to reduce the child's fever, Xiao Yi replied. What? Child? Are there more children sent to this world? Suwan was also extremely surprised. Xiao Yi nodded and said, According to my guess, it should be a random follower of an adult. Wouldn't it be even more difficult if I took care of a child? Suwan said with her eyes wide open. Xiao Yi shrugged and replied, Only the fittest survive. This is too cruel, Suwan sighed. Luckily I met you at the beginning. Suddenly, Suwan seemed to have thought of something and continued to ask. No, why are you so familiar with the situation? Because I bought his sailboat manufacturing drawings, Xiao Yi replied. No wonder. Su Wan suddenly realized. Since you are okay, I will go see if I can get another supply box. Bye. Xiao Yi nodded and hung up the call. Xiao Yi looked at the 6 supply boxes placed on the shore, then looked out at the sea in the afterglow of the setting sun and found that there were no more supply boxes, so he changed the program of the fully automatic fishing net and continued to cast the net without a target. As the area of your island increases, the number of fish you catch also increases. It makes sense that the longer the coastline, the richer the marine resources. He pushed all the unopened supply boxes to the vicinity of his cabin, then returned to the island monument to see if there were any good things in the trading hall. It has been 5 days since we arrived on the island, and those who are still alive should have some supplies in their hands. The number of transactions in the trading hall has reached 100,000. Xiao Yi had no choice but to screen out those deals that were just for show, and then go look for the materials he needed, such as wooden boards, metal sheets, and linen. These are materials for building medium-sized sailing ships. If Xiao Yi finds some with the right price, he will directly exchange them for shark meat. Although we now have a warehouse, the shark meat has been kept at room temperature for a long time. According to the system's information, it will be completely inedible in a day. While they are still hot, make use of them. It has to be said that food is definitely the hard currency here. Even such unpalatable shark meat can be easily exchanged for a lot of supplies. I looked at the materials needed to make a sailboat: 200 wooden boards, 200 metal sheets, 10 pieces of wood, and 50 pieces of linen. There are only 41 wooden boards left, which is a big gap. We still need 80 metal sheets, but we have enough linen and wood, Xiao Yi muttered. Then let's just buy them all at once. Xiao Yi immediately put shark meat on the trading hall. Shark meat, *250G4, wood, *20. Note: shark meat can only be kept for 1 day after purchase, otherwise it will rot. If you don't have enough wood, you can find a way to chop down the trees on the island, and you can get 20 units of wood. Shark meat, *250G traded for, metal flakes, *4. Note: shark meat can only be kept for 1 day after purchase, otherwise it will spoil. Shark meat, *250G traded for, linen, *2. Note: shark meat can only be kept for 1 day after purchase, otherwise it will spoil. Based on the difficulty of obtaining these supplies, Xiao Yi put all his shark meat on the shelves. Wooden boards can be synthesized using wood, so as long as enough wood is purchased, the problem of shortage of wooden boards will be solved. As soon as these transactions were posted, the public channel immediately became a hot topic of discussion. What's going on? 20 units of wood can be exchanged for half a pound of shark meat? Is this a vomit blood sale? What's this blood-spitting sale? Didn't you see the note behind the transaction? Chapter 0025, Lease of Use Rights, Construction of Medium-Sized Sailboats. Remarks? Let me take a look. So the shark meat is about to go bad, that's why it's so cheap. Is this the reality that while the rich are feasting and drinking, the poor are freezing to death on the streets? The meat in the boss's house is about to go bad, and those who died of starvation will probably start to stink too. We need to boycott the big guy's selling behavior. Let's unite and not buy the shark meat. Let him rot in his hands. Yes, unless the price is lowered. Otherwise I will definitely not buy it. A wave of united boycott of Xiao Yi's sale of shark meat was formed in the public channel. Xiao Yi saw it and just smiled. The almost non-stop system prompts in his ears made him realize how ridiculous this alliance was. Transaction successful, obtained materials, wood *20. Transaction successful, obtained materials, metal sheets *4. Transaction successful, obtained supplies, linen *2. In just 5 minutes, Xiao Yi had consumed half of the shark meat because he placed all of it in the trading hall for everyone to see. Fuck, your joint boycott is stupid behavior, the shark meat is almost sold out, someone shouted on the public channel. What? We must unite. Your sister, I only sold a 200G loaf of bread on the first day, and now I'm starving. You'd be a fool not to buy this cheap meat. Which big guy can lend me an axe? I don't have any supplies, and I want to chop down the tree according to your method. Yes, there is a tree on the island. This is another 20 units of wood. Go chop it down quickly. For those of you who don't have an axe, I have already hung my own axe in the trading hall, you can go and rent it. What? The trading floor is still available for rent. Xiao Yi was also extremely surprised when he saw this sentence. Then he switched to the trading hall and saw the transaction as expected. Half an hour's use of the axe in exchange for 1 metal sheet, or 1 linen, or 3 wood, or 10 milliliters pure water. Is this okay? Xiao Yi immediately asked to talk to Suwan. After the call was connected, Xiao Yi immediately asked, Have you seen the trading hall? No, what's wrong? Suwan asked puzzledly. She had already laid down. Apparently, she hadn't seen any transactions related to leasing. Xiao Yi explained. It turns out that the limited time use rights of items can also be traded. If you don't need the axe now, you still have the fishing net, so hang them up in the trading hall. Suwan was also stunned for a moment, then immediately opened the trading hall. When she saw that deal, she felt that the first person who thought of such a deal was really a genius. The trees on her island had been chopped down early in the morning, and now she was ready to take a rest, so she hung her axe up for the same price as the man. The price of the fishing net is a little higher, after all, it can catch supply boxes. The harvest from fishing in a supply box may be much greater. So Suwan set the rental price of the fishing net as fishing net sea level, half an hour of use rights in exchange for foundation stone, *1, or 2 units of any of the following basic materials: metal sheet, linen, plastic, glass, brick. Tools can be loaned out for a limited time, and when the time is up, they will automatically disappear and return to the trading hall. As a result, the trading hall became even more popular, and many tools were hung up, including axes, fishing nets, hammers, and so on. And with tools, they can obtain supplies faster. After just 3 minutes, all the shark meat Xiao Yi had put up was sold out. Damn, who said we should boycott? I didn't have time to buy the shark meat. Yes, maybe those people have already taken action, they did it on purpose. You've done a lot of harm to others. You should be kind. My shark meat. It's over. I'm going to be hungry again. I'm going to fuck you. Xiao Yi didn't pay any attention to the cursing in the public channel, because at that time he had enough supplies to build 2 medium-sized sailing ships. Wooden board *41, metal sheet *404, wood *2521, linen *132. Xiao Yi looked at the amount of wood and calculated secretly. 3 units of wood can make 1 unit of plank, so 1,200 units of wood are needed to make 400 units of planks. More than enough. Since there were enough supplies, Xiao Yi didn't waste any more time and immediately started synthesizing wooden boards in the manufacturing interface of the island monument. Wood is a basic material and may have other uses, so naturally some of it should be kept. Therefore, Xiao Yi only synthesized the necessary number of wooden boards and stopped. Wooden board *400, metal sheet *404, wood *1444, linen *132. Enough, we can start manufacturing. Xiao Yi clicked manufacture excitedly. A corresponding amount of supplies disappeared, and 2 medium-sized sailing ships immediately appeared in the manufacturing space of the island monument. Please choose a location. Be aware that if you place a medium-sized sailboat on land, it may cause damage. No rush. It's pitch black and we can't see anything. Let's do it tomorrow. It's time to rest now. Xiao Yi lay on the wooden bed contentedly, while Wakai lay under the bed. With Wakai, Xiao Yi no longer worries about being attacked. Dogs are much more alert than humans, not to mention that this is an S-level dog. Xiao Yi fell asleep quickly. The moon was bright and high in the sky, and a small boat was approaching Xiao Yi's island very slowly. Although Li Yu and his companions were very careful, the sound of the oars cutting through the water was still very loud. Wakai suddenly raised his head and looked outside the wooden house. Instead of raising a warning sound, he jumped directly onto the bed and started licking Xiao Yi's face. In Xiao Yi's dream, Suwan built a boat and came to his island after going through untold hardships, and turned into Inran. It was not known whether it was Suwan or Inran. Anyway, a woman excitedly threw herself into his arms and gave him a suffocating French kiss. Xiao Yi felt his face was wet. He opened his eyes in a daze and a dog's face appeared in front of him. Fuck, what are you doing, you dead dog? Xiao Yi pushed Wang Kai off the bed and wiped his face with disgust. Wang Kai wagged his tail excitedly and barked twice to the outside. Huh! There's someone! Xiao Yi also heard the strange noise outside. He grabbed the crossbow and patted Wang Kai, who immediately shut up. I seem to hear a dog barking just now, Bai Lian said uncertainly. Liu pricked up his ears and listened carefully for a while, then whispered, You must be hallucinating. There is no dog barking. If there really was a dog that discovered us, it would have barked loudly. Bai Lian herself was not very sure, but after hearing what Liu said, she nodded and continued to row slowly. Chapter 0026, Night Attack Failed, Torture Information. It's rich now. Liu looked at the huge island and saw several unopened supply boxes and more than one building. Although they are all small, at least it is a house. There is also a vegetable garden next to the building. Although it is small, something is growing in it. Liu couldn't see clearly what it was, but he knew it was definitely edible. I haven't eaten green vegetables for a long time. Liu started drooling when he thought of green vegetables. Swallowing hard, Liu whispered, Keep your voice down. In a moment you'll be in front to attract the other party's attention, and I'll attack by surprise. Do you understand? Don't worry, I'm good at acting, Bai Lian said, patting her plump chest. Liu felt hot. Once we get to the island, I will slowly deal with you in the wooden house. At this time, Xiao Yi had already walked out of the wooden house, and with the help of several supply boxes as cover, he looked carefully towards the sea. A small boat was heading towards the island at a very low speed. With the help of the moonlight, Xiao Yi saw two people standing on the bow. Do you already have a partner? Xiao Yi said with a frown. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Fortunately, I got Wang Kai when I signed in during the day. Xiao Yi patted Wang Kai and pointed to the other side. Wang Kai actually crouched down and used the cover of the supply boxes and flower beds to crawl to the other side. Wang Kai, you are such a coward! Xiao Yi sighed inwardly as he watched Wang Kai's actions. The boat was almost reaching the shore, but Liu couldn't find any stones after searching for a long time, so he had to tie the boat to the nearest supply box. It's really strange, why are there no stones on this island? Liu muttered to himself. After tying up the boat, Liu pulled Bai Lian to his side and whispered, When I get to the house, just shout out. Any method you use to attract the other party's attention will be fine. Bai Lian made an okay gesture, and Liu walked to the other side quietly, holding the axe in one hand and the spear in the other. Soon, Liu disappeared behind the house. Bai Lian pulled her clothes and asked pitifully, Excuse me, is there anyone here? Xiao Yi, who was hiding aside, felt so embarrassed watching her clumsy performance. Huh! Who is it? Xiao Yi pretended to have just woken up and walked out with the crossbow on his back. Because it was night, Xiao Yi's strange movements did not attract Bai Lian's attention. She just thought that he had just slept uncomfortably and was supporting his waist. Walking closer, Bai Lian could finally see Xiao Yi's face clearly. What a handsome little brother! Bai Lian's heart was filled with joy, but thinking of Liu who was lying in ambush nearby and the weapon in his hand, she had no choice but to continue performing. Little brother, I accidentally got lost while rowing. Can I stay here for one night? Bai Lian said, pulling her clothes again. Xiao Yi sneered and said, Don't pull it anymore. You might as well just take it off. If you want, I can. Bai Lian took 2 more steps forward. Liu heard Bai Lian's voice and cursed inwardly. Little slut, it seems that I haven't fed you enough yet. If Bai Lian knew what Liu was thinking, she would definitely reply. Who can be fed in 10 minutes? Stop! Xiao Yi immediately stopped Bai Lian from moving forward. What's wrong, little brother, am I not beautiful? Bai Lian said coquettishly. Xiao Yi almost vomited. At this moment, Liu rushed out from behind Xiao Yi. Of course he saw the weapon behind Xiao Yi, but he didn't recognize what it was. Since he is hiding behind, the target must be Bai Lian. It has nothing to do with him. Anyway, as long as he can get rid of this person, he will definitely make a big profit. It would be better if Bai Lian can survive, but it doesn't matter if he can't survive. When Bai Lian saw Liu rushing out, she flaunted her beauty even more extravagantly. Xiao Yi shook his head. He had heard the noise behind him, but he did not turn around and completely ignored it. Liu had already swung the axe, but Xiao Yi still didn't look back. It's done! This was the same thought in Li Yu and Bai Lian's minds. At this moment, a black shadow jumped out from the side. Ah! A sharp pain came from Li Yu's wrist. Crack! My hand! Li Yu struggled hard, but the black shadow bit Li Yu's hand and had no intention of letting go. Damn it! Li Yu got furious, endured the severe pain, and stabbed the black shadow with the spear in his other hand. But the black shadow was so fast that it dodged in an instant, and the spear stabbed deeply into the ground of the island. Before Li Yu could pull out the spear, the black shadow pounced on him again and bit his other wrist accurately. Ah! Li Yu's screams became louder. Bai Lian on the side was completely stunned. What was going on? Seeing that Wang Kai had bitten off the other person's other hand, Xiao Yi called out, Wang Kai, come back! The black shadow immediately left Li Yu and ran towards Xiao Yi. Really, there really is a dog! Bai Lian was already trembling with fear. She was extremely afraid of dogs. She had been bitten by one when she was a child, and she had a trauma in her heart. Besides, who wouldn't be afraid of such a ferocious dog that can bite off an adult's wrist with one bite? Xiao Yi looked at Bai Lian and said, Tell me, how did you meet each other and how did you get here? Li Yu was still screaming. Xiao Yi raised the crossbow in his hand and said, If you scream again, you will report to the king of hell immediately. Li Yu didn't dare to make a sound immediately. He could only grit his teeth and endure the severe pain, thinking about how to solve the dilemma. Bai Lian naturally had no principles or bottom line. She immediately told the story of how they met, and how they accidentally came here. Little brother, don't kill me, I can do anything for you, Bai Lian pleaded finally. Thank you, but it's not necessary. From the moment you planned to launch a sneak attack on me, your fate was already determined, Xiao Yi replied coldly. Whoosh! A crossbow arrow shot out quickly and hit Bai Lian's forehead. Before Bai Lian could say anything else, he was killed on the spot by Xiao Yi. Big brother, don't kill me. I can become your subordinate and help you collect supplies, Li Yu said hurriedly. He knew that begging for mercy would definitely not work, but as long as he could show his own value, he believed that in this world of survival, the other party should not refuse. Subsidiary? What does that mean? Xiao Yi asked. If you defeat me, you can turn my island monument into your subsidiary island monument, and all the materials I collect will be yours, Li Yu explained immediately, but he did not say that the island monument can also be shattered, so as to obtain all the materials of the island monument owner. Oh? Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, Can you still find your own island? Chapter 0027, Solving Li Yu, Attached Island Monument. According to what Li Yu and the others said before, they just randomly chose a direction to row the boat. Without a compass, they couldn't tell the direction, and it was impossible for them to find their way back. Although there is a map on the island monument, the monument is on the island and Li Yu probably can't see it now. Brother, after I build the boat, I can move the island monument to the boat, but it can only be moved once a year. To show his loyalty, Li Yu immediately told him the whole story. Xiao Yi didn't expect that there would be such a setting. Seeing that Xiao Yi seemed to be interested, Li Yu continued. Look, 2 people can collect supplies faster than 1 person. Your island will develop faster in the future, and it is not impossible to become the best in the world. Xiao Yi nodded. Li Yu was overjoyed and had already started thinking about how to break away from Xiao Yi's affiliation in the future. I guess the only way to escape is to smash the island monument. Then I'll wait until I develop with the help of his power, and no longer need the power of the island monument. Then I'll smash the island monument and escape from his control. An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Li Yu's mouth. Whoosh! A crossbow arrow was infinitely magnified in his eyes. Puff! Li Yu's consciousness fell into darkness, and he never understood until his death why Xiao Yi killed him without any warning. Xiao Yi put down the crossbow in his hand and sneered. Even if I want to recruit subordinates, I don't need people like you. After saying that, he picked up the 2 men, 1 in each hand, and threw them into the sea. I didn't expect my arm strength was so good that I could throw it so far, Xiao Yi muttered as he watched the ball being thrown nearly 10 meters away. As for whether it would attract some marine life, Xiao Yi is not very worried now. I have a crossbow and a spear, so I can basically deal with most marine creatures. They may even provide me with some food. After dealing with the two people, Xiao Yi boarded Li Yu's small wooden boat. There was an island monument in the middle of the small wooden boat, and Xiao Yi walked up to it. Ownerless island monument. The owner of the island monument, Li Yu, has lost vital signs. You can choose to smash it or take it as a subordinate. In either case, you can obtain all the supplies of the original owner of the island monument. The system prompt did not disappoint Xiao Yi and provided very detailed instructions. So this person is Li Yu. Xiao Yi was a little surprised. He had seen him speak on the public channel and still had some impression of him. I didn't expect him to get a boat so quickly and come to me. He must be a fisherman. Most people wouldn't dare to drift on the sea in such a small boat. But there doesn't seem to be any benefit from smashing this island monument, so let's keep it for now and take it as a subsidiary. Xiao Yi finally decided to take this island monument. When Xiao Yi touched the island monument, a prompt immediately appeared on the monument. You found an unowned island monument. Do you want to take it as an affiliated island monument? Yes. Xiao Yi decisively chose yes, and the island monument immediately became smaller, but its appearance did not change much. I thought there would be some big commotion. Xiao Yi looked at the island monument, which had only become slightly smaller, and no other changes. Then he moved all the supplies on the wooden boat to his own island. Two of us rowed the boat to salvage the supply boxes, and there were so few supplies. Fortunately, you were not left behind. It would have been a waste if you were left behind. Xiao Yi couldn't help but complain. But the only thing that surprised Xiao Yi was that they actually had 16 cornerstones. 16 cornerstones? Could it be that Li Yu was the person who wanted to buy Jiang Yuntian's medium-sized sailboat yesterday? Xiao Yi suddenly remembered that in the previous transaction with Jiang Yuntian, someone wanted to exchange 16 cornerstones for the manufacturing plan of the medium-sized sailboat. Li Yu has moved the island monument to the ship, which means he is determined to develop on the sea. It's understandable that he wants that medium-sized sailboat, Xiao Yi muttered. Use all those cornerstones to expand your island. Looking at the island that had grown a little bigger, Xiao Yi muttered. It would be great if there were more people delivering couriers like this. This is much faster than fishing for supplies. Of course, this is just a thought. After waiting for 5 days, there is only one ship. The manufacturing blueprint itself is difficult to obtain. Even if the manufacturing blueprint is obtained, most people probably can't even get all the materials for shipbuilding. Even if we gather all the supplies and build it, there is no very accurate map here. If everyone runs around randomly, the probability of running to the vicinity of their own island is extremely low. So meeting Li Yu and the others can only be said to be a fate. After refixing the small wooden boat, Xiao Yi walked back to his cabin. He checked the time on the system. It was 1:30 in the morning. He decided to go back to sleep. Xiao Yi lay on the wooden bed, patted the bedside, and reminded Wang Kai, who was lying on the bed. Wang Kai, from now on, you can tell me not to lick you, you can pull my clothes or my hands, but you can't push me around, understand? Woof, Wang Kai responded. Go to sleep. Xiao Yi shook his head. Thinking of the dream he had just had, he got up and walked to the island monument. There is an extra interface on the island monument, attachment. After clicking in, I saw the information about an affiliated island monument. Subsidiary island monument, placed on a small wooden boat, supplies 0. Xiao Yi took a quick look, then switched the interface to the public channel and sent a message. And ran, if you can see this message, please private message me. Although it was late at night, there were still some people chatting on the public channel. Everyone was so lonely. There has been a significant increase in people looking for someone recently. Yes, I feel like everyone in our world was thrown here. Yeah, I also want to find someone, my ex-girlfriend Yi Qian, where are you? Tisk, what's the point even if you find contact? Won't you just become a burden to each other? Even if you're not a burden to each other, you don't know how far apart you are. There's no chance for you to meet at all. That's not the case. If we really meet relatives or friends, we can still cooperate with them. It's better than cooperating with a stranger, right? That's true. Bullshit. I was screwed by my own cousin. We agreed that each of us could use the fishing net for half a day. After I gave it to him, he blocked me. What kind of relatives are you? Seeing that everyone had pushed his information to the point where it was invisible again, Xiao Yi helplessly lay back on his bed and fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Xiao Yi felt his face wet again, and he woke up immediately. Wang Kai! What on earth are you doing? Xiao Yi's roar came from the wooden house straight into the sky above the island. Wang Kai just squatted in front of Xiao Yi, with his head tilted, tongue sticking out, and his tail sweeping back and forth on the wooden floor. Huh! Xiao Yi glared at Wang Kai and said, Don't lick my face from now on, understand? Woof woof! Chapter 0028 Building Upgrade Card, The Last Wave. After Xiao Yi reprimanded Wang Kai, he walked to the island monument, looked at the two medium-sized sailing ships in the manufacturing space, and said, Let me see your style. Next to the small wooden boat, two medium-sized sailboats were placed side by side. After placing it, Xiao Yi walked out of the wooden house and looked at the sailboat next to the small wooden boat in surprise. So big! According to Xiao Yi's estimation, a medium-sized sailboat is probably 10 times the size of a small sailboat, or maybe even more. Xiao Yi boarded the medium-sized sailboat from the hanging ladder on the side. It was the first time for him to board such a quaint sailboat. In the previous world, Xiao Yi had taken large ferries, but those were big ships made of steel. However, the one in front of him was made entirely of wood, and it felt completely different. Xiao Yi tried to drive the medium-sized sailboat out. Unexpectedly, he could actually drive it out, and it was not difficult to operate. But he knew that this must be a correction to the power of the rules of this world. Everyone can drive a boat out to sea, but when encountering an emergency, people who really know how to drive a boat still have a great advantage. After a circle and returning to the shore, Xiao Yi got off the boat and prepared his own breakfast. At this time, Wang Kai had already caught all 10 fish caught yesterday. Oh, when can I eat some vegetarian food? Xiao Yi looked at the crops he planted and sighed. For now, we can only hope that the lettuce will mature quickly, because it has the shortest growth cycle. But even if the lettuce is ripe, without oil and salt, it will probably still have to be wrapped in grilled fish and eaten raw. There are still a lot of things missing. Xiao Yi sighed, and then while flipping the grilled fish, he said, System, sign in. Sign in successfully, get a building upgrade card. Building upgrade card. You can upgrade any building to the next level, with randomness. Randomness? Xiao Yi was a little confused. For example, when you upgrade your ship, the next level has frigates, destroyers, and other functional ships. If you use the upgrade card, it will be upgraded to any of them, and you can't control it. This is randomness. This thing is good. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. He looked at his own buildings. The thing that needed upgrading the most right now was his cramped wooden house. The warehouse doesn't need to be that big, and the food is not so much that there is no more to eat. There is still a lot of space in the flower beds. Currently, there are only 2 coconut saplings in the flower bed with S-grade soil, and there are only 10 wheat seedlings and an apple tree in the other flower bed. There are already 2 grade A chicken coops, and there is no need to upgrade them at the moment. A medium-sized sailboat is enough for your early use, and it is still unclear whether you can use it. Without a map and a target, there is no point in sailing out. Of course, whether a ship is considered a building is another matter. It's the wooden house. After being crowded for so long, I can finally live in a bigger house. Xiao Yi finally decided. Use the upgrade card on the wooden house. Please go to the island monument to operate. The system prompts. Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment, and muttered. The system is still powerful, and it is compatible with the island monument. Muttering this, Xiao Yi came to the island monument, and then on the manufacturing page, he chose to upgrade his wooden house. Congratulations on upgrading the cabin to a studio apartment. This is the system prompt. Warning, the current island area is not enough to release a single apartment. Please expand your island area as soon as possible. If the island area fails to meet the release requirements within 24 hours, this upgrade will fail. What? Xiao Yi shouted with his eyes wide open. His island currently has 63 square meters, and it is not enough to occupy the single apartment. After a careful inspection of the upgraded single apartment, I found that its area is 36 square meters, which is 6 times 6 in size. At present, Xiao Yi has 2 chicken coops, both of which are 2 by 2 in size, a warehouse also 2 by 2 in size, 2 flower beds 1 by 4 in size, and 2 large wooden basins, both 1 by 2 in size. After a rough estimate, the area was barely enough, but Xiao Yi set the fully automatic fishing net to circle around the edge of the island, so that it occupied the outermost circle. In addition, the supply boxes from yesterday's fishing took up some space, which ultimately led to insufficient area. As long as I completely stop the operation of the fully automatic fishing net and deal with those supply boxes, I can still place all the buildings, Xiao Yi muttered. Of course, Xiao Yi was just thinking about this. Although he had a sign-in system, he still had to rely on fishing supplies and sea fish to survive. There's no other way. It seems that I won't be able to wait for the double bonus. I'll accumulate the supply boxes when the island gets bigger. Xiao Yi shook his head, went out to finish the grilled fish, and then began to open the 8 supply boxes he had fished out yesterday. Turn all on. Supplies obtained: 4 cornerstones, 4 plastics, 2 stones, 200 G bread. Supplies obtained: cornerstone *1, wood *4, metal sheet *3. Obtained supplies. After opening the 8 supply boxes, he obtained a total of 11 cornerstones, which he immediately used to expand the area of his island. There are also 2 bottles of mineral water and some other basic supplies. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, and immediately hung the mineral water in the trading hall of Dao Bay. Mineral water, *20 ml trade, cornerstone, *1. I hung up 50 groups at once, which was exactly enough for 2 bottles of water. There are only 2 or 3 days left, so let's collect more cornerstones, Xiao Yi muttered. Today is already the 5th day. In 2 days, the sea water will swallow up 1 square meter of cornerstone. By that time, it is estimated that no one will sell the cornerstone. And the person who sold the cornerstone must be regretting it to his heart's content. If you have a lot of cornerstones, you might be able to sell them at a sky-high price. However, Xiao Yi will definitely not sell the cornerstone. If he wants to exchange it, he has many other materials that can be exchanged. There is no need to use the cornerstone. It is more reliable to expand his own island. Thinking of this, he cut the fish in the cold storage warehouse and hung them in the trading hall. Sea fish *50 G trade cornerstone *1. I only kept the sea fish I had just caught today for myself, and hung up the rest, a total of 240 groups. Because there was so much water and food hanging out, it immediately caused heated discussion. Those who have cornerstones should hurry to the trading hall. There are good things. I saw it. Someone was trading the cornerstone for water and food. So many groups have been killed. This is a big boss. When can I have extra water and food like a big boss? This cornerstone doesn't seem to have any other use except to expand the area. How much space do I need for one person? It's better to exchange it for something to eat. Yes, I want to change it too. I have 2 cornerstones in my hand. However, I suggest that you keep a few cornerstones. I always feel that this thing is very useful. You are such a bad old man. I don't believe you. Everyone, change quickly. Even though there are so many groups, they might be gone in the next moment. Yes, I agree with what's said above. Everyone, hurry up and change. Xiao Yi looked at the discussion of those people, shook his head, and said to himself, change it, you will cry in 2 days. Ding Di, Suwan requests to speak to you. Chapter 0029 Adjustment of New Layout, C-Class Water Purifier. Xiao Yi answered the call immediately. Xiao Yi, did you see anyone buying a large number of cornerstones in the trading hall? Suwan asked. Of course I know, because that person is me, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Ah, I thought someone knew the importance of the cornerstone, Suwan said. Are you in urgent need of a cornerstone recently? I do need some, but it's not urgent. I'm just taking advantage of the information gap to collect more. In 2 days, I guess I won't be able to receive them even if I want to, Xiao Yi replied. Okay, if I get any cornerstones today, I'll give them all to you, Suwan said. By the way, I got 2 cornerstones from the lease yesterday. Having said that, Suwan directly initiated the transaction in the chat interface. Cornerstone *2 no transaction. Xiao Yi didn't hesitate and immediately agreed to the deal. I'll give you a grilled fish later to replenish your energy and fish well in the supply box. Xiao Yi said. Okay. Then I'll go check out where today's supply boxes are going, Suwon said and hung up the phone. After ending the call, Xiao Yi looked at the trading hall again and found that 98 transactions he had posted had been completed. Among them, 50 sets of mineral water have been sold, and only 48 sets of 240 sets of marine fish have been sold. It seems that water is more popular, Xiao Yi muttered, and then used all the cornerstones obtained from the transaction to expand his island. Xiao Yi has been slowly expanding his island in the form of a square with the island monument as the center. After this expansion, the island area reached 174 square meters, a square with a side length of 13, and 5 pieces were randomly placed on the south side of the island. That should be enough now. Xiao Yi switched to the construction interface and prepared to place the single apartment. Since you used the upgrade card directly, you can make quick adjustments to the buildings this time, the island monument reminded again. Xiao Yi nodded, then placed the single apartment in the center of the island, with the 2 flower beds still placed on both sides of the house. There are 2 large wooden flower pots in front of the door. The warehouse is placed on the east side of the door, making it convenient for you to take things. The chicken coop was adjusted and placed outside the west flower bed. If it is placed at the back of the house, it will be right next to the bedroom of the bachelor apartment. After getting up and pushing open the bedroom window, Xiao Yi was hit by a refreshing smell of chicken shit. Just thinking about it made him feel a little overwhelmed. Although under the influence of the rules of this world, there may not be too much smell of chicken shit, but what if? To be on the safe side, Xiao Yi moved the chicken coop. There is also a fireplace, which Xiao Yi placed in the bedroom. There is no one else there now, and he only sits in the living room during the day. If it gets cold, he can open the bedroom door so that the heat can reach the living room. The fireplace has a range of 40 square meters, and this single apartment is only 36 square meters. It's adjusted. Let's leave it like this for now. Confirm. Xiao Yi confirmed the adjusted layout on the simulation map of the island monument. As Xiao Yi confirmed it, the layout of the island changed drastically. The wooden house disappeared, and in its place appeared a brand new house. Xiao Yi was still inside the house. The surrounding wooden boards turned into painted cement walls, which looked much stronger than the wooden house. In the upgraded single apartment, the island monument was placed in the bedroom, so Xiao Yi and the wooden bed were both in the bedroom. Xiao Yi walked out and found that the bathroom was next to the bedroom, but there was only a toilet in the bathroom. In other words, the simple toilet that was previously built next to the wooden house was moved here. It's just an empty shell. There are still many things that need to be purchased, Xiao Yi muttered. After leaving the bathroom, there is a living room outside and a kitchen next to it. Of course, it is empty now. Xiao Yi pulled in the rocking chair that was originally placed outside, and there was finally a piece of furniture in the living room. This is too desolate. Xiao Yi shook his head, walked out, set the fully automatic fishing net to the fishing material box mode, and then went to check his flower pots and flower beds. The lettuce looked ready to eat, but Xiao Yi didn't do it. He hoped to wait until it produced seeds before picking it, so that it could be developed sustainably. The strawberries are also growing lushly, and it looks like they will soon bloom and bear fruit. The other plants are growing well, but are still a long way from maturity. I got some pure water and watered them. The purified water is a bit low. Xiao Yi looked at the little purified water left and muttered. It would be great if I could get another water purifier. But the water purifier manufacturing diagram is different from the cornerstone. Even if there is no information prompt, any fool knows that this thing is important, and no one will sell it. It seems that I have no choice but to go and open it myself. It's really a headache. Xiao Yi scratched his head. Ding ding, Jiang Yutian requests a call. Xiao Yi answered the call immediately and said, Brother Jiang, do you have anything good? Because Jiang Yutian is obviously older than Xiao Yi simply calls him Brother Jiang. Jiang Yutian simply replied, Yes. Then a manufacturing diagram was placed on the chat interface. Water purifier manufacturing drawing, rank C. This is great. Make it quickly and you won't have to worry about the problem of purified water, Xiao Yi said in surprise. He believed that Jiang Yutian must know the value of this water purifier manufacturing drawing. Jiang Yutian replied, It is precisely because I know the value of this manufacturing map that I dare to exchange it with you for some grade A purified water, mainly for the children to drink. There is no milk powder here, and if a child over 1 year old is allowed to eat with adults, he or she may get sick quickly. But I can't not eat it. I can't always eat bread, so I have to be able to make bread all the time. Jiang Yuntian discovered that since his child drank the grade A purified water provided by Xiao Yi, not only did his illness recover, but his entire condition was completely different. I also ate some fish with him these 2 days. My appetite was very good and there were no adverse reactions, such as vomiting or eating very little. He knew it must be because of the grade A purified water, so he planned to exchange it for some more, but he couldn't ask for ordinary things because their value was not worthy of the grade A purified water. Until today, when he obtained the manufacturing drawings, he knew that he could definitely exchange them for some grade A pure water. Xiao Yi looked at him and said, "Well, I understand. I want this map. I will provide you with 50 milliliters of grade A purified water and 100 milliliters of grade C purified water every day. If you think it's okay, then trade the map to me." A Class C water purifier can purify 20 milliliters of pure water in an hour, which is 480 milliliters a day. If I give 100 milliliters to Jiang Yutian, I will definitely not lose out. As for grade A purified water, Xiao Yi could tolerate 50 milliliters a day out of admiration for Jiang Yutian as a good father. "Yes, of course, thank you," Jiang Yutian said excitedly. He knew that he had taken advantage again. "Okay, let's do the deal," Xiao Yi said. Xiao Yi first gave him 50 milliliters of grade A purified water, while grade C purified water required the creation of a water purifier. As soon as she finished the transaction with Jiang Yuntian, Suwan sent a message. "Look what I offered!" When Xiao Yi saw the supplies sent by Suwan, his eyes lit up. Chapter 0030 Sea Salt Extractor, Water System. Sea Salt Extractor Grade B. Xiao Yi had been thinking about the issue of salt for a long time, but he had never come up with a solution. Unexpectedly, Suwan came up with it first. "It seems like you are still lucky," Xiao Yi said with emotion. "Why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and make it. Don't forget to give me some when the time comes. There will be no problem if you do not eat salt for a short period of time, but if you do not eat salt for a long time, the body will lack sodium and you will feel weak all over. After all, sodium ions are essential substances for transmitting information in the nervous system, and muscle contraction and heartbeat are also related to sodium ions. However, it is fortunate that they are at sea. Even if they do not eat salt, they can supplement some sodium in disguise by eating some seafood such as sea fish. But Xiao Yi was tired of eating sea fish all day long. He wanted to change his taste, and it would be best if he could eat some vegetarian dishes. Suwan shook her head and said, "No, I'll make it for you. I don't have a place to put it here, and I don't have all the materials needed. When you make it, just give me some." Hearing Suwan say this, Xiao Yi did not refuse, nodded, and said, "Okay, trade it to me." Suwan traded the sea salt extractor through a private channel. Sea salt extractor, grade B wood *5, glass *10, linen *20, metal sheet *10, plastic *5. After taking a look at his supplies, Xiao Yi found that he was still short of 2 units of glass. Feeling a little helpless, he immediately sent a message to Jiang Yuntian and Suwan. "Do you have any glass? I need 2 units of glass. If no one has it, I'll go to the trading floor to look for it." After seeing Xiao Yi's message, the two responded almost instantly. After all, the island was not very busy. They just needed to watch the flow of supply boxes and take action in time. "I have one," Suwan replied. "Glass *1, no trade." "I have it," Jiang Yutian replied, and without hesitation, he traded the glass over. "Glass *2, no trade." Xiao Yi agreed to everything immediately, and when the supplies were gathered, he clicked to manufacture. A sea salt extractor appeared in the manufacturing space, and Xiao Yi placed the sea salt extractor in the kitchen of the apartment. Xiao Yi came to the empty kitchen and saw a machine placed in the corner. "Sea salt extractor, grade B. It can filter out impurities in sea salt and get refined salt. Add a little salt. It's good for your body. Extraction efficiency, 40 g of refined salt can be extracted every day. The seawater residue in the purifier can be used to improve the extraction efficiency. Seeing the system's prompt, Xiao Yi said in surprise. I didn't expect that I could still use the purified residue. But if you think about it, you will understand that the seawater purifier intercepts all other substances in the seawater, and only allows pure water to pass through. The salt concentration in this residue must be higher than that of seawater. In this way, the sea salt extractor can extract sea salt from seawater with higher concentration, and the efficiency is naturally higher. Xiao Yi looked at his seawater purifier and found that he had almost finished purifying 1 bucket of water. He poured all the liquid remaining at the bottom of the bucket into the sea salt extractor. The extractor started working immediately. The rest of the time was just waiting. Xiao Yi switched back to the manufacturing interface and made the Class C water purifier that Jiang Yuntian gave him, and placed it side by side with the Class A water purifier in the living room. Water purifier, Grade C. It can purify seawater into pure water. When there is sufficient seawater supply, it can produce 20 milliliters of pure water per hour. The machine has a capacity of 500 milliliters of seawater and 500 milliliters of pure water. It lacks automation and requires manual addition of seawater. This efficiency is 4 times lower than that of a Class A water purifier. However, it is always good to have one more water purifier. At least there will be more pure water every day, and those ordinary crops no longer need to be irrigated with grade A pure water. This also relieved the pressure on Xiao Yi for purified water. After placing these, Xiao Yi went out and walked around his island. The larger the area, the lonelier I feel. Xiao Yi sighed, then patted Wakai, who was following him, and walked towards the chicken coop. The eggs still seem to be unresponsive, and I don't know when the chicks will hatch. There are already 3 supply boxes on the shore, and the fully automatic fishing net is still patrolling tirelessly along the preset route. Looking at the 3 boxes of supplies, Xiao Yi thought to himself, are we really going to wait like this? What if the 10% probability still fails to trigger after 10 days? Then we'll have to wait forever. No, I can't just sit and wait. These 10 days might make me fall behind. If I meet other powerful survivors in the future and I am unable to resist, then everything will be in vain. Xiao Yi doesn't think he is the only lucky person in the world. To put it another way, even if there is only a double probability for 1 day, it can still make a huge difference. You don't have to be so demanding of perfection and double all the supplies. Open the supply boxes. Xiao Yi walked towards the 3 supply boxes decisively. Supplies obtained: 2 cornerstones, for bricks, 3 plastics, 100g spicy strips. There are also spicy strips? Xiao Yi widened his eyes and looked at the contents of the supply box in surprise. Are you asking me to change my taste? Keep driving. Obtained materials: stove manufacturing diagram *1, wood *5, metal sheets *3. Supplies obtained: water system manufacturing diagram *1. Although the last supply box only produced a manufacturing blueprint, Xiao Yi was so happy that he almost jumped for joy. With this, he can have running water for bathing. You know, he used to take a shower almost every day, but now he has been exposed to the wind and sun for 5 days, and Xiao Yi feels that his body is about to stink. Water system manufacturing diagram: plastic *200, metal sheet *100, linen *80. Another manufacturing drawing that requires 3-digit materials. Xiao Yi looked at the materials needed for the water system manufacturing drawing with a bitter face. Of course, Xiao Yi also knew that the tap water system was a very large project, and that such a large amount of supplies was required, probably because he only had a single apartment. If it were a villa, it would be an astronomical figure. I guess we still need to trade. Xiao Yi shook his head, then sent a message to Jiang Yutian and Su Wan first. I need a lot of plastic, metal sheets and linen. If you have any, lend them to me first. Plastic *20, no transaction. Metal sheet *15, no transaction. Linen *7, no transaction. This is the transaction information sent by Jiang Yuntian. Plastic *7, no transaction. Metal sheet *6, no transaction. Linen *2, no transaction. This is the transaction information sent by Su Wan. Xiao Yi naturally wouldn't be polite to them and agreed to the deal. Supplies obtained: plastic *27, metal sheet *21, linen *9. After looking at the total amount of my inventory, I still have a long way to go, so I'll go to the trading hall. Chapter 0031, Boiled Water, a way to make money. The materials currently in stock are as follows: plastic *65, metal sheet *25, linen *21. There was still a long way to go before they could get the materials needed to build the water system. Xiao Yi shook his head and prepared to use the fish meat that he had previously used to trade for cornerstones to collect materials. The fish meat that was previously listed in the trading market was exchanged for 12 cornerstones, which was a lot slower than the initial transaction speed. Perhaps seeing Xiao Yi collecting cornerstones on such a large scale, some people seemed to have noticed something and would not trade easily unless they were in great need of food. Xiao Yi completed the transaction of the 12 cornerstones, and took the remaining 180 sets off the shelves. What? The fish is out of stock. I just fished up a cornerstone. I've been starving for 2 days. I knew that the boss would only give us a certain period of time and would not keep us forever. Yeah, that's why I said that the person who told us not to exchange the cornerstone for food is a bad guy. Don't worry, the boss has released it again. This time, you can use other basic supplies to exchange for fish meat. Everyone immediately switched to the trading hall and found that someone was indeed using fish and meat to collect supplies. See fish, *50G traded for metal sheet, *3 or plastic, *2 or linen, *1. Great, I just happen to have a sackcloth. Thanks, big guy. Deal. I have 4 plastic ones. I have 10 pieces of metal. Those who can hold on until the 5th day must be survivors who have found a way to get those supply boxes, so they must have some supplies on hand. But whether or not food and water can be prescribed really depends on luck. This will result in some people having some supplies but suffering from hunger and thirst, and they can only use the supplies in their hands to trade for food and water. The trading market thus flourished. The island monument reminder sounded almost nonstop, and in just 5 minutes, all the sea fish that Xiao Yi put on the shelf were eaten. Supplies obtained: 210 pieces of metal, 90 pieces of plastic, 65 pieces of linen. Together with the supplies in stock, it is enough. Manufacture. The corresponding supplies disappeared, and 2 huge water tanks appeared in the manufacturing space of the island monument, with 2 pipes extending out. Please select the location for the tap water system. Xiao Yi looked at the 2 huge water tanks, thought about it, and placed them at the back of the apartment near the bathroom. After placing them, Xiao Yi walked out of the apartment and saw the 2 water tanks with a capacity of 3 tons. The one closer to the sea had a water pipe extending from it, but it was not connected to the sea surface. This isn't it asking me to pour water into the tank? Xiao Yi widened his eyes. Tap water system. You can simply filter seawater into domestic water. If you want to drink it, you need to boil it completely. This system lacks an automatic water drawing system, so you need to block the outlet close to the sea surface, then fill the first water tank with water from above, and it will be operational. Xiao Yi looked at the system prompt and almost vomited blood. Uncle, how long will it take to pour these 3 tons of water? Xiao Yi couldn't help but swear. No matter how much you curse, you still have to do your work. It's your fault for wanting to take a shower. Xiao Yi used 2 units of wood to make a wooden barrel with a capacity of approximately 10 kilograms. Then he became a seawater porter. This water tank is a cube with a side length of 1.5 meters, so as long as Xiao Yi puts a few pieces of wood under it, he can open the opening on the top and pour the water in the bucket into it. I didn't expect my stamina was so good. Xiao Yi poured out 20 buckets in a row without feeling anything. It seems that it's not that difficult. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi fell even faster. After pouring more than 200 buckets, Xiao Yi finally felt the pain in his arms. No! Just start running like this. Xiao Yi shook his arms and muttered. Buzz! With a low sound, the tap water system finally started working. After selecting the location, the 2 water pipes extending from the water tank near the bathroom automatically extend to the bathroom and kitchen. Xiao Yi walked into the apartment and saw a faucet sticking out of the wall on one side of the kitchen. Fortunately, my father didn't let me look for the faucet manufacturing drawings again. Xiao Yi muttered, then found a plastic bottle turned on the faucet, and let some water out of it. He tilted his head back and took a sip, gulp, gulp. Xiao Yi spit it all out and muttered. It does smell like tap water. It should be fine for washing, but isn't it a bit of a waste to use it all for washing? It seems like everyone is short of water. Who cares? Xiao Yi immediately washed his face with tap water. Cool. Xiao Yi felt a cool breeze. Oh, right? This water is not completely undrinkable. You can boil it and drink it. Xiao Yi suddenly remembered the system's previous prompt. In my previous life, there seemed to be a brand that sold boiled water. With the current water shortage situation, we can create this product ourselves. Just boil water easy. Xiao Yi seems to have found a way to make money. Xiao Yi did it as he thought. He immediately took out his wok and prepared to dig a hole in the ground like before and use stones to prop up the wok. No, it seems that a stove manufacturing diagram appeared when I opened the supply box just now. Find the stove manufacturing diagram. Stove manufacturing diagram, bricks *10, stones *2. There are only 5 units of bricks, but there are enough stones. Xiao Yi muttered. Brother Jiang, do you have any bricks? Suwan, do you have any bricks? Xiao Yi sent messages to both of them. Yes, brick *2, no transaction. Jiang Yuntian immediately sent the bricks over. I didn't catch it. Suwan said a little embarrassedly, and Xiao Yi replied that it was okay. There were still 3 units of bricks left. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yi asked Jiang Yuntian again. Do you have any mineral water in your hand? Yes, you have no water? Jiang Yuntian was a little confused, and even felt that Xiao Yi's account might have been stolen. Xiao Yi explained. I will use 500 milliliters of grade C purified water in exchange for 500 milliliters of mineral water from you. Huh! Jiang Yuntian was stunned. I plan to use water to exchange for some bricks in the trading hall, but I only have grade A and grade C purified water. These graded things should be left to our own people, Xiao Yi explained. Jiang Yuntian finally understood why Xiao Yi did this. Okay. Mineral water, *500 ml, no transaction. Xiao Yi immediately agreed to the deal and sent over the 60 milliliters of water that had just been purified from the Class C water purifier. The C-class water purifier is too slow. Once it purifies enough water, I will replenish it for you, Xiao Yi said. No hurry, Jiang Yuntian replied. With these mineral waters, Xiao Yi immediately put them up for sale in the trading hall. Mineral water *25 ml traded for brick *1. 20 sets in total. Chapter 0032 I'm so useless, taking a shower. There are obviously more big guys recently. Just now there was one collecting metal sheets and plastics, and now there's another one collecting bricks. Yeah, he still uses precious mineral water to collect it. I can only say that the boss is too generous. Big Tycoon, do you still need a pendant for your thigh? Just give me some water, I can do everything for you. TSK, since he's the boss, he doesn't need a loser who can't even get water. Damn, who are you calling a loser? I'm talking about you, what's going on? Just wait. Once I build the ship, I will go to your island and destroy you right away. Okay, I'll be waiting for you on the island. You'd be a coward if you don't come. Just wait for my violent temper. Currently, almost no one in the trading hall uses water to trade other things. Water is more precious than food. Although bricks are relatively rare, if the base number is large enough, there will be quite a few survivors who have bricks. In just 30 seconds, the mineral water that Xiao Yi hung up was gone. Obtain materials, bricks *20. Maybe the price is too low. I can try using 20 milliliters of mineral water in the future to see if anyone would buy it, Xiao Yi thought when he saw that the market was eating up his mineral water so quickly. All supplies are ready, start building now. The corresponding materials disappeared, and a stove appeared in the island monument manufacturing space. Please choose a location. Xiao Yi placed the stove directly in the kitchen near the window. Based on Daobei's usual nature, the stove definitely does not include the function of extracting range fumes. Put it next to the window, at least the smoke can drift outside instead of into the living room, bedroom and bathroom. After placing it, Xiao Yi walked into the kitchen and saw the stove. Stove provides a steady fire for you to use. Watch out for smoke from burning fuel. It turns out he is the same person. Xiao Yi had expected this to happen, so he threw in a piece of wood, placed the wok on top, filled a pot with tap water, brought it to a boil quickly, let it cool naturally to room temperature, and then poured it into a plastic cup. After taking a sip, it's basically no different from mineral water. It will be much more convenient to purchase supplies in the future. After all, water is more popular than food. Xiao Yi took out the spicy strips he had just opened and looked at the production date, but there was no date of production. There was no brand either, and there was no information on the packaging bag either. It's really a 3-no product. Aren't they afraid of being on the 315 gala? Xiao Yi muttered, then continued to open it and started eating. At least my system didn't prompt that this thing was poisonous. Eating spicy noodles while drinking grade A purified water is so refreshing. At this time, a message on the public channel caught Xiao Yi's attention. If you can survive until now, you should not be useless. I have a suggestion. We should unite and share what we have. This way, we can survive better here. TSK, anyone can say something. If we unite, who will we listen to if we have different opinions? It's simple, whoever is stronger will be obeyed. Then if I say I'm stronger than you, will you listen to me? There's no way to judge who's stronger now, it's meaningless. We can exchange what we have in the trading hall. People with different ideals cannot work together. I am Emperor Lin Tianxia. The area of my island has reached 30 square meters. I have tents, weapons and bows, and a water purifier. If you want to join the coalition led by me, please chat with me privately. When Xiao Yi saw this ID, he immediately remembered that he was the person who guided everyone in the chat group on the first day to use things on the island to catch supplies. It seems that he should be doing well, Xiao Yi muttered when he saw the message about Emperor Lin Tianxia. However, when those people in the public channel saw the data that Emperor Lin Tianxia said, they immediately lost their composure. What? He has expanded the island to 30 square meters? It's so big, almost as big as a bachelor apartment. What's so great about that? You all forgot that there was a big guy who directly purchased more than 90 cornerstones, and the area is much larger than his. Tisk, are you sure that boss is just one person? What if they are an organization? That's right. Boss D Lin can develop to this level just by himself. He is definitely more powerful than that boss. A bunch of licking dogs. Damn, who are you scolding? Even if the island is big, does the boss have a water purifier? A bow and arrow? A tent? You can even curse like this? Xiao Yi was speechless towards these keyboard warriors. I really don't have what you said. I don't have an ordinary water purifier, a bow and arrow, or a tent. Oh, I'm so useless. Xiao Yi thought as he looked at his A-level and C-level water purifiers, a crossbow, and a bachelor apartment. Since he was free anyway, Xiao Yi sat on his wooden bed and watched them quarreling in the group. But Xiao Yi knew that Emperor Lin Tianxia would definitely be able to gather a group of younger brothers quickly. After all, relying on a big boss, one can survive in this world. As he was watching, Xiao Yi actually lay back and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already dark. He went out to adjust the aim of the automatic fishing net. He did not open the 2 supply boxes on the shore, but returned to the bathroom of the apartment, ready to take a shower with the newly built tap water system. Crash! Tap water flowed out from the faucet. Xiao Yi took off the clothes he had been wearing for several days and scrubbed his clothes while taking a shower. After being exposed to the sun for a whole day, the tap water was still somewhat warm. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yi walked out naked. Fortunately, there was a fireplace, otherwise, even if the water was warm, it would be easy to catch a cold. The night at the seaside was still a bit cold. He wrung out his clothes, placed them on the fireplace counter, and fell asleep. Su Wan didn't send him any information about supplies all day. Presumably, there were no special supplies, and ordinary supplies didn't need to be sent for the time being. Nothing happened that night. The next day, the wooden bed moved slightly and Xiao Yi woke up. As expected, he saw Wang Kai jumping directly onto the bed. Go down! Xiao Yi pointed to the ground and said. Woof woof! Wang Kai barked twice, wagged his tail, and then jumped down. Xiao Yi came to the fireplace and found that all his clothes were dry. This fireplace dryer is awesome! Xiao Yi said. Then he put on his clothes, took out the refined salt from the sea salt extractor, and put it in a plastic box. Take out the pure water in the water purifier, then put the remaining liquid into the sea salt extractor. Finally go to the beach to fill it with sea water, put it back on the water purifier, and let them continue to work. After doing all this, he gave the purified water to Jiang Yutian, walked out, stretched his body, processed 3 fish that Wang Kai had collected, and put them on the grill to grill. The lettuce in the wooden basin has already grown sprouts, and I believe it will produce seeds soon. The strawberries have already produced small fruits, and it looks like they will be ready to eat in 2 days. Xiao Yi nodded with satisfaction, then watered them directly with tap water. These were ordinary plants and did not require very good purified water. While watering the plants, Xiao Yi suddenly heard the cry of a chicken nearby. Shichichi! Chapter 0033, Feeding Chickens Before People Are Full, Agricultural Breeding Expert. Xiao Yi immediately rushed to the chicken coop and found 2 yellow chicks running around in the coop, occasionally pecking at the ground, as if looking for food. Seeing Xiao Yi coming, the 2 little chicks came over, not shy at all. They called to Xiao Yi more eagerly, as if they were very hungry. Through the system prompt, Xiao Yi knew that the 2 chicks were exactly 1 male and 1 female. It's a good opportunity to breed and expand your own flock of chickens. But what to feed them? This is a very serious problem. Although the wheat is about to mature, it is impossible to feed it to the chickens this time. He himself is reluctant to eat it, and has to continue to expand the planting. What should I do? Xiao Yi pondered. Oh, system, sign in! Heaven and earth, I hope I can get some chicken feed! Xiao Yi prayed. Sign in successfully, get corn seeds, S-grade, *10. Another set of seeds. Xiao Yi was helpless. Although he also needed seeds now, the chicks were obviously more important now. The system can't prioritize. S-grade corn seeds definitely cannot be fed directly to chicks. That would be such a waste, and in Xiao Yi's eyes, these corn seeds are just countless corn cobs. Is there any food to feed the chickens? Xiao Yi immediately sent a message to Su Wan and Jiang Yutian. Huh? You have a chicken? After Su Wan asked, she suddenly felt that this sentence was a bit ambiguous. Her face flushed, and she quickly replied, No, I don't have any food now. I relied on the grilled fish you gave me yesterday. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Xiao Yi was concerned about the chicken's food and didn't notice the ambiguity in her words. I only have bread in my hand now, Jiang Yutian replied. Can newly hatched chicks eat bread? Xiao Yi asked. Jiang Yutian was stunned and replied, You can let me eat chicken, but I really don't know how to raise chickens. Xiao Yi thought for a moment and replied, I'll send you a grilled fish later, and save the bread for a while. Okay, Jiang Yutian responded. Switching the island monument to the public channel, he sent a message on it. If anyone has food or feed for the chickens, please PM me. Now the public channel is lively again. What? People are hungry, and you're still feeding chickens? Is this the world of the boss? I have been without water and food for a day and a half. If you give me some food and drink, I will help you dig earthworms. What are you thinking? There's not even a plant on this sandy soil, let alone earthworms. That's right. Besides, if you can find earthworms, you'll have food. Upstairs, can earthworms be eaten? Why do they feel so disgusting? Of course, earthworms are rich in protein, fat, and carbohydrates, as well as various amino acids, vitamins, and various trace elements. The most important thing is that when eaten raw, there is juice inside. When you take a bite, your mouth is filled with the fragrance of soil. Ugh! Stop it, I just finished the last bit of bread and I don't want to vomit it out again. It's okay, just spit it out, and you can have another meal. Vomit! The question raised by Xiao Yi was instantly squeezed out of sight. At the same time, messages began to pop up in Xiao Yi's private channel, but most of them were asking for water or food, and no one could give Xiao Yi what he wanted. Xiao Yi shook his head and prepared to close the private chat request. If it doesn't work, then just feed him bread. After all, it is made of wheat. When he was about to close the private chat, a private chat caught his attention. Newly hatched chicks are delicate, so keep them warm. It's best to feed them specially formulated feed. I know the ratio, but I don't have the conditions right now. So use the bread in the supply box and tear it into crumbs. If conditions permit, you can also completely dry the sea fish and mash it into crumbs and feed them a little. Remember, the water that the chicks drink must be boiled so that they are not easily sick. Seeing that the other party's words were very logical, Xiao Yi blocked other people's messages and chatted with that person privately. In other words, chickens can eat breadcrumbs, right? That's right, the other party replied. Okay, you have answered my question. What do you need, food or water? Xiao Yi asked. I don't want anything anymore. At my age, I can only hold on until now. You stay and live on. From the other party's tone, it seemed that he wanted to give up. Xiao Yi frowned slightly and asked, Do you know anything about chicken farming? I've been a farmer all my life, how could I not know? The other party replied. Well, you be my breeding consultant, and I will give you a fish and 500 milliliters of boiled water every day, Xiao Yi said. The reason for doing this is naturally because you may encounter breeding problems in the future, and it is better to have a technician to assist you than to tinker with it yourself. And as the area of his island expanded, he could get a lot of sea fish every day. 1 or 2 sea fish was not a problem, not to mention boiled water, which he could just boil with tap water. Of course, the more troublesome thing about the tap water system is that you need to fill the water tank with seawater yourself. At the same time, the other party did not want his food and water at the beginning and wanted to let himself live, which also touched Xiao Yi. At this time, on a small island of only 4 square meters, an old man was leaning against the island monument, looking extremely weak. Seeing the message from Xiao Yi, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes again. No one would want to die as long as they could survive. Won't this be a burden to you? The old man asked after hesitating. Don't worry, since I dare to offer such conditions, I can naturally afford it, Xiao Yi replied. Okay, then I'll sell my life to you, said the old man. Xiao Yi took the initiative to add friends. The other party has agreed. You have added Yuan Nong as a friend. Yuan Nong? Xiao Yi was stunned. So Xiao Yi requested a video call with Yuan Nong. After Yuan Nong agreed, Xiao Yi looked at the old man in the video. His eyes widened, and then he was ecstatic. This is the expert in agriculture and breeding next door who worked there when I was a child. Make a lot of money, and you don't have to worry about agricultural breeding related issues in the future. Uncle Yuan, I didn't expect it to be you, Xiao Yi greeted hurriedly. What? I am an old man now. Yuan Nong shook his head and replied. No, Xiao Yi said, and then traded the things over. Pure water, grade A, asterisk 50 ml, boiled water asterisk 500 ml, grilled fish asterisk 500 g. No transaction. This, so many things. Yuan Nong felt like he was dreaming. Please accept it, Mr. Yuan. We will need to trouble you more in the future, Xiao Yi said. The grade A purified water can regulate the human body. It's not much, so take it slowly first. Pure water can regulate the human body? Yuan Nong felt that his knowledge was challenged. Xiao Yi smiled and replied. I know this goes against science, but what can be explained by science on this island now? Chapter 0034, Still Too Full, Continue Collecting Cornerstones. Hearing Xiao Yi say this, Yuan Nong nodded in agreement. In that case, I won't be pretentious. Yuan Nong agreed to the deal and got the water and food. Mr. Yuan, how did you get here these past few days? Xiao Yi asked curiously. Yuan Nong replied. I used that fishing net to fish out a supply box, but it only contained some bread and water. I didn't see any other supplies. Xiao Yi nodded, and then traded the fishing net, an axe he had obtained from killing Li Yu. This is something I don't use anymore, you can use it first, Xiao Yi said. This is too expensive. Are you sure you don't need it? Yuan Nong asked in shock as he looked at the complete fishing net. No, I have something better, Xiao Yi replied. When you recover your strength, fish for the supply boxes as soon as possible, and don't sell the cornerstones. Use them all to expand your island. I understand. I also feel that the cornerstone should be a very important material. After drinking water and eating grilled fish, Yuan Nong looked much better. Okay, that's it for now. If you have anything, send me a message, Xiao Yi said, then hung up the call. Yuan Nong stood up, stretched himself a bit, and muttered in surprise. I really feel much better. Could it be that there are really other special substances in the pure water? Yuan Nong still hopes to use what he has learned to explain this problem, but it is obvious that there are no conditions for him to study this now. After finishing the call with Yuan Nong, Xiao Yi immediately gave another grilled fish to Jiang Yuntian and took the bread from him. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Yuntian asked, "Are you sure the little chicken can eat bread?" "Yes," Xiao Yi replied. Jiang Yuntian gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up and said, "You are good at grilling fish." "That's because we have a barbecue grill. When we used open flames to grill it before, everything turned into charcoal." Xiao Yi chatted with Jiang Yuntian while crumbling the bread into crumbs. "Okay, no more talking. I'm going to feed the chickens first," Xiao Yi said and ended the call. When I came to the chicken coop again, the two little chicks were chirping even more happily. Xiao Yi made a shallow trough with a wooden board and sprinkled the bread crumbs into it, not daring to put too much. The chicks smelled the fragrance of the food and immediately ran to the trough and started pecking at it. "Duo-duo!" A sound like a woodpecker pecking at a tree trunk rang out. Seeing that the chicks were eating happily, Xiao Yi made a shallow bowl, put some grade A purified water in it, and put it into the chicken coop. Grade A purified water is always much better than boiled water. I hope it can increase the survival rate of chicks. These two chicks are related to the prosperity of the chicken coop and cannot be neglected. After doing all this, Xiao Yi processed another fish and hung it outside to dry in the sun while the sun was shining. I planted the S-level corn seeds I had just signed into in the flower bed on the east side and watered it. It seems that there were still 2 supply boxes that were not opened yesterday. Xiao Yi suddenly remembered that he fell asleep yesterday and woke up at night, so he did not open the supply boxes that were caught later. "Open the supply box first." Xiao Yi walked to the 2 supply boxes and tore open the waterproof seals. Supplies obtained: 1 loom manufacturing diagram, 3 metal sheets, 1 plastic, 500 milliliters mineral water. Obtained materials: 2 cornerstones, 2 potatoes, 5 pieces of wood. Loom? Xiao Yi was a little confused when he looked at the manufacturing diagram. How many people would be able to use this thing after it's built? Shaking his head helplessly, Xiao Yi put away the supplies, then took the bucket to fill the water tank. "We loaded 2 tons yesterday and only used a little. There is a pipe near the bottom between the 2 water tanks, which is equivalent to a communicating vessel. The pressure difference is used to flow from the water tank near the sea to the water tank inside, so now the 2 water tanks weigh nearly 1 ton each." Today, Xiao Yi filled the water tank near the sea in one go. It seems that my physical condition has really improved a lot," Xiao Yi muttered. After finishing all this, Xiao Yi found that it was already noon, so he finished off the remaining roast chicken, which was opened on the day of the double effect. He was responsible for the meat, and Wang Kai was responsible for the bones. After finishing the roast chicken, Xiao Yi lay down in the rocking chair. After a busy morning, he could finally take a break. When I woke up, it was already 2 hours later. After taking a look at the time on the system, Xiao Yi sighed. "I'm still too full." After sighing, Xiao Yi hung the tap water he boiled himself on the trading hall. Boiled water, *50 ml trade, cornerstone, *1. He put 20 groups up for sale at once, and this time Xiao Yi deliberately raised the price a lot. After all, it was the last day, so he would take as much as he could. "Fuck everyone, look at the trading floor. Someone is using 50 milliliters of boiled water to trade cornerstones. Really? I'm dying of thirst, and I just happen to have 2 cornerstones. How did the boss get the purified water and boil it? Please give me some tips and some scientific knowledge. This shouldn't be boiled pure water, because I've boiled pure water before, and after I put it into the island monument for trading, it still showed pure water. The guy upstairs is also a big shot. He didn't drink the purified water, but boiled it. A lot of it must have evaporated. It's okay, there's still enough water for now. Can you give me a cheaper price? Brother Wuan, get out!" Yuan Nong also saw this transaction during his break in fishing and thought to himself, "This must have been posted by Xiao Yi. Not only did he tell me not to sell the cornerstone, but he also used such a precious resource as water to buy it. It seems that this thing is really very important." Yuan Nong has fished out a supply box and uncovered 2 cornerstones and some other basic supplies. Following Xiao Yi's instructions, he immediately expanded his island by 2 square meters. When Yuan Gnome saw that his island suddenly had 2 more square meters of space, he was completely stunned. There was no way to explain this with what he had learned. About 10 minutes after it was hung up, the boiled water was sold out. "The speed is still a lot slower," Xiao Yi muttered. Then another 20 sets were put on the shelves, and the price remained the same. "Are these 2 bosses or just 1 boss? Here come another 20 groups of boiled water. Boss, please take me." "It can't be the same person, otherwise how much water would he have to get?" "If it's the same person, wouldn't that be awesome plus?" Watching the discussion on the public channel, Xiao Yi continued to use the previous methods to compete with himself. Boiled water *55 ml trade cornerstone *1. This time, 40 sets were directly put on the shelves. "Sure enough, more than one big guy got this boiled water," someone immediately shouted on the public channel. Chapter 0035 Internal Digestion and Processing Methods. "Yes, the bosses must have found a source of fresh water. Since we are both from Xiao country, let's share our strategy. I strongly request that the boss share it with me. I can join the boss's forces." Xiao Yi ignored their discussion and looked at the message sent by Su Wan in a daze. "How's your luck? Another tent is opened," Xiao Yi said in surprise. Su Wan smiled and replied, "Maybe God is afraid that I will get wet in the rain. What should I do with this tent? Is it the cornerstone of the transaction?" Su Wan knew that Xiao Yi was constantly exchanging cornerstones in the trading hall. 1 tent was enough, and the extra ones could be used to exchange for cornerstones. It should be very popular. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, then sent a message to Jiang Yuntian and Nong Bihong respectively. "I have an extra tent here, who among you needs it? Let's digest it internally first," Xiao Yi said to Su Wan. "Yes," Su Wan responded, and then traded the tent to Xiao Yi. When Jiang Yuntian saw the tent, he wanted to take it down immediately, but when he saw that Xiao Yi was asking about you in the message, he knew that Nong Bihong must be included. Looking at the simple wooden shed he had built, Jiang Yuntian replied, "Give it to Mr. Gnome. Although she is raising a child herself, the child is now very healthy and there is a wooden shed to shelter from the wind and rain, so it would be more appropriate to give it to Nong Bihong. Jiang Yuntian is ruthless on the battlefield, but he can be very tolerant towards his family and friends." Xiao Yi saw Jiang Yuntian's reply and nodded slightly. "See if anyone else needs it. The weather is pretty good here right now, so it probably won't be needed," Nong Bihong replied. "Everyone else has given up, so this one is for you," Xiao Yi said. Single tent, *1 no transaction. Thank you. Nong Bihong kept thanking and agreed to the deal. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Yi looked towards the trading hall again. The 40 groups of boiled water at the back had all been sold, and 3 of the previous 20 groups were also sold. Obtain supplies, cornerstone, *43. It turns out that customers have to feel that they are getting a good deal, Xiao Yi muttered, and then put another 40 sets on the shelf, still using 55 milliliters boiled water as a cornerstone of the transaction. After putting the products on the shelf, Xiao Yi walked out of the apartment and looked at the lettuce at the door, which seemed to have grown seeds. Carefully pick off the sprouts sticking out from the middle of the lettuce, and then pick out the spindle-shaped seeds from it. Obtain supplies, lettuce seeds *23. Why are there still whole numbers and decimals? Xiao Yi asked as he looked at the system prompt. Because everyone's methods are different, the materials obtained will be slightly different, the system replied. Just tell me my skills are not good enough, Xiao Yi replied, then harvested all the lettuces and scattered the seeds. Supplies obtained, 500 g lettuce. Xiao Yi broke off a piece of lettuce leaf and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Crack, crack! Tasty! I have been eating sea fish and no vegetarian dishes at all. My mouth is almost choking with phlegm. Even though it was just the lowest grade lettuce, it tasted incredibly delicious. Open the private channel and send 100 G to Su Wan, 50 G each to Jiang Yuntian and Nong Bihong. After all, these were the seeds that Su Wan got from the supply box, so naturally she had to give more. Everyone try it. We have just harvested it. Although it is a little old, it tastes good. Xiao Yi left messages to the 3 people. This is too inconvenient. It would be great if we could create a group chat, Xiao Yi muttered. Su Wan was just surprised to see that the lettuce was harvested. She knew that Xiao Yi had already planted it, but she was surprised that the harvest period was so short. That's great, I can finally change my taste, Su Wan replied. Jiang Yutian was shocked. When did you plant it? Do you have soil? And you harvested it so soon? This seed was grown by another friend. The soil naturally contains it, otherwise he wouldn't want your coconut tree seeds. It can be harvested in about 2 or 3 days, Xiao Yi replied. Thank you. Jiang Yutian accepted the deal. Nong Bihong immediately sent a message, her tone slightly anxious. You are not going to harvest and eat them directly, are you? Leave one and wait for it to produce seeds. Xiao Yi replied. Of course, I let them grow seeds before picking them. That's good, that's good. Nong Bihong breathed a sigh of relief. This way, as long as you have soil, you can keep growing lettuce. And lettuce has a short growth cycle, so it is very suitable for large-scale planting. Oh, by the way, I want to ask, how many seeds can a lettuce produce? Xiao Yi asked. Generally speaking, you only need to leave one lettuce on a piece of land, and its seeds will be enough to plant the whole field, Nong Bihong replied. Xiao Yi was speechless. He used 2 lettuces to produce 23 seeds. Isn't that a lot of waste? What's wrong? Nong Bihong asked because he looked a little strange. It's okay. I'll hang up first, Xiao Yi replied, then ended the call. It seems that I have to ask more experts for advice in the future, Xiao Yi muttered, and then walked to the edge of the island, where 5 supply boxes were already placed. Open them all. Supplies obtained: 3 cornerstones, 2 bricks, 500 g bread. Obtained supplies: bow and arrow manufacturing diagram *1. Supplies obtained: 2 metal pieces, 5 wood pieces, 1 leather machine manufacturing diagram. Supplies obtained: soybeans grade A *5, glass *3, linen *2. Supplies obtained: rubber *2, metal sheet *5, plastic *6. Xiao Yi looked at the materials and muttered. Leather machine manufacturing drawings? Do we need to set up a Jiangnan leather factory? Besides, to make leather, you have to have leather first. He has no skin left on this island now. What the hell is he doing? By the way, didn't we kill a shark before? Why didn't I get a prompt to obtain shark skin, or fish oil or something like that? Xiao Yi suddenly felt something was wrong. Because of the processing method, the system prompted again. Okay, you have already despised my methods, so there is no need to emphasize it again, Xiao Yi replied. At that time, he did use an electric saw to cut the shark into 8 pieces. Perhaps that was why he did not get the shark skin. Xiao Yi planted the soybeans he had just obtained in the A-level flower bed, and then walked back to the island monument. In the trading hall, 38 of the 40 sets that were put on the shelves later were sold, leaving 2 sets. Obtained supplies, cornerstone *38. It seems that we have reached the limit, and everyone is holding the cornerstones in their hands tightly. Xiao Yi thought so. As night fell, Xiao Yi moved the supplies towards the island monument. It was still unclear how the sea water would flood the island. If the cornerstone where the supplies were placed was flooded, he would suffer a great loss. After looking at the sea and finding no more supply boxes, Xiao Yi adjusted the fully automatic fishing net to cast without a target and walked back to the apartment. Everyone, please pay attention to your supplies and try to pile them near the island monument, Xiao Yi reminded. Although he didn't remind everyone's supplies would be placed near the island monument, but he was just in case. Chapter 0036, Flooding. The whole house is finely decorated. Although they didn't know the significance of Xiao Yi's reminder, Jiang Yuntian and Nong Bihong still checked all their supplies to see if there were any that were not near the island monument. After reminding his friend, Xiao Yi continued to place 40 sets of 55 milliliters boiled water trading cornerstones. Why is the boss always collecting cornerstones, preparing to build a continent? Maybe it's true. I can carve out a continent, establish myself as a king, and become a local emperor. Just thinking about it makes me happy. What a joke. A continent and just one person. Nothing is interesting to do. Yes, the area is so large that we have to fish for the supply boxes along the edge. It's really not worth it. It's better to just use this small area and cross from east to west in one step, and turn around to go north and south. Does anyone know how the boss got so much boiled water? I'm really dying of thirst. There are constant discussions and speeches on the public channel. Although it was already the 6th day, most people still lacked food and water. All the supply boxes near Xiao Yi Island will basically be fished up, but looking at the things taken out of the supply boxes, it can be seen that food and water are extremely limited. The only food provided in the first 6 days was bread, mineral water, roasted chicken, spicy strips, and twice, fruit, apples and bananas. You have to know that Xiao Yi has a fully automatic fishing net, and he catches more than 5 supply boxes every day, while most other people can only get 1 supply box a day, or even none. You can imagine how scarce food and water are. I don't know how many people were eliminated during these 6 days. The consequence of elimination here is death. Xiao Yi sighed, then turned over and fell asleep. The next day, Xiao Yi was awakened by the sound of Wang Kai pushing the door. In order to avoid being kissed by Wang Kai again, Xiao Yi decisively locked it outside. Xiao Yi stood up and took a look at the island monument. At this time, the public channel had exploded. What's going on? When I woke up, the sea water was spreading up. Yeah, according to my calculations, my island should have disappeared by about 0.3 square meters. It's already this late, so stop showing off your math skills. Does anyone know what's going on? Mine doesn't seem to have changed. Did you do something you shouldn't have done? I didn't do anything, I just woke up like this. No, the sea water is still spreading towards the island. I'm afraid the whole island will be flooded. I can't swim. I understand. Hurry up and use the cornerstone to expand your island. A word can wake a dreamer up. Everyone finally understood the function of that small cornerstone. Damn it, so this is how it works. Who was that guy yesterday? I hope to get my cornerstone back in exchange for 100 milliliters of water. Me too, please. I beg you to add other supplies. Please agree to the deal. The first thing Xiao Yi did when he woke up was to remove all transactions related to Cornerstone. However, 5 people chose to trade last night. Obtained supplies, 5 cornerstones. This damn bastard actually exchanged our cornerstone and disappeared. I curse him for eating instant noodles without the seasoning packet. Whoever used water to replace the cornerstone yesterday, get out here! I'll chop you to death. However, some people knew that the matter was irreversible and immediately sought to purchase cornerstone on the trading floor. Bread * 500, mineral water * 500 ml, wood * 20, stone * 5 in exchange for foundation stone * 1. Double bed manufacturing diagram * 1, metal sheet * 5, wood * 20, trade, foundation stone * 1. Manual press manufacturing diagram * 1 trade, cornerstone, * 1. For a while, the trading hall was full of people looking to buy cornerstone. Xiao Yi looked at the 5 cornerstones in his hand and thought to himself, let's see if there are any good things that I can exchange for. The area of his own island is already large enough, so he doesn't need these 5 cornerstones. In the public channel, the person who previously advised everyone not to sell their cornerstones stood up again. Huh, didn't you say before that I, an old man, am very bad? Uncle, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I wonder if you still have cornerstones? Just sell me one. Your uncle is still your uncle. Go away, I'm only 18, I don't have a nephew like you. I'll show you a clear way. Boss, tell me. Yes, we are all ears. For a moment, no one else spoke. Everyone was waiting for the person to speak. Based on the current flooding speed, the area of the island that will be flooded today will be about 1 square meter, so everyone still has a chance. Grab the supply boxes, you can't do anything else anyway. Yes, let's go get the supply boxes quickly. If we find the cornerstone, it will solve our urgent problem. The chat interface suddenly became quiet. However, it is still uncertain whether those people can get the supply boxes, but at least this situation will force them to be more diligent. Suwan remained calm when she saw this, because this was within her expectations. Jiang Yuntian and Nong Bihong looked at the chat content in shock. Did Xiao Yi know about this situation in advance? This was the common thought in their minds. At this time, Xiao Yi was looking through the transaction information on the trading platform. The bed can be changed to a bigger one. I want this double bed manufacturing plan. We also need this press. The corn and soybeans have been planted. When we harvest them, we can squeeze out soybean oil and corn oil. And I want this quilt making diagram too. He exchanged all 3 manufacturing diagrams for cornerstones, then got up and walked out. There were no other good things left, so it was not worth trading them for cornerstones. After expanding your island with the remaining 2 cornerstones, start preparing your breakfast. There were no surprises, it was still grilled fish. We harvested 25 sea fish yesterday, all of them were ordinary sea fish. This time he grilled 4 fish at once. After putting the grilled fish on the grill, Xiao Yi went out to look at his island. Now Xiao Yi's island has grown to an astonishing 296 square meters, mainly because he traded a lot of cornerstones for water and food in the past 2 days. The area is so large that we can't even tell whether only 1 square meter has been flooded, Xiao Yi muttered. The sea water is currently eroding the island area. The progress is 33.33%, and the island is undergoing unknown changes. When Xiao Yi looked at the ground of the island, the sign-in system prompted. Unknown changes? Xiao Yi asked in surprise. What unknown changes? Currently changes are ongoing, and the final determination can only be made after the seawater erosion is complete. In that case, we can only wait. Xiao Yi shook his head and said, System, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for signing in for a week and getting a gift package for the whole house. Chapter 0037, Luxury Upgrade, No electricity, no gas, high explosion rate. After the wooden house was upgraded into a single apartment, this apartment is just an empty house with white painted walls. Everything inside was placed there by himself, and it looked extremely rough, like a warehouse. Hearing about this sign-in reward, Xiao Yi immediately became excited. Can I finally live in a fully furnished house? Open the gift package! Opened successfully, got a house hardcover card, please use it at the island monument. A card with a delicate little house drawn on it appeared in Xiao Yi's hand. He immediately went to the island monument and switched to the construction page. A prompt appeared on the island monument. You have a house decoration card, do you want to use it? Yes, Xiao Yi confirmed. Please select a decoration style. More than 10 kinds of decoration styles immediately appeared on the island monument. Modern simplicity, tranquil pastoral, European classical, Mediterranean. Xiao Yi was dazzled by the sight, but when he saw the Mediterranean style, he immediately decided on this one. After all, it suited his current situation better, with islands and the sea. Go Mediterranean! The choice was successful, the decoration is complete, and the furniture and decorations that are seriously inconsistent with this style have been removed from the apartment. The bedroom where Xiao Yi was located had completely changed. The color of the wall paint has become softer and more natural, and the place where there was originally a window has become a large floor-to-ceiling window. The sea outside is in full view. Open the floor-to-ceiling windows and you can get close to the sea in one step. The island monument that was originally placed in the room was actually embedded in the wall, saving even more space. His original small wooden bed was completely gone, replaced by a luxurious double bed with a mattress, quilt, pillow, and everything else he needed. Xiao Yi couldn't help but sit on it, it was so soft and comfortable. He has been sleeping on the wooden board for a week. He slept on the wooden board a few days ago, and then there was a single bed, so the wooden board was turned into a bed board. There are 2 bedside tables on both sides of the bed, and there is even a table lamp on top. Xiao Yi looked up and saw a headlight on the top. Awesome! Xiao Yi couldn't help but sigh, and then opened the wardrobe made of solid wood on the wall. There were clothes hangers and trouser racks inside, but they were all empty. Walking out of the bedroom, the floor outside has all been turned into tiles. There are 2 water purifiers in the corner of the living room, and a 3-seater sofa next to the water purifiers. Directly opposite the sofa is a TV, which is also embedded in the wall. On the other side of the living room, there is a long white table with black edges that can seat about 6 people, and there are white chairs next to it. Walking into the kitchen, you will see brand new kitchenware, a marble stovetop, and even a range hood. Hey, where is my stove? Xiao Yi found that the stove he had placed here before was gone. Outside, moved away by the island monument. Including your single bed, the system replied promptly. Can the stove here be used now? Xiao Yi asked. The system didn't answer, so Xiao Yi had to try it himself and start the fire. I saw the flint and steel emitting sparks constantly, but it just wouldn't light. There's no gas. Xiao Yi immediately thought of the reason. Do I have to find gas myself? Thinking of this, Xiao Yi immediately ran to the living room and prepared to turn on the TV. But the TV didn't respond at all. Sure enough, I still have to generate electricity myself, Xiao Yi said helplessly. Since there is no electricity, why did you move my fireplace to the living room? The fireplace, which was originally placed in the bedroom, was moved to the living room during this fine decoration upgrade. When Xiao Yi saw there was air conditioning just now, he didn't pay much attention to it, but now there is no electricity. I thought I was living a modern life, but I didn't expect that only the houses were modern, and the basic supply to match it was completely unable to keep up, Xiao Yi thought helplessly. The bathroom is naturally also fully tiled, with an additional wash basin, shower, and air heating. Of course, air heating is not needed now, and it also requires electricity. Fortunately, a running water system was built before, otherwise, these things wouldn't even be able to release water after being upgraded. Although there is no electricity or gas, Xiao Yi is still quite satisfied with this upgrade. His living standard has improved by more than one level. Then the double bed I just replaced is useless? Xiao Yi suddenly realized that he was at a disadvantage. I should have signed in first and then traded. But it doesn't matter. He can use it, but there are other people who can use it. So just put it aside for now. After struggling for so long, Xiao Yi hurried out, adjusted the target of the fully automatic fishing net to the supply box, and let it go around by itself. Then I went to check on what I had planted. All the plants were growing very well, so I watered them. To the bread that was just opened yesterday into crumbs. At the same time, bake the sea fish that was dried yesterday again over the fire until it is crispy. Then smash it with a hammer to turn it into sea fish powder. Mix it into the breadcrumbs and feed it to the chicks together. The two little chicks ate even more happily. Looking at the chicks that looked the same every day, Xiao Yi felt that he would be able to eat eggs soon. 32 sea fish were harvested last night, and have been gathered together by Wankai. Xiao Yi processed 4 of them, put them on the barbecue grill, and then picked up the bucket to fill the water tank. As the area of his island grew, the water tank originally on the beach was getting farther and farther away. It was a waste of time to run back and forth like this, so he had to find a way to get a water pumping device. Because the consumption was not high, Xiao Yi quickly filled the water tank and returned to the barbecue grill. After the fish was grilled, Xiao Yi sent one to Nongbihong, then gave one to Su Wan, threw one to Wankai, and ate one himself. It is delicious when eaten with washed lettuce and sprinkled with a little bit of salt. While eating, he gave purified water to Jiang Yutian and cool white wine to Nongbihong. After dealing with the water purifier and the sea salt extractor, Xiao Yi had completely solved the problem of the fish in his hand. Wankai, you are responsible for pulling all the supply boxes that have been salvaged to the front of the apartment. Xiao Yi patted Wankai beside him and pointed at the supply boxes. Woof woof! Wankai barked twice and ran towards the supply box on the beach. Xiao Yi returned to the island monument and looked at the public channel. I fished out a supply box with 2 cornerstones in it. Great! Brother, can you give me a piece? I'm so scared. Go away, I'm scared myself. There's one in my supply box too. Hurry up and grab the supply boxes. I think the chance of getting a cornerstone is higher today. It seems like many people have gotten one. Yes, it's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others at this time. But the supply box that appeared here today is too far away from the island, so I can't get it. Then you just wait. At this time, even if you give more supplies, it is not certain that anyone will sell the cornerstone. Chapter 0038 Reasons for Enthusiastic Explanation and Conditions for Joining. That's not the case. It seems someone was exchanging cornerstones for supplies early this morning. 3 deals were made. I'm keeping an eye on it. Why are you so idle? Because my island is already 10 square meters. If it is still flooded, then I will admit defeat. Boss! Can you lend me 2 cornerstones? Get lost. If you want the cornerstone, take it yourself. Have you ever wondered why it was not flooded for the previous 6 days but suddenly flooded today? This question was raised, and the discussion on the public channel stopped for a moment. But there was only a moment's pause, and then more discussions emerged. Yes, why? Can someone explain it to me? I have a guess, and everyone should have seen it. This world is like a game. The first 6 days are like the novice period, giving everyone 6 days of buffer time, but once the novice period is over, the difficulty will increase. When Xiao Yi saw this sentence, he glanced at the man's ID, Emperor Lin Tianxia. He was also the one who asked the question just now. What? The first 6 days are just the novice period. This is the novice period of the held difficulty level. Yeah, so many people were eliminated during the novice period. So it may be even more difficult next time. According to the current rate, 1 square meter is flooded every day. Everyone must fish out a cornerstone every day to ensure that their island will not be completely submerged. Emperor Lin Tianxia continued. Fuck, doesn't that mean I'm doomed? I only got 3 cornerstones in the first 6 days, and now I'm asked to get 1 per day. I'm just waiting to die. Brother, are you telling the truth? I'm scared. Is there any big boss who wants to take me in? I can handle both housework and cooking, and I'm best at climbing onto a double bed. As I said before, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. Let's just focus on fishing for the supply boxes, Emperor Lin Tianxia said with the look of an experienced person. But I can't catch it. Can you teach me some tricks? Since you ask sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you, Emperor Lin Tianxia said. To prevent the world from being destroyed? Don't interrupt, let the boss speak. To maintain world peace. Get lost. Do you still want to live? Shut up. This Emperor Lin Tianxia seemed to be a warm-hearted person. He was not upset by the interruption of these 2 people. He really started talking on the public chat channel. Whether you can get the supply box depends on 3 things. 1 is the direction in which the supply boxes drift. This is a world setting. In theory, there should be at least 1 supply box within the fishing range. The second is to see if the tools you have are good enough. For example, the old and worn-out fishing net you used at the beginning may still leak something even if you catch it in the supply box. In the end, it all depends on whether you know how to use the tools in your hands. If you can, you still have a chance. If you can't, then it's up to fate. Of these 3 points, we cannot change the first one, so we can only work on the second and third ones. So, try to replace or rent a better fishing net, then practice your skills in casting the net, and finally carefully observe the drifting direction of the supply box to find the best time and hit it with 1 strike. What you said is great, I have to go rent some better fishing nets. Because of Emperor Lin Tianxia's explanation, fishing net rentals became popular in the trading hall. If you join the Dilin family, our internal rental price will be half of the market price, Dilin Tianxia added at the end. Xiao Yi was stunned immediately. No wonder he was so enthusiastic in explaining. It turned out that he wanted to recruit people to join him. In this way, it is estimated that a lot of people will join the forces of Emperor Lin Tianxia. Really? Great, I want to join Dilin. I want to join in too. And me. Emperor Lin Tianxia looked at the hot registration scene on the chat interface and continued. Those who want to register can add the 4 hall masters as friends. Their IDs are Emperor Lin Xinglong, Emperor Lin Baihu, Emperor Lin Zhuke, and Emperor Lin Xuanwu. They will tell you the conditions for joining in due time. What? There are conditions. Of course, Emperor Lin Zhong will become the most powerful force in the world, and not everyone can join it, Emperor Lin Tianxia replied. Xiao Yi was watching Emperor Lin Tianxia recruiting followers when his private channel suddenly rang. Ding Di, Suwan requests to speak to you. Connect. Did you see the chat on the public channel? Suwan appeared on the private chat screen. I saw it, what's wrong? Xiao Yi asked back. That Emperor Lin Tianxia said that the area behind might be flooded by 1 square meter every day, Suwan said with some concern. That's just his speculation. It shouldn't be like that. Let's wait and see after today. Don't be in a hurry. Anyway, the most important thing now is to salvage the supplies first, Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. Others rely on speculation, but he has system prompts, which are much more reliable than speculation. After hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Wan felt relieved a little. She didn't know why, but Xiao Yi could make her feel at ease. Okay, I'll go catch supplies first. Su Wan hung up the phone and walked towards the beach. After ending the call with Su Wan, Xiao Yi switched to the public channel again. What kind of Emperor Lin is this? It's such a rip-off. The membership fee is actually 1 cornerstone, and I have to pay 1 every 10 days. Not only the foundation stone, but also wood, stone, glass, plastic, metal sheets, and other basic materials. 1 unit must be handed in every 10 days. This is simply drinking our blood. Yes, boycott D. Lin. Refuse to join. Humph, we didn't force you to join. Emperor Lin Tianxia replied. If you can't even gather 1 more cornerstone in 10 days, then what are you doing renting high-level fishing nets? Are you renting them just for fun? We, D. Lin, absolutely don't want such trash. Goodbye. Following Emperor Lin Tianxia's speech, many people thought that it would cost money for a force to provide good fishing nets, and they couldn't get it for free. But there are also some people who don't think too much and just curse. Damn it, whoever wants to be sucked blood by him, go! Only a fool would go to such blatant exploitation. Yes, D. Lin is a jerk, with the ugly face of a capitalist. Looking at those keyboard warriors who only knew how to curse, Xiao Yi shook his head helplessly. It is normal for Emperor Lin Tianxia to do this. Xiao Yi doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. It's not like he is forcing everyone to join. It's purely a matter of mutual consent. What's there to complain about? Wouldn't it be nice to spend your time fishing for supplies? Xiao Yi walked out of the apartment. There were already 5 boxes of supplies at the door. They were dragged over by Wang Kai. It's indeed an S-level pet, it's so strong! Xiao Yi muttered. Open them all. Obtain supplies. Chapter 0039, Wind Power Water Wheel, How to Plant Potatoes. Obtain materials, cornerstone *2, metal sheet *3. Obtain materials, cornerstone *1, stone *4. Obtain materials, cornerstone *1, wood *10. Obtain materials, cornerstone *4, plastic *2. Obtain materials, wind-powered water wheel manufacturing diagram *1. This time, 5 supply boxes actually revealed 8 cornerstones. Sure enough, the probability of obtaining the cornerstone is higher than before. It seems that the rules of this world still give them a glimmer of hope. But no water or food was provided. This is not important to Xiao Yi at all. He is more concerned about the manufacturing drawing of the wind power water wheel. Wind-powered water wheel manufacturing diagram, wood *90, metal sheet *30. There are enough supplies, let's build it quickly and show it to you. Xiao Yi immediately rushed to the island monument, and chose to build a wind-powered water wheel. The corresponding materials disappeared, and a windmill with 18 blades appeared in the manufacturing space. Please choose a location. Note, it needs to be placed in a location with sufficient wind. If the water wheel needs to draw water, it needs to be placed near the water. If we want a wind-powered water wheel but don't use it to draw water, is it just for decoration? Xiao Yi complained, and then placed it on the beach closest to the water tank. Through observations over the past week, we have found that there is a period of relatively strong winds here every day. At present, I don't use a lot of water. As long as the wind power water truck can work for a while every day, the water tank should be filled with water. Xiao Yi came to the place where the wind-powered water wheel was placed, and was a little surprised when he saw the huge disc. This wind-powered water wheel is 8 meters high, and there is a small bucket for scooping water on the edge of each blade. The wind blew on the fan blades, driving the windmill to turn. The blades crossed the sea, and the small bucket was filled with sea water. When the bucket was tilted, there was a wooden trough in the direction where the bucket was tilted. All the water in the bucket poured into the trough and flowed into the island along the trough. However, Xiao Yi discovered that this crappy island monument did not connect the sink long enough, and he needed to extend it himself before it could connect to the water tank. Fuck you! Xiao Yi cursed, then took out a toolbox to lengthen the sink. About an hour later, Xiao Yi looked at the sink he had made and was speechless. It was very rough, and after being filled with seawater, it even leaked a little. Let it leak, Let's just make do with it for now. Xiao Yi sighed, and then connected the sink so it was right above the water tank. Clatter, clatter! The wind-powered water wheel continuously scoops out seawater and flows it into the water tank. Although it's a bit slow, at least I don't have to pour the water myself again and again. Xiao Yi muttered with satisfaction as he looked at the leaking sink. Xiao Yi put away the toolbox and walked back to the apartment. Hey, these strawberries are ripe. We should be able to eat them. Seeing that the strawberries planted in the wooden pots had turned bright red, Xiao Yi thought about it and decided to go and ask Nong Bihong first. Mr. Nong, can we collect seeds from strawberries? Xiao Yi asked. Nong Bihong immediately replied. Yes. The seeds on the ripe strawberries are the seeds. Use a knife to peel off the outer skin, being careful not to damage the seeds. Then dry the skin in the sun and the seeds will fall off by themselves. Okay. Xiao Yi responded, then took out a small knife from the toolbox and harvested all the ripe strawberries, obtaining a total of 27 strawberries. Then he carefully cut off the outer skin of the strawberry. In order to prevent damage to the seeds, Xiao Yi cut a little deeper. After cutting one, he put the skin aside and stuffed the flesh directly into his mouth. Sweet and delicious. Xiao Yi continued to cut all the remaining strawberries. Cutting the epidermis is such a delicate job. Xiao Yi turned his stiff neck and looked at the epidermis on the ground in front of him, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Looking at the strawberries that had been cut until only the flesh was left, Xiao Yi gave 4 to each of Su Wan and the other 2. Strawberry pulp *ADG, no trade. The strawberries I cut off the skin of may look a little ugly, but they taste good. After Xiao Yi finished the transaction, he looked at the potatoes he had left for 2 days and muttered. Aren't potatoes easy to sprout? Why haven't they sprouted yet? So Xiao Yi sent another message to Nong Bihong. Mr. Nong, do we have to wait until potatoes sprout before we can plant them? Nong Bihong had just accepted the strawberry deal and was very touched. He didn't expect Xiao Yi to be willing to give him fruit. I was naturally still a little shocked while being moved, but not as shocked as I was at the beginning. Because Xiao Yi would take out some fruits and vegetables from time to time, and also provide grilled fish and purified water every day. The supplies were so abundant that it was nothing new. To plant potatoes, you need to cut them, mix them with some charcoal ash, and bury one piece in the soil every 15 centimeters, said the old farmer. So that's how it is. Xiao Yi felt that saving Mr. Nong was the right decision. Of course, if you wait for it to sprout, you can also plant it, the old farmer added. Okay, Xiao Yi responded, and then immediately cut the potatoes into 2 halves, mixed them with charcoal ash, and then buried them in ordinary soil. It seems a bit crowded, Xiao Yi muttered as he looked at the wooden basin with ordinary soil. Ding ding! The island monument reminder sounded and Xiao Yi walked in. Soil *2 no transaction. I don't have any seeds here, and it's not convenient to grow anything with a child. I'll give it to you. This is the message from Jiang Yuntian. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. He was just talking about the soil, but he didn't expect Jiang Yuntian to send it to him right away. By agreeing to the deal, Xiao Yi gained 2 more units of soil. But now there are not enough containers to hold the soil. Ordinary small wooden basins do not require a manufacturing diagram, but not much can be grown once they are made. Large wooden basins and flower beds require manufacturing drawings. I hope I can find a container as soon as possible so that I can transplant the potatoes after they sprout, Xiao Yi muttered. After planting the potatoes, Xiao Yi walked back to the apartment and sat on the sofa, feeling comfortable. But looking at the TV in front of me that couldn't be turned on, I was still thinking about how to get a generator. Gas seems so far away, let's consider electricity first. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the system showed that the degree of seawater erosion outside had reached 66.66%. Waiting makes people anxious, Xiao Yi said helplessly. There are still many people on the public channel at this time. It feels like it's all flooded. Don't get excited. According to my calculations, the speed at which the seawater is flooding is still the same as before. As of this morning, it is at most 1 square meter. Even if you don't get any cornerstones, it won't be completely submerged. Don't worry. No, I feel like if I don't hold on to the island monument, I'll fall into the sea, and there's no way I can get the supplies. Then you just have to wait until you get used to it before you fish. No one can help you with this. Chapter 0040, Impersonating an Rant's Friend, Soil Improvement Card. Seeing so many people asking for cornerstone help, Xiao Yi was a little worried about Ran, who he had not been able to contact. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but post the message on the public channel again. Ran, if you see this message, please contact me. After sending this message, Xiao Yi waited in front of the island monument for a while as usual. There has been no response before, and even if there was a response, it was from completely irrelevant people. Just when Xiao Yi thought that this time was the same as before, the private channel suddenly lit up, indicating that someone was chatting privately. Xiao Yi hurriedly switched to the private channel. "Who are you and why are you looking for Ran?" the other party asked. Xiao Yi frowned as he looked at the other party's question, ready to block him directly, but after hesitating, he replied inexplicably. "She is a very important person to me." "Are you Uncle Anhua?" "I'm Xiaoyang." The other party seemed a little excited. "I'm Ran's good friend." Xiao Yi frowned and thought, does Ran have such a good friend? It seems not. But this person accurately said the name of Ran's father. Maybe they are really friends. After all, it has been a while since I left Ran, so maybe he is a new friend I made after he left. "I'm not Uncle Anhua, my name is Xiao Yi," Xiao Yi replied. "Xiao Yi?" Hong Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment, then replied. "You're not her ex-boyfriend, are you?" Xiao Yi sighed and said, "I guess so." "So it's that poor boy," Hong Xiaoyang muttered. "However, in this world, maybe this kind of poor boy can live a better life. After all, this world doesn't care about family background, but only about physical fitness and ability, and everyone is equal." Thinking of this, Hong Xiaoyang said again, "I'm also looking for Ran, but there's no news yet. Now I've been hungry for a whole day. Can you give me something to eat?" Hearing the other party's request, Xiao Yi frowned slightly and replied, "My food is also limited, sorry." "Since you are looking for Ran, you naturally want to rekindle your relationship with her. I can help you. As long as you provide me with a bottle of mineral water and necessary food every day, and a cornerstone, I guarantee that you can reconcile as before," Hong Xiaoyang said immediately. "Help me? Thanks, but no thanks," Xiao Yi replied indifferently, and then immediately blocked the other party. "Such an excessive request. You really think I'm a sucker?" Xiao Yi muttered. "Even if you are really Ran's good friend, I can only say that Ran misjudged you." Hong Xiaoyang, who was blocked by Xiao Yi, looked angrily at the prompt on the island monument. "Message sending failed, you have been blocked by the other party." "How dare a poor bastard block me?" Hong Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, I thought I found a fat fish and could eat for 2 more days." Hong Xiaoyang could only be considered to know Ran, but was not actually very familiar with her. As for why she knew the name of Ran's father, it was because she worked in Ran's father's company. Ran is considered an iceberg beauty in the company. Many people who pursued her were ruthlessly rejected by her. It is said that this is because she could not forget her boyfriend in college. But Hong Xiaoyang heard that her boyfriend in college was a poor guy. She couldn't understand why Ran rejected so many young, rich and successful young talents for a poor guy. And today, Hong Xiaoyang saw someone looking for Ran, so she naturally wanted to go over and get close to them. Although her island was already 6 square meters and she didn't have to worry about being flooded today, the chat content on the public channel made her worry about the future. People who are unable to take care of themselves should not look for others. Since they have the leisure to look for others, it means that their own development should be good. So when Hong Xiaoyang found out someone was looking for Ran, he immediately took the initiative to contact her. But it is obvious that Xiao Yi is not that kind of blind pursuer. Xiao Yi ended the call with Hong Xiaoyang, and the sky outside was gradually getting dark. After walking out, Xiao Yi opened all the 6 supply boxes caught by the fully automatic fishing net and obtained 9 more cornerstones, as well as some other common supplies, but no food or water. "We caught a total of 9 supply boxes today, which is more than we've gotten before. Although the sea water will erode a cornerstone today, we haven't been stingy with the supply boxes," Xiao Yi said with emotion. 2 of the 5 supply boxes opened this morning were not opened yesterday. That means 3 were caught this morning and 6 in the afternoon. After checking that there were no more supply boxes on the sea, Xiao Yi adjusted the fully automatic fishing net to throw without a target, and then walked back to the apartment. The peppers at the door of the apartment were actually ripe, but in order to preserve the seeds, Xiao Yi could only resist the urge to pick them and let them continue to grow for another day. After quickly finishing his dinner, Xiao Yi came to the island monument and switched to the manufacturing interface. Let's make the manual press first. Xiao Yi took a look at the materials needed. Manual press manufacturing diagram, metal sheet *50, wood *20, plastic *5. There were just enough metal sheets, and all other supplies were very sufficient. Manufacturing. The corresponding amount of materials disappeared, and a small press appeared in the manufacturing space. Please select a location. Xiao Yi thought about it and put it in the kitchen. It was not big anyway, and it would not be difficult to move it out later. A press appeared in the kitchen. Xiao Yi walked over and took a look at the object. Hand-operated press. You can use it to squeeze out the liquid substances in the plants. Of course, it requires a lot of strength and is inefficient. There is a handle on the top of the press that can be turned and driven by a screw rod to apply pressure to the discus below, completely flattening the material between the discus. The grease and other liquids inside will automatically flow into the plastic container below. It's inefficient, but at least there is something that can produce edible oil, Xiao Yi muttered. Then Xiao Yi returned to the island monument again and looked at the public chat channel. Many people were still spreading panic. Xiao Yi shook his head helplessly and lay directly on his big bed. Although it was comfortable, he couldn't sleep because he didn't see the result of the changes on the island. Ding di, Nong Bihong requests a call. Connect. Xiao Yi, I caught this today. Nong Bihong sent a message. Soil improvement card. You can improve 50 square meters of desertified land into land suitable for growing crops. When Xiao Yi saw this thing, he was shocked. He had always thought that only by signing in could he get upgrade cards, decoration cards, etc., but he didn't expect that similar cards could be found in the supply box. Xiao Yi has fished out so many supply boxes, but has never seen such a card. Nong Bihong has only been fishing for 2 days and has only fished out a few supply boxes, but he has found such a fantastic card. This is the real European emperor, even more European than Su Wan. All those supply boxes he opened were in vain. He is definitely a non-European. Chapter 0041. The erosion ends and a new hint appears on the island monument. Great stuff. This way you can grow crops on the island, Xiao Yi said. And with your skills, you will definitely have a good harvest. Nong Bihong shook his head and replied. My island is only 8 square meters so far, and it's a long way from 50 square meters. It would be a waste if I used this card. Besides, I don't have any plant seeds. I can give you seeds, Xiao Yi said. His crops were already ripe or about to mature, so he must have some seeds. Nong Bihong shook his head and said, Although you can support me with seeds, it is still unknown how long I can hold out here. It is better to leave them on your island. If you really harvest food, just give me some. Obviously, Nong Bihong also saw Di Lin Tianxia's remarks, and he was also worried that if 1 square meter was really flooded every day, many people would be eliminated, and he might be one of them. Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment, then said, Okay, give me this card. I have enough space on my island, I'll use it. From now on, I'll pay for your 3 meals a day. Well, thank you. Actually, this card was originally yours. Without the fishing net you gave me, I would never have been able to catch it. Nong Bihong replied with a smile. Soil improvement card, no transaction. Xiao Yi agreed to the deal, and then replied. You can't say that. In the past 7 days, I got an average of 6 supply boxes every day, but I didn't get a single card. What you get from opening the box depends entirely on luck. Mr. Nong, you are much luckier than me. What? You salvaged more than 40 boxes of supplies in the past week? Nong Bihong widened his eyes. According to the fishing radius of the fishing net, each person can catch a maximum of 2 per day, and in very rare cases, 3. Can he catch all the supply boxes he sees? Nong Bihong was full of doubts. Xiao Yi waved his hand and replied. It doesn't matter. What matters is that nothing I can prescribe works. Nong Bihong smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, No matter how bad your luck is, With such a large base, you can always get some good things. People really can't be compared. Yeah, Xiao Yi also said with emotion. I'll use this card first to see what's going on. Good. The two ended the call, and Xiao Yi switched to the construction interface. Right in front of his apartment door, he chose a 5x10 shape to improve the land. Are you sure you want to use the soil improvement card to improve the land within the selected area? Yes. The soil improvement card disappeared. The improvement was successful. Xiao Yi immediately walked out of the apartment and saw that the ground not far in front of the apartment, which was originally sandy, had turned into mud. Normal soil can be used to grow crops. It has been improved with soil improvement cards and will not become decertified. That's great. Now we don't have to worry about not having enough land, Xiao Yi said happily. Walking back to the island monument, Xiao Yi left a message to Nong Bihong. It's a success. At least for the next period of time, we don't have to worry about insufficient soil or insufficient planting area. That's great. If you have any questions about planting, please let me know in time, Nong Bihong replied. Of course, I will find you in time, Xiao Yi replied. Suwan hasn't given Xiao Yi anything for a long time, which means it's nothing very good or special. It's just ordinary supplies. Xiao Yi told her to keep them for herself first. It seems like there are only 3 square meters left of my island. Yeah, mine too. The 2 supply boxes I fished out today didn't even have any cornerstones. As expected, you are the one who is unlucky. At least I can get a piece out of it. I hope the seawater spreads more slowly. I was so scared. It felt like apart from this island, there was nothing but the deep sea, and the part submerged by the sea seemed to have completely melted away. Aren't we standing on 4 pillars with a cross-section of 1 square meter each? I didn't feel anything at first, but now that you said that, I feel a little panicked. This pillar won't break. Get lost, you crow mouth. The entire chat group was in a panic, and Xiao Yi was lying on his big bed, waiting for the day to pass. Soon it was midnight, and a prompt appeared on the island monument on each island. Congratulations, you have passed the first week of tests. The next test will be upgraded. After a week, the sea will continue to erode 1 square meter. Try to expand your island and you will have extra rewards. Just 2 simple reminders, and then the island monument returned to normal. The public channel became lively again. What does this hint mean? Is someone playing a trick on us? Yes, someone is definitely playing tricks on us, but what can you do? IXX. Besides being furious, what else can you do? If you have the time, take a rest or fish for supplies. That's better than anything else. I've been exhausted in the first week, and now I have to upgrade my test? Yeah, but doesn't it say that it will only erode 1 square meter a week? It doesn't seem to have been upgraded. You know nothing. The cornerstone is only the basic test for our survival. There are many other tests, such as violent storms, severe cold and heat, and even earthquakes and tsunamis. Which one is not a test? Yeah, besides, no one can predict what will happen in this world. What if a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals emerge from the sea and come ashore? What should we do? Fuck, why do I feel a chill down my spine when you say that? And what does the sentence "work hard to expand your island, and you will have extra rewards" mean? What else can it mean? It means exactly what it says. If you expand the island, you will gain something other than the supply boxes. What would that be? You can only ask those big guys with large islands to know this. Is there any big shot who can come out and share his own experience? At this time, Emperor Lin Tianxiao appeared and said, I haven't seen any extra gains from my island yet. It seems that he regards himself as a big boss. Then I guess we'll have to keep exploring. Boss, if you have any news, please let us know in time. Humph, I will only announce such news within D-Lin. If you want to get first-hand information, then join D-Lin, D-Lin Tianxia replied. Xiao Yi twitched his lips and thought to himself. He's still trying to recruit people at this time. But think about it, for every additional person, Emperor Lin Tianxia will have 1 more cornerstone every week. Even if not all of it is given to him, it is still not a small number considering the large number of his subordinates. This kind of pyramid scheme-like organization is unlikely to last far. Of course, if they take the initiative to seek change and alter the conditions for joining, that would be another matter. Xiao Yi curled his lips in disdain. He was just taking a look at the chats in the public channel. He trusted the prompts from the sign-in system more. When I opened the floor-to-ceiling window, walked out of the apartment, and looked at the island below my feet, the system prompt sound finally rang. Chapter 0042, Classification, Evolution, and Acquisition of Metal Sheets. Small island, area 303 square meters. There are 9 cornerstones in use. Some resources will be randomly refreshed on the island's open space every day. Vacant land refers to a location that has not been specially treated by humans. The larger the island, the more resources will be refreshed. Note, the resource classification is currently refined. If the refreshed resources are not processed in time, they will slowly evolve and refresh new resources that rely on these resources. Seeing the system's prompt message, Xiao Yi was a little confused and asked, "What does resource classification refinement mean? For example, before, one of the materials you caught was metal flakes, but in the future, this material will no longer appear. It will be refined into specific metals, such as iron, copper, tin, etc." Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and asked, "So, in the future, when we make something, if we need iron, we can't use other metals?" "Yes." "What about the metal pieces that were fished out before?" "Universal." Xiao Yi nodded, then immediately rushed to the island monument and put 50 sets of boiled water on the shelf. Boiled water, *30 ml traded for, metal flake, *1. In the future, universal metal sheets will definitely be the scarcest materials. If you can't collect any kind of metal, you can use this as a substitute. But Xiao Yi was worried that he had purchased too many and would attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives, so he only put 50 sets on the shelves. Otherwise, he wanted to put 500 sets on the shelves. Including the amount of boiled water, Xiao Yi originally wanted to use 50 milliliters, but he was also worried that someone might notice something. 30 milliliters of boiled water in exchange for 1 unit of metal sheet is already a high price compared to before, and any higher price would definitely attract more attention. But 30 milliliters of boiled water is nothing to Xiao Yi. If someone is willing to sell metal flakes to him, Xiao Yi is willing to exchange 100 milliliters of boiled water for 1 unit of metal flakes. While putting the boiled water on the shelf, Xiao Yi continued to ask, "What do you mean by evolution? For example, if 10 trees are refreshed on the island now, and you don't cut them down, and then more trees are refreshed in the same position, they will slowly become a forest, and then they will further evolve into a forest. Only with a forest will animals refresh and live in it." Xiao Yi suddenly realized. It turns out that the larger the area, the greater the harvest. But if that's the case, then doesn't that mean that the island can evolve into arable land? Xiao Yi was puzzled. Then what's the point of the soil improvement card that appeared before? Soil improvement card, fast speed, no desertification, natural evolution, extremely slow speed. If not properly protected, there is a possibility of desertification. Xiao Yi nodded and finally figured out what changes had taken place on the island. Or to put it in gaming terms, what exactly was updated in this system update. The bigger the island, the greater the advantage, Xiao Yi muttered. Attention! Various animals that pose a threat to humans may appear on the island. Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment, then he immediately understood that with a forest, it is possible that tigers and poisonous snakes would appear. This is a very normal logic. It seems that the large area of the island is also a double-edged sword. What if I am not strong enough and make the island extremely large, and it is eaten by the wild beasts on my own island? That would be embarrassing, Xiao Yi muttered. At this time, Xiao Yi received inquiries from Su Wan and the other two. Apparently they hadn't rested, waiting for the incident of the seawater flooding the cornerstone to end. The 3 people naturally asked what it meant that the bigger the island, the greater the harvest? Xiao Yi thought about it and explained simply. The bigger the island, the more resources will be refreshed. Also, if you have the chance, collect more metal pieces. Don't sell them or use them. After explaining, Xiao Yi added. Okay, can I exchange the supplies in my hand for metal pieces? This was Su Wan's reply. Can. Jian Yutian and Nong Bihong were a little surprised. Why is it that something that a big shot like Di Lin Tianxia doesn't know seems like a very simple question to Xiao Yi? Is Xiao Yi a prophet? Although they were confused, they knew that some things were other people's privacy, and it was not easy to ask casually. They had no choice but to reply, "Okay, we will pay more attention to collecting the metal pieces." "Well, even if we have to exchange it for some other basic supplies, it's fine," Xiao Yi emphasized again. Xiao Yi and his 3 companions started purchasing metal pieces in the trading hall, but there were too many survivors and they could not make any waves at all. Except that Xiao Yi's trading volume was slightly larger, it caused a discussion in the public channel. "Some people are using cold white wine to collect metal sheets, and the price is slightly higher than before. Shouldn't we collect the cornerstones, food and water at this time?" "Yes, why collect metal pieces? As long as the manufacturing is not particularly related to your own survival, you can stop it. The serious matter is to quickly build the cornerstone." "Yes, although there is still a week left, who knows whether the difficulty of fishing for supply boxes will increase, whether the probability of cornerstones being obtained will decrease, and then there is the issue of food and water." What the above person said is very right. If I were to rank them, the priority from largest to smallest would be cornerstone, water, food, and then other supplies. If that's the case, then can we bring back some more water when the boss needs the metal sheets? If you have a metal piece and there's no particular need for it, then I think you can replace it. After everyone's discussion, the boiled water that Xiao Yi put on the shelves was quickly sold out. When Xiao Yi saw this scene, he immediately put another 50 sets on the shelf. "I guess we'll have to work very late tonight," Xiao Yi said with a yawn. He had to get enough metal pieces before everyone could react. "Those who didn't get their water changed just now can hurry to the trading hall. The boss has released another 50 sets." Someone shouted in the public channel, and everyone immediately rushed to the trading hall. Those who had metal pieces in their hands frantically traded the water that Xiao Yi had hung up. "President, someone is collecting metal pieces. Should we take action?" Dilin Qinglong privately chatted with Dilin Tianxia. Dilin Tianxia frowned and thought, because the trading hall allows anonymous transactions, so he didn't know whether the person who collected the metal pieces was the same person who collected the cornerstones before. If it wasn't the same person, that would be fine. But if it is the same person, then you have to consider his motives carefully. The previous acquisition of cornerstone was an advanced preparation. The frantic acquisition of cornerstone before it was flooded by seawater showed that he must have realized something in advance or received other information. Did you get any other information from this acquisition of metal sheets? Chapter 0043, Nearly 10,000 Metal Flakes, Spicy Fish Soup. Emperor Lin Qilong seemed to know what Emperor Lin Tianxia was worried about, and said, "Although the probability of getting metal flakes in the supply box is not very high, it is not low. At least it is higher than the probability of getting mineral water. Using metal flakes to exchange for water is at least profitable. If you are really worried about other situations, we can trade some of them first and keep the rest." After hearing Emperor Lin Qinglong's analysis, Emperor Lin Tianxia nodded and said, "First, replace 50% of the metal sheets in Emperor Lin with water resources, and don't touch the rest." "Yes," Dilin Qilong responded, and then assigned the tasks. "Assign 3 people to keep an eye on the trading hall at all times. As long as the other party releases boiled water, eat it all. The number of metal pieces we can use for trading is 475 units. "Yes." The 2 sets that Xiao Yi had put up before had been consumed by the market, and when he put up another 50 sets. The interface hasn't been switched here yet, but judging from the reaction in the public channel, the trading hall has already indicated that it is sold out. So fast! Xiao Yi looked at the boiled water that was sold out in an instant in surprise, feeling a little unbelievable. But in the next moment, Xiao Yi thought of a possibility that some force was hoarding water. "From the looks of it now, it should be Emperor Lin," Xiao Yi said with a smile. "In that case, it depends on how much boiled water you can consume." Xiao Yi deliberately killed 100 groups this time. It was always 50 groups before. This time it was also a test to see if there was any big force collecting boiled water. This time, after it was put up for sale, it was also sold out instantly. "It is!" Xiao Yi could be sure that there was definitely a powerful force hoarding water. "In that case, I won't be polite. I'll take all the metal pieces you have." Xiao Yi was a little excited. I put up another 100 sets, and they were sold out instantly. Another 100 sets were sold out instantly. Another 100 sets were sold out instantly. Xiao Yi was really shocked this time. He didn't expect that Lin could collect so many metal pieces so quickly. Of course, this should be related to the membership base within their forces. If the base is large, and if there is one member per person, the total number will be astonishingly large. Come again. Anyway, Xiao Yi's boiled water is almost free. At most he just needs to consume a few pieces of wood to boil the water. I put up the order for 100 sets again, and this time only 25 sets were sold instantly, and then there was a pause. Wow, TSK, I thought there were more. Xiao Yi smacked his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. It still felt good that it was sold out in seconds. But it only paused for a moment, and then the transaction began to be completed quickly again. The public channel became lively again. What happened just now? How come 100 groups disappeared in an instant? Yeah, I want to buy 2 sets. I have inside information. Lin is hoarding boiled water. Really? I wonder who is so awesome to have so many metal pieces and buy all 100 sets at once. It seems that water is really very important. Even Lin can't sit still and has to stockpile some water. Then what are we waiting for? Go buy it. I want to buy it, but I don't have any metal pieces. Can you trade it with other materials? You're unlucky enough that you haven't gotten a piece of metal in such a long time? I got it, but I used it before, so crying. After Emperor Lin Tianxia set off a trend, Xiao Yi's boiled water sold better. After a series of considerations, Su Wan and the other 2 hung the supplies in their hands in the trading hall, ready to trade the metal sheets. However, the supplies of the 3 of them were all basic supplies, which were not attractive enough, and almost no one was willing to trade. Xiao Yi was still boiling water because all the boiled water in stock had been sold out. After more than an hour of this, the transaction finally slowed down. Phew, it's almost 3 in the morning. I'll just have to hang up 100 more sets before going to bed, Xiao Yi said with a long sigh of relief. After hanging the last 100 groups in the trading hall, Xiao Yi fell on his bed and fell asleep instantly. The next day, Xiao Yi woke up in a daze and the sun was already high in the sky. I checked the system, it was 9:30 in the morning. Xiao Yi rubbed his temples, got up, and took a look at the situation in the trading hall first. The boiled water I put up before going to bed yesterday was sold out again. As of now, the number of metal sheets Xiao Yi has in stock is 9,785 units. It's approaching the 10,000 mark. I think there is no one who has more metal pieces than me now, Xiao Yi thought with some complacency, then walked out of the apartment. It's so sunny! Xiao Yi looked at the sun and muttered. But when he saw the situation on the island clearly, he was a little stunned. Many trees and rocks suddenly appeared on the originally empty island. It is completely different from the previous desolation, and it has a lot more vitality. It's really nice, Xiao Yi said, looking at the trees and stones. Although some trees and stones have been refreshed, Xiao Yi will not cut them down or mine them. As long as they do not occupy the patrol path of the fully automatic fishing net, and do not delay your own activities, they will be retained. Only in this way can they have enough time to evolve and produce more newer resources. Wang Kai was running around curiously among the trees and stones, sniffing here and there, as if he was very curious about how so many trees and stones suddenly appeared. Wang Kai, have you brought back all the fish? Xiao Yi shouted. Woof woof! Wang Kai responded, then ran over and circled around Xiao Yi, wagging his tail. Where are the fish? Xiao Yi asked again. Wang Kai immediately ran to the side and came to a small open space in front of the apartment door, where lively sea fish were piled up. So many? Xiao Yi took a rough look and thought there should be no less than 50 sea fish. Although there are quite a few of them, they are all ordinary level marine fish. After Xiao Yi processed a few sea fish, he took them to the stove he had made earlier. Because the stove did not fit in with the style of the fine decoration, it was moved outside the apartment. Xiao Yi simply built a shed and cooked in it. It's not that I don't want to cook in the kitchen, but there is no electricity or gas in the kitchen, and the gas stove can't be turned on. He took a look at the large wooden basin next to the apartment door, and felt that the peppers in it should be ripe enough. He picked one, leaving the seeds inside, and took a bite. Hiss, so spicy, Xiao Yi said while slurping his lips. He didn't expect that the pepper was so spicy. After thinking about it, I cooked a bowl of non-spicy fish soup, made a plastic bowl to put the soup in, and then made another small bowl and put half a fish in it. The basin of fish soup was traded to Su Wan, and the small bowl of fish soup was traded to Jiang Yutian. Judging from the time, she probably can't eat spicy food yet. When Su Wan received the bowl of fish soup, she felt very happy. Xiao Yi is so good to me. Although there is no oil, there is salt now, and 2 lettuce leaves are placed on it. This is definitely the best meal Su Wan has ever had since she came to this world. Chapter 0044 SSS Grade Paper Machine, SSS Grade Paper. Mr. Gnome, can you eat spicy food? Brother Jiang, that small bowl of fish is for the child. Also, can you handle spicy food? Xiao Yi asked them both in advance. Yes, I love spicy food, Gnome Bihong said with a smile. You have chili peppers? Remember to save the seeds, that is, the seeds inside the chili peppers. Well, I've stayed here. After we finish eating, please tell me how to grow peppers, Xiao Yi replied. Okay, Gnome Bihong responded. Jiang Yutian replied. At least I can eat spicier food than most people. Thank you. Brother Jiang, you don't have to be polite. We've harvested a lot of sea fish recently. As long as everyone doesn't get tired of it, we can't finish it in one meal, Xiao Yi replied, then decisively cut the pepper into small pieces and threw it into the fish soup. After cooking, 1 pot was given to Jiang Yutian and Gnome Bihong respectively. Fish soup *2 kg, boiled water *500 ml. No transaction. Jiang Yutian accepted the deal directly without saying anything more. Gnome Bihong looked at the things he had traded and burst into tears. 2 days ago, he thought he was going to die. But after inadvertently answering Xiao Yi's question, the trajectory of his fate changed drastically. With Xiao Yi accompanying me, I don't have to worry about food and drink, and my safety is guaranteed to a certain extent. Here, we have food and drink, and are safe and worry-free. There is really nothing else to ask for. Thank you so much, Gnome Bihong said sincerely. Mr. Gnome, you are too polite. I will need you to help me with the pepper planting later, Xiao Yi replied. Eat quickly, the fish soup will become fishy when it gets cold. At this time, Jiang Yutian sent a trade. Bread *500 g, no trade. There should be no other food to feed the chickens now, I just fished it out. Yeah, it just so happens that the previous bread is almost gone. Xiao Yi accepted the deal. After getting along for a while, everyone knows each other's temper, so there is naturally no need for so much false politeness. After finishing his breakfast, Xiao Yi sat upright and said seriously, System, sign in. Sign in successfully, get equipment, papermaking machine, SSS grade. Papermaking machine, SSS grade provides basic raw materials and can automatically produce different types of paper with different functions. Good stuff. Xiao Yi touched his butt subconsciously. I've been using too much tree bark recently. This was the first time a 3S level device appeared. I quickly took it out of the system space and placed it in the living room. Looking at the device, Xiao Yi muttered. This doesn't need electricity, does it? SSS level equipment uses ultra-large capacity power storage devices. With the current power, it can be used for 100 years without replenishment. In addition, the equipment has a photoelectric conversion device. As long as there is light, it can be charged. Hearing the system prompt, Xiao Yi could only give a thumbs up and secretly said he was convinced. It really was worthy of being a 3S level device, so powerful. It would be great if all my things were SSS grade. Of course, Xiao Yi was just thinking about it. SSS level equipment is not so easy to obtain. Xiao Yi walked closer to the papermaking machine and began to study it. The whole machine is not big, and there is a huge opening at one end. According to the system prompt, this is where the raw materials are placed. Just put the raw materials such as wood, bark, leaves, etc. into the opening, and the machine will take care of the rest. You need to select the specific type of paper you need on the control panel. Xiao Yi took a quick look at the control panel, which showed a wide variety of papers. Rice paper, toilet paper, white cardboard, craft paper. What was there to hesitate about? Xiao Yi immediately chose toilet paper. Please put in materials such as wood or bark. Xiao Yi immediately threw in a unit of wood, and the whole machine started to work. Almost instantly, bundles of packaged toilet paper appeared on the conveyor belt at the other end of the machine. So fast! Xiao Yi said in surprise, then took down the 10 bundles of toilet paper and piled them aside. After opening a bundle and looking at the system prompt message, Xiao Yi was completely stunned. Toilet paper, SSS grade perfect toilet paper, 640% cleaner wherever you clean it, with unrivaled antibacterial effect. So powerful! According to this explanation, it can be used as a sterile bandage. Of course, it is not flexible enough, Xiao Yi said in shock. And 1 unit of wood can produce 10 bundles, each bundle containing 1,000 sheets. The raw material utilization rate is too high, and the production efficiency is too high, the output is almost instantaneous. Is this the capability of SSS level equipment? Xiao Yi was still in shock. Although the toilet paper produced is relatively precious, Xiao Yi can produce a large amount of it anytime and anywhere, so he directly gave a bundle to Su Wan and others. Toilet paper, SSS grade, *1000, no trade. When Su Wan saw the transaction, she immediately sent the video. Xiao Yi, where did you get this thing? Su Wan asked in surprise. It's a secret, Xiao Yi replied. Anyway, there are plenty, so feel free to use them. That's great, this is so important to me, thank you, Su Wan said. Let's not be so polite, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Well, this toilet paper is of such high quality, I wonder what kind of special effects it has, Su Wan said. It is cleaner and more hygienic to clean, and also has antibacterial effects, Xiao Yi replied. What? This thing has antibacterial effects, Su Wan said in shock. Xiao Yi shrugged and replied, I know this is hard to believe, but it's the truth. This thing is too expensive, Su Wan exclaimed. There is no anti-inflammatory medicine here. If you get injured or something, infection and inflammation are the most fatal. If you have this toilet paper, you can completely prevent this from happening. Although it is a little soft, as long as you clean the wound and cover it for a while, the blood will coagulate and form a scar, and infection and inflammation can be avoided to a large extent. It's okay, we all have to live well, Xiao Yi said. Yeah, Su Wan replied and then said, I only received 3 units of metal pieces last night. Do you want me to give them to you? No need, just take it first, Xiao Yi replied. Well, today I was fishing in a supply box and found this kind of supply, iron *2. Will there be no metal pieces in the future? Su Wan asked curiously. Xiao Yi nodded and replied, The previous week was just for beginners. After that, the resources will be refined, so what you catch are specific metals, instead of being collectively called metal flakes like before. At this point, Su Wan immediately realized why Xiao Yi reminded them to collect metal pieces yesterday. Chapter 0045, Metal Sheet to become out of print. No wonder you asked me to collect the metal pieces. Su Wan looked at Xiao Yi in shock. He seemed like a prophet, always able to obtain certain information in advance. Okay, let's collect more while everyone is still not reacting, Xiao Yi replied with a smile, with a hint of mystery in his smile. Su Wan nodded and ended the call. Nong Bihong was completely stunned when he saw the bundle of SSS-grade toilet paper. This was the highest-grade item he had ever seen, but this item was a consumable item like toilet paper. Could it be that consumable items also had special effects? Although he was shocked, he still replied to Xiao Yi, This stuff is too much, I can't use so much. It's okay. There's plenty of this stuff. Use it freely. It has antibacterial effects, Xiao Yi replied. Nong Bihong looked unbelievable, but finally replied, Thank you. Jiang Yutian replied, Thank you, I have been using mineral water to wash my child's butt these days, and it's almost not enough. You can't rub a child's butt with tree bark, so a dad like Jiang Yutian can only wash it directly with precious water. You're welcome. Also, let me remind you that this thing has a strong antibacterial effect. If you have a wound, use it to cover it to prevent infection. Okay, thank you. It was already afternoon, and the purified water that Xiao Yi had put up for sale in the trading hall was still being traded slowly. Suddenly someone said something on the public channel. It seems that I have fished out 3 supply boxes today and I haven't found any resources like metal pieces? Yeah, I fished out 2, but I didn't get any. But I got this iron. I didn't get any metal pieces either. I got this copper. What's going on? Are you saying there won't be any more metal sheets? It's very possible. No wonder some big guys are collecting metal pieces like crazy. When Emperor Lin Tianxia saw these people's discussion, he was shocked and immediately sent a message to the 4 hall masters. Immediately ask the members who have joined us if they have opened any metal pieces from the supply box today. Yes. The 4 hall masters immediately took action separately. After a while, the replies from the 4 people made Emperor Lin Tianxia's face gloomy. No one found any metal pieces from the supply box, only some specific metals. He clenched his fists and cursed. Damn, there really is a conspiracy. Can the guy who exchanged boiled water for metal flakes in the trading hall show up? He cheated us of so many metal flakes, so shouldn't he tell us some useful information? Emperor Lin Tianxia said in the public channel. He tried to stand on the side of the general public and put pressure on Xiao Yi to at least reveal some information. Xiao Yi saw their conversation, sighed, and realized that he would not be able to receive the metal pieces now, so he took all the boiled water off the shelves in the trading hall. By now all the survivors had reacted, but in this half day, Xiao Yi had obtained another 193 units of metal pieces. Together with the 9785 obtained previously, the total number of metal pieces is 9,978. Xiao Yi is already satisfied with his current gains. As for Emperor Lin Tianxia, Xiao Yi was too lazy to pay attention to him. Exchanging boiled water for metal sheets was a matter of mutual consent. Now that you realize something is wrong, you can only say that you realized it too late. Xiao Yi left a message to Su Wan and the other 2 at the same time. I guess no one is willing to exchange the metal pieces now, so take them off the shelf first. Humph, you tricked us into giving you so many pieces of metal, yet you still don't dare to show up and talk. You're really a coward! Emperor Lin Tianxia continued to provoke him. Others followed suit and shouted. Yeah, I was wondering why the price has increased a bit. It turns out you know the inside story. We are all from Xia country. Hurry and return the piece of metal you cheated us of, or there will be no place for you in Xia country. Damn it! How can there be such a person? Come out now! I will chop you to death. TSK, you guys have lost all your dignity. Did they force you to trade? You don't realize the importance of resources, but others do. Why would they tell you? I suspect the person upstairs is the swindler who bought the metal sheets. That's right, he dared to show his head. Let's drown him with our saliva. You guys are so boring. Never mind. If you think I am, then I am. If you have the time, you might as well go get some supply boxes and cornerstones. Keep on scolding me and see if you can scold the metal piece back. Emperor Lin Tianxia frowned. Although he really wanted to find that person, the reality did not allow it. He found Emperor Lin Qinglong and sent a message. Keep all the metal pieces of all members together. It is said that they are stored centrally, but they must be traded to Emperor Lin Tianxia. Lin Qinglong was stunned for a moment, and said cautiously, President, if you do this, it may cause dissatisfaction among the members. Humph, if you are not satisfied, you can quit, Emperor Lin Tianxia replied. Yes. Emperor Lin Qilong had no choice but to respond, and then issued the order. But the final result made Lin Qinglong very helpless. There was not even a shadow of the metal piece received. Every member said that they had handed it in, and there was nothing in their hands at all. In other words, all of his metal pieces were used to trade for boiled water. I don't know whether it is true or not, and there is no way to tell whether it is true or not now. When Lin Qinglong reported the situation to Lin Tianxia directly chopped the tree beside him with the axe in his hand. They are all a bunch of ungrateful wolves, Emperor Lin Tianxia cursed, but he could only curse. Xiao Yi placed the metal sheets in his own warehouse. These metal sheets will definitely play an unexpected role in future development. After packing all this up, Xiao Yi crumbed the bread that Jiang Yuntian had given him in the morning into crumbs, then mixed it with some dried fish meal and fed it to the chickens. Chirp, chirp! The chicks started chirping wildly when they saw Xiao Yi coming over. It seems that the food is still not enough, Xiao Yi muttered. Although there are breadcrumbs and fish meal, it is obvious that they can only keep the chicks warm and full. Although they are just enough to keep themselves fed, the chicks are still growing very fast. They have grown a lot in size, as if they have been raised for half a month. I have harvested some lettuce now, and I wonder if the chickens can eat it. Mr. Gnome, can chickens eat lettuce? Xiao Yi came to the island monument and asked Gnome Bihong. After a while, Mr. Gnome gave a reply. Yes, but the digestive function of newly hatched chicks is not very good yet, so the lettuce needs to be chopped up before feeding, replied Mr. Gnome. Okay, Xiao Yi replied, and then immediately chopped a head of lettuce into pieces with a knife. Although the harvest this time is not much, Xiao Yi has not finished eating it yet, so he can only give priority to feeding the chicks. Chapter 0046 Breeding, Jian Yutian injured. Xiao Yi threw the lettuce crumbs into the chicken coop. The two chicks ate them happily. It seemed that they were tired of eating breadcrumbs every day. After dealing with this matter, Xiao Yi looked at the strawberry skins he had peeled off yesterday, which had already dried. Carefully shake off the strawberry seeds on top. Supplies obtained. Strawberry seeds *5,000. So many? Xiao Yi asked in surprise. This should be the same as before, just throw it into the soil. But to be on the safe side, he still asked Gnome Bihong. Mr. Gnome, do we just throw the strawberry seeds into the soil and plant them? No. This time, Mr. Gnome responded immediately and sent a video. Xiao Yi looked at Gnome Bihong and asked, Don't you just throw it into the soil and plant it? Then how could I throw it into the soil before? Gnome Bihong thought for a moment and replied, I don't understand this either. It may be due to the rules of this world. But you can try it out. Throw 100 seeds into the soil and see if they can still grow. Okay. Xiao Yi took out 200 strawberry seeds, scattered them directly into the soil, and then returned to the island monument again. Gnome Bihong continued. According to previous experience, strawberry seeds need to be soaked in water for a day, then placed in a low-temperature environment for about 15 days, and then soaked in warm water. When most of the seeds are white, they can be grown. So complicated? Xiao Yi was a little confused. Most people really didn't understand this thing. Gnome Bihong smiled and said, It's not that complicated actually. After sowing, you need to keep the temperature constant. Once it grows 3 or 5 true leaves, you can transplant it. There's more. Xiao Yi was a little helpless. That's basically it. When you are doing the specific operation, please contact me and I will tell you what you need to pay attention to in each step. Gnome Bihong replied. Xiao Yi sighed and said, I wish you could come to my island someday. Food and lodging are provided. I do want to, but now no one knows where they stand. Gnome Bihong said helplessly. If he could reach Xiao Yi's island, Gnome Bihong would definitely choose to go there first. Oh, then I have to do it myself. Xiao Yi sighed, and then began to prepare to cultivate strawberries. Mr. Gnome, you said that grade A purified water has such a great effect. Can we try using grade A purified water? It might work wonders. Xiao Yi suddenly thought of this. Mr. Gnome was slightly stunned, then said, Yes, we can try it out. Well, let me try it, Xiao Yi said, dividing the remaining seeds into 2 parts and soaking them with ordinary purified water and grade A purified water respectively. Do you have a low-temperature device here? Asked Mr. Gnome. Yes, Xiao Yi replied. There is a low-temperature warehouse. That's much more convenient, said Old Gnome, sighing in his heart. This Xiao Yi really has everything. After instructing Xiao Yi to process the strawberry seeds, he told him to put the soaked seeds into a low-temperature warehouse after 24 hours. By the way, what should we do with the pepper seeds? Xiao Yi asked as he put the basin containing the strawberry seeds aside. Gnome Bihong replied. The cultivation of pepper seeds is divided into 4 steps: soaking the seeds, blanching the seeds, germination, and sowing. Xiao Yi twitched his lips, let out a breath, and listened patiently. After some explanation, Xiao Yi finally understood the cultivation of pepper seeds. Potatoes are easier to grow. Xiao Yi sighed, and then under the guidance of Gnome Bihong, he also cultivated pepper seeds and of course threw some of them directly into the soil. Gnome Bihong smiled and replied, Actually, it's not difficult if you understand them. Xiao Yi gave Gnome Bihong a thumbs up and said, You are really professional. I will go prepare the food first. After ending the call, Xiao Yi picked all the ripe peppers, prepared to dry some of them and make chili powder, and used the rest for cooking. I grilled a few fish again and sent them over. This time they were all light and without any chili. While eating grilled fish, Xiao Yi walked to the flower bed with grade A soil. The system prompted, "It will take another day for the wheat to mature." In another flower bed with S-grade soil, the coconut trees have grown to 3 meters tall, and even the corn planted in the back is half a meter tall. Xiao Yi walked around and headed for the beach. Looking at the endless sea, he muttered, "I wonder where this survival test has been upgraded to." At this time, Jiang Yutian had just climbed out of the sea. His whole body was wet, his left shoulder was covered in blood, and there was a row of teeth marks on it. Just now, Jiang Yutian jumped into the sea to fish out the supply boxes that were a little further away, just like he did before. After all, fishing nets have a fishing radius. In the previous week, Jiang Yutian used this method to catch more supply boxes. As for the marine creatures near the supply boxes, Jiang Yuntian used a dagger in his hand to fight them in the water. As long as he could injure them, they would run away. He found this dagger in a supply box on the second day after arriving on the island. It was a Class B dagger, and was extremely sharp. Before coming here, Jiang Yuntian was already a master with the dagger, so with this dagger, he was like a fish in water. But today, there were 2 sharks near the supply box a little further away. This situation did not happen at all the week before. Before that, there was only 1 marine creature near the supply box. Jiang Yuntian tried his best to injure one and swam quickly towards the island, but another one suddenly attacked and bit his left shoulder. But the dagger in his right hand also accurately pierced the shark's eyes. The shark felt pain and actually loosened its bite on Jiang Yuntian. Jiang Yuntian took the opportunity to escape. After reaching the shore, Jiang Yuntian tore off the clothes on his left shoulder, revealing his strong arms, but the 2 rows of deep teeth marks on his shoulder were shocking. He immediately tore off 2 pieces of toilet paper that Xiao Yi had given him and pressed them hard on his left shoulder. Hiss! Jiang Yuntian took a breath of cold air, feeling the burning sensation on the wound, and thought to himself, "This toilet paper really has the effect of anti-inflammatory and sterilization. Phew, luckily I have this toilet paper, otherwise I would have to use fire to reduce the inflammation." Jiang Yuntian walked to the island monument, while pressing the wound on his left shoulder. "Attention, there are more marine life near the supply boxes." Jiang Yuntian sent a message to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was stunned when he saw the message, and then immediately requested a video call with Jiang Yuntian. Before Jiang Yuntian left the island monument, the video call was connected instantly. Jiang Yuntian was seen covering his left shoulder, with blood stains on the toilet paper. Xiao Yi frowned and asked with concern, "Are you injured? What happened?" Chapter 0047 Test Upgrade, There is a Big Ship. "Well, I was bitten by a shark, but the shark was not in an easy situation either. I blinded its eyes," Jiang Yuntian replied with a smile. "Why did you go into the water?" Xiao Yi asked. "It's too dangerous." Jiang Yuntian smiled bitterly and said, "I always go into the water to fish for supply boxes. The radius of the fishing net is too small, and some supply boxes can't be reached at all." "You're really awesome." Xiao Yi gave a thumbs up and initiated a transaction on the chat interface. Pure water, grade A, asterisk 100 ml, boiled water, asterisk 500 ml. No transaction. Rinse the wound with boiled water, wrap it with toilet paper, and drink the grade A purified water yourself, Xiao Yi said in a commanding tone. Okay. Jiang Yuntian also knew that only if he survived, the child could survive, and he could repay Xiao Yi for saving his and his child's lives. Seeing that he did what he said, Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and said, "This may be the part of the test upgrade mentioned in the island monument." Jiang Yuntian nodded and replied, "It should be. There was only 1 marine creature next to the supply box a week ago, and it was easy to deal with. Now there are 2, and they are extremely ferocious. It is estimated that it will be difficult to go into the water to retrieve the supply box in the future." Speaking of this, Jiang Yuntian actually felt a little regretful. But Xiao Yi was somewhat speechless. "A marine creature is easy to deal with? Listen, is that what people say?" Many people thought of going into the water to retrieve the supply boxes, and everyone in the chat group mentioned doing so at the beginning. However, there are probably not many people who dare to fight marine life in the water, so this method can only be used by very few people. Xiao Yi pondered for a while, and suddenly asked, "How is your rowing skill?" Jiang Yutian was stunned for a moment, then replied, "It can be considered as proficiency. This is a skill that we mercenaries must master." "Okay, I'll lend you a small boat. But since there's an island monument of mine on it, it can't be traded. I can only lend it to you first," Xiao Yi said. "Small wooden boat, 7-day use rights transaction is not available." Jiang Yutian was completely stunned when he saw this deal. You have a boat?" "It's just a small boat. There is also a C-class sailboat. You should know that it is not convenient for you to control that sailboat by yourself. It is better to use this small wooden boat first," Xiao Yi replied. Jiang Yutian was completely shocked. "Could it be that the C-class sailboat I traded to you before has also been built?" "Yeah," Xiao Yi responded. "It would be fine if there were just small boats, but they actually build big ships. We are here to survive, you are here for vacation." Jiang Yutian shook his head and agreed to the deal. A small wooden boat immediately appeared on the sea next to his island. A child came out of the wooden shed on the island, pointed at the ship, and exclaimed, "Ah," seeming very curious. Seeing the child wake up, Jiang Yutian walked over and picked him up, saying, "Junjun, this is a boat. Uncle Xiao Yi lent it to us. With it, Dad can get more things back." Junjun pointed at the boat and said, "Boat! Dad will take you to go boating," Jiang Yutian said when he saw that Junjun was very interested in the boat. However, before boarding the ship, Jiang Yutian made 3 iron guns at the island monument. He had previously used a fishing net to fish out 2 supply boxes and obtained 3 units of iron. When you reach the sea, you will definitely encounter marine life, so you should prepare basic weapons. Remember, after getting on the boat, don't lie down on the side of the boat. It would be very dangerous if you fall off," Jiang Yutian said. Junjun actually nodded seriously. Jiang Yutian felt that Junjun had changed a lot recently. He could accurately understand the meaning of his words, and his physical and mental state were very good. It must be because of the grade of pure water provided by Xiao Yi. After Xiao Yi traded the wooden boat to Jiang Yutian, he walked out of the apartment and came to the edge of the island, where 7 supply boxes were neatly arranged. "It seems that we have had a good harvest today, let's open them all. Obtain materials, cornerstone *2, iron *3, wood. Obtain materials, copper *2, stone *1. Obtain materials, cornerstone *1, plastic *4. Obtain supplies. Supplies obtained, magnet *1, wood *10. From 7 supply boxes, I got 5 cornerstones, which is a great harvest. However, food and water are still not found. But a new material appeared, magnets. This thing should be what is needed to make a generator," Xiao Yi muttered. Although his physics knowledge was not very good, he still knew the most basic magnetoelectricity. Collect all the supplies, leave 5 cornerstones for emergency use, and use the rest to expand your island. Xiao Yi had 9 pieces left in use before, so he used them up immediately. After dealing with all this, adjust the fully automatic fishing net to cast the net without a target and let it continue to work on its own. Xiao Yi returned to the bedroom and switched to the public channel, hoping to see if there were any new developments from everyone's discussion. "Why does it feel like the food and water can't be opened?" "Yeah, it's the same here. I've already exceeded my mission today. I fished out 3 supply boxes, but there's no food or water." "Boss, you were able to salvage 3 supply boxes, but I only got 1. "What big boss? I'm just lucky today. Those 3 supply boxes are relatively close to the island." "That was really good luck, but I opened a loaf of bread." "You opened a supply box and found bread? Comparing yourself with others is really frustrating. The test upgrade probably means the probability of food and water being given out has been reduced. I advise everyone to study more about how to use fishing nets. You can try casting a net near an island." "Hey, what does that mean? Can we still catch fish?" "What else?" "Then I'll give it a try." Because there is now a rental market, everyone can get at least a complete fishing net. After a while, someone started cursing in the public chat channel. Casting nets near the island is a sheer waste of our energy. We were already starving, and this will only make us even hungrier. If you are useless, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Damn, who are you talking about? I have cast the net more than 10 times according to what he said, and I have never caught any fish. I caught it. Sea fish, asterisk 1 kg. Fuck, they can actually catch it? I told you that you were useless, but you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? Go away, ask everyone, how many people have caught sea fish? The probability is really low. I have cast my net 20 times and still have nothing to show for it. No matter how low the probability is, there is still hope of getting food. Don't complain about the probability at this time. Yes, take a break and continue. Hey, am I hallucinating? I saw a big ship. Chapter 0048, Hallucination, Development Momentum, Fighting 2 Sharks. What? Someone saw the big ship? Doesn't that mean someone is coming to rescue us? If you have seen the boat, tell me what happened. What a ship! I'll go get some help and see if they can get through. I'll tell you later. Now the entire public channel became a little quiet, and everyone was waiting for the message from the person just now. Damn, I was shouting until my voice was hoarse, and they didn't respond. I lowered my head to find some wood to light and create some smoke, but when I looked up again, the boat was gone. Fuck! You must be hallucinating because of hunger. Yes, there is no big ship, only the endless sea. I just finished eating a piece of bread, and you said I was hallucinating because of hunger? If you don't believe me, forget it. No one is forcing you to believe it. Although no one in the public channel believed that the man had seen the big ship, Xiao Yi believed it because someone had already landed on his island in a small boat. Has anyone built a big ship and sailed it out to sea? Xiao Yi thought to himself. This speed is faster than mine. It seems that I need to continue to work hard to develop. Otherwise, if they really encounter a large ship, Xiao Yi will be alone. Even with an S-level dog, if the enemy has a large number of people, he will definitely kneel. A large ship cannot be driven out to sea by one person. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi immediately put the sea fish he caught on the shelf. Only 20 were left as reserves, and the rest were used to purchase basic supplies. The price will be based on the current market price and will not be raised. Since it is a long-term purchase anyway, we do not care how many transactions can be completed every day. Just now we were talking about the difficulty of catching marine fish, and now we see some big guys using marine fish to purchase supplies in the trading hall. Really? I'll go check it out. Really? The boss is amazing. He actually put so many sea fish on the shelves at once. Almost all the supplies can be exchanged. Everyone, please don't change it. Remember the metal piece incident? Yes. Once someone buys up supplies on a large scale, there must be some problems behind it. Damn, do you have any brains? I believed you when you said that you only purchased a single material before, but now you see that the boss has almost covered all the basic materials. Do you mean that there will be no more materials in the future? Also, the supplies that the boss purchased also include some wood and stones. These things will refresh on the island every day, and now there is more than one refresh. Are you blind? I suggest you go to the ophthalmologist. More than one? The person above didn't think before he spoke. I only refreshed a tree and a stone here. How can there be more than one? That only shows that you are useless. Is your island 4 square meters in size, or has it become 3 square meters? If it's a little bigger, there will be more than one. My 9 square meters has 2 trees and a stone refreshed today. Is this what the island monument means? The bigger the island, the more you will gain? 9 out of 10. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab the supply boxes and expand the island. It's already evening, and the supply boxes have long since drifted away. It would be more reliable to catch some sea fish. But the chances of catching sea fish are so low that my arms are sore. Then take a break before continuing, otherwise you will go hungry, or go and grab the fish meat that the boss releases every day. Everyone casts the nets manually, and after a few times they get exhausted and need a break. Also, over time, the movements of casting the nets become easily deformed, and the chances of catching marine fish become even smaller. It's nothing like Xiao Yi's fully automatic fishing net. You don't need to worry about it at all. It runs automatically and the net is cast very standard every time. Seeing the chat on the public channel, Suwan and the other two thought that Xiao Yi must cast his net like this every day, otherwise where would his sea fish come from? Xiao Yi is working too hard, Suwan said with some heartache. No, I have to keep working hard too. She had indeed tried to fish for sea fish before, but hadn't caught any. Nong Bihong also started trying fishing. At this time, Jiang Yutian was on a small boat, rowing towards the supply box that had caused him to be injured before. When he was approaching the supply box, he found that the two injured sharks had not left yet, which was a little beyond his expectation. In the past, the marine creatures he encountered would leave the supply box after being injured by him. Jiang Yutian frowned, clenched the iron spear in his hand, and said, "Since you don't want to leave, then don't leave." Sensing humans approaching, the two sharks immediately rushed towards the boat. "Come on!" Jiang Yutian shouted, then thrust the iron spear in his hand fiercely into the sea, holding the handle tightly. Puff! Jiang Yutian knew he was stabbed. The sharks struggled violently, and because Jiang Yutian held the iron spear tightly in his hand, the shark caused the boat to shake violently. In the small boat, Junjun couldn't even sit still. "This won't work," Jiang Yutian said secretly, and pulled the iron spear out of the shark's body with force. With a puff of blood spurted out. The shark was repeatedly injured by the same human being, and it was frightened. It dared not approach the boat again, and swam away frantically, slowly disappearing. Bang! The boat shook violently, and Jiang Yutian hurriedly grabbed the side of the boat to steady himself. Another shark rushed up from the other side. Crack! The boat's defense was not strong enough and a piece of wood was broken by the shark. Jiang Yutian immediately rushed to the other side and stabbed the iron spear in his hand into the water. But this time the shark seemed to have learned its lesson and quickly dived underwater and came to the bottom of the boat. Jiang Yutian carefully paid attention to the movements around the boat. The place where the shark had hit it had started to leak. Island monument reminder: in 1 hour, the boat will sink. Boom! Jiang Yutian staggered on the boat. The shark attacked him from the bottom of the boat instead of from the sides. The boat began to shake. Jiang Yutian looked around and found that the injured shark did not appear again. He gritted his teeth and warned, "Junjun, stay in the boat and don't move. Draw out your dagger and jump directly into the sea." The shark at the bottom of the boat noticed someone fell into the water and rushed over immediately. Jiang Yutian had fought with marine life in the water more than once and was very experienced, so he faced the shark very calmly. Jiang Yutian had injured this shark before, and the two enemies were extremely jealous of each other when they met. When the shark saw Jiang Yutian, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and bit him. Jiang Yutian was like a fish in the water. When the shark rushed towards him, he nimbly dodged to the side and used the dagger in his hand to leave another scar on the shark's body. The shark swung its tail violently and fled far away, never to bother with Jiang Yutian again. Jiang Yutian immediately surfaced, then pulled the supply box and rowed towards the island. After returning to the island, Jiang Yutian immediately used the island monument, consumed 2 wooden boards and 1 unit of copper, to repair the damaged parts of the small wooden boat. Jiang Yutian wiped the sea water off the wound with toilet paper and fell into deep thought. Chapter 0049, Small Stone Mill, Double Happiness, Trouble. In the battle with the shark in the sea just now, although he did injure the shark with the dagger in his hand, the injury was very minor. Why did the shark leave decisively? Is this also a rule that in the first week, as long as damage occurs, the marine life will leave, and this week, will it leave only after damage occurs twice? Jiang Yutian frowned in thought, but he could only get the final conclusion by continuing to observe the matter. Jiang Yutian shook his head, opened the supply box, and saw 3 cornerstones, a bottle of water, a bag of bread, and a blueprint inside. Manufacturing diagram of a small manual stone mill. After seeing this manufacturing diagram, Jiang Yutian immediately traded it to Xiao Yi. He even gave the soil to Xiao Yi, so there was no need to keep this thing. Manual small stone mill manufacturing diagram, *1, bread, *500G. No trade. Xiao Yi was about to take a break when he suddenly received a transaction message from Jiang Yutian and asked, "Did you get that supply box back?" "Of course, the injury cannot be in vain, Jiang Yutian replied. However, I seem to have discovered a pattern, but I'm not sure yet. Oh? Tell me about it, Xiao Yi asked. Jiang Yuntian recounted the battle that had just taken place and elaborated on his own speculations. It's very possible, Xiao Yi nodded. But you're still injured. Why did you go into the water again? I also didn't expect that the two injured sharks didn't leave, Jiang Yuntian replied. I brought Junjun with me. Luckily you chased them away, otherwise you would have been in trouble with the child, Xiao Yi said. Don't do this kind of thing in the future. At most, you can row out and cast a fishing net from a distance. Even if the sharks react, you can get back to the shore in time. I understand. This is really unexpected, Jiang Yuntian shook his head and replied. Okay, let's do this for now. You are still injured, so take a good rest. Xiao Yi agreed to the deal. Supplies obtained: manual small stone mill manufacturing diagram *1, bread *500g. The wheat on Xiao Yi Island is about to mature. Although it will not be ground into flour this time, the stone mill can be used as the planting expands. Manual small stone mill manufacturing diagram: 3 stones, 1 piece of wood. This is easy. Just make it and put it outside first. Xiao Yi immediately clicked on the Make button and made this small manual stone mill and placed it next to the stove outside. Xiao Yi went out to take a look. A small manual stone mill. It can grind some grain crops into powder. It needs to be done manually and is not very efficient, but it is enough for home use. Yes, this stuff is good, Xiao Yi muttered. Not only wheat, but also peppers can be ground into powder after drying. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi became a little excited and walked back to his room, ready to go to bed. However, when he casually glanced at the strawberry and pepper seeds soaking aside, he was surprised to find that 2 of the pots had white spots and white buds. Xiao Yi immediately sent a video call request to Nong Bihong. What's wrong? Nong Bihong was still trying hard to cast a net and catch some sea fish, but to no avail. Seeing Nong Bihong sweating profusely, Xiao Yi was stunned and asked, Are you exercising? What do you mean by exercise? Nong Bihong replied with a wry smile. I don't have the time for that. I just saw someone in the public chat channel say that they can catch sea fish, so I want to give it a try. Well, that's fine. Just treat it as exercise and don't get too tired, Xiao Yi said. Mr. Gnome, do you think these 2 pots can be used to grow seedlings? Xiao Yi brought the pot of strawberries and the pot of peppers to the island monument, and let Nong Bihong take a look. Nong Bihong looked at the seeds in shock and said, Yes, it is indeed possible. Is this pot soaked in grade A pure water? That's right. Xiao Yi nodded. Nong Bihong pondered for a moment, and then replied, According to the current information, grade A pure water is definitely not ordinary water. In addition to strengthening the body, it can also enhance seed activity and promote seed germination. If there is a chance, I really want to study what substances this pure water contains to make it so powerful. Xiao Yi nodded and said, I saw the seeds sown directly on the ground outside, and they didn't grow. According to my previous experience of planting strawberries and peppers, the growth rate here is very fast. Logically, they should have sprouted. A day here is almost equivalent to a month in the previous world. So that's how it is. The seeds that have been soaked in water can be put in the refrigerator. There is no need to wait 24 hours. Just leave them overnight and take them out to check, Nong Bihong suggested according to this time ratio. Okay, Xiao Yi replied. Mr. Gnome, go to bed early. After ending the call, Xiao Yi first scattered the seeds in a corner of the flower bed, then covered it with a thin layer of soil and some leaves to keep it warm. After doing all this, Xiao Yi suddenly thought, if he now watered some grade A purified water on those seeds that had not germinated in the soil, would it be possible to save them? Try it. Anyway, there is enough grade A purified water now, so ordinary plants can be watered directly with tap water. Xiao Yi filled some grade A purified water, then walked outside to the field and started watering the area where the seeds were to be sown. We'll know tomorrow whether we can survive. Xiao Yi clapped his hands and walked back to the apartment. After routinely sending a missing person message on the public channel, Xiao Yi lay on the bed, thinking about the big ship seen by the survivors, the development of his island, and how to find and ran, and slowly fell into a dream. The next day, Xiao Yi woke up early, washed his face, and said, "System, sign in." Ding! The double harvest effect is triggered, and the effect lasts for 1 day. Obtained livestock, 2 dairy cows S grade. Trigger double harvest, obtained livestock, 4 cows S grade. Hearing this series of prompts from the system, Xiao Yi said in surprise, "Double happiness is coming again?" But looking at the 4 cows in the system space, Xiao Yi began to worry again. The first is food. Cows eat more than chickens, and now he doesn't have much grass and vegetables to feed them. Second, there is no special place to place them. Do you build a shed yourself? I was slapped in the face by the shed I built myself before. It seems like it was just yesterday. Third, I have never taken care of large animals before. Isn't this difficult for him? It would be great if I could summon Mr. Nong to my island. Xiao Yi sighed and decided to put all the cows in the system space and not take them out for the time being. Let's see if today's double bonus can find a solution. With a sigh, Xiao Yi walked out of the apartment and found that new sprouts had appeared on the land in front of the apartment. It seems that we won't need to raise seedlings in such a complicated way in the future. All we need is grade A purified water, Xiao Yi said excitedly. Chapter 0050 Double Happiness continues. But grade A purified water is not so easy to obtain. So far, the best water purifier caught is Class C, which was caught by Jiang Yutian. Of course, Xiao Yi was not aware of this situation, and grade C pure water was only slightly better than ordinary water and had basically no special effects. Xiao Yi immediately returned to the island monument and sent a message to Nong Bihong. The seeds I sowed directly into the soil have also sprouted. What? Didn't you say yesterday that it didn't sprout? Nong Bihong asked in shock. I sprinkled some grade A purified water last night, Xiao Yi replied. I guess this is why I was able to successfully grow them even though I didn't raise the seedlings at the beginning. No wonder, Nong Bihong suddenly realized. Then you won't need me to guide the seedling cultivation in the future. There was some disappointment in his words. He didn't want to be a useless burden. How could that be? Xiao Yi replied. In addition to raising seedlings, field matters and seed preservation are all technical work. These cannot be done by just sprinkling some A-grade water. There is also the breeding of various livestock. I still need your guidance. When Nong Bihong heard this, he nodded heavily and replied, Well, just ask me if you have any questions. Of course, I won't be polite with you, Xiao Yi said. Okay, I'll go prepare breakfast. When I walked out of the apartment, there was a pile of sea fish on the west side of the door. Trigger double harvest, obtain supplies, sea fish *140. We definitely cannot finish eating so many sea fish, and based on the harvest in recent days, the daily sea fish harvest is still stable with a slight increase. At the same time, some boiled water is put out for purchase of basic supplies. Seeing the 120 fish and boiled water suddenly appearing in the trading hall, the public channel became lively again. Is this the boss? I cast the net for most of the night yesterday and didn't even see the shadow of a fish, but today the boss put 120 fish on the shelves at once. Kneel down, sir. Please teach me some fishing skills. I'm so hungry. I didn't get any food yesterday. Boss, give me a fish to eat. If you want to eat fish, it's easy. Hurry up and get the trees and stones on the island, and buy the fish and water from the boss. But you have to be quick, because the boss can only buy a limited amount of wood and stones every day. Really? Then I have to get started right away. That's right, Xiao Lian would purchase a portion of wood and stones every day for daily consumption. Because the resources on his island will not be touched for now, let's see to what extent they will evolve. At the same time, this can also be regarded as a benefit for all survivors, giving them a chance to survive. After grilling the fish, he sent it to Su Wan and the other two, and then left them a message. You guys have to trade all your supplies to me later, including the supplies we got from opening the supply boxes today. I'll return them to you later. Su Wan was no longer surprised to see this message. She accepted Xiao Yi's grilled fish, and then traded all the supplies she had recently harvested to him. Cornerstone *9, metal flakes *5, plastic *6, linen, no trade. Seeing that Su Wan still had 9 cornerstones left, Xiao Yi knew that all the supplies that Su Wan had recently opened from the supply box were useless. Agree to the transaction. Trigger double harvest, obtain supplies, cornerstone *18, metal sheet *10, plastic *12. Then Xiao Yi sent back all the things Su Wan had sent him, but Su Wan did not agree to the transaction. Xiao Yi, except for the 4 cornerstones that you give me, you can keep the rest. There's no use for them with me, Su Wan said. Xiao Yi thought about it for a moment and said, Okay, tell me when you need it. After saying that, Xiao Yi cancelled the previous transaction and only traded back 4 cornerstones. This time Su Wan immediately agreed to the deal. Jiang Yutian and Nong Bihong were stunned for a moment, but did not hesitate, and then traded all the supplies to Xiao Yi. Metal sheet *4, wood *21, glass *5. No transaction. This was sent by Nong Bihong. Cornerstone *2, metal plate *12, copper *1. No transaction. This was sent by Jiang Yutian. Agree to the transaction. Trigger double harvest, obtain supplies, metal pieces *8. Trigger double harvest, obtain supplies, cornerstone *4. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Yi immediately sent it back to them. Jiang Yutian agreed to the deal directly, but Nong Bihong did not agree. Her reasons were naturally the same as Su Wan's, so Xiao Yi did not refuse and accepted all of them. Now Nong Bihong is provided with food and accommodation here by Xiao Yi. Apart from the necessary cornerstones, he currently does not need any other supplies. Xiao Yi also wanted to try to see if he could trade back and forth to get double the effect, so he asked Su Wan to trade the 4 cornerstones again. This material has already triggered the double harvest and cannot be triggered again. As expected, it didn't work, so Xiao Yi had to trade the cornerstone back. He originally wanted to find a bug, but he didn't expect the system to be so rigid. Xiao Yi sighed helplessly. I can only hope that more supplies can be opened today, and more transactions can be completed. Xiao Yi walked out, not seeing Wang Kai, so he called out, Wang Kai! Woof woof! The sound came from the back of the apartment. Xiao Yi turned and walked to the back of the house. When he saw the scene behind the apartment, he was stunned. A small forest appeared in the large open space behind the apartment. And there are actually a few small shrubs growing under the woods. This evolution is too fast, Xiao Yi muttered. The longer the retention time, the faster the evolution. This is the system prompt. Great! It would be great if we could evolve some small animals this week, Xiao Yi said. I'm really tired of eating seafood. Go through the woods and come to the fully automatic fishing net, adjust the capture target to the supply box, and then let it play freely. Wang Kai was still running around in the bushes, having a lot of fun. Do you want to eat? Xiao Yi said. Hearing that it was time to eat, Wang Kai immediately called out to Xiao Yi twice and then rushed over. Throw the previously grilled fish on it. Luckily you met me, otherwise no one else would be able to feed you, Xiao Yi muttered as he watched Wang Kai wolfing down his food. He processed the bread in his hand, mixed it with some fish meal, chopped up a few lettuce leaves, and then took the things to the chicken coop. The 2 chicks grew bigger. Xiao Yi muttered, If I wasn't here, I would have thought I fed you hormones. Seeing them eating so happily, Xiao Yi said, Eat faster and grow faster. I'm still thinking about eating chicken. The 2 chicks paused in pecking, tilted their heads to look at Xiao Yi, and then continued eating. So spiritual? Xiao Yi was stunned. Ding ding ding! The fully automatic fishing net prompted that the supply box had been caught. Xiao Yi had turned off the prompt sound before, but today he turned it on. Xiao Yi rushed over immediately and opened the supply box. Looking at the things in the supply box, Xiao Yi's face was full of surprise. Chapter 0051, Pasture, Cowshed, Hot Weather. Supplies obtained, 2 cornerstones, 10 grass seeds, S grade, 1 cowshed manufacturing diagram, a grade, 500G bread. Trigger double harvest, obtained supplies, cornerstone *4, grass seeds, S level, *20, cowshed manufacturing map, a level, *2, bread *1000G. Just this one supply box solved most of Xiao Yi's worries. The cows have food and shelter. Even food that had not been seen for a long time was taken out of the supply box. After being a poor guy for so many years, I finally get to experience the feeling of being a European king, Xiao Yi said excitedly, then looked at the manufacturing diagram. Cowsheet manufacturing plan, grade A 28 wooden boards, 6 iron pieces. Xiao Yi took a look at the supplies and found that they were more than enough, so he started making them immediately. The supplies disappeared and a cattle shed appeared in the manufacturing space of the island monument. Please choose a location. Xiao Yi placed the cowsheet next to the 50 square meters of arable land. Of course, trees and stones had already appeared there. In order to place the cowsheet, he even went there to clear the trees and stones. Get double the amount of wood, leaves, bark, stones, and other resources. After cleaning, choose to place it, and a very exquisite wooden cowsheet will appear at the placement location. Cowsheet, grade A, can hold 3 cattle, clean and tidy, easy to clean, increases cattle growth and production efficiency by 80%, needs to be cleaned regularly. It can only accommodate 3? Xiao Yi said in surprise. Luckily I have double capacity, otherwise I really can't fit the 4 cows I got by signing in. Another cowsheet was built and placed side by side with the previous one. After placing it, Xiao Yi immediately began to study the grass seeds. Grass seeds, S grade. This is a very fast-growing and reproducing grass that can mature in 8 hours. It can be sown on ordinary soil, but the grade will be reduced accordingly. Attention! This grass will grow wildly, so be careful to see if it affects other crops. When Xiao Yi saw this system prompt, he was overjoyed. Fortunately, this grass can be planted on ordinary soil, otherwise where can I find so much S-grade soil? Although it needs to be planted in ordinary soil, some S-level seeds should still be left. After a little thought, Xiao Yi left 5 S-grade forage grass seeds in the warehouse, planted 5 seeds in the flower bed with S-grade soil, and scattered the remaining 10 seeds on ordinary land. Let's wait until the first wave of grass matures before letting the cows out, Xiao Yi thought. The system space is in a completely static state, so at least they won't starve if they stay in it. After doing all this, crush the freshly opened bread, mix it with fish meal and send it back to the chicken coop. Since there is enough food, give them more. Eat hard and give birth quickly. I can't wait any longer, Xiao Yi muttered as he looked at the 2 chickens. After putting the food into the chicken coop, Xiao Yi looked at the fruits and crops he had planted at the beginning. The apple trees are already full of fruits, the wheat is ripe, and the soybeans are forming pods. Only the coconut trees, which have grown very tall, have not yet borne any fruit. Let's ask Mr. Nong if there is anything we need to pay attention to, Xiao Yi muttered and walked into the apartment. Mr. Nong, is there anything special we should pay attention to when saving seeds of apples, barley, and soybeans? Xiao Yi left a message to Nong Bihong. These things are fine. The seeds are in the apple core. As for the other 2, their fruits are their seeds. And you have grade A purified water to help activate and germinate them. There will be no problem, said Nong Bihong. Okay, Xiao Yi responded. Nong Bihong continued. By the way, the stems and leaves of those plants can be fed to livestock, so don't waste them. Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment, then replied. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. Okay. Carrying the toolbox, Xiao Yi came to the ripe wheat, took out the cutting tools, and passed them along the ground. Then the harvested wheat ears were cut, and all the remaining straw was taken to the cowshed. But of course there were only 10 of them. Xiao Yi took the wheat ears to an open space nearby to dry them in the sun, glanced at the sun, and muttered. It seems to be getting hotter. In just half a day, Xiao Yi discovered that the wheat ears had been completely dried. After a slight rub, all the wheat grains fell out. It seems that hot weather is also good. At least I don't have to keep waiting like this, Xiao Yi muttered, throwing the wheat seeds into the flower bed of A-grade soil again and pouring some A-grade water. After working for a while, Xiao Yi was sweating profusely. He returned to the apartment and drank a large glass of grade A purified water. It's so hot today, there's no way I can work at noon. Xiao Yi rushed into the bathroom and took a hot bath. It wasn't that he didn't want to take a cold shower, but the water in the tank had been completely heated by the sun. After taking a shower, Xiao Yi walked into the bedroom and glanced at the public channel of Dao Bay. It's so hot today, I'm almost getting sunburned. Yeah, there's no way to cast the net. All we can do is watch the supply boxes drift away. You are really wasting your chance. If it were me, I would have fished out the supply box even in the hot sun. The guy upstairs stopped talking nonsense. If you work outside for half an hour in this weather, you will definitely get dehydrated. I used to carry bricks under the sun, but I never got dehydrated. How can this place be compared to a construction site? I'd rather work as a bricklayer at a construction site. At least I can have water to drink and food to eat. I would like to advise everyone not to be too stubborn. If you get heat stroke, it will be fatal here. After seeing everyone's discussion, Xiao Yi realized that this was probably not just a region experiencing high temperatures, but a common phenomenon. Maybe this is also part of the test upgrade, Xiao Yi muttered. Thinking of this, he sent another message to Su Wan and the other two. Be careful not to get heat stroke, drink plenty of water. I added some salt to the water. Lightly salted boiled water *2L, no transaction. The three of them agreed to the deal immediately. Fortunately, you have salt here, otherwise it would be really dangerous if I were sweating like this. Jiang Yutian sighed. Xiao Yi replied. I suspect this is also part of the test upgrade. Everyone, please be careful not to move during the noon time, just hide in your tent or shed and rest. Understood, the three replied. Xiao Yi lay on his side on the bed, looking at the lush woods behind him through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He felt that the temperature on his island didn't seem that hot. He fell asleep in a daze, and when he woke up again, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, all the survivors can finally move. Xiao Yi glanced at the public channel, which was filled with wailing. I'm dying. If anyone can lend me some water, I'll trade it for a piece of metal. No, I'm completely exhausted and vomiting. Can anyone help me? I have the cornerstone in my hand. I need water, lots of water. It would be better if I have salt water. I'm waiting online. Urgent. Chapter 0052, Rapid Expansion of Area, Evolution of Artificial Intervention. Xiao Yi saw everyone's needs and thought to himself, good opportunity. He immediately began listing items on the trading floor. Trade, lightly salted water, *50 ml 4, cornerstone, *2 ore, metal flakes, *5. Because salted boiled water is now a life-saving commodity, Xiao Yi marked the price much higher than before. As soon as this deal was listed, the entire public channel went crazy. There really is someone who has salt water. Where does he get the salt from? Why bother where he got it from at this point? Trade it quickly, or it will be gone. But I don't have the cornerstone. If I get the cornerstone now, I can immediately expand the island. Then use metal sheets. I don't have any metal pieces either. Then just watch. No, big boss, give me some salt water, and I'll give you 100 units of wood and 100 units of stone. TSK, what are you dreaming about? Will the boss give you some wood and stones? Great! Luckily I saved some cornerstones for emergencies. I still have 2 units of metal pieces, sir. Can I exchange them in bulk? Loose exchange means that according to the ratio listed by Xiao Yi, 2 units of metal sheets can be exchanged for 20 milliliters of light salt water. Seeing this person's request, Xiao Yi immediately adjusted the transaction settings to allow the exchange. Thank you, big guy. I finally got some salt water. The man immediately chose to trade. Xiao Yi watched the salt water in the trading hall being traded continuously and thought to himself, it seems that many people still have spare cornerstones. The previous wave of acquisitions of metal sheets almost drained all the metal sheets in everyone's hands. So this time most of the transactions were made with cornerstones, and although there were some metal pieces, there were not many. The instructions on the island monument clearly state that only 1 cornerstone will be submerged in a week. As for whether the larger the island, the more rewards you will get is an unknown situation. Although everyone will still expand their islands appropriately, they will also keep some in their hands. Those who are still alive are very cautious and always keep some in reserve. The 50 sets of light salt water that Xiao Yi put on the shelves were sold out within a minute. It seems that the market is not saturated yet, let's keep going, Xiao Yi muttered, and put 50 sets on the shelves again. Emperor Lin Tianxia had already seen the items Xiao Yi had put on the shelf, and thought to himself, who on earth is this person? Why does he always come up with things that everyone needs urgently? Even Lin Tianxia himself changed a group. After all, the weather was too hot. If the salt water could not be replenished in time, it would be really troublesome. Xiao Yi then continued to boil water, added a little sea salt to make it into light brine, and then put it on the shelf for sale. Until the last 50 sets were put on the shelves, no transaction was made after waiting for 10 minutes. Xiao Yi knew that there was basically no demand in the market. Took a look at the supplies obtained from the transaction. Obtained materials: cornerstone *1000, metal sheet *250. Trigger double harvest. Obtained supplies: cornerstone *2000, metal sheet *500. Great! Xiao Yi's fatigue from boiling water just now disappeared in an instant. This is the correct way to activate the double effect. All used to expand the island. Please select the extension range. Or just follow the previous practice and expand outward in a square circle. In this way, the island monument will always be in the center of the island, which is safer. After selecting the expansion location, Xiao Yi confidently clicked OK. Crack! A loud noise came from the back of the apartment. Xiao Yi was startled and asked, "What's going on?" After the expansion, the windmill was crushed by the foundation stone. Originally, the windmill was on the shore, and the blades needed to be immersed in the water, otherwise there would be no way to draw water. Now it has expanded by 2,000 square meters, so the original location of the water wheel is naturally no longer on the shore. But it's solid land. Your father's island monument! Xiao Yi couldn't help but curse. Didn't he know to remind someone in this situation? After cursing, I still have to look for information on the island monument on how to repair the broken wind turbine. Repair the damaged windmill. Required materials: 6 wooden boards, 2 iron pieces. There are enough resources, but now that it has been repaired, the problem is where to put it. Do you want me to dig a river manually? Xiao Yi thought so. He didn't want to make the water trough longer and longer. If I dig a river, will it slowly evolve into a freshwater river? Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. If this can be successful, does it mean that evolution can be intervened artificially? Let's give it a try. If I can really evolve a freshwater river, I will definitely make a fortune, Xiao Yi decided. The source of freshwater rivers is generally in high mountains and plateaus. Fresh water is continuously formed in the form of rainwater and melted snow, and then flows to the sea. The water in the sea evaporates into water vapor, forming clouds, and then rains or snows and falls in the form of fresh water. This is an atmospheric cycle. According to this simple cycle, Xiao Yi needs to dig a ditch and then pile the excavated semi-sandy soil behind the apartment in the hope that it can evolve into a small hill. Xiao Yi's apartment faces the sun. According to the direction of his previous life, the door faces south, and the back of the house is north. If there is a cold current, it will come from the back. If there is a mountain behind, it can block the cold current and make his apartment very warm even in winter. And there is a mountain behind the house, which also means there is a backer, which is good feng shui. Although the current area of the island is 2,332 square meters, this number seems large, but think about it. A square with a side length of 50 meters is 2,500 square meters. So the distance from digging a ditch to the center of the island is less than 25 meters. Xiao Yi did it as he thought. He took out a shovel from the toolbox and started digging from the back of the apartment towards the outside of the island. I didn't expect that the sand on this island is so easy to dig, Xiao Yi muttered. After being nourished by great pure water for such a long time, Xiao Yi's physical fitness has long surpassed that of ordinary soldiers, and is even stronger than special forces. With the help of powerful tools, Xiao Yi used the shovel in his hand and soon dug a ditch that was 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep. All the excavated sand and soil were piled behind the apartment. In order to make it look more like a mountain, Xiao Yi also specially moved a lot of stones and piled them underneath. A layer of stones and a layer of sand were piled up like this. After cleaning the dug ditch and piling the sand on both sides behind the apartment, Xiao Yi used his last shovel to break through the last layer of soil separating it from the sea. Crash! The sea water immediately rushed into the ditch and soon filled the entire ditch. However, it was just filled with ditches and there was no flow at all. Now it depends on the island's ability to evolve, Xiao Yi muttered, and then began to use a wooden bucket to draw water and pour it into the water tank. Without mobility, there is no way to use wind-powered water wheels, and we can only rely on ourselves to fetch water. Chapter 00532 Wooden Factory Buildings. Fortunately, the dug ditch is very close to the water tank. After filling the water tank, Xiao Yi looked at his island again. He was very satisfied with the results of this transaction. The island area has tripled from the original 300 square meters. It seems that Monopoly is more comfortable, Xiao Yi muttered. There must be other survival experts who can get salt, but it is definitely not as easy as it is for me. They probably only get enough for their own use. Looking at the newly expanded area around, it was empty. Xiao Yi opened his arms and said, "Refresh your supplies and evolve." But the next moment, Xiao Yi began to worry again. As the island gets bigger, I can't monitor every corner by myself. What should I do if someone comes to my island one day and I haven't discovered it yet? And those two C-class sailboats. Now as the island grows, they are getting farther and farther away from me. I have no way of taking care of them. Will they be stolen? Thinking of this, Xiao Yi scratched his head in distress. Others are worried that the island is too small and easily flooded, but Xiao Yi is now worried that the island is too large and difficult to manage. "Wang Kai!" Xiao Yi called out. "Woof woof!" Wang Kai ran in immediately. "From now on you will be responsible for patrolling the entire island, do you understand?" Xiao Yi pointed around and said. "Woof woof!" Wang Kai responded, then immediately ran out excitedly. I don't know if it understood my orders. I hope the S-level Wang Kai will be more powerful. Xiao Yi looked at the public channel again, and a manufacturing diagram caught his attention. Is there anyone who would buy this? Wooden factory manufacturing drawing, *1. There's such a thing? It would require a lot of wood. It's quite a lot indeed. We need 2,000 units of wood and 500 iron nails. So much? Although wood is easy to obtain, it is consumed every day. It is not easy to save up 2,000. Yeah, there are still 500 nails. No one should have so many of these things, unless you buy them up like the big boss. That's right, and this factory building covers an area of 50 square meters. I guess the boss's island doesn't even have that much now. The emperor should have reached the goal by now. He has recruited so many members, $1 for each, so it should not be less. Yeah, what a vampire! There should be another person who can achieve it. The guy who was selling salt water just now. That's right. I just don't know if he is a person or an organization. If he is an organization, then it may not have such a large area. If he is a person, then it is too scary. After seeing their chat, Xiao Yi decisively sent a private message to the man. I'm interested in your wooden factory building drawings. What do you want to exchange for? Cornerstone, food, and water, the other party replied. Xiao Yi frowned and said, There is no foundation stone, but food and water can be considered. It's up to you to decide whether to change them or not. Change 50 L of water and 50 kilograms of food, the other party said. Although this amount was not large for Xiao Yi, he still shook his head and said, 20 L of water, 10 kilograms of food. If we want to exchange, then we can trade. If not, then forget it. Anyway, I don't have enough space to build this factory now. Xiao Yi said this deliberately as a smoke bomb. As for whether it was useful or not, he didn't care at all. It didn't matter what others thought. When the other party heard what Xiao Yi said, he fell silent. Just when Xiao Yi thought that the deal was going to fail, the other party sent a message. Switch. Okay, Xiao Yi replied. Boiled water, *20L, sea fish, *10 kg in exchange for wooden factory building manufacturing plan, *1. Fortunately, we left 40 fish in the morning, each weighing about 2 kilograms on average, which was enough for this transaction. The other party confirms the transaction. Supplies obtained, wooden factory building manufacturing plan, *1. Trigger double harvest, obtain supplies, wooden factory manufacturing plan, *2. Wooden factory manufacturing plan, wood *2000, iron nails *500. Xiao Yi took a look at his supplies and found that there was not enough wood. He immediately put boiled water on the trading floor to buy wood. Boiled water, *50 ml for wood, *20. a total of 100 groups. As soon as Xiao Yi was put on the shelves, someone called out on the public channel. Hurry to the trading hall, a big guy is exchanging boiled water for wood, and there are only 100 sets. Everyone has the resource of wood, and almost instantly, all 100 sets of transactions were completed, with a double effect, and in Xiao Yi's hands it became 4,000 units of wood. Fuck, whose hands are so quick? I'm dying of thirst. Can you leave a group for me? I haven't figured out anything yet and the deal is over. Haha, I got a set. Drinking boiled water in this hot weather is so refreshing. Xiao Yi didn't have time to watch their discussion, so he switched to the construction page. Build now. One was built on each of the vacant lots on both sides of the apartment. The corresponding resources disappeared, and 2 buildings taller than the apartment appeared on both sides of the apartment. The wooden factory building covers an area of 50 square meters. It can be used as a processing plant or a large warehouse. At least it can ensure that the materials are no longer exposed to the wind, sun, and rain. Not bad, Xiao Yi said with satisfaction as he looked at the prompt message. The previous warehouse was too small and could only hold some supplies such as food. Supplies such as stones, wood boards, and plastics could only be piled aside and simply covered with wooden boards. Now it can finally be put in a proper warehouse. One of the factory buildings is used as a material warehouse, and the other is used as a processing plant. Machines such as papermaking machines, leather machines, presses, etc. are all placed in this factory building. After finishing all this, Xiao Yi put a large amount of boiled water on the shelf in exchange for other basic supplies besides wood and stones. Double the effect, never waste it. After the listing was completed, Su Wan sent a message. Cornerstone *2, plastic *1, glass *3, no trade. Xiao Yi replied. Okay. Agree to the deal. Trigger double harvest, obtain supplies, foundation, *4, plastic *2. Jiang Yutian also sent a message. It's much easier to fish for supplies with a small boat. We fished out 4 boxes of supplies today. Cornerstone *3, tomato seeds *2, wood *3, no trade. Agree to the transaction and trigger double rewards. When Xiao Yi was about to trade the items back, Jiang Yutian sent another message. Give me 1 cornerstone, I don't want the seeds, give me half of the other supplies, and the rest are yours. Okay. Xiao Yi traded back part of the supplies according to Jiang Yutian's request. After getting 4 tomato seeds, Xiao Yi walked out directly, scattered them on the ground, and watered them with some grade of pure water. The grass that was planted earlier has fully grown. The grass is ripe. It's time to let the cows out, Xiao Yi muttered. There were still 4 cows in the system space. Chapter 0054 Milking Technique, S-Grade Milk. I was so busy making the most of the double thing that I almost forgot about the cow. Xiao Yi immediately walked out and came to the side of the field. The grass there was already fully mature and had all been cut. Although there was not much, together with the wheat straw and bean straw from before, it was enough to fill the cows' stomachs. Xiao Yi put all the harvested grass into the cowshed, and then put the 4 cows into the cowshed. When the 4 cows saw the food in the trough, they went over and started eating. Tip: not all cows' grass is S-grade. The milk they produce is consistent with the grade of their food. If cows do not eat S-grade grass for a long time, their own grade will decline. After hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Yi asked, I only provide a portion of S-grade fodder every day, and the rest are below S-grade. In this case, will the cow's grade drop? No, but the level of milk production will decline. That's good. Xiao Yi finally felt relieved. Now it was just a transition period. After getting more S-grade soil, he could grow forage grass on a large scale. Now you just need to feed some S-grade grass every day to maintain the grade of the cows. As for the grade of the milk, it's good enough to have it. What else do you want? This time the system provides finished dairy cows, 1 male and 1 female. Since it is a finished dairy cow, you need to consult a professional on how to milk it. Returning to the island monument, Xiao Yi prepared to send a message to Nong Bihong. Unexpectedly, Nong Bihong sent a transaction information first. Cornerstone *2, magnet *2, iron *3, no trade. Agree to the deal. Trigger double harvest, obtain supplies, cornerstone asterisk 4. No need to trade back, I don't need these things. Okay, Xiao Yi replied. Mr. Farmer, can you tell me when the cows produce milk? Is there anything I need to pay attention to when milking? When Nong Bihong saw Xiao Yi's question, she was stunned. She couldn't believe that Xiao Yi actually had a dairy cow. You know, he has never found a living thing in the supply box. Where did Xiao Yi get all these livestock from? No matter how surprised and suspicious we are, the questions still need to be answered. Generally speaking, the lactation period of a dairy cow is 10 months. If a cow is not bred after giving birth for the first time, she can continue to produce milk, but the peak milk production is only for 3 months, after which it will gradually decrease. Nong Bihong began to popularize knowledge about dairy cows. Xiao Yi felt overwhelmed after hearing this, but there was nothing he could do. He had to study hard because no one could do the breeding for him now. Before milking the cow, you must wash your hands carefully, paying special attention to not letting your fingernails grow too long. Then use warm water to clean the cow and give it an appropriate massage. Check whether the cow's mammary gland is inflamed or has lumps before you start milking. The most commonly used method is the fist grip method, Nong Bihong said as he gestured. Xiao Yi listened very carefully. This technique is very important. Finally, we need to give the cow's nipples and heads a medicated bath, but current conditions are limited. I personally feel that using grade A purified water should be fine, Nong Bihong finally said. Xiao Yi nodded and responded. Okay, I understand, I'll go try it first. As he spoke, Xiao Yi made a small wooden barrel, walked to the cowshed, and started making it according to the steps taught by Nong Bihong. Puff, puff. I actually squeezed out the milk successfully. Moreover, these cows are very docile and produce a lot of milk. After a while, half a bucket was squeezed out. Supplies obtained: milk, S grade, asterisk 5 kilograms. Trigger double harvest. Obtained supplies: milk, S grade, asterisk 10 kg. Because he knew that he was still in the state of double bonus, Xiao Yi only squeezed half a bucket and got a bucket in hand. I didn't expect the milk to be S grade. This should be a benefit given by the system. The cows now eat non-S grade feed, so it is impossible for them to squeeze out S grade milk. Xiao Yi felt that there was still a lot of milk, but he didn't have a good way to preserve it, so he had to stop milking. Xiao Yi washed the cow with grade A purified water, then excitedly carried the milk to the stove. Although he doesn't know how to milk, Xiao Yi knows that freshly squeezed milk cannot be drunk directly, but needs to be boiled. Heat a large pot of milk, boil it for 5 minutes, and then slowly cool it down to a drinkable temperature. Xiao Yi couldn't wait to take a sip. A milky aroma filled his mouth and then slid down his throat. As the milk entered my stomach, a warm current flowed through my limbs and bones, and I felt an even more comfortable feeling than the first time I drank grade A purified water. Great! After drinking a pound of liquid in one breath, Xiao Yi lay down on the bed, touching his round belly, his eyes still fixed on the public channel on the island monument. Why is it so hot at night? Someone complained in the public channel. Yeah, it's much hotter than the week before. It was indeed a bit hot during the day the week before, but it felt a bit cool at night. Xiao Yi had taken off his shirt and was sitting shirtless in front of the island monument, watching everyone's complaints. It's so hot. The weather was originally hot, and after drinking the S-grade milk, Xiao Yi's body slowly began to feel hot. Why is it so hot? Xiao Yi really couldn't stand it anymore, so he rushed into the bathroom and kept washing his hot body with the shower. S-grade milk is a tonic in itself, and I drank a lot, so this effect is understandable. Xiao Yi, who was standing under the shower head, guessed the reason. After washing for half an hour, my body gradually returned to normal. The skin that had been tanned by the sun a few days ago became delicate and fair again, and my figure became more well-proportioned. Although there were not many muscles showing, Xiao Yi could feel the tremendous power in his body. It's at least 5 times my previous physical fitness. Xiao Yi felt his own strength, and said secretly. You have to know that before drinking milk, Xiao Yi had already reached the physique of an ordinary Special Forces soldier. Now he has definitely surpassed the Special Forces soldier. As for the specific degree, he has no reference and cannot compare. After thinking about it, Xiao Yi filled 4 50g bottles of milk and traded them to Su Wan and the others. If everyone improves their physical fitness, they will be able to survive better. If there is really something we need help with in the future, we will still have to rely on these familiar friends. Milk, S grade, asterisk 50G. No trade. The warm milk is freshly brewed. It's of a higher quality and stronger. Please drink it slowly, otherwise it might overheat. Jiang Yintian sent 2 of them and specifically reminded. I don't know if it's suitable for children to drink directly. I suggest you feed them a little and see how it goes. Okay, thank you, Jiang Yintian replied. Su Wan was holding the warm milk, lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking about. Nong Bihong muttered. This kid has a strong learning ability. He has produced a finished product so quickly. The milking technique is very simple. Chapter 0055, Double Countdown, Roosters Crow, Too Many Fish. Xiao Yi was full of energy after drinking milk. He collected all the materials traded in the trading hall, and then continued to sell boiled water and trade basic materials. That night, many people simply laid down a wooden board and no one slept in a shed or tent. Because it was so hot, it was a little cooler outside with the sea breeze. Xiao Yi wanted to make full use of the effective double harvest, so he insisted on not sleeping, but of course he was not sleepy. It's the last wave. After the transaction is completed, prepare to take a break, Xiao Yi muttered as he saw that the time had come to 23:45. There's still 15 minutes of double time left. I put some boiled water up again, and even the transaction price increased slightly. Anyway, this slight increase in cost is nothing to Xiao Yi, who has double the money. As long as the transaction is completed, Xiao Yi will make a profit. Everyone, hurry to the trading hall. The boss has raised the price. The same supplies can be exchanged for 5 milliliters more boiled water. Really? Then I have to change some quickly. I'm going too. This boss must be crazy today. He's been collecting supplies all day. What's the big deal? There are always big guys collecting supplies normally, but there are just too many big guys today. Just for the extra 5 milliliters of boiled water, the transaction Xiao Yi posted became popular again. Xiao Yi started to put boiled water on the shelves again. Ding ding! Someone chatted privately with Xiao Yi in the private channel. Xiao Yi switched to the private channel and saw that someone named Xiangyu Bens had sent him a message. Boss, do you want this? Soil improvement card, *1. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up and he replied. Yes, what do you need? 5 cornerstones, 100 L of water, 50 kilograms of food. Xiao Yi frowned as he watched the other party open his mouth for a huge sum of money, but he really wanted to get it. Taking advantage of the double bonus now, he would make a fortune if he got it. I looked at my supplies. There was enough food and water, but they needed to be boiled. However, the cornerstone required was a bit too much. After thinking about it for a moment, I didn't dare stay too long. At least I couldn't let the other party think that I was hesitating. If the other party finds that you are hesitating, it means that he really wants this thing, and he may raise the price. 1 cornerstone, 30 L of water, 20 kilograms of food. I don't know to what extent this thing has been improved. I also need to collect seeds and learn how to farm and maintain it. It's still uncertain how much food can be produced in the end. I can only offer this price. If you think it's appropriate, then let's trade. If not, forget it, Xiao Yi replied, then looked at the interface of the island monument nervously. There are only 3 minutes left. If the other party does not choose to trade within 3 minutes, he will not be able to enjoy the double bonus. A minute passed and the other party did not respond. Xiao Yi frowned. Could it be that the other party really understands the value of this card and therefore does not intend to trade it? At this time, Xiao Yi even felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have added more supplies. Just when Xiao Yi was regretting in front of the island monument, the other party spoke. I want 1 cornerstone, and 10 each of water and food. If you can, then let's trade. Xiao Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the other party's reply, and said with embarrassment. Is that so? Fine, let me suffer a little loss and let's trade. Foundation stone, *1, boiled water, *40 L, sea fish, *30 kg, soil improvement card, *1. The other party immediately agreed to the deal, as if afraid that Xiao Yi would regret it. He really didn't expect that this card could be exchanged for so many things. He really didn't know the actual application value of this card. Just like Xiao Yi said, there were so many restrictions, and he didn't know the market price. He was just asking for an exorbitant price before. Obtained materials, soil improvement card *1. Trigger double harvest, obtained supplies, soil improvement card *2. The double effect disappears. Xiao Yi clenched his fists tightly and finally completed the transaction before the double effect disappeared. Okay, I can finally have a good sleep. Xiao Yi lay down on the mat with satisfaction. The fully furnished apartment is fully equipped with bedding for all 4 seasons. Xiao Yi heard the crowing of a rooster in a daze. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, "Whose rooster is this? Are you going to let me sleep?" But the next moment, he immediately woke up, got out of bed, and rushed outside to the chicken coop. Inside the chicken coop, a large, brightly colored rooster was crowing proudly and heroically. The other hens saw Xiao Yi appear and started cackling. "You are growing so fast. I will go prepare food for you," Xiao Yi said happily. Mr. Nong said that hens in the egg-laying period need to be supplemented with enough calcium. I will give you some more fish bone powder today. When we arrived in front of the apartment, Wang Kai was already carrying sea fish. There was already a pile of them, and Wang Kai was still bringing them over. The sea fish caught by the fully automatic fishing net will be placed on the shore. In the past, Xiao Yi would pick them up by himself, but now it is one size job. So many? Xiao Yi looked at the sea fish piled up like a small mountain, a little dazed. The area of his island tripled yesterday. In the past, he harvested 70 to 80 fish every night. Now if it tripled, the number would be at least 560. But it seems that there is much more than that. We need to dig a fish pond, Xiao Yi said secretly. There are so many, I definitely can't finish them all, and Su Wan and the others definitely can't finish them either. It will probably be difficult to digest them in the market. It's so hot today, it's easy to go bad, so it's better to put it in water. Xiao Yi did it as soon as he thought of it. He immediately rushed into the factory building on the west side, took out the shovel from the toolbox, and started digging not far from the shore. Digging today felt even easier than yesterday. It only took 3 minutes to dig a deep pit that was 2 meters long, wide and high. I filled it with seawater from a wooden barrel and then threw all the fish that Wang Kai had brought in into the pit. The fish immediately swam happily. Woof woof! At this time, Wang Kai ran over with another fish in his mouth, seeming a little confused as to why the owner threw all the fish into the water again. From now on, put all the fish you catch here. Do you understand? Xiao Yi said, pointing to the puddle. Woof woof! Wang Kai barked twice, then picked up the fish under his paws and threw it into the puddle. Goodba! Xiao Yi gave it a thumbs up, and then prepared to pile the excavated sand on the small pile behind the apartment. When passing the land in front, Xiao Yi was stunned. There were no other plants on the entire land. It was all densely packed with grass. At this time, Xiao Yi finally understood the special reminders in the system prompts. Attention! This grass will grow wildly, so be careful to see if it affects other crops. With this kind of grassland, other plants will not grow, Xiao Yi muttered, and then continued to rush behind the apartment. Arriving at the back of the apartment, Xiao Yi was stunned again. Chapter 0056 Evolution is unexpectedly fast. What he entered was a hill, mound, about 30 meters high. Xiao Yi was sure that he definitely did not pile it so high yesterday. And there are even some green plants appearing on this hill. Artificial intelligence can really interfere with evolution. Xiao Yi became excited and piled the sand he dragged over directly to the top of the hill. Standing at the top, looking at the forest behind, it was full of luxuriant branches and leaves. Although Xiao Yi stood high, he couldn't clearly see the specific situation inside the forest. Yesterday, sparse trees and stones appeared on the newly expanded area. Xiao Yi just took a look around and then walked down. There was still a lot of work to do today. The first thing he had to do was to deal with the overgrown grass. Let's first look at the flower beds in the S-grade soil. The grass has also occupied all the ground. However, the root systems of coconut trees and corn are more developed than the grass, so the grass cannot affect them. On the contrary, the grass near the coconut trees and corn is not growing very well. Since it has no impact, don't worry about it, just let it go. Harvest all the S-level grass and throw it into the cowshed, then go to the land and find the seedlings of strawberries, peppers, potatoes and tomatoes that had been planted previously. Because of the rapid growth of grass, the seedlings looked a little wilted, as if they were malnourished. Xiao Yi shook his head helplessly, then cleared out the nearby 100 square meters and used the soil improvement card he had exchanged last night. So there were 2 more pieces of arable land. The 3 plots of land are separated by a distance of about 2 meters. In order to prevent the grass seeds from being blown to other lands by the wind, Xiao Yi also made an airtight fence with wooden boards to completely enclose the grass land. All the seedlings, as well as the strawberries and peppers that had already grown, were carefully transplanted to the new land, and then watered with some grade A purified water to ensure their survival. These things almost filled up Xiao Yi's 2 newest plots of land. After transplanting, Xiao Yi cut all the overgrown grass and threw it into the cowshed. The 4 cows ate happily. After all, they had been hungry all night yesterday. After finishing these things, Xiao Yi looked at the time and it was only 8 o'clock. The rooster crowed too early. Xiao Yi shook his head and started preparing breakfast. When I was checking the grass just now, I found that the corn in the flower bed was ripe. Xiao Yi broke off 2 corns and threw them into the pot to cook. He went to the fish pit he had dug, caught 10 fish, prepared them, and started grilling them. Seeing that there were only 2 seasonings, sea salt and chili powder, Xiao Yi muttered, "It would be nice if there were some other spices, like cumin or something." If other survivors hear this, they will definitely say that this is the Versailles competition. It's good enough that others have something to eat, but you already have salt and pepper, and you still want seasoning? After the corn was cooked, I broke each one into 2 halves and added them to the grilled fish and sent them to Su Wan and the others. Grilled fish, *1.5 kg boiled corn, S grade, *200 g boiled water, *500 ml. No trade. There's been a bumper crop of sea fish recently. If anyone is hungry, just tell me. We can't finish eating it, and we can't sell it. And after you finish cooking the corn, leave the cobs for me to feed the cows. Xiao Yi left a message to all 3 of them. After seeing the deal and message proposed by Xiao Yi, the 3 were no longer shocked and agreed to the deal. These are all basic operations, nothing to be shocked about. After Su Wan completed the transaction, she took the cooked corn and took a bite. Sweet and soft. So delicious. This reminded her of her previous breakfast. She would buy a boiled corn every day, but none of the corns she had eaten before were as delicious as this one. As Su Wan was eating, tears began to flow. They were tears of happiness. Nong Bihong looked at the sumptuous breakfast in front of him and said with emotion, "I haven't eaten corn for a long time. Oh, by the way, I should remind Xiao Yi about the potatoes first. According to the growth cycle here, the potatoes will soon enter the flowering period, and this time period requires special attention. Xiao Yi, you need to pay more attention to the potatoes you plant. If you see flower buds, they have entered the flowering stage. At this time, they need to consume a lot of nutrients. You should top them early and remove the flower buds. When removing the flower buds, be careful not to damage the main stem leaves to prevent the plants from growing wildly. The flowering period is also the period when potatoes expand. Pay attention to watering. Water them for the first time when flower buds appear, and then water them again every 10 days. No, according to the time here, you should water them every 7 or 8 hours. Water them 3 times in total. Potatoes like cool climates. It's a bit hot recently, so remember to keep them covered." After giving some instructions, Nong Bihong started his breakfast. Xiao Yi looked at Nong Bihong's message and said helplessly, "I really hope Mr. Nong can come to his island." "Okay, I've made a note of that," Xiao Yi replied, then walked out to see if there were any flower buds on the potatoes. When he walked to the door of the apartment, Xiao Yi did not find Wang Kai. "Hey, why hasn't Wang Kai come back yet?" In the past, when it was time to eat, it would always appear at the door of the apartment. "Wang Kai!" Xiao Yi called out. "Woof woof!" One Sai's voice came from the woods nearby. Xiao Yi walked towards the woods in confusion. After a while, Wang Kai ran out with a struggling hare in his mouth. Xiao Yi's eyes widened and he said in surprise, "Have the small animals in the forest been refreshed?" After Wang Kai bit the rabbit to death, He placed it in front of Xiao Yi and wagged his tail as if to seek credit. Xiao Yi rubbed its head and said, "Well done. We'll have roasted rabbit for lunch. Your breakfast is at the door, go and have it yourself." Woof woof. Wang Kai ran to the apartment door. Xiao Yi carried the wild rabbit weighing 4 pounds back to the front of the apartment. The potato buds had really appeared. He first processed the potatoes and watered them. He also built a simple shed to prevent the crops from being killed by the sun, and then began to deal with the wild rabbit. "It seems that this island is evolving faster than I thought," Xiao Yi muttered. "I need to put up a fence around my apartment sometime, otherwise those wild animals might destroy the farmland." After dealing with the hare, Xiao Yi immediately took the tools, took out the wooden boards from the factory warehouse, and began to build a fence around his apartment. The fields, chicken coops, cow sheds, flower beds, and water tanks were all surrounded. After all these operations, Xiao Yi's wood inventory was not enough, so he went to the trading hall to exchange sea fish for some wood. Sea fish *100 G for wood *200, note, can be traded in small quantities. Although Xiao Yi had more food than he could finish, most of the survivors were still surviving on the food in the supply boxes, so food was still in short supply. This price was already considered cheap, and Xiao Yi just wanted to gather enough supplies as soon as possible, so he didn't mark the price too high. "It would be great if there was a double status," Xiao Yi muttered as he watched the transactions being completed. "By the way, I haven't signed in today," Xiao Yi suddenly reacted. "System, sign in." Chapter 0057 Small Radar Detector, Still Hot. I was awakened by the crowing of a rooster early in the morning, and then I dealt with the sea fish, prepared the forage, transplanted strawberries and peppers, watered the potatoes, etc. I was so busy that I actually forgot something as important as signing in. Sign in successfully, obtain a small radar detector, SS level. Small radar detector, SS level. It can detect detailed information within a radius of 32 kilometers. If a movable target is found, it will promptly alarm and feed back to the monitor. It is recommended to place the detection device at a high place, so that the detection accuracy is higher. The receiving device can be within 5 kilometers of the detection device. Seeing this sign-in reward, Xiao Yi said happily, "The system still understands me." This way, you don't have to worry about outsiders landing on your island without you noticing. And the detection distance is so far that the opponent can be discovered within 32 kilometers, so we can also make preparations in advance, and the safety of the island is greatly improved. "Fortunately, I built a small hill, otherwise I would have to put this thing on my roof," Xiao Yi said, taking out the radar detector from the system space and walking towards the hill mound behind the house. Climb to the top of the hill, find a slightly flat place, and place the radar detector on it. The receiving device is just like a tablet computer, so Xiao Yi can carry it with him. After installing it and turning it on, an alarm sounded on the tablet. It turned out that the radar detected several supply boxes drifting nearby. Xiao Yi immediately set the supply box as a target to be displayed, but without the need for an alarm, because this is the job of the fully automatic fishing net. Anyway, as long as it is within the fishing radius of the fully automatic fishing net, the supply box will not escape. Xiao Yi would not take a boat out to catch the supply boxes that were particularly far away, so even if he reminded them, it would be meaningless. After setting it up, Xiao Yi looked at the radar scan map of the 32 kilometers nearby and sighed. "There is no island within 32 kilometers. Where are the others? How did Liu drift to where I am before?" In fact, there is a bigger question. If so many people in the world really traveled here, each person had an island, and there were no other islands within 32 kilometers, then how big is this world? Xiao Yi couldn't find the answers to these questions for the time being, so he could only continue to develop his island. If he could get equipment like satellites in the future, he would be able to see the true face of this planet. Xiao Yi shook his head, then walked to the apartment, and continued to build the fence. The sun was getting hotter and hotter, and the sweat on Xiao Yi's face was almost turning into tears. Looking at the half-finished fence, Xiao Yi said, "Let's hide from the sun for a while." Xiao Yi returned to the apartment, drank a large glass of grade A purified water with a little sea salt in it, poured himself a glass of milk, and brought it to the island monument. "The temperature is getting higher and higher. I think it should be around 35 degrees Celsius. More than that, I feel like it's 40 degrees. There's no way to work in this weather. Yeah, we didn't get the supplied box yesterday, so we're probably going to be in trouble again today. We're going to have to go hungry again. It's like if you get food from a supply box, the chances of getting food are too low now. Brother, don't tear people apart when they are in trouble. Luckily, I grabbed some boiled water yesterday. But I need salt after all this sweating. I feel like I'm going to die of dehydration. Can someone give me some water? The public channel became lively again. The weather was too hot, and no one went out to work. They all hid in the sheds they had built, or in tents if they had the best conditions. Xiao Yi gave each of Suwan and the others 5 L of lightly salted water. This weather seems to be killing us. Jiang Yuntian couldn't help but complain. Xiao Yi replied, It is this world that makes the rules now. We can only follow its rules. There is nothing we can do. Luckily I met you, otherwise I would be worried and anxious again. Jiang Yuntian said. He personally had no problems, and he would be fine even if the weather got hotter, but the same could not be said for the children. The milk you gave me yesterday was really amazing. I feel that my physical fitness has improved a little bit. The previous training has already pushed my body to the limit. I didn't expect that 50 milliliters of milk helped me break this limit. Jiang Yuntian had nothing to do, so he chatted with Xiao Yi for a few more words. That's good, this way we can all live better, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. No more talking. There is a supply box very close by. I'll go get it, Jiang Yuntian said, then left the island monument. Others had to stand under the sun to cast the net, but because Jiang Yuntian had Xiao Yi's small boat, he could row over and choose a closer location to cast the net, which did not consume much physical energy. What's more, with the lightly salted boiled water provided by Xiao Yi, he didn't have to worry about excessive sweating. So when he sees the supplied box, Jiang Yuntian will still take action. People like Suwan and Nong Bihong can't do that. They can only wait until the sun sets, or if the supplied box is really close, they will go out to fish in the sun. After finishing the chat with Jiang Yuntian, Xiao Yi once again put some lightly salted boiled water on the shelf in the trading hall. Trade, lightly salted water, *50 ml for, cornerstone, *2 or, metal flakes, *5 or other rare materials. Note, for rare materials, please privately chat first and then determine the transaction ratio. The boss has put salted water on the shelves again. This time, in addition to cornerstones and metal pieces, you can also exchange it for other rare materials. Rare supplies? What kind of supplies are those? It's very simple. It's just materials that are not commonly seen nowadays, such as this magnet *1. Yes, to put it simply, it means that the chances of finding supplies in a supply box are very small. I only have some common supplies, what should I do? I really want to drink salt water. Then go fish in the supply boxes and pray that you get rare supplies. Brother, if we go out in this hot weather, I'll probably die of dehydration before we even get to the supply box. This won't work, and that won't work either. I advise you to lie down and go to sleep. You mean that when you sleep, your energy activity is lower, so you won't be as thirsty or hot? No, I mean go to sleep, dreams can hold anything. Xiao Yi looked at the chat in the public channel and felt that there was no useful information, so he sent a message looking for and ran, and then walked out wearing a leaf hat that he had made from branches with leaves on them. The weather was too hot, and he needed to check on the conditions of the crops he grew. Although there was a simple wooden shed to block the sunlight, the temperature was still very high and all the plants looked a little wilted. In order to ensure that they would not be roasted to death, Xiao Yi sprinkled some water on the ground and watered each seedling with a little grade of pure water. He stayed there for about 20 minutes in total, and Xiao Yi felt like he had been fished out of the water. Chapter 0058 Hens Laying Eggs, Pollination Knowledge. Xiao Yi hurried back to the apartment, rushed into the bathroom, took a shower, and then washed his clothes. Just imagine, if you don't wash your clothes for 3 days in the hot summer, they will probably stink even if the wind blows for 10 miles. After washing, Xiao Yi came out naked, wrung the clothes a little and hung them outside. I still need to get 2 spare sets of clothes, Xiao Yi muttered. He has a loom, but he doesn't know how to use it. To put it another way, even if he knew how to use it, where would he get the silk thread for weaving? Even if he had silk thread and wove it into cloth, he wouldn't be able to make clothes. Alas, there are still a lot of equipment needed, and not enough manpower. Xiao Yi sighed helplessly. How much could he do alone? He could only make do with the clothes he wore when he first got here. Luckily, there was no one else around. Cool. 5 minutes later, Xiao Yi went out and touched his clothes and found that they were completely dry. Although there was no one else around and it was quite cool, I still felt embarrassed to be naked. It seems that the hot weather is not completely without benefits. Xiao Yi put on his clothes. Wankai didn't run outside at this time, but lay on the tile floor of the apartment. Only in this way could he cool down a little. The tongue in his mouth was almost completely popped out. Because of the small radar detector, Xiao Yi no longer needs to let Wankai patrol the entire island, and can let it stay by his side as a companion. Xiao Yi took out the detector receiver and looked through it. The fully automatic fishing net had already caught 4 boxes of supplies, which were all placed on the shore. According to radar detection, there should be 4 more supply boxes that can be caught. Anyway, there are fully automatic fishing nets working non-stop, so Xiao Yi doesn't have to worry about these things. Alas, in such a large space, there are no other islands and no other people. I feel like I am the only one left in the world. Xiao Yi sighed. When Liu touched his island before, he was still wondering if everyone's island was not very far away, but now he can be sure that at least everyone's island is very far away from his island. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, the cry of a hen was heard outside. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up and he immediately went out putting on his leaf hat. When we arrived at the chicken coop, we saw that the hen was crowing because she was laying eggs, and she had already laid 2. Not bad, not bad, Xiao Yi said happily. He believed that he would be able to eat eggs soon. Xiao Yi did not touch the 2 eggs. Instead, he returned to the island monument and asked Nong Bihong, Mr. Nong, can all eggs laid by hens hatch chicks? Not all of them, Nong Bihong replied immediately. After all, there was no way to work now. He could only stay in front of the island monument and watch those people chatting on the public channel. Then Nong Bihong gave Xiao Yi some basic information about what kind of eggs can hatch chicks. Whether or not an egg can hatch a chick depends on whether the egg is fertilized. Find a paper tube, put the egg in the tube, and look at it under a strong light. If you can see a small black dot inside the egg, it is a fertilized egg. Otherwise, it is not. Okay, got it, Xiao Yi replied, then went to the paper-making machine and made some harder paper. I went to the chicken coop again and examined the 2 eggs one by one, and found that there were small black spots inside them. Xiao Yi looked at the rooster beside him, gave it a thumbs up, and said, Great, you never miss a shot. When the rooster heard Xiao Yi's praise, he walked around even more proudly. Because the weather was too hot, Xiao Yi added more water to their troughs. Hatch it well, Xiao Yi said, then walked back to the apartment. Nong Bihong said that a hen can only lay 1 egg a day, but considering that the time here is different from that in the previous world, the ratio is about 1:30, so the hens here should be able to lay about 30 eggs a day. At this rate, both chicken coops will be full soon. In the following time, Xiao Yi kept hearing the hen clucking. The apartment has good soundproofing, but the weather was too hot and I had no electricity, so I had to open all the windows. There was no soundproofing at all and I couldn't even fall asleep during my nap. I was careless. I should have placed the chicken coop farther away. Next time I can adjust the layout, I must move it away from the vicinity, Xiao Yi muttered. Looking at the trading hall, Xiao Yi saw that the lightly salted water he had put on the shelf was still being sold, so he replenished some more. In the past 2 days, Xiao Yi has purchased a lot of basic supplies. One of the factory buildings is already full, and half of the other factory building has been reserved for storing supplies. In a daze, Xiao Yi fell asleep accompanied by the clucking sound of the hen. When I woke up, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon, and the sunlight outside was finally not so strong. Xiao Yi washed his face, then walked out and continued working on the fence that he had not finished in the morning. It took Xiao Yi an hour to finally fence off the residential area, farming area, and 2 factory buildings. Although this fence is not particularly exquisite, it can at least prevent some small animals from accidentally entering. Xiao Yi looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Wankai beside him barked twice, then jumped and easily jumped into the fence. Then he stuck out his tongue and called out to Xiao Yi twice, as if to say, "Look, this fence is completely useless." Xiao Yi rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not trying to protect you. From now on, you will be responsible for the safety of all items in the fence. If anything goes wrong, you will be held accountable." Woof woof! Wang Kai barked twice. After finishing all this, Xiao Yi came to the apple tree. The apples were ripe, but looking at the few apples hanging on the tree, Xiao Yi felt a little worried. Can an apple tree only produce 4 or 5 apples? I saw quite a few flowers blooming earlier. With this question, Xiao Yi consulted Mr. Nong again. The farmer smiled and replied, "It's very simple. It's because there are no people or creatures to pollinate them. Relying on the wind, it's already very good to be able to produce 4 or 5 fruits." Hearing this, Xiao Yi suddenly realized, and then immediately thought that the corn itself seemed to have not been pollinated, so how could it grow corn cobs normally? Corn is quite special. Male and female flowers are on the same plant but different flowers. It can be self-pollinated or pollinated by wind or insects. Professionalism is professionalism. I understand, Xiao Yi replied. So, I will have to do the pollination myself in the future. Oh, it's another troublesome thing. Could it be possible for some bees, butterflies, and the like to spawn in the woods? That would be much more convenient, Xiao Yi thought expectantly. Just as he was praying, someone sent a message in the public channel, which made everyone excited. Chapter 0059, Selling the Island Monument prompts message, roasted hare. I built a boat. What? You're awesome, sir. How did you get the blueprints for making a small boat? Is there any need to ask? Of course it's opening the supply box. It depends on your looks. Envious. What's there to be envious of? Didn't someone sell a C-class sailboat blueprint before? That level is too high. Even if you buy it, you may not be able to make it. What I want to say is that after I built the boat, I discovered that the island monument gave me a hint. What hint? Everyone began to become curious, and the island monument hint was an opportunity for everyone to understand this world. But the man who built the small wooden boat kept it a secret. If you want to know what the island monument indicates, exchange it for resources. The man sent a message in the public channel. Fuck, this requires resources to exchange. You must be crazy for resources. That's right. At worst, we'll know once we build a wooden boat. Yes, forget it, just let it rot in your hands. For a time, many people were denouncing the person with the ID Qin Yunxing. Suwan saw the news and immediately chatted with Xiao Yi privately. Look at the public channel, someone said that a wooden boat was built, there is a hint on the island monument, and he is selling this hint. Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment, then switched to the public channel, scrolled up the chat history, and instantly understood what had happened. Xiao Yi immediately sent a message back to Suwan, saying, "This information is that the island monument can be transferred to the ship, but it can only be transferred once a year. It's no big deal, just take a look." At the same time, this information was sent to Jiang Yutian and Nong Bihong. Jiang Yutian had been using the small boat Xiao Yi gave him to fish out the supply boxes. He also saw the island monument on the boat, so he was naturally not surprised that Xiao Yi knew the news. Nong Bihong was surprised and asked, "Doesn't that mean some people will choose to work on ships in the future?" Yes, and there is no need for a cornerstone, and there is no need to worry about flooding every week. Of course, the risk factor is not low. There are threats from marine life, and some natural disasters, such as violent storms, huge waves, etc., Xiao Yi replied. Nong Bihong nodded. He believed that most people would still choose to live on land. Even in the previous world, fishermen who went out to sea had to go ashore to rest after drifting on the sea for a period of time. Although many people are boycotting and opposing it in public channels, there are still people who want to know this tip. After all, knowing some information in advance will put you ahead of everyone by a considerable distance. What resources do you want? Emperor Lin Tianxia directly chatted with Qin Yunxing privately. Qin Yunxing saw Di Lin Tianxia's private chat and immediately replied, "Boss Di Lin, it would be fine if you could just give me some water and food, but I hope to join you for free. 500 milliliters of purified water, 200 g of bread, free to join. After joining, the amount of materials you have to hand in every week will be halved." said Emperor Lin Tianxia. Okay, thank you, big boss, Qin Yinxing said. This tip is that the island monument can be moved, and it can be moved once a year. Emperor Lin Tianxia frowned and said, Can it be transferred? In other words, if we choose to transfer, we don't need the cornerstone at all. Yes, I have decided to develop on the ship. I moved the island monument, my own island sank, and returned some cornerstones, Qin Yinxing said. Okay, I got it. Emperor Lin Tianxia traded the things over, and then reminded Emperor Lin Qinglong of the special nature of Qin Yinxing's joining. Little bastard, have you sold your information? Someone asked on the public channel. How can it be sold? Using resources to exchange for information that is not sure whether it is useful or not? That's just stupid people with a lot of money. Qin Yunxing saw this and immediately said, Just now, Boss D Lin exchanged this information with me. Do you mean that Boss D Lin is a fool? Emperor Lin Tianxia has changed? It seems that this information has some value. I want to change it too. The person who just said that people are stupid and have a lot of money didn't dare to continue talking. If you continue to show up, you will probably be scolded to death by the members under the influence of Emperor Lin. Everyone, if we have a boat, can we find other people's islands and develop them together? Yeah, it's too boring to be alone on the island. Two people can talk and do something that everyone likes to do. Upstairs, are you sure the person who can find your island is definitely of the opposite sex? Who says it has to be opposite sex? Same sex is true love. The ability of netizens to distort the topic is still very strong. Xiao Yi watched their conversation, shook his head, and thought to himself. We still want to develop together? The biggest possibility in this world is to kill you and take your resources. After all, one more person means one more consumption, but one more person does not necessarily mean more gains. Muttering this, Xiao Yi got up and walked out of the apartment, then continued to water the potatoes. The next time he watered them was in the middle of the night. After watering, another wave of grass is harvested and sent to the cowshed. The weather was too hot, so I didn't prepare any lunch. Now I started preparing lunch and put the previously processed rabbit on the grill. What a pity there is no oil, Xiao Yi said with regret, and planted all the soybeans he had harvested before as seeds. After so many days of practice, Xiao Yi's barbecue skills have become very proficient. Soon the hare was roasted to a golden brown, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sprinkled with some salt, and then cut into pieces. I picked 2 apples, washed them, cut them, and then sent them to Su Wan and the others. Roasted hare meat, *300g, apple, grade A, *100g boiled water, *500 ml. No transaction. Let's change the taste of our lunch today. We won't eat fish, but we'll keep the apple cores. The main purpose is to see if we can get apple seeds, Xiao Yi reminded. Habit? Where did the hare come from? Su Wan asked curiously. This is what the island monument hinted at before. The larger the area, the more abundant the refreshed supplies will be. There are already forests on my island, and small animals have been refreshed in the forests, Xiao Yi explained. So amazing, Su Wan said in amazement. But the hare runs so fast, how can you catch it? It's not me, it's Wan Kai, Xiao Yi replied. Wan Kai? Su Wan was even more surprised. Are there other people on your island? Wan Kai is a dog, Xiao Yi said helplessly. You have a pet? Su Wan felt that Xiao Yi could always give her surprises. Yes, a purebred Chinese native dog, Xiao Yi replied. That's good. At least you won't seem too lonely, Su Wan replied enviously. Eat quickly and then see if there is still a chance to fish out the supply box, Xiao Yi said. Xiao Yi picked up a rabbit leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Woof woof. Wan Kai was drooling. Oh yes, there's yours too, Xiao Yi said, then tore off a large piece of meat from the grill and threw it over. Wan Kai jumped up, caught it accurately, and started chewing it excitedly. Ever since he started eating roasted and cooked meat with Xiao Yi, Wan Kai gave up eating raw food. While gnawing on a rabbit leg, Xiao Yi was watching the public channel. At this time, a message popped up. The Emperor's forces will start a maritime business. Chapter 0060, Long Gown, Free Information, Reminder. The Emperor's forces will start a maritime business and purchase ship manufacturing plans from everyone. The price will definitely satisfy you. This is a message released by Emperor's forces. Because one person cannot send messages continuously or they will be blocked due to screen swiping, the next 4 Hall Masters of Delin sent the same message one after another. After seeing the news, the others started talking about it. It seems that after building a wooden boat, the hint from the island monument gave Emperor Lin Tianxia a new idea. That's right, but it seems that it's very difficult to get the ship manufacturing blueprints. It's been more than 10 days so far, and it seems that only 2 have appeared. Tisk, that's only what you know. Who knows how many more there are that you don't know? That seems to be true. If I were to come up with a blueprint for manufacturing a ship, I would definitely not sell it. Nonsense, everyone knows we can't sell it. If there's a chance to manufacture it successfully, it can be considered another way out. At least we don't have to worry about the sea water flooding the island. Yeah, I don't know if there are other big guys who have successfully built a ship. I feel like there must be. The entire public channel was noisy. Xiao Yi did not continue to pay attention to it, but walked out. The 8 supply boxes outside had already been dragged back by Wang Kai. Open them all. Obtained materials, cornerstone *2, iron *4. Supplies obtained, plastic *6, brick *4. Obtained materials, linen clothing manufacturing diagram *1. The 8 supply boxes did not reveal any food or water, only 6 cornerstones were found, and the rest were some basic supplies. Among them, the linen clothing manufacturing diagram interested Xiao Yi the most. After all, I have been wearing this set of clothes for more than 10 days. Linen clothing manufacturing diagram, linen *4. There were enough resources, so Xiao Yi immediately used the island monument to create it. Linen clothes, long gown, although a bit rough, but still feels soft to wear, the warmth retention performance is not good. Xiao Yi tried it on himself and found it fit him well. It felt like the long gown worn in ancient Xia dynasty, except that it looked a little worn out. This image is more like a literary youth in the Republic of China. Xiao Yi muttered, then walked to the fully automatic fishing net, modified it to cast the net without a target, and then returned to the island monument again. I used my resources to exchange for that prompt information, and I'll tell everyone for free. A person with the ID suddenly said in the public channel. When Qin Yunxing saw the message, he immediately said, "You are a dishonest person." Credibility? I have to do this so that more people can survive, Tianxia Weigong said. Fuck, where did this idiot come from? Qin Yunxing couldn't help but curse. He wanted to use this information to earn more resources, but it was exposed by Tianxia Weigong. No matter how Qin Yunxing scolded him, Tianxia Weigong still made public the information he got from Qin Yunxing. Qin Yunxing looked angrily at everyone in the public channel discussing the news about the transfer of the island monument, and the situation they would face after it was transferred to the ship. What if something goes wrong with the ship at sea? This should be repaired on land, right? What if we can't find land? Isn't that the end of us? This should probably be like this. Then you should just stay on the island and develop your career. The sea is still too dangerous. I can't stand drifting on the sea all the time. Unless there's a little sister wandering with me. Unless there's a little sister +1. Seeing that they were instantly distracted, Xiao Yi said, "Don't worry about this. If there is a problem with the hull at sea, you can use the island monument on the ship to repair it. As long as you have enough resources, it can be repaired immediately." When everyone saw this statement, they were stunned for a moment. Who is this? How does he know this? This can't be nonsense. Qin Yunxing saw that Xiao Yi's ID was Iranpin, and he muttered in confusion. This person didn't trade information with me. How does he know all this? Is he a big shot who has already built a ship? Tianxi Weigong saw Xiao Yi's speech and immediately shouted. Qin Yunxing, you dared to hide something when trading with me? Why didn't you tell me this information? Before Qin Yunxing could reply, Emperor Lin Tianxia came over and asked, Do you know this news? I really don't know. I just got on board today and haven't encountered any damage to the hull. How would I know about this situation? Qin Yunxing felt like yellow mud had fallen into his crotch and he couldn't explain what was going on. Okay, I understand. Lin Tianxia was very confident that Qin Yunxing would never dare to lie to him. After Qin Yunxing finished replying to Emperor Lin Tianxia, he immediately said in the public channel, "I don't know this news either, don't fucking criticize me. I just boarded the boat today, how can I know this stuff?" After Qin Yunxing said this, everyone understood that Yi Ranpin, who had just spoken, was definitely a big-name survivor. "Boss, have you chosen to develop on the ship?" "Yes, sir. What class of ship is your ship?" "Boss, do you have any food and water? Give me some. I'm hungry and thirsty." "You bunch of people, the boss's things don't come from the wind. If you want them, then exchange them for resources. Don't just think about getting them for free." "Yes, I hope you can provide more information or survival skills. I hope you can teach me more." Yes, that's the most important thing." Xiao Yi saw that many people began to ask him for survival skills. After thinking for a while, he spoke again. "I don't have any good survival skills, just salvaging supplies, but I have other information that I can tell everyone for free. One island monument can become a subsidiary island monument of another island monument." After sending this message, Xiao Yi immediately reminded, "Here, unless you are very familiar with and trust someone, don't trust anyone else. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. This is a world without competition rules. Come on, everyone." In fact, the above information will be known naturally when they meet each other, so it is not important information. What? Can it become a subsidiary island monument? Doesn't this mean that the boss already has his own affiliated island monument? What are the conditions? Did the other person submit to him? I doubt it. The boss just said that you shouldn't trust anyone easily. In all likelihood, the boss must have dealt with that person. Is it so cruel? Can't everyone just live in harmony? Humph, this world is free of laws. You can guarantee your own goodness, but can you guarantee that others will be just as good? That's right, everyone should really remember the boss's instructions. Xiao Yi did not continue speaking in the public channel. This was the limit, and the rest depended on themselves. Chapter 0061 Blacklist, Bees, Eggs. This Yi Ranpin should know a lot of information, Emperor Lin Tianxia thought to himself as he watched Xiao Yi's speech. After thinking for a moment, Emperor Lin Tianxia immediately sent a private message to Xiao Yi. "Brother, can we chat?" When Xiao Yi saw the private message from Lin Tianxia, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied, "Thank you, I'm not interested. My brother, this world is too dangerous. We survivors still need to stick together for warmth. It is difficult to develop quickly alone," said Emperor Lin Tianxia. Xiao Yi curled his lips and blocked him directly to prevent him from harassing him continuously. You can tell what Emperor Lin Tianxia wants to do just by thinking with your butt. He wanted to get information from him, or get him to join his gang. Xiao Yi and he were not the same kind of people. Having cheated the Lin forces of so many pieces of metal before, there is no need for too much interaction now. When Emperor Lin Tianxia saw that the other party quickly blocked him, his face darkened, and he ordered Emperor Lin Xinglong, "Arrange someone to approach Yi Ranpin." "Yes," Emperor Lin Xinglong replied. After blocking Lin Xinglong, Jiang Yutian sent a transaction offer. Cornerstone *4, Bronze *5, no trade. Xiao Yi was stunned when he saw this transaction, and then Jiang Yutian sent another message. "My island is large enough for us to move around. I'd better make your island as large as possible so that we can refresh more other supplies." In the afternoon, Xiao Yi distributed wild rabbit meat to them and also briefly explained the origin of the wild rabbit meat. Upon learning that Xiao Yi's island had been refreshed with trees and the small animals in the trees, Jiang Yuntian immediately decided to do his best to help Xiao Yi expand the island. The bigger Xiao Yi's island is, the more supplies will be refreshed, and they will have better living conditions. At least they can have more diverse food. Children can't always eat sea fish. Suwan and Nong Bihong had the same idea, but they only found a supply box today and only got some basic supplies, no cornerstones, and no food. Xiao Yi didn't bother to be polite with him and directly agreed to the deal, and would use all the cornerstones to expand the island. In the evening, Xiao Yi processed more than 10 sea fish again, and each person grilled 2, 1 spicy and 1 non-spicy. There were so many sea fish that we didn't use up many of them in today's trade. After it was baked, Xiao Yi sent it to them, along with 500 g of lettuce leaves, 50 milliliters of S-grade milk, and 500 milliliters of boiled water. I even suspect that you came in through the back door, Nong Bihong said with a smile. Haha, yes, I have someone above me, Xiao Yi said with a smile. After Su Wan and the others had eaten and drunk their fill, they lay down on the wooden boards outside. The wooden shed and the tent were too hot. Looking at the calm sea, Su Wan sighed. If there is no pressure of survival, this place is actually quite beautiful. The sea water here is much clearer than the sea water in their previous world. There was no garbage on the sea. The only things she had seen over the past few days were supply boxes. Why are we here? What kind of power can make so many people come here and accept the test here? Su Wan couldn't find the answers to these questions, and perhaps no one could find the answers to these questions. Suddenly a person appeared in her mind, Xiao Yi. Perhaps only he has the chance to find the answer. At this time, the discussion in the public channel was still heated, adding fuel to the hot weather. This hot day, when will it end? Yeah, it's better to live in winter. If it's cold, you can run and jump around. But this is so hot, there's nothing you can do. The guy upstairs, please don't say that. With the clothes we have now, I'm afraid a lot of people will freeze to death when winter comes. Yeah, don't be such a phoenix. Xiao Yi watched the chat on the public channel, then looked at the boiled water and fish he had put on the shelf, and saw that he had made quite a few sales. I put another batch on the shelves since I can't finish it anyway. Accompanied by the clucking sound of the hen, Xiao Yi slowly fell asleep. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiao Yi waved his hand and muttered, "When did mosquitoes appear?" But no matter how he waved, the buzzing sound lingered in his ears. Xiao Yi could only sit up helplessly, listening to the rooster crowing for the third time, and said, "Oh my God, can I sleep in?" He walked to the bathroom like a zombie, washed his face, rinsed his mouth, and then walked out of the apartment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound became louder. Xiao Yi looked carefully and his annoyance instantly disappeared. Many of the crops I planted have already bloomed, and there are many bees flying among the flowers. I was still worried about the pollination problem yesterday, but today bees appeared in the woods for me, Xiao Yi said happily. Looking at the bees from a distance, Xiao Yi muttered, "Will these things sting people?" Thinking of this, Xiao Yi immediately walked back to the island monument and consulted Nong Bihong about the matter. As long as you don't provoke them, generally speaking, they won't sting people. But just in case, you should plant flowering plants as far away as possible, Nong Bihong replied with a smile. That's good. Xiao Yi felt a little more relieved this time and walked towards the chicken coop. I vaguely heard the hen crowing many times last night, so I went to see how many eggs it had laid. When he arrived at the chicken coop, Xiao Yi was surprised to find that there were already 23 eggs in the chicken nest. He immediately used the method taught by Nong Bihong to identify that 4 of the eggs were not fertilized eggs, which meant they could not hatch chicks. Xiao Yi decisively took out the 4 eggs. I'll take these 4 without chicks first, and the rest are left to you, Xiao Yi said to the hen. Cluck? 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 The hen tilted her head and looked at Xiao Yi. He threw 4 eggs into the pot and started to cook. Then Xiao Yi suddenly remembered that he should have watered the potatoes at midnight last night, but he fell asleep. He rushed to the field and watered the potatoes. I hope it won't affect the harvest this time, Xiao Yi muttered. There are too many things to do, I can't handle it. Xiao Yi shook his head, harvested the grass in the field, then came to the flower bed with S-grade soil and harvested all the S-grade grass there and sent them to the cowshed. He returned to the S-level flower bed and broke off all the corn cobs. He saved one of the corns for seeds, and Xiao Yi prepared to eat the rest. Currently, only one flower bed is filled with S-grade soil, and there is no place to plant too many seeds. All the corn plants were cut down, the leaves were taken to the cowshed to feed the cows, and the rest were buried in the soil. Returning to the stove, Xiao Yi put 3 more corns into the pot. Let's change the taste of breakfast today and not eat fish, Xiao Yi muttered. Corn, milk, eggs, and an apple, that should be enough. Chapter 0062, Oversupply of Sea Fish, Luxurious Breakfast. Anyway, the workload during the day is not that heavy, so this food should be enough. Woof woof! One Sai's voice came from outside, as if he was in some trouble. Xiao Yi turned down the fire in the stove and walked out. When he arrived at where Wang Kai was, the scene in front of him made him feel helpless. The deep pit that was dug earlier specifically for catching sea fish was already filled with fish, and there were 2 under one-size claws. The fish in the deep pit were still jumping out. Wang Kai had no choice but to push the fish under his claws into the deep pit, then ran to the other side, held down the fish that had just jumped out, and pushed it back into the pit. Seeing Xiao Yi coming, Wang Kai called out to him. "Woof woof!" Xiao Yi was also helpless. Others couldn't catch any fish, but he had so many fish that he didn't know where to put them. Others can't catch fish because the island is small and there are few marine resources. In addition, there are problems with net casting skills and physical fatigue, so the harvest is very meager. Because Xiao Yi has a fully automatic fishing net, he doesn't have to worry about casting the net. The island is very large and there is an oversupply of marine fish. In that case, I'll sell them at a slightly lower price and exchange them for supplies. We can't waste so many fish, Xiao Yi decided. Of course, it can also be considered a benefit for other survivors. As long as they can get supplies, at least they don't have to worry about going hungry. I'm so kind. Xiao Yi walked back to the apartment, came to the island monument, and switched to the trading hall. Sea fish *1 kg trade cornerstone *1. Sea fish, *500g in exchange for metal sheet, *1. After putting these transactions on the shelves, Xiao Yi quickly went to check the eggs and corn cooking in his pot. At this moment, everyone in the public channel became excited. The boss is having another big sale. What are you selling this time? It's still sea fish, but the price is much cheaper than before. Simply put, the same supplies could be exchanged for 100g of sea fish before, but now it can be exchanged for 200g. This is a direct doubling. So what are you waiting for? Let's trade now. Yeah, this guy is so awesome. Luckily, I have such an awesome boss, otherwise I would really starve. I just found a supply box in the past 2 days, and I haven't opened any food yet. I have to rely on the sea fish given by the boss. Yeah, there's another big guy who keeps providing boiled water, otherwise I would really die of thirst. It would be great if there were more big guys like this. Emperor Lin Tianxia looked at the sea fish on the market, frowned and said, How did this person get so many sea fish? Emperor Lin Tianxia also used his own fishing net, but after casting for half a day he only caught 3 sea fish. He was so tired that his back and waist ached. He really couldn't imagine how the other party got so many sea fish. Could it be going out to sea? Emperor Lin Tianxia suddenly thought that if he built a boat, he could cast a net on the sea. Only in this way can we explain why the other party has so many sea fish. It seems that the maritime business plan needs to be accelerated, Emperor Lin Tianxia muttered. After breakfast was ready, Xiao Yi sent it to Su Wan and the other 2. Corn, S grade, *200g, eggs, A grade, *50g, milk, S grade, *100 milliliters, apples, A grade, *200g. No transaction. This is today's breakfast. We don't eat fish. If you are not full, just let us know and we will grill fish. Xiao Yi left a message for them. These are enough. I haven't digested the 2 fish I ate last night. I feel like I've gained weight again. Su Wan replied with a smile. Your breakfast is too luxurious. All of them are A grade or above food. They are too precious, said Nong Bihong. There's too much food and we can't finish it, Xiao Yi replied. If other survivors heard what you said, they would probably want to beat you up, Nong Bihong replied with a smile. I'm telling the truth, Xiao Yi said. Everyone hurry up and eat while it's not too hot in the morning to see if you can get something. Xiao Yi naturally gave Jiang Yuntian a double portion of breakfast and reminded him. You must eat it. Don't leave it all for the child. There is food, and he won't starve. Well, thank you, Jiang Yuntian replied. Ever since Jiang Yuntian drank the S-grade milk, he knew that this kind of graded food was definitely a divine object, so he really left most of it to his children. Seeing the child growing stronger day by day, he sincerely thanked Xiao Yi. If it weren't for him, Junjun might have died, and I probably wouldn't have survived, Jiang Yuntian thought. Then he left the eggs and milk with Junjun and ate the corn and apples himself. Dad, drink Nio Nio, Junjun grabbed the milk that Jiang Yutian had just placed next to him and said to him, "Dad is not thirsty, Junjun, drink it," Jiang Yutian said with a smile. "No, Dad, drink Nyo, otherwise tell Uncle," Junjun said like a little adult. Jiang Yutian was a little touched that his child, even at such a young age, knew how to love his father. "Okay, I'll drink it," Jiang Yutian replied. Junjun supervised him and made him drink all the 100 milliliters of milk before he would give up. After drinking the milk, Jiang Yutian felt a warm current surging in his body and couldn't help but practice fighting skills on the island. Junjun watched from the side and slowly started to imitate the movements, humming and hawing in a childish voice. A rising star in the fighting world was rising. After finishing his breakfast, Xiao Yi cleaned the grass in the S-grade soil flower bed again, planted the corn again, and watered it with A-grade pure water. Before the corn grows, Xiao Yi will always keep an eye on the condition of the grass, and cut it immediately if it grows out. Once the corn grows, you won't have to worry about the impact of the grass. After planting the corn, Xiao Yi returned to the bathroom, took a shower, put on a clean gown, and then said solemnly, "System, sign in." "Sign in successfully, get equipment, fully automatic intelligent irrigation equipment, SSS level." "Beautiful," Xiao Yi said happily. Sure enough, bathing and changing clothes is effective. Another triple S-level device has been released. Fully automatic intelligent irrigation equipment, SSS level fully automatic, intelligent, able to identify the specific state of plants, and irrigate crops at the right time and in the right amount according to different growth stages and states. "Finally, I've waited for you." Xiao Yi saw the system prompt message and knew that he was freed from another job. You don't have to worry about watering anymore. Take it out and see what this top-notch device really looks like. Chapter 0063 Gardener, Woods Hunting, Morels. The irrigation equipment was taken out from the system space, and a vehicle like a sprinkler truck with a huge tank appeared in front of the apartment door. Before Xiao Yi had time to investigate, a robot opened the door of the vehicle and got out. "Hello, Master, I am the robot responsible for irrigation. Is there anything that requires special attention?" The robot introduced itself. "This sprinkler truck is also equipped with a robot?" Xiao Yi muttered in confusion as he looked at the irrigation equipment in front of him. Although Xiao Yi was a little confused, he still said, "The ones that need special attention are the plants above grade A. Try to use grade A pure water to irrigate them. Of course, you have to keep the amount I need to drink every day. You can take care of the rest." After that, Xiao Yi thought of another question, so he asked, "By the way, can you identify the level of plants?" "Master, identifying the level of plants is my basic skill. Based on the water resources on your island, I will make an overall plan on how to water each plant, and what level of water to water," the robot replied. "That's great. Can you do housework?" Xiao Yi asked tentatively. "Master, I only know how to water and irrigate," the robot replied. Xiao Yi sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, call me Brother Yi from now on, don't call me Master, it's too weird." "Yes, Brother Yi," the robot replied. "Let's give you a name. Since you are responsible for crop irrigation, let's call you Gardener." Xiao Yi thought for a while and said. The robot tilted its head, as if thinking for a moment, and then replied, "Yes, the gardener went to work." "Wait." Xiao Yi suddenly thought of something, so he asked, "Can you pour seawater into the water tank on the outside behind the house?" The gardener replied, "Brother Yi, it's totally possible." "Great, then if the water tank is not full in the future, you can draw water from the sea and pour it into the water tank." "Yes, Brother Yi," the gardener replied, and then it started to work. The gardener drove the car to the seaside, put the water pipe into the sea, started the machine, and soon filled the water tank. Then he drove to the water tank and poured the water into the tank. Just one trip and that tank was filled. TSK, mechanization is still more convenient. No need to worry about running water and watering anymore," Xiao Yi muttered. "Now that I have some free time, let's go to the woods today. It would be great if I could get some game. The aroma of yesterday's roasted hare is still lingering in my nose. I have been eating sea fish for too long." Xiao Yi took out the crossbow, put on a spear, called Wankai, and walked out of the fence towards the woods. "I saw that the hill behind the apartment has grown about 5 or 6 meters higher. It seems that the formation of atmospheric circulation is just around the corner. As long as there is atmospheric circulation, freshwater rivers will slowly evolve. All Xiao Yi needs to do is wait. The woods were overgrown with bushes, making it very difficult to walk. Xiao Yi kept knocking with his spear, tentatively moving forward. Dangerous species may appear in the bush layer, such as poisonous snakes. Although he has Wonk Eye, Xiao Yi doesn't want to die in obscurity if Wonk Eye is careless. Whoosh! A long creature rushed away into the distance. Damn, there really is a snake! Xiao Yi immediately took 2 steps back. We should find a way out of the woods, otherwise it will be too dangerous to walk this way. Wonk Eye saw that the snake seemed to have no interest at all, and was still jumping around Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi became more cautious next and whipped the bushes in front of him even harder. Whoosh! A gray shadow jumped out, and Wonk Eye rushed over immediately. The gray shadow was caught by Wonk Eye without any resistance. The S-level Wonk Eye was no match for these ordinary small animals. Yes, it's another rabbit, Xiao Yi said happily. It must have run out from here just now. Xiao Yi used the spear in his hand to poke the place where the rabbit had just run out and found some eaten vegetable leaves there. Hey! Is this a mushroom? Xiao Yi found an umbrella-shaped plant next to the eaten leaves. It looked like a mushroom, but it had a mesh structure on it, more like an animal's stomach, such as a sheep's stomach or a cow's stomach. There was actually a large patch of it there. Xiao Yi thought about it and decided to pick some and take it back to ask Nong Bihong. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Morel, a rare edible and medicinal mushroom, named because of its uneven cap surface, which looks like a sheep's stomach, and is rich in nutritional value. Okay, the system is clear. Let's pick more. Xiao Yi picked all the right morels, filling his pockets. After looking deeper into the woods, Xiao Yi did not move forward. Next time he would bring good tools, open a small path through the woods, and walk further. Otherwise, every step he takes would be filled with fear. Anyway, I have already harvested a wild rabbit and morels this time, so the purpose of entering the woods has been achieved. Twitter! On the way back, Xiao Yi heard birds singing in the woods. He would see if he could dig out a bird's nest when he got the chance. As soon as we left the woods, it became hot. The sun outside was not stingy in radiating its heat. Xiao Yi quickly ran into his apartment and drank a large glass of grade A purified water. After processing the hair and cleaning the morels, they were all put on the grill and grilled. It's hot out, and it's even hotter next to the grill. Sweat was pouring down Xiao Yi's body like water, and he kept drinking the lightly salted boiled water beside him. When he finished roasting the rabbit, he felt like he had been bathed in sweat. He rushed into the bathroom, washed himself, washed his clothes, and changed into his original clothes. When they arrived at the island monument, Xiao Yi distributed wild rabbit meat, morels, and lightly salted boiled water to Su Wan and the other 3. Did you catch a wild rabbit again today? Jiang Yutian asked in surprise. Yeah, I encountered a snake right after I entered the woods. I didn't dare go too deep, so I only caught a rabbit and found some morels before returning, Xiao Yi replied. When can you come to my island? I'll take care of hunting and everything else. From the previous casual chat, Xiao Yi already knew that Jiang Yutian used to be a mercenary and was a master. For him, entering the jungle was like going home. Okay, if I have the chance, I will definitely go to your island, but you must take me in when the time comes, Jiang Yutian said with a smile. Of course. With such a great master, we won't have to hire bodyguards in the future, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Did you find the morels in the woods? Nong Bihong was also very surprised when he saw the morels. Xiao Yi replied. Yes, there is a large area, I only picked some that were ripe. It turns out that we have to expand our island to reap greater rewards, Nong Bihong said with emotion. Haha, how about I support you with some cornerstones to expand your island, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Chapter 0064 Taking everyone to take a bath. No, good steel should be used on the blade, Nong Bihong replied immediately. If you become prosperous, I won't have to worry about food. Besides, I will still join you if I have the chance in the future. Don't abandon an old man like me when the time comes. How could that be possible? An old person in the family is like a treasure. Don't worry, As long as I can confirm your location, I will find a way to bring you here as soon as possible, Xiao Yi replied. Okay, but it's better to use morels to make soup, Nong Bihong reminded. Ah, I thought it could be roasted like mushrooms, Xiao Yi said in surprise. Under the current conditions, anything will be fine as long as it's cooked, Nong Bihong replied with a smile. Yeah, we'll make soup in the evening and just make do with this for lunch, Xiao Yi said. When Su Wan saw the roasted hare meat sent over, she said distressfully, It's so hot today, the barbecue should be even hotter. Yeah, so I just took a shower, Xiao Yi replied. What? You just took a shower? Going into the sea? That's too dangerous, Su Wan said nervously. Xiao Yi replied, No, I have a bathroom. Bathroom? In the video, Su Wan stared at Xiao Yi with wide eyes. We all came to this barren island at the same time, and we are still worried about food and water. Do you have a house to live in? And a bathroom? Yeah, Xiao Yi replied. I'll take you to visit my bathroom if I have the chance. Although it's a little small, it has quite a complete range of washing facilities. Su Wan was speechless. It was good enough to have a bathroom, but she even complained that it was too small. Okay. I will definitely go to your island if I have the chance, Su Wan replied, and at the same time she enviously thought in her heart. When can I take a bath too? She felt like she was rotten. When talking about the bathroom, Xiao Yi suddenly realized that it seemed that Su Wan and the others had no way to take a shower. This hot weather has lasted for 3 days, and everyone should have some body odor. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi immediately switched to the trading hall and put 3 sets of transactions on the shelves. Sea fish *10 kg, boiled water *5L in exchange for wooden basin manufacturing diagram *1 or wooden basin *1. Note, only 3 sets are needed, first come first served. This wooden basin is the one that Xiao Yi uses as a flower pot. It is very large and an adult can sit in it without any problem. Some big guys are collecting wooden basins. Those who have wooden basins are making a lot of money. There is so much food and water. I'm so envious. Yes, I happen to have a wooden basin. When I opened the manufacturing diagram before, I made it directly. It was of no use. I thought it was wasted. I didn't expect it to save my life now. I haven't opened food and water for 2 days. Thank you very much. I envy the luck of the people above me. I want it too. Brother, give me a sip of water. I am yours tonight. Give me a glass of water. Don't treat me as a human tonight. Give me 2 glasses of water, no matter how many people you come tonight. Give me 3 glasses of water, no matter if you are human or not. The person upstairs is a she-male, identified. Alas, why is the gap between people so big? Others have traded food and water for daily necessities, but I am still struggling to make ends meet. Oh, no more talking, go to sleep, dreams can contain anything. Although the manufacturing diagram is difficult to obtain, there is still a certain probability of getting the wooden basin manufacturing diagram. Xiao Yi provided enough food and water, so the 3 transactions were completed quickly. Obtain supplies, 3 wooden basins. They are all finished products, saving Xiao Yi from wasting resources making them himself. Xiao Yi looked outside and saw the sun was shining brightly. I'll give it to them in the afternoon, Xiao Yi thought. If I trade it to them now, I will be sweating all over after taking a shower, so it would be a waste of time. Xiao Yi posted a message on the public channel looking for an ran, and then lay down. It was too hot and he had no appetite. The roasted rabbit was placed aside, and Wankai was eating it with relish. If there weren't those dangerous animals in the woods, it would probably be cooler hiding in the woods now, Xiao Yi muttered. Xiao Yi fell asleep in a daze, and when he woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Walking out of the apartment, the robot gardener is still diligently patrolling the various plots of land, watering the crops from time to time. Luckily, there is a gardener, otherwise I wouldn't be able to take care of all the crops in such a hot day, Xiao Yi sighed. Coo, coo, coo. Xiao Yi's stomach has started to protest. He didn't have lunch before, so it's time to eat something. Xiao Yi reheated the cold roasted rabbit and ate it voraciously. And the morels have a delicate taste and seem to carry the fragrance of the woods and soil. It seems that we still need to develop more resources in the woods. I just don't know many plants. If I can get Jiang Yutian and Nong Bihong to go to the woods together, I think we can find a lot of food. Xiao Yi muttered. It would be great if we could know their location. Of course, I can only express my feelings now. There is currently no way to determine their location. After saying this with emotion, Xiao Yi started to boil water, filled 3 large wooden basins with half of hot water, and then passed them to the 3 people. Wooden basin, *1, hot water, *700L. No transaction. I didn't realize at first that you all probably haven't taken a shower for a long time. I'll give you some hot water today so you can wash off the sweat on your bodies. Xiao Yi sent them a message. Now he has a robot gardener to help him fill the water tank with seawater, so he doesn't have to do it himself, and the tap water is supplied uninterruptedly. Live comfortably yourself and let your friends benefit from it. When Su Wan saw the message and transaction sent by Xiao Yi, she was so moved that she almost cried. I was still wondering during the day when I could take a bath, and in the evening Xiao Yi sent me a bathtub and bath water. Xiao Yi was like a worm in her stomach, knowing her thoughts and being able to make her ideas come true. Su Wan couldn't stand the smell of her own sweat after not taking a shower for more than 10 days. At the beginning, Su Wan didn't pay attention to personal hygiene because all her thoughts were focused on survival. But now that she no longer has the pressure of survival, she will pursue a better life. For other people, survival is a problem, so naturally they won't care whether they smell like sweat or not. You can also wash your clothes. They dry quickly in this weather, Xiao Yi added. Okay. Nong Bihong and Jiang Yutian responded. Xiao Yi reminded Jiang Yutian again. Don't use too hot water, children, they will get scalded. Yeah, I understand, Jiang Yutian replied. Others didn't even have enough fresh water to drink, but Xiao Yi not only used it for bathing himself, he also gave a large basin to several of his friends for bathing. Su Wan placed the wooden basin in her tent. She bathed in the hot water in the basin, and all the pores on her body opened. Chapter 0065 Wind Turbine, Qin Yinxing is dead. It was just a hot bath, but Su Wan felt herself surrounded by warm happiness. But she didn't dare to wash for too long, in case someone approached her island and she didn't notice it, it would be dangerous. Xiao Yi had reminded them before that someone had landed on his island and asked them to be careful. After washing, Su Wan washed all her clothes in a wooden basin and then hung them carefully outside the tent. Although the sun has set, its power remains. After only 10 minutes, Su Wan's clothes were all dry. She put them on again and finally felt a sense of security in her heart. Even though she just washed it roughly this time, without any shampoo or shower gel, Su Wan was already satisfied, and she felt refreshed all over. Walking out of the tent, the sea breeze blows on your face, bringing a slight coolness. Su Wan saw a supply box drifting near her island. She immediately grabbed the fishing net beside her, rushed to the edge of the island, and when the time was right, she threw the fishing net out. Hit the target. Su Wan pulled the supply box back and opened it immediately. The 4 cornerstones, bread, and a blueprint inside caught her eye. Food was actually prescribed, which was beyond Su Wan's expectations. After all, she hadn't provided any food in the past 2 days, not even any cornerstones. It must be because of the bath that the bad luck was washed away, Su Wan thought happily. Then he traded all those things to Xiao Yi through the island monument. Foundation *4, Wind Turbine Manufacturing Diagram *1, Bread *1 kg. No trade! Su Wan knew that Xiao Yi had chicks to feed, and she had asked her for bread before. After all, other food to feed the chickens was not easy to find. When Xiao Yi saw the transaction sent by Su Wan, he said excitedly, Su Wan, you are really my lucky star. I have been waiting for this manufacturing diagram. Xiao Yi didn't even look at the other things and agreed to the deal. Supplies obtained: 4 cornerstones, 1 wind turbine manufacturing diagram, 1 kilogram of bread. After the system prompted him, Xiao Yi saw that there were still cornerstones and bread, so he said, You can keep the cornerstones and bread. I also want to eat some other game. You can only achieve this goal by expanding your island, Su Wan replied with a smile. Okay, I guess new chicks will hatch in the chicken coop soon, so this bread comes at the right time. Xiao Yi did not refuse and said, If you are hungry, Tell me in time. I can cook fish for you any time. Okay, Suwan replied. Xiao Yi took out the wind turbine manufacturing drawing and began to study it. Wind turbine manufacturing blueprint, wood *90, iron *50, copper *30, magnet *30. A prompt suddenly popped up on the island monument. It is detected that you have wind turbine equipment. You can modify it based on this to make a wind turbine. A new manufacturing method appears on the manufacturing interface on the island monument. Wind turbine manufacturing blueprint, 1 wind turbine, 20 iron, 30 copper, 30 magnets. Xiao Yi can freely choose between these two manufacturing methods. Now there is no need for windmills to fill water tanks. Robot gardeners are responsible for this task. Fortunately, I have been collecting supplies before. Xiao Yi took a look and found that all the supplies were enough, so he immediately chose the second construction method. The previous wind turbines and resources disappeared immediately, and a wind turbine appeared in the island monument manufacturing space. Please choose the placement location separately. The windmill and the motor can be placed separately, but the maximum distance cannot exceed 50 meters. Xiao Yi thought about it and decided to place the windmill by the river he had dug, and the generator on the east side of the house. Given the unstable wind conditions here, it is hard to say whether the electricity generated by the generator can power the electrical equipment in the room. It would be great if the electricity generated by this generator could be stored, Xiao Yi muttered. But this is just a thought. Even if there is a battery, it needs to match the voltage of the generator. Xiao Yi first connected the generator directly to the main switch of the apartment with copper wire. This period of time happened to be a time when the wind was strong enough, and Xiao Yi tried to turn on the lights in the apartment. Bang! The whole room is filled with light. Finally, we're back to a life with electricity, Xiao Yi said happily as he looked at the bright lights. But the next moment, the light made a hissing sound and began to flicker. The voltage was unstable. It felt like he was in a horror movie. Xiao Yi immediately turned off the lights. The flickering lights made him feel a little nervous. Although Xiao Yi is an atheist, he is alone, in an apartment, on an island, with a large dark forest behind him. Xiao Yi swallowed his saliva, and then immediately called out, "Wang Kai!" "Woof woof!" Wang Kai immediately ran in from outside, sticking out his tongue and wagging his tail happily at Xiao Yi. Looking at Wang Kai, Xiao Yi's fear instantly disappeared. "I heard that black dog blood can ward off evil spirits." Wang Kai's wagging tail immediately stopped, and he tilted his head to look at Xiao Yi, who seemed to have bad intentions. "Alas, this person, you just can't think too much." Xiao Yi shook his head, rubbed Wang Kai's dog head, then walked to the stove outside and began to prepare dinner. Following Nong Bihong's reminder, Xiao Yi prepared to cook a fish soup in the evening and put the morels into the soup to stew together. Soon, a special fragrance emanated from the pot. He couldn't help but take a small bite first. It's so delicious!" Xiao Yi exclaimed. The morels added a unique flavor to the fish soup. After sending it to Su Wan and the others, Xiao Yi drank the delicious fish soup while watching the public channel. "I heard that Qin Yunxing is dead." Upon seeing this news, Xiao Yi was stunned and even forgot to continue drinking the fish soup in his hand. "Who said that? That's impossible. Didn't he build a small boat and go out to sea? I also heard the news from within the Di Lin forces." "Ah? No way. Could it be that Emperor Lin Tianxia took a fancy to his boat, but he didn't agree to give it to Emperor Lin Tianxia, so Emperor Lin Tianxia arranged for someone to kill him? Can your imagination be a little more creative? How did Emperor Lin Tianxia find Qin Yunxing? We don't know how far apart they are. How did he arrange for someone to kill Qin Yunxing?" "That's right. Then how can you say he's dead?" Emperor Lin Tianxia saw everyone's discussion and immediately sent a message. "Qin Yunxing is a member of our Emperor Lin. We are indeed very sad about his sacrifice, but please don't spread rumors. He was attacked by a marine creature and his boat was overturned, so he lost his life. It has nothing to do with our Emperor Lin, and it has nothing to do with me." "What? Sea animals will attack human boats? Are marine animals so ferocious? What kind of marine animals are they?" Chapter 0066 Marine Life, Baked Potatoes, Food Levels. When someone asked what kind of marine creature it was, everyone fell silent, waiting for the emperor to reveal the information. But after waiting for a long time, no one from the Delin forces spoke out. What's going on? Are all the people in Delin mute? Yeah, come out and tell us. I got inside information. It was a giant octopus. It overturned the boat with just one blow. Is it so scary? Emperor Lin Tianxia did not show up to refute, which was considered as his tacit consent to this matter. The sea is very dangerous recently. I wonder if you have noticed that there is more than one marine creature next to the supply box. Yes, I saw it too. There is indeed more than one marine creature. That's right. Although it's inconvenient to fish out the supply boxes on the island, at least we don't have to worry about attacks from marine life. Alas, it seems that Qin Yunxing died without any chance to repair his boat. We should be cautious when choosing to develop on the sea. Xiao Yi saw their discussion and instantly understood the cause and effect. The first week was an average test, so Liu rowed the boat and went with the flow and was able to reach his island. But this week, the tests have intensified and things are not so peaceful at sea. Brother Jiang, did you see them chatting? Xiao Yi sent a message to Jiang Yuntian, but no one replied to him. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Jiang Yuntian replied, I just went out to retrieve the supply box. What's wrong? What are they talking about? Qin Yunxing is dead, Xiao Yi replied. What? Jiang Yuntian asked. What's going on? Xiao Yi gave a brief explanation, and Jiang Yuntian nodded and said, That's indeed possible. So, you have to be careful and pay attention to safety, Xiao Yi reminded. Don't worry, Jiang Yuntian said with a smile. I now keep a distance from the supply boxes, use fishing nets to cast, and then pull them back to the island after catching them. It's very safe. However, even if I encounter those marine creatures, it will not be easy for them to keep me. As a fierce man who dared to fight with marine creatures in the water, Xiao Yi believed that no marine creature could stop Jiang Yuntian, who was determined to escape. Well, it's better to be cautious in everything, Xiao Yi said. I understand. I just found some good stuff. I'll send it to you right away, Jiang Yuntian said. Cornerstone *2, watermelon seeds *4, bread *500g. No trade. Xiao Yi agreed to the deal and replied, Yes, this weather is indeed suitable for eating watermelon. After using the cornerstone to expand the island, Xiao Yi walked out of the apartment, planted the 4 watermelon seeds at the edge of the field, and called the gardener. The gardener rushed over immediately, pulled the hose, and watered the 4 watermelon seeds with some grade A purified water. Xiao Yi took a look at the potatoes and found that they were ripe, so he immediately dug them out. There were 5 fist-sized potatoes under each plant. Supplies obtained: potatoes *2 kg, 20 pieces. Xiao Yi cut 5 of them in half and planted them again according to the method that Nong Bihong had taught him. It's not that he doesn't want to plant more, but the fields are already full and there is no more space. After planting, all the watering tasks are left to the robot gardener. Xiao Yi walked back to the apartment carrying 15 potatoes in a small bucket, took out 5, peeled them, cut them into thin slices, skewered them with wooden sticks, and grilled them on the grill. I haven't eaten potatoes for a long time. Xiao Yi looked at the roasted potato chips that were gradually emitting fragrance, and kept swallowing his saliva. After baking, sprinkle some sea salt on them. Unfortunately, there were no other seasonings. Xiao Yi sighed, then sprinkled chili powder on 2 of them. Chili powder is naturally made by drying the chilies and then grinding them with a small manual stone mill. Xiao Yi couldn't wait to take a bite, his whole face full of enjoyment. When they arrived at the island monument, they distributed the baked potato chips to Su Wan and the other 3. Baked potato chips, *100g, no trade. This is a midnight snack. Everyone try it. These potatoes are just dug out of the ground and taste great, Xiao Yi said. Having just finished drinking morel fish soup and now having baked potato chips, Su Wan and the other 2 felt that the current world was almost no different from the previous one. We didn't get any supply boxes today, Nong Bihong said a little embarrassedly. He didn't want to eat and drink for free. It's okay. Your expertise lies in planting and breeding. You were the one who guided us in planting these potatoes, Xiao Yi said. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to eat potatoes until now. Nong Bihong nodded and didn't say much, but he decided in his heart that he must get a supplied box tomorrow no matter what. With Xiao Yi behind him providing unlimited food and water, even precious salt water, it was simply outrageous that he couldn't even get a supply box. Looking at the public chat group, it seemed that everyone was still discussing Qin Yunxing's death. I thought that if I built a ship, I wouldn't have to worry about the island being submerged, but I didn't expect the sea to be even more dangerous. Yeah, how can we survive like this? Find the supply boxes, expand the island, or master your skills and fight those marine creatures at sea. You really are talking without any pain in your back. How are you going to fish out the supply boxes in such hot weather? Who wouldn't be tough? I'm being stubborn. The supplies I accumulated in the previous week are enough for me to replace water and food. Isn't that okay? There's a big guy upstairs. Please give me some water and food. Go away, I don't know when the weather will cool down, and I have to use my supplies sparingly. Xiao Yi saw that there was no useful information, so he sent a message looking for and ran and lay down. It's really fucked up that we can't use electricity even with a generator. Xiao Yi couldn't help but complain as he looked at the air conditioner in the bedroom. Before going to bed, Xiao Yi cut the grass again and sent it to the cowshed. He had drunk all the milk that he had squeezed out before as water. He took the wooden barrel and Xiao Yi practiced the milking technique again. But the milk squeezed out this time is no longer S-grade. Milk, grade A. It was originally S-grade milk, but it was mixed with lower grade milk and its quality was lowered. It's still like this? I should have squeezed in a little more, Xiao Yi muttered, but he also knew that if they were squeezed in too much and left in the warehouse, they would easily go bad. Despite this, grade A milk is already considered high grade, and other survivors, at least in the public channels, have not revealed that anyone has eaten graded food. After Xiao Yi boiled the milk, he prepared to go to bed and took another look at the island monument before going to sleep. Everyone, look what I got! Banana, C grade, asterisk 500G. Chapter 0067, Chicks Hatch, Super Battery. Someone on the public channel actually posted information about food with a certain grade, and others became envious. You actually prescribed food, and fruit at that. You must have stepped in dog shit. I'm so envious. I really want to eat bananas. Little brother, give me a banana. When we meet again in the future, I can eat your banana. Didn't everyone see that bananas have different levels? This comment brought the entire conversation back on track, otherwise it would probably have gone off track again. Isn't it normal to have grades? The higher the grade, the tastier it is. Superficial. Are you sure the levels are divided just because they are delicious? What else? Could it be that it is a fairy fruit from heaven, so it has a high level? Bingo, you guessed it right, but there's no reward. Food with levels is really a fairy fruit. This joke is not funny at all. What a joke. I ate a C-grade apple before, and my physical fitness improved a lot. My myopia was cured. Otherwise, with my previous physical fitness, I would not have been able to survive until now. Yes, I ate a C-grade orange and I felt that my strength had indeed increased. I couldn't even cast a net before, but now it's so easy. So everyone has eaten it. I've eaten a C-grade kiwi fruit. As everyone revealed their own information, Xiao Yi discovered that many people had indeed eaten graded food, but at a glance, they were all C-grade. I have eaten a grade B watermelon, Emperor Lin Tianxia suddenly said. Fuck, look at what a big boss is. Others are just offering C-grade food, but the big boss is eating B-grade food. Maybe it's because he ate B-level food that he became a big boss. It's possible. The effect of C-grade food on improving the human body is so obvious, not to mention B-grade. Boss, can I still join D-Lin now? Following such a powerful person, the survival rate should be greatly improved. For a time, many people started to lick the boots. Humph, B-grade food is nothing. I have S-grade food. At this moment, a speech interrupted the licking of the crowd. Whoever's child this is, take him away immediately and don't let him talk nonsense on the public channel. Public channels can send text and voice messages. The voice just now was obviously that of a child. When Xiao Yi heard the voice, he immediately recognized it as Junjun's voice. I didn't expect you to speak so clearly, Xiao Yi muttered with a smile. He didn't care that Junjun's speech exposed his supplies. No one would believe what a little kid says. Because of the restrictions on speech, Junjun could not speak continuously, and could only listen angrily to the criticism and condemnation of him by others in the island monument. At this time, Jiang Yuntian walked in from outside, saw Junjun was angry, and asked, "What's wrong? Who made Junjun unhappy?" Junjun didn't say anything nonsense, nor did he tell any lies. "They are all bad people." Junjun's little mouth was almost pouted. Jiang Yuntian glanced at the chat history, and then said to Junjun very seriously, "Junjun, you can't tell others about your uncle's affairs, understand?" Seeing his father so serious, Junjun burst into tears. Jiang Yuntian picked him up and said, "We don't know if these people are good people. If you tell them that uncle has such good things, they will come to steal uncle's things. What should we do then?" Junjun cried even more sadly. It's okay. You haven't told them too much information yet. Don't be afraid. But you can't do this in the future," Jiang Yuntian comforted. "Yeah." There were still traces of tears on Junjun's face. After comforting Junjun, Jiang Yuntian immediately sent a message to Xiao Yi. "I'm so sorry, Junjun doesn't know that these things can't be said. I didn't think highly of him. Please forgive me." Xiao Yi saw this message and replied with a smile. "It's okay, the child doesn't understand, and he didn't reveal any important information. Besides, those people won't believe a child, it's not a big deal. Well, I have already educated him, and this situation will never happen again," Jiang Yuntian replied. "Don't be so serious," Xiao Yi said. "Just let him know, it's okay." After ending the call, Xiao Yi prepared to rest. The function of graded food has finally been exposed. I believe everyone will try their best to find this kind of food. After all, only by strengthening one's physical fitness can one survive better. Woohoo! Cluck, cluck, cluck! Shichichi! The next day, Xiao Yi was woken up by the chicken coop trio. He got up reluctantly and walked to the chicken coop, where he saw a group of chicks following the hen around looking for food. Seeing Xiao Yi coming, the hen immediately came over with her chicks. 19 in total. Xiao Yi immediately took some bread, tore it into crumbs, then mixed it with fish meal and put it into the trough. The hen brought the chicks to the trough and started pecking at the food. The rooster saw the food and came over as well. The hen immediately stood in front of it with her wings spread out, as if to say, "This is food for the baby chickens." The rooster couldn't resist the temptation of food and took a step forward. The hen pecked at the rooster without mercy. "Cock, cluck, cluck!" The rooster cried out in pain and then ran away. Xiao Yi laughed out loud, then sprinkled some vegetable leaves and some coarse fish meal on the rooster. After thinking about it, Xiao Yi took out some corns from the warehouse, put them outside to dry and grind into powder to feed the chickens. After doing all this, Xiao Yi returned to the apartment, took a shower and changed his clothes, then muttered, "System, sign in. Sign in successfully, get equipment reward, super battery, SSS grade. System, I love you so much." When Xiao Yi saw the sign-in reward, he wanted to hug the system and give it a kiss. Super storage battery, SSS level automatically adapts to all power generation equipment, stores the electricity generated by the power generation equipment, and can output electricity as needed. A full charge can power a medium-sized city for a year. It has a smart charging setting, safe and reliable. The current stored power is 1%. Powerful! After reading the system's description of this super battery, this word was the only one left in Xiao Yi's mind. It's so powerful. The annual electricity consumption of a medium-sized city is so huge. I only have a small apartment here. Even if I don't have a generator to charge it now, that 1% of the electricity is enough for me to use for a lifetime. Even if we spend a full 100 years in our lifetime, we probably still won't be able to use up all the electricity. Of course, our island needs to develop, and the electricity consumption will definitely increase greatly in the future. What's more, it can automatically adapt to various types of power generation equipment, so there is no need to worry about the mismatch between the generator equipment and the battery. The output of electricity according to need is even more like a bug. When using electricity in the future, different situations will require different voltages, some will require direct current, and some will require alternating current. With this battery, you don't have to worry about the output power being in the wrong form. Chapter 0068 A-Level Hairtail, Getting Hotter Crisis. From today on, we don't have to worry about severe cold or heat anymore, Xiao Yi said happily, and then took out the super battery from the system space. The input interface is connected to the wind turbine, and the output interface is connected to the main power switch of your own apartment. Although wind turbines have extremely low power generation efficiency, every bit of money saved counts. Walking back to the apartment, Xiao Yi couldn't wait to turn on the air conditioner. A cool breeze blew out. Comfortable. Although it is still morning, it is even hotter than at noon a week ago. However, now that Xiao Yi has air conditioning, he no longer has to endure the heat. Woof woof! One size cry came from outside. It was probably because there were too many sea fish. Xiao Yi had no choice but to leave the cool apartment and walk out into the sun. I know there are a lot of fish, but aren't some already consumed every day? This should be enough to fit them all in, Xiao Yi muttered as he walked to the fish pit he had dug. At this time, Wonkai was holding 2 cutlass fish and wagging his tail at Xiao Yi. We actually caught a cutlass fish, great! I think the fish pond can hold more, Xiao Yi said. Woof woof! Wonkai still held the 2 cutlass fish and barked again. Only then did Xiao Yi take a serious look at the 2 cutlass fish that were still struggling violently. Supplies obtained, hairtail, grade A, *2. After catching so many fish, we finally found some grade A ingredients, Xiao Yi said happily. Can we farm them? Xiao Yi consulted Xian Nong Bihong about this issue. Nong Bihong roughly explained the conditions for the reproduction of cutlass fish, but Xiao Yi is currently unable to meet these conditions. It's such a pity, Nong Bihong couldn't help but say. He also watched the discussion on the public channel yesterday, which further confirmed the huge impact of graded foods on the human body. Others are still discussing the great role of sea-level food, but Xiao Yi can already continuously provide A-level food. The catch of hairtail this time is naturally also an opportunity to continue to obtain A-grade ingredients. But this is not the same world as before. The conditions for the reproduction of these marine animals are more harsh. Although Xiao Yi has developed well, he has not yet reached the level of the previous world. There's no other choice but to eat it, Xiao Yi said helplessly, and then slaughtered the 2 hairtails. It's just A-grade ingredients, which is not a rare thing for Xiao Yi. Process the hairtail, cut it into sections, and then grill it on the grill. The soybeans should be ready for harvest in 2 days, and we must squeeze some oil out of them by then, Xiao Yi decided. After roasting the hairtail fish, I wrapped it in washed lettuce leaves and sent it to Su Wan and the others, along with some grade A milk that had just been squeezed out last night. Su Wan and the others had already gotten used to Xiao Yi taking out all kinds of high-level food, so they accepted the deal and ate breakfast while watching the public channel. Why does it feel hotter today? Be more confident, please remove the word feeling. If this continues, someone will die. It was not even 9 o'clock in the morning, and it was already impossible for anyone to work under the sun, which was so strong. It's so hot, when will it end? I'm so thirsty. I think I saw Coke. And Sprite. And a big ship is coming. Brother upstairs, did you really see the big ship? Is it coming to rescue us? Isn't someone hallucinating again? Last time, someone said he saw a big ship. That's all nonsense. All I could see was endless sea water. The big ship is coming. The big ship is coming. Ha 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 ha, I'm leaving. Really? Brother, can you let the big ship turn a few more times? I'm definitely not far away from you. But the person who spoke before never appeared again. Xiao Yi shook his head and sighed. That person was most likely going crazy due to the pressure of survival and was probably in great danger. Xiao Yi thought about it and gave the ice cubes he had opened earlier to Su Wan and the others, 2 cubes each. Now that Xiao Yi has a refrigerator, he can make ice cubes at any time. Give them some and slightly lower the temperature where you live. It's too hot today. There's no way I can go out to fish for the supply boxes, Su Wan complained. Well, don't force yourself. We still need a box of supplies, Xiao Yi said. I want to see how long this hot weather will last. Because everyone is free, the public channel is always very lively. I hid under my shed today and the sweat never stopped. Yeah, my clothes have never been dry, they are all covered with sweat. My pants are all wet like I peed them. Can any of you guys release some more boiled water? It would be best if it's cheaper. We haven't been able to salvage the supply boxes in the past few days, so we don't have much supplies left. Yes, I can exchange it with the keystone. I have extra keystones. We have cheap purified water in Dilin. You can buy it as long as you join us, Dilin Tianxia said in the public channel. When Xiao Yi saw that someone wanted to exchange cornerstone for water, he immediately adjusted his transaction in the trading hall. The previously set price was almost halved. The same supplies as before can be exchanged for double the amount of boiled water. Xiao Yi's action was immediately noticed by everyone. Thank you, boss. The deal has been completed. Master, you are still kind. You can even sympathize with us and think that it is not easy for us to survive. Thank you very much. Emperor Lin Tianxia, can you learn from your master's behavior? When Emperor Lin Tianxia saw the transaction modified by Xiao Yi and everyone's reactions, he gritted his teeth in anger. How dare you go against us? You'd better not let me know who you are, otherwise you will die a miserable death. Emperor Lin Tianxia once again chopped the axe in his hand hard on the tree beside him. The area of Emperor Lin Tianxia's island has now reached 235 square meters. He has his own tent, and the rest is open space. As soon as trees or stones appear on those open spaces, Emperor Lin Tianxia will cut them down and mine them immediately. The hint on the island monument was vague, so he didn't know that he would gain more by keeping the refreshed supplies. With the system's prompts, Xiao Yi clearly knew the correct way to open the island, that is, the bigger the island, the more rewards you will gain. Xiao Yi closed all the doors and windows, so the chirping sounds of the chickens outside could hardly be heard. I turned on the air conditioner, covered myself with a quilt, ate an apple, and leisurely watched the discussions on the island monument. Anyway, there is not much work outside now, so I can rush out to work for a while from time to time, and then come back to continue enjoying the coolness. Xiao Yi has already told Su Wan and the others to try not to go out fishing today. And they were given enough boiled water, light salt water, and freshly harvested strawberries. Land is limited now, so there is no need to leave a lot of strawberry seeds. Just as Xiao Yi was drinking boiled water, eating strawberries and chatting with them. Woof woof woof! Suddenly, Wan Cai's unusually rapid cry was heard outside, and Xiao Yi sensed danger from its cry. Xiao Yi grabbed the crossbow beside him and rushed out immediately. Chapter 0069, Fighting Wild Boars, There's Oil, It's Even Hotter. Wan Cai's cries continued, and Xiao Yi ran quickly to the place where Wan Cai's voice came from. Woof woof woof! Hee hee hee! This is the sound of a pig squealing, Xiao Yi said inwardly. There are no domestically raised pigs here, they must be wild boars that spawn from the woods. When thinking of wild boars, the first thing Xiao Yi thought of was not food, but danger. It is said that even lions and tigers will retreat if they encounter an angry adult wild boar. Xiao Yi came outside the fence and found that Wan Cai was confronting a wild boar very close to the woods. The wild boar saw Xiao Yi, but it did not run away. It still hummed at Wan Cai. Xiao Yi shot an arrow at the wild boar's eye without any hesitation. Unexpectedly, the wild boar reacted extremely quickly, twisting its body, and the arrow hit it. The wild boar had thick skin and tough flesh. The arrow failed to break its skin when it hit the wild boar. It only left a scratch and then disappeared into the grass. The arrow instantly angered the wild boar, and it lowered its head and rushed straight towards Xiao Yi. But Wan Cai would not give it the chance to hurt Xiao Yi and directly hit the wild boar from the side. Humph! The wild boar had just rushed out 2 steps when it was knocked away by Wan Cai and rolled several times on the ground. S-level Wan Cai is so powerful! Xiao Yi sighed. In fact, even if Wan Cai hadn't knocked the wild boar away just now, Xiao Yi was confident that he could avoid the wild boar's charge. When the wild boar rushed towards him, Xiao Yi found that its speed was too slow. It was not difficult to dodge it at all. If he had a dagger in his hand, he could even stab it into the wild boar's eyes accurately. When Xiao Yi first saw the ferocious wild boar, he was still a little worried that he and Wan Cai were no match for this wild boar. Now it seems that whether it is the S-level Wan Cai, or myself who often eats grated food and has a soaring physical fitness, we can easily deal with the wild boar in front of us. Xiao Yi finally felt relieved. It turns out that I am already so powerful. After the wild boar was knocked flying, it knew it had hit a wall, so it turned over and fled into the woods. Since you're here, then stay, Xiao Yi said, and rushed forward. Wang Kai on the side was not idle either and rushed out as well. Xiao Yi was surprised to find that when he sprinted at full speed, he was actually faster than Wang Kai. Just as the wild boar was about to rush into the woods, Xiao Yi caught up with it. He kicked it in the anus. With a the wild boar slammed heavily into the tree in front. The wild boar was dizzy and had no time to stand up before Wang Kai pounced on it and bit its throat. Puff! Blood immediately gushed out from the wild boar's neck. The crossbow arrow failed to break the wild boar's skin before, but Wang Kai bit it open easily. The wild boar began to struggle violently, and its hard hooves left several deep scratches on Wang Kai's body. Xiao Yi immediately stepped forward, aimed at the immobile pig head, and shot a crossbow arrow. The crossbow arrow penetrated the wild boar's eye and the wild boar stopped struggling instantly. Feeling that the wild boar was no longer alive, Wang Kai loosened his mouth that was tightly biting on the wild boar's neck. Woof woof! He called out to Xiao Yi twice, as if seeking credit. Okay, I know you are powerful. Don't be so impulsive next time. Look, you are injured, Xiao Yi said with a smile. The wild boar in front of him weighed about 150 kilograms. Xiao Yi easily lifted it up and walked towards the apartment. The sun was shining brightly at this time and Xiao Yi was sweating profusely. He threw the wild boar next to the stove and rushed into the apartment. I went to the bathroom to take a shower, then changed my clothes, and finally felt cool. I felt like I was about to be roasted, Xiao Yi muttered. This weather is really unreasonably hot. But no matter whether the weather is unreasonable or not, Xiao Yi still has to go out to process the pork. In such a hot day, the meat will rot quickly if it is not properly handled and put in the refrigerator. Oh, I'm destined to work hard. Xiao Yi sighed, then found a boning knife and other knives from the kitchen and went out. While the wild boar has just died, put the pig's blood in a small basin, then add a little sea salt, stir constantly, and after it solidifies, put it aside. Then they started to skin and debone the pig. Although they knew how to process the pig's blood, it was difficult to tell the meat from different parts of the pig apart. They could only roughly divide them up and put them in the refrigerator to freeze. Everyone can eat some fruit for lunch. It's too hot and we can't cook. Xiao Yi sent them a message, and then sent them a few strawberries and a few apples. Now Xiao Yi would cut the apple in half and leave the core so that he could directly determine whether there were apple seeds. Before, Su Wan and her friends had brought back apple cores, but they didn't get any seeds. This made Xiao Yi begin to wonder if the rules of the world here reduced the probability of obtaining A-grade apple seeds. I had a full breakfast and didn't do anything this morning. I wasn't hungry at all for lunch, so I don't even need fruit, Su Wan replied. The other two people's replies were roughly the same. It's okay, just think of it as a snack. I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight, Xiao Yi said. Good. Xiao Yi went out again to add fodder to the chicken coop and the cowshed, then returned to the room and prepared to take a nap. Today, Shu Lin himself delivered a piece of wild game, so Xiao Yi didn't have to go to the woods again. This time the doors and windows were closed, and Xiao Yi could finally take a nap peacefully without being disturbed by the chickens. When I woke up, it was 3:30. It seemed that he had formed a fixed biological clock. Xiao Yi would wake up automatically at this time every day during his nap. He stood up and walked out of the apartment, but the next moment, Xiao Yi shrank back. What's going on in this weather? It's already past 3 o'clock and still so hot? Xiao Yi was speechless. Back in front of the island monument, the public channel is still busy. What's going on today? Why is it so hot at this hour? Yeah, are we going to let people salvage the supplies? I understand now. This world wants us to die. Everyone, stop struggling. Luckily, someone lowered the requirements for exchanging food and water, otherwise I would have died of dehydration. Yes, but I don't know which boss he is. If I can meet him, I will definitely thank him. Thank you? He didn't give it to us for free, why should we thank him? We also exchanged supplies with him, there's no need to kowtow to him. What are you talking about upstairs? What do you mean by licking your boots? You think it's your business, and we just express our gratitude, and that's licking your boots? You're sick. For an ungrateful person like you, it's best if the big guys block you out. Then you'll know that even if you have supplies, you can't necessarily exchange them for water and food. In the trading hall, Xiao Yi is the only one selling water and food to the outside world, no one else. Chapter 0070 Lard Cooking Feast, Harvesting Seeds. This week, the number of supply boxes that everyone caught dropped dramatically, and the vast majority of people haven't had any catches this week. And the probability of food and water being dropped from the supply boxes has also become lower this week. If Xiao Yi really takes all the water and food off the shelves, many people will be eliminated this week. Elimination here naturally means death. This is also why those people were extremely grateful to Xiao Yi for lowering the prices of water and food. Xiao Yi didn't pay attention to what these people were saying. He didn't care about those ungrateful people. At this time, Xiao Yi was in the kitchen cutting the white fat from the wild boar into thin strips. After cutting, go outside, turn on the stove, heat the pot, throw the fat in, and stir-fry continuously. It's not that he doesn't want to refine oil in the kitchen, but there is only electricity and no gas, and the gas stove in the kitchen can't be turned on. Sizzle! Soon the fat was separated from the fat, and the fat turned into meat scraps. Xiao Yi refined most of the oil, made a small iron basin, and poured the lard into it. The meat residue after refining can be eaten as a snack. It is very delicious. Finally, there's oil! Xiao Yi exclaimed. I had originally planned to take out a portion of the next wave of soybean harvest to extract soybean oil, but now it seems not so urgent. You can continue to expand planting, but your own land is still slightly smaller. After refining the lard, Xiao Yi began to prepare the big meal he promised everyone in the morning. I took 4 eggs from the chicken coop. The tomatoes in the field were almost ripe, so I picked 3 or 4. Back at the apartment, I took a few potatoes and peeled and shredded them. I fried scrambled eggs with tomatoes and some shredded potatoes with lard. Finally, I fried a small pork chop for each person. These things were divided into 4 portions, which were made into lunch boxes using plastic from the island monument, and then sent to Su Wan and the others. Fried pork chops, *200g, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, *200g, stir-fried shredded potatoes, *100g, boiled water, *500 ml. No transaction. Looking at this transaction, Xiao Yi always felt that something was missing. Oh, it's rice. These are all vegetables, not staple food. Xiao Yi suddenly realized. It seems that rice seeds have not been found yet. Let's go to the trading market and ask. After Xiao Yi sent those things to Su Wan and the other 3, he came to the trading hall, thought about it, and put up a transaction. See fish, boiled water for various seeds. Note, bring seeds to private message for specific transaction ratios. The boss is openly collecting seeds in the trading hall. It seems that there is always someone watching the trading hall, and once a special transaction occurs, someone will always call out in the public channel. What? Boss, you already have a computer? I have 2 T of seeds in my old computer, all of which are classics, from Japan, Korea, Europe and America. As long as boss gives me something to drink, I will serve it to you with both hands when I go back. What do you want the seeds for, big boss? Why don't you take me in as a bed warmer? I can perform live. And me, I don't mind a few people together. Are you on the highway? Stop and show us your driver's licenses. Stop talking nonsense. The boss is really collecting seeds. Any one of you who has seeds for crops can go and trade. The boss is amazing. There must be arable land on his island, otherwise he wouldn't be collecting seeds. You are talking nonsense. What's the point of collecting seeds if you don't have any fields? But if we plant them now, it will take several months for them to mature. Is there enough time? Apparently, everyone still doesn't know that the growth cycle of crops in this world will become very short. Someone actually brought the seeds to privately chat with Xiao Yi. Boss, do you want this seed? Cumin seeds *2. I originally wanted to collect rice seeds, but unexpectedly I received the seeds of the spice cumin. Although sea salt is already there, the barbecue always feels like something is missing, and cumin is definitely a seasoning that can greatly improve the taste. Yes, what do you need? Food, water? Xiao Yi asked. Boss, just give me some water and food. There's no use keeping this thing here. Even if I can grow it, it's useless. I don't even have anything to eat, the other party replied. Okay, Xiao Yi replied. See fish *10 kg, boiled water *5L in exchange for cumin seeds *2. When the other party saw what Xiao Yi gave, he was immediately shocked. He did not expect that Xiao Yi gave so much food and water for 2 small seeds. He immediately agreed to the deal, and then sent a message to Xiao Yi. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. It's okay. If you can produce seeds in the future, you can message me privately, Xiao Yi replied. Okay, big brother, can you add me as a friend? The other party asked. Forget about friends, as long as you bring the seeds to private chat, I can see it, Xiao Yi refused. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. The other party decided to stop while he was ahead. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Yi immediately found a corner of the S-level flower bed, cleaned the grass there, then planted 2 cumin seeds and personally watered it with some A-level purified water. Then they used wooden boards to enclose that small area to prevent the grass from spreading and affecting the growth of cumin. After exchanging a large amount of food and water from Xiao Yi, the man immediately helped Xiao Yi promote for free on the public channel. If you have seeds, hurry up and exchange them. The boss is very sincere. I used 2 cumin seeds and exchanged them for 10 kilograms of fish and 5L of water. What? So much? Big brother upstairs, give me some. I'm hungry and thirsty now. Go away and exchange the seeds yourself. Big boss, you are so generous. I wonder if those billions of seeds in my body can be exchanged for something to eat. Then you probably have to find a rich woman. Although the building tilted again in an instant, the people with crop seeds in their hands began to get restless. After all, almost everyone on the island now has no arable land, so there is no point in keeping the seeds. It is still unknown whether one can survive long enough to grow fruits. It would be better to exchange it for water and food, at least to ensure that you can live longer. At one time, Xiao Yi received 3 more private messages, and the transactions were still conducted according to the previous price. Supplies obtained: cucumber seeds *3, green vegetable seeds *2, eggplant seeds *5. It seems that I have to wait a while if I want to eat rice, Xiao Yi sighed. Although he obtained seeds of other vegetables, Xiao Yi no longer had enough space in his fields to plant them. Are we going to reclaim land in the woods? Xiao Yi muttered. According to the system prompts, it should be possible to plant crops in the woods after reclamation, but if not properly protected, it will easily become desertified. Xiao Yi also didn't want to destroy the forest that had grown lush with so much effort. He also hoped that the forest could evolve into more other resources. Ding di, a stranger is requesting a private chat. Xiao Yi took a look at the content of the private chat, and his eyes lit up. Chapter 0071, Rice Planting, all produce things to keep out the cold. Boss, I have this in my hand. I wonder if it counts as a seed. Rice, *6. Xiao Yi immediately replied. Okay, let's make a deal. When the other party heard Xiao Yi's decision, he immediately became excited and made a transaction through the private chat interface. Xiao Yi gave the other party the same amount of water and food, and ended the conversation with the other party's numerous thanks. Looking at the rice in hand, Xiao Yi immediately asked Gnome Bihong. Mr. Gnome, do we need to remove the husk of the rice before planting it? No, Gnome Bihong replied immediately. Don't touch the skin. Seeing Gnome Bihong's big reaction, Xiao Yi immediately said, I didn't move because I had never seen rice planting before, so I asked you in advance. Gnome Bihong immediately began to teach Xiao Yi about rice. The rice we eat is the endosperm left after the brown rice is processed and the skin and embryo are removed. The complete rice seed includes pericarp, seed coat, endosperm and embryo, etc. Rice can only be grown from complete seeds. It cannot be grown from only the endosperm. Although Xiao Yi was a little confused about those professional terms, such as embryo and endosperm, he still understood. That is to say, if we remove the outer skin, it will affect the integrity of the seed and cause it to fail to germinate. Yes, you can understand it that way, Gnome Bihong replied. Okay, I understand. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly. Otherwise, even with grade of pure water, it wouldn't be able to make an incomplete seed germinate, Xiao Yi said with a smile. I'll go plant the rice first. Nong Bihong reminded Xiao Yi of the things he needed to pay attention to when planting rice, and then he went out, cleared the space where he had planted lettuce, and planted rice there. Water is the life of rice, but also its disease. The amount of water required by rice at different stages is also different. But now Xiao Yi doesn't need to remember about watering, because with the robot gardener and the fully automatic intelligent irrigation system, everything is not a problem. After planting the rice, Xiao Yi, sweating all over, walked back to the island monument holding a glass of grade A purified water with ice cubes. At this time, Suwan and the others completed the dinner transaction. You don't raise a few pigs, do you? Nong Bihong asked in surprise when he saw the feast after he finished instructing on rice planting. No, a wild boar ran out of the woods, and Wang Kai and I killed it, otherwise we wouldn't have had this great meal, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Wild boar? Nong Bihong said in shock. I heard that wild boars are very fierce. You must be careful when you meet them. Don't worry, Mr. Nong, it's just a wild boar, I can still deal with it, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Okay, then I'll start enjoying my meal. Nong Bihong ended the call. Suwan and Jiang Yuntian sent messages almost at the same time. Did you go hunting in the woods again? Suwan asked worriedly. Be careful not to get hurt. This must be wild boar meat. Be careful when you meet a wild boar, Jiang Yuntian said. He once had a head-on confrontation with a wild boar. Although he barely won, he failed to kill the wild boar. So he knew how powerful wild boars were. With Xiao Yi's ordinary physique, it would probably be very dangerous. Of course, Xiao Yi has a dog named Wang Kai, who is said to be very powerful. Maybe it was that dog that did it. Jiang Yuntian thought so. Don't worry, everyone. With Wang Cai's advance warning, there is basically no danger, Xiao Yi replied to the two of them. Through their words, Xiao Yi could feel their deep concern, which was a good feeling. The two responded and started to eat. I have been eating food without oil for more than 10 days. Now I taste the dishes cooked with lard and they are very delicious. Suwan almost swallowed her tongue. After finishing the meal, Suwan touched her slightly bulging belly and said, Oh, I'm getting fat again. Needless to say, the other two were gone. Even Jiang Yuntian's son Junjun had almost finished his share. Afraid that he might get indigestion if he ate too much, Jiang Yuntian put away the food he had not finished in advance. If not for this, Junjun would probably be able to finish one portion. Now that you've had enough to eat and drink, you can get back to work, Jiang Yuntian said. Junjun, you stay on the island and don't go into the water, understand? Okay, Junjun replied. Jiang Yuntian rowed the boat towards the nearest supply box. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun outside was finally not so hot anymore. On the public channel, everyone started calling out to go out to work. Everyone, hurry up and see if you can salvage the supply box while this is happening. Yes, hurry up. What the hell, the supply boxes around me were only closest to me at noon today, and now they are completely out of reach. Then you can only try your luck with fishing. Xiao Yi also walked out and opened all the 6 supply boxes that Wang Kai had brought to the door of the apartment. Obtained materials, cornerstone *2, bricks *4. Supplies obtained, wood *6, copper *3. Obtained materials, cornerstone *1. Supplies obtained, 1 long down jacket. Once again, no water or food was found in the 6 supply boxes, which shows how low the probability of finding water and food is this week. A total of 4 cornerstones were opened, and the rest were basic supplies, but the only thing that Xiao Yi couldn't understand was the long down jacket. It's such a hot day, and you're showing off a down jacket. Are you sure you're not trying to make fun of me? Xiao Yi twitched his lips and then hung the down jacket in the closet in the bedroom. When they returned to the island monument, Suwan just asked for a call. What's wrong? Xiao Yi asked after answering the call. I just fished out a supply box. Guess what I got out of it? Suwan said. S-grade fruit or S-grade tool? Xiao Yi asked. Suwan rolled her eyes and replied. Who is as perverted as you and can open so many S-level things? Xiao Yi thought helplessly. I didn't open many S-level items, Most of them were sign-in rewards. Seeing Xiao Yi speechless, Suwan continued. I actually opened this thing. Down quilt, *1. It's such a hot day, and this completely useless thing bloomed. How about I give it to you? Suwan sent a trade. Foundation stone, *2, duvet, *1, bronze, *3. No trade. Seeing the deal sent by Suwan, Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, rejected the deal and said, You keep the duvet first. Although Suwan didn't know why Xiao Yi asked her to stay, out of trust in him, she still left the down quilt and traded the other two. At this time, Jiang Yuntian and Nong Bihong sent messages at the same time. I actually opened this, thermal underwear, *1. Look at this, hand warmer, *1. At the same time, the entire public channel began to discuss it. What the hell, a down jacket is out? I also opened a winter windbreaker. No way. I thought I was the only one who prescribed something for winter. Chapter 0072 The Secret of Planting was exposed. It's so hot, isn't it funny to open these things? Yeah, I want to peel off my skin, it's too hot, and you're giving me something to keep me warm, you're crazy. Almost everyone who found the supply box during this period in the evening got at least one item to keep warm. This is no longer a chance event. Could it be that the rules of this world are giving benefits to the survivors? Xiao Yi thought to himself. Some people on the public channel were also aware of this anomaly. Does this mean that the weather will soon get cold? As soon as this sentence appeared, there was a moment of silence in the public channel, and then the discussion continued to become heated. Very likely. Then we must preserve them and not throw them away. Otherwise, when it gets really cold, where can we find these things to keep warm? That's right. All those who get warm clothes are lucky. Damn, I didn't open it. Who can sell me one? It's still my misfortune. I didn't even get the supply box. Just sell it to me first. Transactions are not about who is in a worse situation, the highest bidder wins. Xiao Yi saw the chat in the public channel and sent a message to Su Wan and the others. Everyone should have seen it. This is also my guess, Xiao Yi said. So, keep those warm clothes or items well. Understood, the three responded. In addition to the thermal underwear, I also offered some other things, Nong Bihong said, initiating a transaction. Foundation stone, *2, soil improvement card, *1, no trade. Mr. Nong, I now suspect that you came in through the back door. You can actually issue soil improvement cards continuously, Xiao Yi said as he looked at the card in surprise. Nong Bihong smiled and shook his head and said, If I had come in through the back door, I wouldn't have gotten only 2 or 3 boxes of supplies in the past few days. Maybe because I'm a farmer, this world keeps giving me land improvement cards so that I can continue farming. Ha ha, it's possible. Seeing that you haven't been farming, they keep sending you this card. So it's better for you not to farm and let it send more cards, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Nong Bihong's soil improvement card came at the right time, as Xiao Yi had just received some seeds from the trading hall. Now is the perfect time to plant. The previous 3 fields were completely planted. Xiao Yi used this soil improvement card next to the 3 fields, forming the Chinese character. Then I planted some green vegetables, cucumbers and eggplants. Xiao Yi looked at the corn that had been dried in the morning. It was completely dry. He took the corn to the factory, ground it into powder with a stone mill, and then mixed it with chopped grass and lettuce and walked towards the chicken coop. After putting the food into the trough, the hen and her chicks gathered around again. This time the rooster did not seek trouble and stayed aside obediently. Seeing the rooster looking like a bullied person, Xiao Yi smiled and sprinkled some unround corn kernels on it. The rooster pecked at the food happily, clucking as it ate. Returning to the island monument, Xiao Yi discovered that Jiang Yuntian had sent him a transaction. Cornerstone *3, iron *4, no trade. In addition to the 3 cornerstones, there are also some basic supplies. Luck can be seen here. Jiang Yuntian caught 3 supply boxes today, but only 3 cornerstones were obtained. Suwan only opened 1, but got 2 yuan. It seems that everyone's luck is really different, Xiao Yi sighed. After accepting the deal proposed by Jiang Yuntian, Xiao Yi switched back to the public channel. Damn it, there's another seed collector in the trading hall. He has the nerve to show up here when the food and water he gives are so little? The big guy gave me 10 kilograms of sea fish and 5 liters of water. Although this one has some other supplies, they are all basic supplies and are of no use. Everyone, please don't trade with him. He is definitely here to cheat us out of our seeds. Mad, billions of seeds in my body are ready, do you want them? Emperor Lin Tianxia was almost furious when he saw the sarcasm from those people in the public channel. That's right, the person they were talking about who stole the seeds was him. He obtained a portion of soil in the morning and planted the 2 soybean seeds he had obtained earlier, but just now, he discovered that those seeds had already sprouted. This means that the planting cycle here is not as long as in the previous world. Therefore, the seeds of those plants will become a very important source of food, so he thought of using the resources in his hands to exchange for some more seeds. He didn't expect Xiao Yi to raise the price of the seeds so high. He didn't have much water and food to trade for the seeds. Since I can't change it, then no one should change it, Lin Tian said cruelly, and immediately spoke on the public channel. Hello everyone, I am Emperor Lin Tianxia. I was lucky enough to get soil and seeds. I tried to plant them this morning and found that the growth cycle of plants in this world is very short, so everyone can keep the seeds for themselves and plant them directly when they get soil that can be used for planting. Planting is definitely a very important way to get food. What? The growth cycle has shortened. No wonder the boss collected so many seeds and paid such a high price for them. Yeah, that boss is too shameless. He didn't even tell us the news and cheated us out of our seeds. Neither of the 2 big guys in the trading hall is a good guy, and Emperor Lin Tianxia is the one who acts like a big guy. Suddenly, everyone on the public channel started to swear. Xiao Yi looked at Lin Tianxia's speech, then looked at the transaction that instantly removed the seed collection transaction on the trading hall, and muttered, "It seems that the other one who collected seeds is you." Xiao Yi curled his lips and ignored those people in the public channel. The transaction of his seed collection was still hanging in the trading hall. He knew that when everyone could no longer bear it, someone would still sell the seeds they had. After all, you need seeds and soil, and there are also grade requirements. For example, if you have B-grade seeds but only ordinary soil, you can't grow them. Unless they can also find grass seeds that can be downgraded for sowing. There is still one big guy who hasn't removed the seeds from the shelves. He really isn't afraid of being criticized. I find you guys are just boring. Why would I tell you the news if I know it? I didn't take your seeds for nothing. I gave you so much water and food. Besides, how many of you here can farm? Even if I give you seeds and soil, can you grow them? If you can't grow them, everything is in vain. You might as well get some water and food to hold on for a while longer. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Think about it yourself if you have brains. Chapter 0073 Wolf Meat Tastes Bad, the Role of the Leather Machine. The guy upstairs must be in cahoots with the big boss. Damn, the way he talks about cheating people is so refreshing and refined, I am convinced. Yes, no matter if you are a big shot or not, I will scold you too. Scold him to death and make him not dare to show his head. The person who spoke earlier had no intention of engaging in an argument with this group of boring people. It is even more impossible for Xiao Yi to waste time with them on this. I walked out of the apartment, set the fully automatic fishing net to targetless fishing, then returned to the apartment, and prepared to rest. There is no entertainment here, go to bed early and get up early tomorrow. After closing all the doors and windows, Xiao Yi lay on the bed, blocking out all the sounds from outside. Soon Xiao Yi fell asleep. The next day, Xiao Yi woke up naturally and suddenly heard Wansai's hurried call outside. Another wild boar? Xiao Yi muttered. From Wansai's cry, he heard the same emotion as yesterday. This time Xiao Yi didn't take anything and walked out directly. When we arrived at where Wang Kai was, we found that it was confronting 6 wolves. A wild boar was delivered yesterday, and 6 wolves came today. The forest is so good to me, Xiao Yi muttered, and then rushed towards the wolf pack without any nonsense. When the wolves saw Xiao Yi rushing towards them, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they rushed towards Xiao Yi at the same time. A wolf came towards him with its bloody mouth opened and bit towards Xiao Yi's neck. Xiao Yi smiled slightly and commented, "It's a little faster than the wild boar yesterday, but it's still not enough." After saying that, Xiao Yi dodged the wolf and punched the wolf in the neck. Snap! With a loud sound of broken bones, the wolf was knocked flying by Xiao Yi's punch. It fell heavily to the ground, rolled a few times, and then died. Wan Kai also rushed up and bit a wolf on the neck. The wolf didn't react at all. Snap! Its neck was bitten off by Wan Kai in an instant. After Xiao Yi knocked the wolf away, the other four were close at hand, so he kicked them out with 4 legs. The 4 wolves also flew backwards and rolled to the ground without a sound. Looking at the 6 wolves, Xiao Yi muttered, "I wonder if wolf meat tastes good." The wolf carcasses were dragged back and their skins carefully peeled off. The leather machine can finally be used. Xiao Yi put all the wolf skins into the leather machine. Soon he got the processed wolf skin, which was very soft and had no odor. What shocked Xiao Yi was that after processing, the facial hair on the wolf's skin was still retained, and it was also soft and odorless. "This leather machine is quite useful," Xiao Yi muttered. "I can make 6 wolf fur coats like this. It's a pity that I don't have a needle and thread." As for the wolf meat, Xiao Yi roasted a little bit and prepared to give it a try. What is this? The meat is coarse and tastes bitter." Xiao Yi spit it out directly. Looking at the wolf meat, Xiao Yi thought for a moment and muttered, "It can't be wasted. Sell it at a lower price." As he spoke, Xiao Yi cut the wolf meat into 1 kilogram portions and hung them up in the trading hall. Wolf meat *1 kg for various basic supplies. Note: wolf meat is coarse and astringent, please don't bid if you mind. As soon as this deal was put on the shelves, everyone was shocked. Wolf meat? Where did this wolf come from? Yeah, it seems that there are only people on our islands. Where are the other animals? Could it be that the boss sailed out to sea and discovered other islands? Hey, this is very possible. Kneel down, boss. We are still struggling on the island, and boss has already gone to other islands to hunt wolves. However, wolves usually appear in groups. How did you deal with the wolves? Maybe the boss even got a gun in his hand, otherwise how do you think he defeated the wolves? That makes sense. I envy the boss's life. I can only exchange my supplies for some wolf meat. Let me experience it. Brother, do you want to exchange for wolf meat? Did you read the note? Wolf meat is not tasty. You still ask if it's delicious? It's good enough to have something to eat. I only have some basic supplies now, so I'm thankful if I can exchange them for food. Yeah, well, I'll change some too. At this time, Su Wan and the others also noticed the wolf meat in the trading hall and sent messages to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, did you see that? Someone is selling wolf meat. Could it be that someone has really discovered other islands? Su Wan asked. Xiao Yi smiled and said, That's me. Ah? You encountered a pack of wolves? Su Wan asked anxiously. Are you injured? No, don't worry, I'm strong enough to kill a tiger now, Xiao Yi said with a smile. You're just poor, Su Wan replied. Seeing that you've put so much wolf meat on the shelf, there must be more than one wolf. 6 horses? Their meat is so disgusting. Let them make use of their remaining energy and exchange them for some resources, Xiao Yi replied. So many? Su Wan exclaimed, and then said helplessly. Everyone is starving now, and you are still here complaining about wolf meat being unpalatable. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Xiao Yi also replied to the other 2 people that he had hung the wolf meat on the trading hall himself. Jiang Yuntian sighed. Your island is evolving too fast. I estimate that lions and tigers will appear in a few days. Be careful. Xiao Yi replied. That's really possible. But don't worry, even if the tiger comes, I will make it never come back. Be careful. I don't have any hot weapons in my hand. I have no chance of winning against a wild tiger, Jiang Yuntian reminded. Well, don't worry, Xiao Yi responded. Nong Bihong just reminded Xiao Yi to be careful and didn't say anything more. The wolf meat hung in the trading hall was sold out very quickly. Although the meat tasted bad, it was cheap. At this time, what everyone wants more is to eat enough and survive. The question of whether it's delicious or not is something you need to think about after you have enough food and clothing. Xiao Yi prepared a simple breakfast, half a corn, half an apple, a glass of milk, and also sent some oil residue. This is the oil residue from refining wild boar oil yesterday. It tastes very delicious. Xiao Yi left a message for them. I still don't want it, It's too greasy. I've gained weight recently. Suwan refused at the time. Xiao Yi smiled and replied, You are too thin to begin with. It would be better if you were a little fatter. Do you really think so? Suwan asked. Of course, he's so skinny that he's just skin and bones. What's so good about him? Xiao Yi replied. Okay. Suwan decisively agreed to the deal and accepted the oil residue. Xiao Yi was a little stunned, thinking, Women are really fickle. Nong Bihong looked at the food, which was at least grade A, and sighed again. You must have come in through the back door. There must be someone up there. Hearing these words again, Xiao Yi's heart tightened, as if someone was really watching them trying to survive. Chapter 0074 Equipment Level Upgrade Card. Really a big ship. Xiao Yi shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of the terrible thought that someone was watching them survive. If there are really people observing, those people must be very powerful, both in terms of their own strength and technological strength. If one is not powerful, how can one design such world rules? Facing those powerful people who can design the rules of the world, I am probably just like an ant on the roadside. I'd better just live well first. Xiao Yi gave Jiang Yutian some extra grade A milk for breakfast and said, There's a lot of milk, we can't finish it. Junjun is growing, so drink more. Okay, thank you, Jiang Yutian replied. After breakfast, Xiao Yi took a shower and changed his clothes again, then said, System, sign in. Signed in successfully, received reward, equipment level upgrade card. Equipment level upgrade card, can upgrade any equipment by 1 level. Although the instructions on this card were very simple, it made Xiao Yi extremely happy. Now the question is, which device should be upgraded? Xiao Yi first eliminated those devices that were only of ordinary level, that is, Class D. It would be too uneconomical to upgrade such a high-level card only from Class D to Class C. It only makes sense to use it in equipment at least above Class A. The fully automatic fishing net, SS level, is sufficient now. Improving it to another level will not bring much improvement. Fully automatic flush toilet, SS grade, the same reason, no need to upgrade. A small radar detector, SS level, is sufficient for now. After looking around at his equipment, Xiao Yi made a decision. Upgrade to Class A water purifier. Xiao Yi drinks purified water every day, and high-quality purified water has a huge effect, improving physical fitness, promoting seed activity, etc. Improving the level of pure water can definitely enhance Xiao Yi's own strength and benefit his own planting activities. When you arrive in front of the island monument prompt will be displayed immediately. It is detected that you have an equipment level upgrade card. Please select the equipment you want to upgrade. Grade A water purifier. Successful use. The water purifier's grade has been upgraded from A to S. Water purifier, S grade. It can purify seawater into pure water. When there is sufficient seawater supply, it can produce 160 milliliters of pure water per hour. The seawater capacity of the machine is 5,000 milliliters and the pure water capacity is 4,000 milliliters. It can be connected to the water pipe, but it needs to be turned on and off manually. After the upgrade, the production efficiency and capacity of the water purifier have doubled. You don't have to fill it with water yourself. You can connect it to the water pipe. If there is no water, just open it, fill it up, and then close it. It is much more convenient. I wonder what this S-grade purified water tastes like. Xiao Yi muttered, but he could only wait until it was purified before tasting it. After adding food to the chicken coop and cow sheet, and then adjusting the target of the automatic fishing net to the supply box, Xiao Yi immediately hid back in his apartment. It's past 8 in the morning, and there's no way to stay outside anymore. Now everyone seems to have adapted to this state of hiding during the day and coming out to work after dusk. This is too hot. Who told you to get up so early? I fished until midnight last night, and I need to sleep a little longer. Wait, after sewing for so long, have you gained anything? Yes, a small fish weighing 500 g. Wow, you're so awesome! You actually caught a fish. Bullshit, I'm so fucking tired, this fish isn't even enough to fill my stomach. That's a good catch after all. I cast the net until midnight yesterday and didn't see a single fish scale. Hey, let's get some rest and wait till the evening to see if there are any supply boxes we can salvage. Xiao Yi was enjoying the cool air conditioning and had nothing to do, so he took out the receiver of his small radar detector and looked at the signs of only a few supply boxes around his island, swiping around in boredom. He didn't cast his net until midnight last night, so he was full of energy and had no intention of sleeping. Huh! Suddenly a red dot appeared from the edge of the radar scan. Xiao Yi immediately sat up. Is there anyone coming to my side again? When the interface of the radar detection receiver was enlarged, it was discovered that it was actually a medium-sized sailboat. The image scanned by the radar showed that there were quite a few people on board. So many people? Xiao Yi frowned and said. But why are they wearing animal skins and feathers on their heads? The service of those people was very strange, and they didn't seem like the people from Xiao Yi's previous world at all. Could it be a native of this place? Xiao Yi muttered, and then became worried. If he really was a native of this place, then it would be really troublesome. There must be a lot of indigenous people here. If a conflict occurs, no matter how powerful you are, it will be difficult for you to take care of them all. After all, Xiao Yi has put a lot of effort into this island. The direction that the medium-sized sailboat was heading was exactly the direction of their island. What should I do? Xiao Yi tried hard to think of a solution. Suddenly the red dot on the receiver display disappeared. How could this happen? Xiao Yi was shocked as he watched the display screen become empty again. How is this possible? He had clearly seen a ship just now. How could it suddenly disappear? At this time, Xiao Yi suddenly remembered that someone had seen a big ship before, but no one believed it at that time. Could it be a large ship like this? Xiao Yi muttered. It seems that this world is becoming more and more complicated. Xiao Yi walked to the island monument and sent a message to Su Wan and the other two. Have you seen a big ship? Xiao Yi asked. Huh. No, there are only supply boxes around me every day, not even marine garbage, Su Wan replied. I haven't seen it, Nong Bihong replied. No, what's wrong? Jiang Yuntian asked back. I saw a big ship over here, but it disappeared in an instant, Xiao Yi replied. Jiang Yuntian was stunned for a moment, then said, Before, there was a survivor who said he saw a big ship, but he just lowered his head, and when he looked up again, the ship disappeared. At that time, everyone thought he was lying. You didn't see the same ship? I'm also suspicious of this, Xiao Yi replied. And I think that boat was not built by us survivors. What do you mean? Jiang Yuntian asked with a frown. I saw that the people on that boat were wearing animal skins and feathers on their heads. They were probably the natives here, Xiao Yi explained. What? There are indigenous people here? Jiang Yutian was also shocked. Xiao Yi nodded and said, And there are quite a few of them. Jiang Yutian did not doubt Xiao Yi's intelligence, but frowned and said, If we are discovered by the natives here, it will be difficult to coexist peacefully. Xiao Yi replied, I think so too, so now we not only have to survive, but also improve our defense capabilities. It would be best if we could stick together, Jiang Yuntian said. That's right, Xiao Yi replied. He now eagerly hoped that Su Wan and the others could come to his island as soon as possible. Chapter 0075 Speculations about the Big Ship, Fighting Techniques. I understand, Jiang Yuntian said. Once I determine your location, I will meet up with you as soon as possible. Okay. Xiao Yi told Su Wan and Nong Bihong the same conclusion he and Jiang Yutian had drawn. They were both shocked and said that if they had the chance, they would definitely come and meet up with Xiao Yi as soon as possible. We just got rid of the pressure of survival. Why are there indigenous residents now? Su Wan said helplessly. We are definitely not welcome here. Xiao Yi also said helplessly. There is nothing we can do. We can only take one step at a time now. Su Wan nodded. At this time, Nong Bihong sent a message asking, You and the person before saw the big ship, but they disappeared in an instant. Why is that? Logically speaking, it is impossible for a large ship to completely disappear in an instant. Xiao Yi frowned and thought for a moment, then replied, I don't know about this, but I have a guess. When Nong Bihong heard Xiao Yi say that he had a guess, he pricked up his ears and listened. The hint on the island monument before shows that there must be a big hand behind all this. Xiao Yi thought for a moment and said, As for the purpose of doing this, it is currently unknown, but their actions are constantly increasing the difficulty of our survival. So the natives should also be a way to increase the difficulty, so it is basically impossible for us outsiders to live in harmony with those natives? Nong Bihong followed Xiao Yi's words. Xiao Yi nodded slightly, and then continued. But with our current strength, most people can't compete with the natives, so the rules of this world may make it impossible for those natives to find us, or in other words, they can't find us at the moment. You mean, the big ship was directly destroyed by the rules of the world? Nong Bihong looked at Xiao Yi in shock and said. Very likely, Xiao Yi said. Nong Bihong was shocked and said. How is this possible? What kind of power could make a large ship disappear in an instant? This was completely beyond Nong Bihong's cognition. Xiao Yi shook his head and said, These are just my speculations. No one can tell the specific situation. Let's just work hard to improve our strength. This is the only thing they can do now. The water and food Xiao Yi consumed were of very high quality, so his strength improved significantly. Now he had no pressure at all when facing those ordinary wild animals. But it was different for other survivors. Most of them did not see any improvement. Occasionally, a few of them ate C-grade food, which only improved them a little, allowing everyone to move from a sub-healthy state to a healthy state. As for Su Wan and the others who followed Xiao Yi, their physical fitness improved much more than that of others, at least comparable to that of ordinary soldiers. After taking another look at the receiver's display screen, Xiao Yi discovered that the big ship had indeed disappeared. He shook his head, then walked to the S-grade water purifier, where some S-grade pure water had already been purified. Xiao Yi took a sip. The pure water tasted as sweet as spring water. He felt that all the cells in his body were cheering and trying hard to absorb this S-grade pure water. The effect is indeed more obvious than a purified water, Xiao Yi muttered. I drank too much grade A purified water before, and my body no longer has any reaction. Now that I have switched to S-grade pure water, my stagnant physical fitness is slowly improving again. In the future you should try to consume more S-level water and food. Before the danger comes, you must maximize your own strength. On public channels, people are still complaining about the weather. Who the hell said yesterday that the weather was going to get colder? It's only 8 o'clock today, and it's already sweltering hot. Yeah, the down jacket is totally useless. Then sell it to me. I like collecting down jackets. I'm not stupid, I won't sell it. How can I fish out the supply boxes in such a hot day? My supplies are almost gone. Yeah, we only got one supply box this week, and we haven't found the cornerstone yet. Speaking of cornerstones, it seems like another week has almost come. My island still has 4 cornerstones. Is there anyone with more cornerstones? I'll exchange them with supplies. Yeah, it looks like another square meter will be flooded tomorrow. I'm so panicked. I only have 3 square meters. If it floods again, there will only be 2 square meters left. Brother, please save me. I'm so scared. What are you afraid of? There are still 2 square meters left. Don't give up until the last moment. Maybe a miracle will happen. Yes, on the last day of the first week, the probability of the cornerstone opening will increase. I believe it will be the same in the second week. I hope so. Xiao Yi glanced at the public channel and then switched to the private channel again. Brother Jiang, do you have any self-defense skills that you can teach me? Xiao Yi left a message to Jiang Yutian. Although his physical fitness has improved a lot, when he really fights, he can only use brute force. All his previous battles with wild boars and wolves were won by brute force. Yes, special military fighting techniques, Jiang Yutian said. I'll show you later. Okay, Xiao Yi responded. Jiang Yutian tidied up the things in his shed, cleared out a large space, and then began the demonstration. Junjun also started practicing seriously behind him. About half an hour later, Jiang Yutian finished his demonstration, and sweat formed a puddle under his feet. Xiao Yi immediately sent 10 L of salt water to Jiang Yutian and said, Okay, take a break. You've worked hard. It's such a hot day. Even though we are in the shed, the temperature inside is no lower than outside. It's just that there is no direct sunlight. I'll demonstrate it again in the evening, Jiang Yutian said. It was really hot that day. Xiao Yi replied. You have finished the demonstration just now, right? Yes, it has been fully demonstrated, Jiang Yutian replied. Then there's no need for that, Xiao Yi said. No need? You remembered everything? Jiang Yutian asked in disbelief. Yes, I've memorized it all, Xiao Yi replied. How about I practice it for you to watch? As he spoke, Xiao Yi started practicing in front of the island monument. His fighting movements were smooth and standard, and it didn't look like he had just learned them. Have you learned this before? Jiang Yutian asked in shock, but after asking, he felt that his question was so stupid. How could an ordinary person like Xiao Yi get exposed to special military fighting techniques? Xiao Yi shook his head and replied, No, didn't you just teach me once? Jiang Yutian was a little speechless. He would learn it after just one teaching? He had practiced hard for a year to reach Xiao Yi's level of proficiency. Jiang Yutian finally understood that a weirdo like Xiao Yi should not be viewed from the perspective of an ordinary person. Chapter 0076. It's not difficult, collect weapons. Your movements are very standard. You just need to practice more in the future, Jiang Yutian commented. Xiao Yi nodded. After finishing the chat, Jiang Yutian suddenly realized. Just now, he didn't seem to sweat at all after the fight. Could it be that this intensity of fighting can't even make him sweat? Jiang Yutian shook his head and said with emotion. It's simply a monster. He felt so emotional not only because the speed at which he learned martial arts was so amazing, but also because Xiao Yi's understanding of this world was far beyond that of other people. After practicing martial arts, Xiao Yi walked out of the apartment, wearing a newly woven straw hat, and came to the chicken coop. After adding some food to the chicks and looking at the chicks that were almost growing up following the hen, Xiao Yi felt that he would soon be able to eat eggs and chicken without restraint. During the 2 days that the hen is taking care of the chicks, her egg-laying efficiency is much lower, and the eggs she lays are basically unfertilized. It seems that in order to raise the chicks, the hen refused to sleep with the rooster. This is good, Xiao Yi can harvest some eggs every day. Xiao Yi took out 5 more eggs from the chicken coop, returned to his apartment, and stored the eggs in the refrigerator. Looking at the TV next to him, Xiao Yi muttered, Here, the TV should just be a decoration, or it will be useful when I set up a TV station in the future. Muttering to himself, Xiao Yi turned on the TV. It turned out to be a smart TV, with no internet and no TV stations. But he found a lot of movies on the memory card built into the TV. Although they are all classic old movies, they can be used to kill the long night. After all, it is too lonely to be alone. After turning off the TV, Xiao Yi practiced martial arts twice more, muttering, It doesn't seem that difficult. I can ask Brother Jiang to teach Nong Lao and Su Wan. Oh, and there are weapons that need to be prepared. Returning to the island monument, Xiao Yi switched to the trading hall and placed a transaction. Boiled water, fish meat trade various weapon manufacturing plans or finished products. Note, bring the plans or finished products to private chat to determine the transaction ratio. Hey, the boss has started collecting weapon manufacturing drawings. Really? Did he encounter any danger? The big guys are all going to hunt the wolves, so they might need more weapons. I just don't know if the boss wants this. Tang Dao, *1. Go ask. It's useless if you keep it in your hands anyway. Yeah, I'll go ask. Soon, Xiao Yi received a private message from this person. Boss, Tang Dao, *1, do you want this? Xiao Yi replied. Yes, 1 price, boiled water, *1L, fish, *5 kg. Okay, thanks, big shot. The transaction was successful, and Xiao Yi had a weapon with a narrow and straight blade and a slightly long handle. A finished product like this must have been made of metal sheets in the beginning, so there is no need to worry about its quality. Metal sheets are a universal metal. Xiao Yi drew out the Tang sword and swung it around. It was pretty good and went very smoothly. Haha, I got water and food. Then I'll go ask if I can exchange iron spear, *1. Is the above person stupid? The iron spear can be made on the island monument without the need for a manufacturing diagram. Why does he want yours? Yeah, there are always some people showing off their low IQ. You are the idiots. How do you know that the boss doesn't need it? What if the situation is urgent and he doesn't have time to do it? Chatting with an idiot makes me feel like I'm going to become an idiot too. In order not to become an idiot, I'd better go to sleep. Xiao Yi actually received a question from that person, and he speechlessly blocked the other party. At the same time, all weapons that can be manufactured on the island monument without a manufacturing diagram will be blocked. Emperor Lin Tianxia saw someone collecting weapons and pondered for a moment. He also placed a transaction in the trading hall. It is also a trading weapon. Although he didn't know why the other party wanted to collect weapons, based on the reaction in the trading market in the previous period of time, once someone was buying something in large quantities, that thing would definitely become very important. Like sheet metal. For example, seeds. Emperor Lin Tianxia suspected that this big guy must have other ways to obtain information, so he could make some arrangements in advance every time. Although he couldn't contact this big guy, he could still get some soup from him. At least we can't let him dominate the market alone. After Emperor Lin Tianxia posted the transaction, several more transactions for weapons appeared one after another. Xiao Yi looked at the situation in the trading market and said with a smile, "Everyone has become smarter." But no one else was as wealthy as Xiao Yi. After those who had weapons asked everyone about the price, most of them agreed to the deal with Xiao Yi. Only Xiao Yi gave the most water and food. Soon, Xiao Yi collected 4 bows and arrows, a tang sword, a dagger, and a flying fork. "Can you use bows and arrows?" Xiao Yi asked Su Wan and the others. "I can." To Xiao Yi's surprise, Su Wan could actually use a bow and arrow. "I played archery for a while before," Su Wan explained. "Okay, take this bow and arrow and dagger to protect yourself," Xiao Yi said. "Bow and arrow *1, dagger *1, no trade." "Okay." Su Wan immediately agreed to the deal. Nong Bihong said that he didn't know how to use a bow and arrow, so Xiao Yi had to trade him a crossbow and told him how to use it. "Practice more on your own island. If you run out of arrows, tell me immediately," Xiao Yi reminded. Jiang Yutian said that he had a B-level dagger and did not need any other weapons at the moment. But Xiao Yi still traded a bow and arrow to him, saying, "Take it first, it can be regarded as a long-range attack weapon." "Okay." Jiang Yutian took the bow and arrow, and then asked Jinjun to learn how to use it. After trading the weapons to them, Xiao Yi walked out of the apartment and harvested the ripe soybeans in the field. Supplies obtained: 20 kilograms of soybeans grade A. Leave 5 kilograms as seeds, use 10 kilograms to press soybean oil, and Xiao Yi soaked the remaining 5 kilograms directly in water to prepare to make bean sprouts. Xiao Yi fried the soybeans and then put them into a press. Supplies obtained: 1.5 kilograms soybean oil, grade A, 8.5 kilograms soybean cake, grade A. Eating only lard would make you feel greasy. Anyway, we can't plant all the soybeans we harvested this time, mainly because the field area is limited. Bean cake can be used to feed chickens and is a very good feed. After working with the soybeans, Xiao Yi returned to his apartment, took a shower, and then cut the wild boar meat into strips and put them on wooden skewers. There were also green vegetables that had just been harvested from the fields, as well as potatoes that had been harvested previously, strung together in many bunches. It's time for a real barbecue. Chapter 0077, Heavy Rain Again, Heavy Crossbows, Erosion Reemerges. I didn't use oil when grilling before, and the food I grilled always felt like something was missing. Xiao Yi took out the shredded vegetables, potatoes, and meat skewers and put them on the barbecue. "Although the weather is hot, it can't stop me from pursuing delicious food," Xiao Yi said. After grilling a few skewers, Xiao Yi immediately fled back to the apartment. "It's too hot. Let's slow down our pursuit of delicious food," Xiao Yi muttered helplessly. While enjoying the freshly grilled skewers, Xiao Yi was watching the chat on the public channel. "It's been almost 2 weeks, Wee, where have you been? Why haven't you come to see me? It's so hot out here, you should be hiding in front of the island monument. She should be able to see it. Maybe she hasn't noticed. Be patient. If it gets this hot, I'll just jump into the sea and commit suicide. Everyone, don't worry. Once this week is over, I believe things will turn around." Turning point? You are too naive. The test will be upgraded after the first week. After this week, the test will probably be even more difficult. Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. There is always hope as long as you are not dead. But I'm dying! Xiao Yi looked at the pessimistic mood in the public channel, sighed, then sent a message looking for and ran and lay down on the bed. The other survivors were too hot to sleep, but Xiao Yi lay in the air-conditioned room and slowly fell asleep. When Xiao Yi woke up again, it was dark. What's going on? Xiao Yi quickly glanced at the system. The time is 15:25 in the afternoon. Why is it dark at this time? Xiao Yi walked out puzzled. The sky outside was filled with dark clouds, and it felt like they were about to press down on his head. Xiao Yi felt extremely suffocated. It's going to rain heavily, Xiao Yi said. Crack! Boom! A flash of lightning split the dark clouds, as if splitting the sky, and the rain poured down. Xiao Yi walked back to the island monument, and there was joy in the public channel. It's raining! That's great! Finally, we don't have to worry about water. Yes, hurry up and rent an ignition device. Boil the rainwater and you will have unlimited water. It's finally not that hot anymore. It feels so good to be caught in the rain. Be careful not to catch a cold. Xiao Yi looked at their joy and switched to the private channel. Is it raining where you are? Xiao Yi asked. It rained, and it's huge, Jiang Yutian replied. Suwan hid in the tent and said, It's raining, there's almost water in my tent. It's raining here too, but it's just a drizzle, Nong Bihong replied. Based on the severity of the rain falling on the three people, Xiao Yi roughly judged that Nong Bihong should be farther away from him, and the other two seemed to be in the same area as him. Everyone, be careful not to catch a cold from the rain, Xiao Yi reminded them, then went out to continue the barbecue that he had not finished in the morning. This time, because there is oil to brush on the vegetables, the roasted greens, potatoes, and pork skewers are fragrant. Send these baked things to Suwan and the others. Hey, there is oil on the green vegetables this time, Suwan said in surprise. But it seems that it's not lard. You can see this? Xiao Yi said in surprise. Of course, the two oils are very different, Suwan replied. Okay, this time we use soybean oil. After the soybeans are harvested, some oil is squeezed out, Xiao Yi said. Although it's not much, it's still enough. Your things are becoming more and more complete, Suwan said with a smile. Xiao Yi shook his head and replied, There are still many things missing. Just be content, Suwan said and went to enjoy the skewers. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and the raindrops were connected into lines. Will my fields be flooded? Xiao Yi thought with a frown. No! The fully automatic intelligent irrigation equipment will clear the waterlogging in time, the system prompted. Awesome! Xiao Yi gave a thumbs up and said. Seeing that the sky was still gloomy and not knowing how long the rain would last, Xiao Yi put on the straw raincoat he made and walked into the rain. The 7 boxes of supplies caught today were dragged into the wooden factory building, and then the fully automatic fishing net was adjusted to cast without a target. Open the supply box. Supplies obtained, cornerstone *2, duvet *1. Obtained materials, cornerstone *1, heavy crossbow manufacturing diagram *1. Obtained supplies. 7 supply boxes contain 4 cornerstones, 500 g of bread, a manufacturing diagram, and a down quilt for keeping warm. The rest were some basic supplies. Heavy crossbow manufacturing diagram, wood *50, animal sinew *4, iron *10. Luckily, the wild boar and wolf provided me with 7 units of animal tendons, otherwise I would not be able to make this thing, Xiao Yi muttered. After returning to the island monument, he immediately made the heavy crossbow. Please select a location. Xiao Yi thought about it, and placed the heavy crossbow on the beach right in front of the apartment. Since it was a heavy crossbow, it must be a large crossbow with enormous power. If someone else really lands in the future, having such a weapon can at least prevent them from landing. After placing it, Xiao Yi returned to the island monument and continued watching everyone chatting. Why won't the rain stop? Yeah, I was going to go out and fish out 2 boxes of supplies. Then go ahead, I just caught one. Aren't you afraid of getting sick in such heavy rain? I am afraid, but I am more afraid of starving to death or drowning. When I get back I will take off my wet clothes and warm myself by the fire. Then I'm going to rush out too. Is everyone working so hard? If you don't fight hard, you'll die. How can you not fight? Xiao Yi sent a message to Su Wan and the other two. Don't go fishing for the supply box in the rain. It's troublesome to get sick. It's not worth it for a supply box. The three of them responded in unison. The rain outside kept falling, slowly forming a stream on the hill behind Xiao Yi's apartment. Finally it flowed into the ditch he had dug, and now the ditch looked wider than when it was first dug. Xiao Yi listened to the sound of rain outside and slowly fell asleep. I slept until the next day. Oh. Xiao Yi was awakened by the faint sound of a rooster crowing. I got up and looked through the chat records on the island monument, and found that it rained until 5 o'clock in the morning yesterday and did not stop at all. When I walked out of the apartment, I found that it was already bright, but it was no longer hot. Finally a day of good weather, Xiao Yi muttered. The sea water is eroding the island area, and the current progress is 30%. The system prompts. Has it started yet? Xiao Yi said, then walked towards the fields and harvested the grass first and threw it into the cowshed. The fish pit that was dug previously was once again filled with sea fish, and last night the fully automatic fishing net yielded another great harvest. Xiao Yi had no choice but to process a large number of sea fish and prepared to pickle them into dried fish for preservation. I adjusted the aim of the automatic fishing net and came to the back of the apartment. The original small mound had evolved into a hill 200 or 300 meters high. Chapter 0078 found my future father-in-law. Crash. Water continuously flows down from the mountains, providing a constant source of fresh water to the small river. The Tamsui River is basically formed, and it is estimated that fresh water resources will be refreshed soon. Xiao Yi nodded with satisfaction. The woods looked even greener after the heavy rain, but there was no time to open up a forest trail, so Xiao Yi did not rush in. Back at the apartment, Xiao Yi prepared a simple breakfast for everyone, including milk, eggs, corn, and half an apple. The situation in the future will definitely not be something that one person can handle alone, so one's partners also need to improve their physical fitness. Su Wan and the others were not polite at all. They quickly finished their breakfast and went to observe the supply boxes drifting around the island. They didn't know how long this weather would last, so they had to hurry up and go fishing. The sea is still eroding their island. In fact, it's not just these three people. All the other survivors are seizing every minute and every second, especially those who have not gained anything this week. What's even more tense is that there are only 3 square meters of survivors left on those islands. No attention was paid to the cornerstone in the first week, as all the time was spent changing water and food. After the first week, they knew the importance of the cornerstone, but they encountered hot weather and the probability of the cornerstone being opened was reduced. If they don't harvest the cornerstone today, their island will only have 2 square meters left. There is also an island monument in the middle that takes up a certain amount of space, so you probably won't be able to lie down to sleep. Even if you do lie down, you'll probably fall into the sea as soon as you turn over. Of course, the problems they encountered are not problems for Xiao Yi. Although it was hot last week, we still managed to salvage all the supply boxes. The island area has now reached 2,376 square meters, and there is no need to worry about seawater erosion. There were houses, fields, forests, mountains and rivers on the island, which was almost no different from the island in the previous world. While everyone was working hard to catch fish, Xiao Yi returned to the island monument and sent another message looking for Enran. Maybe everyone was working hard to catch the supply boxes at this time, and no one was speaking in the public channel. This time, Xiao Yi's missing person information was retained for a minute before it was replaced by other information. Ding di, a stranger is requesting a private chat. Xiao Yi immediately switched to the private channel. Who are you and what do you want to see Enran for? The other party asked. Xiao Yi looked at the other party who had hidden his ID and replied. Who are you? My search for Enran has nothing to do with you. Enran is my daughter. Do you think she has anything to do with me? The other party asked back. Xiao Yi's hands shook and the milk he was holding almost spilled. Father-in-law? Xiao Yi thought to himself, but then he became suspicious again and asked. Since you said Enran is your daughter, do you know what Enran's favorite fruit is? Juicy, the other party replied without hesitation. and Ran has a scar on her left wrist. It was caused by broken glass when she fell when she was 5 years old. We are from Anlong County, Tianheng City. Any other questions? After hearing the other party clearly tell Ran's information, Xiao Yi finally understood. This time, Ran's father and you must have been found. Uncle An, it's me, Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi said somewhat ashamedly. At that time, he left Ran because of his inexplicable self-esteem, and he felt very sorry for Ran. Xiao Yi? The person on the other side still didn't believe it and asked, which university are you from? What's your student number? Do you know Ran? Obviously, the other party didn't believe him either. Tianheng University, my student number is 327502122, and Ran's is 327501108. Xiao Yi replied immediately. Although it has been more than a year since graduation, Xiao Yi still remembers his student number very clearly as it accompanied his 4 years of college. The next moment, the island monument reminder sounded. And you request to add you as a friend, do you agree? The island monument shows that the other party's name is Anhua, so it must be correct. Xiao Yi quickly agreed. Anhua sent the video as soon as possible. After the call was connected, Xiao Yi saw that the business tycoon, who was once high-spirited and handsome, had now become ragged and dusty. Humph, you still have the nerve to look for Ran? Do you know how Ran got through those days? Although a little weak, Anhua still cursed with full energy. Uncle An, I was indeed wrong about this. Xiao Yi admitted his mistake decisively. It was my inexplicable self-esteem that got in the way. I'm sorry. Humph, self-esteem? Do you really think that anyone can come into my company? And you said angrily. Even if you came in at that time, you have to start from the grassroots level. If you don't do well, I will still fire you. I don't mind Ran supporting you, but my company will never support useless people. How are you doing now, An? Xiao Yi asked cautiously. What do you think? And you glared at him and said, You cry every day. As your father, I want to chop you with a knife. I'm sorry, I was really wrong. Xiao Yi felt a pain in his heart. She got better later, but she became cold and indifferent. She had just gotten better recently, but I didn't expect everyone to come to this damn place again. And you said, Oh, my poor girl. Are you with Ran? Hearing Anu say this, Xiao Yi thought that he and Ran were teleported to the same island, and asked hurriedly. No, Anu said unhappily. We are all one person per island, no one is special. Xiao Yi was instantly disappointed. Looking at Xiao Yi's disappointed expression, and you knew that Xiao Yi still couldn't let go of Ran, so he continued. I've also been looking for her and her mother, but there's no news. How could this happen? Xiao Yi was a little worried. But according to my guess, our public channel should only be a public channel for a certain group of people, said Anhua. Huh? What do you mean? Xiao Yi looked at Anhua puzzledly. My company had tens of thousands of people before. I looked for them in the public channel on the first day I came here, but no one responded. Even if someone missed my message, it is impossible for tens of thousands of people to miss the message. So I guess this public channel is not for everyone in the world. And you analyzed. In other words, it is equivalent to dividing all of us into many groups. Each group has one server, and this public channel is only the public channel for everyone in this server. Xiao Yi tried to understand it using the concept of online games. That's understandable, Anhua replied. So, I believe you will have a chance to find them. Xiao Yi nodded. Boy, don't mess around in the future. Find Ran and help me take good care of her, otherwise I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. And you said with a sigh. Hearing this, Xiao Yi immediately realized that something was wrong and asked hurriedly. Uncle An, what's going on over there? Chapter 0079. Anhua is in danger, Xiao Yi saves the situation. And you did not answer, but sent a transaction. Soil, grade A, *1, tent, *1, down jacket, *1, foundation, *2, no trade. Keep all these things. If you have the chance to find Ran in the future, give some to her. And you seem to have used up all his strength in scolding Xiao Yi, and said weakly. Looking at those things, Xiao Yi immediately rejected the transaction without even thinking. Tell me what's wrong with you. Now, immediately. Xiao Yi roared. And you was slightly stunned, then smiled and replied, I know you are worried about your uncle. From the first time I saw you, I knew you were kind-hearted. Find and ran and live with my hope. Shut up! Xiao Yi shouted. Tell me your situation right now, I will definitely find a way to save you. And Ran still needs your care, and the future wedding also needs your witness. When he heard and ran, a trace of desire for life flashed in Yu's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. It's useless. My calf was bitten off by a shark and now it's infected and inflamed. There's no chance. And Yu looked at his calf that was already oozing with pus, sighed, and replied. Hearing Anyua's words, Xiao Yi was completely stunned. Anyua actually went into the water and had a head-on confrontation with a shark. But the next moment, Xiao Yi immediately said, Uncle An, listen to me. Don't give up, you can still be saved. As he spoke, Xiao Yi sent nearly 2 liters of S-grade purified water to Anyua, plus a large bag of SSS-grade toilet paper. Pure water, S-grade, * 1986 ml, toilet paper, SSS grade, no transaction. Anyua's eyes widened when he saw the pure water. He also paid attention to the chats in the public channel and knew that graded water and food were very precious. He never expected that Xiao Yi could come up with so much S-grade purified water. And there was also SSS-grade toilet paper. He had never seen such high-end items before. Agree to the deal, Xiao Yi ordered. Listen to me, clean the wound with purified water, then wrap it with toilet paper, and drink all the remaining water, understand? Don't waste these good things, just keep them. Anyua shook his head and said. Listen to me and do it right away, Xiao Yi shouted. Do you want to refuse to live like this and refuse to see and ran again? And you hasn't spoken yet. Xiao Yi spoke again. S-grade purified water can improve human physique, and SSS-grade toilet paper has the additional effect of sterilization and anti-inflammation. With the combined effect of these 2 things, your chances of survival will definitely be greatly increased. When Anyua heard the functions of these 2 items, his eyes widened. If these 2 items really have this effect, then they are definitely God-level items here. There is no hospital or medicine here, and these items can definitely save lives. Hurry up, the sooner it is dealt with, the better, Xiao Yi urged. Anyua no longer hesitated and immediately agreed to the transaction, and the 2 items appeared in his hands. His leg was only fractured by the shark, not completely broken. He stuffed a wooden stick into his mouth, gritted his teeth, and used pure water to clean the pus from the wound. He used up all his strength to straighten the broken bone. Call! And Yu spat out the stick that was almost bitten off in his mouth. Then he let out a long sigh and wrapped the wound completely with toilet paper. Looking at the remaining S-grade pure water, Anyua drank it all. After drinking the pure water, Anyua felt his whole body getting hot, and the previous feeling of weakness quickly disappeared. The leg wound doesn't even hurt that much anymore. How can this pure water have such magical effects? And Yu thought in shock. Xiao Yi grilled a pork chop for Anyua, then fried 2 eggs and sent them to him. Fried pork chops, * 300g, fried eggs, grade A, * 120g. No trade. Seeing the transaction sent by Xiao Yi again, Anyua was stunned again. You, where did you get the pork chops, and how did you get the grade A eggs? And Yu's voice was trembling. Xiao Yi smiled and replied. The wild boar is from my island, and the eggs are naturally laid by the chickens I raise. Take your time to eat, and I will tell you. Next, Xiao Yi revealed all the information he knew to Anyua's stunned eyes. Of course, he could not tell anyone about the sign-in system. Xiao Yi explained all the information clearly, including the evolution of the island, the indigenous ships, and the high-level equipment and food. You, how do you know so much? Anyua asked, still looking shocked. I have other channels to obtain information, Xiao Yi replied vaguely. Anyua was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. What is the current area of your island? Xiao Yi asked. Still 4 square meters, Anyua replied. Since there are only 4 squares, why don't you use the 2 cornerstones? In the transaction initiated by Anyua, Xiao Yi saw that there were 2 cornerstones. Anyway, only 1 square meter will be flooded in a week. I'm saving this for Inran and her mother, Enyu replied. Enyu was worried that after he found Inran and the others, if their island was about to be submerged, he could use it for emergency rescue. You can use it first. I have some here, Xiao Yi said. It's a bigger place and we can move around more. Anhua shook his head. He didn't like relying on others. Xiao Yi thought about it and said, How about this, Uncle, and you use one piece first? If Inran and Auntie are really found in the future, I will also support them with one piece. It can be regarded as a sign of me admitting my mistake. And you pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, Okay. He could feel that his previously inflamed wound had improved. The things Xiao Yi gave him could definitely save him. This made him want to cry with gratitude. Who would want to die if they could live? What's more, there was someone in Anhua who couldn't let go. Uncle, don't you have any intact fishing nets? Xiao Yi asked. No, it's always the same old fishing net as at the beginning. Otherwise, why would I need to go into the water? Anhua replied with a wry smile. It turned out that he had caught a supply box with the worn-out fishing net a day ago, but when he was pulling it back, it leaked out halfway. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Anhua didn't want to give up. The supply box was only about 7 or 8 meters away from the island. He gritted his teeth and jumped down. I didn't expect there was a shark following the supply box. Normally there are at least 2 marine creatures next to a supply box, but this supply box has been pulled away from its original position by Anhua, so there is only one shark following it. Fortunately, there was only one, otherwise Anhua would never have been able to escape from the siege of 2 sharks. Anhua, who was bitten, had no means to treat the wound and could only rinse it with mineral water. But it was so hot these days, and he only had 20 to 30 milliliters of mineral water, which was of no help at all. Coupled with the cloudy and rainy weather, his wound quickly became inflamed and festering. Chapter 0080 Microlocator, Planned Convergence. After understanding the whole story, Xiao Yi said, Uncle, just focus on recovering from your injuries recently. Don't go fishing for the supply boxes yet. I have plenty of water and food here. Don't worry. Wait until you recover, then go fishing. How much water and food do you have? And you asked tentatively. He was worried that Xiao Yi was trying to show off, and he was even more worried that he would be a burden to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi smiled and said, All the sea fish and boiled water in the trading hall are mine. What? And you widened his eyes. It turns out that the big shot that had been discussed in the public channel was actually Xiao Yi. So you have collected a lot of supplies. And you said, You little brat, when you find Inran, you must support her more. Uncle, don't worry. When I find Inran, I will definitely bring her to my island, Xiao Yi promised solemnly. That's good enough. Since you are so rich, I won't be polite to you. I will rest assured and recuperate in the next few days. I will repay you this favor when I get better. And you said? Uncle, you're too kind. Xiao Yi waved his hand and said. After a moment, Anhua couldn't help but ask. I'm curious, where did you get so many sea fish? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to tell me. Xiao Yi smiled and replied. There's nothing wrong with that. I have a high-end fishing net, which is fully automatic. Otherwise, I would be exhausted to death if I caught so many fish by myself. No wonder. And you suddenly realized. Uncle, you take a rest first, and keep an eye on the island monument to see if there is any news about Inran and Auntie, Xiao Yi said. Good. After finishing the chat, Xiao Yi let out a sigh of relief. Although Inran was not found, finding Uncle Anhua is also a step forward. Fortunately, Anhua was found at this time. If it was 2 days later, the consequences would be disastrous. According to Uncle, I don't know when this world will merge the different servers. Otherwise, I will never find Inran. Xiao Yi thought about the news he had just speculated. But now Xiao Yi's strength is not enough to compete with this world. He can only improve his strength as soon as possible. With a slight sigh, Xiao Yi thought that he had not signed in today, and immediately said, System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for a week in a row and receiving the reward, Microlocator, SS level, *5. Microlocator, SS level, a small locating device. As long as it is turned on, anyone with the microlocator can know the specific location of others. However, it cannot form an image and can only display the location on a flat map. Seeing this reward, Xiao Yi was so excited that he almost jumped up. As long as he sends this thing to his friends, he can confirm their location on the map. This means that the page of the map on the island monument finally came in handy. Xiao Yi no longer hesitated and immediately came to the island monument and sent 4 of the microlocators to Su Wan and the others. Microlocator, SS grade, *1 trading is unavailable. How did you get this? This is the first response of everyone when they see this thing. It doesn't matter. Let's agree to the deal quickly and turn on the microlocator. Let's see how far we are and whether it's possible to meet up soon, Xiao Yi said. Su Wan and the others agreed to the deal and turned on the microlocator. Xiao Yi switched to the map interface of the island monument and began to observe. At this time, 5 bright spots appeared on the map. Except for Xiao Yi's own bright spot, the distribution of the other 4 was really not close. The farthest one is Nong Bihong. According to the scale on this map, Nong Bihong should be about 2,000 kilometers away from him in the northeast. No wonder it was only drizzling over Nong Bihong's side when it was raining heavily here. The other 3 were similar. Su Wan and Nong Bihong were in the same direction, about 800 kilometers away from Xiao Yi. Jianyutian is about 900 kilometers south of Xiao Yi. Anyu is about 700 kilometers west of Xiao Yi. The person closest to him was Yu, the last person he contacted. Is it so far? Nong Bihong looked at the mark on the map, smiled bitterly and sent a message to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi hesitated and replied, I have a big ship, but the sea is too dangerous now. Give it to me, I'll meet you, Nong Bihong said decisively. I know it's dangerous, but time waits for no one. If the natives here can find us, I will be captured if I stay on the island alone. Why not give it a try now? Xiao Yi thought about it and said in a deep voice. Okay. Mr. Nong, let's try it together. Do you believe me? Of course I believe you. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago, Nong Bihong replied decisively. Okay, you have a good rest today. Tomorrow morning, you set off immediately and sail to the point between you and me, Xiao Yi said. Nong Bihong suddenly thought of a problem and said awkwardly, I am only familiar with agriculture. I don't know how to drive a boat. Don't worry about this. I've tried it. The boat here is relatively easy to drive, with the help of the world's rules, Xiao Yi said. Okay. Now Nong Bihong felt relieved. Before leaving your island, transfer the island monument to the ship, and take away all the supplies that can be taken away, Xiao Yi urged. Be sure to transfer the island monument to the ship. This is the key to repairing the hull at sea. Yes, I understand. Remember, no matter what kind of marine life attacks you encounter on the road, as long as it does not delay your journey, then ignore it. If the hull is damaged, repair it in time. Tell me directly if you need any materials. If you really encounter those large marine creatures, use the crossbow to fight them hard, Xiao Yi said. Good. After finishing the chat, Nong Bihong looked at the endless sea in front of him and said with a smile, I didn't expect that even when I'm old, I can still conquer the sea. This journey of 2,000 kilometers is really not close. We are so far away from each other. Su Wan looked at the distance of 800 kilometers and said to Xiao Yi on the island monument. Xiao Yi replied, Mr. Nong has decided to join me. I will trade a ship to him and he will sail to your island first. Ah? It's so far, wouldn't it be very dangerous along the way? Su Wan exclaimed. But no one knows how the world will be like next week, so we must hurry up and reunite, Xiao Yi said. Su Wan nodded and replied decisively. Okay, wait for Mr. Nong to come over, and we will go to your island together. Jian Yutian also sent a message. The distance is quite far. The small wooden boat can't reach your island at all. Have you forgotten that I have a medium-sized sailboat? Xiao Yi replied. Although we have medium-sized sailboats, the journey is too dangerous, especially to Mr. Nong's side, which is too far away, Jiang Yutian said with a frown. Chapter 0081, A Rich Harvest, The Calm Before the Storm. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement and said, It's indeed too far, but Mr. Nong has decided to come over. He will go to Su Wan first, pick her up, and then come over together. Jiang Yutian sighed and said, Well, I can only pray for smooth sailing. Wait until they arrive at your island, and then I'll tell you what happened on my side. No need. Wait until the seawater finishes eroding the island today, then you can get ready and bring Junjun to my side, Xiao Yi said. Jiang Yuntian frowned and said, if it were just me, I could give it a try, but with Junjun here, a small wooden boat definitely won't work. Who told you to use a small wooden boat? Xiao Yi replied. Medium-sized sailboat, bring Junjun over. That medium-sized sailboat is not. Jiang Yuntian suddenly reacted and cursed. Fuck, you don't have 2 medium-sized sailboats. Bingo! The answer is correct, but there is no reward, Xiao Yi replied. Is there any problem now? That's definitely no problem, Jiang Yuntian said. But shouldn't this boat be given to the person who's closer first? Jiang Yuntian was referring to Anyue, whom Xiao Yi had just found. Xiao Yi replied. He is injured and needs some time to recuperate. You guys come over first. Okay, I'll get ready now, Jiang Yuntian said immediately. Well, remember, move the island monument to the ship and take all the supplies away, Xiao Yi reminded. Got it, Jiang Yuntian replied. After communicating with Su Wan and the others, Xiao Yi sent a message to Yu saying, Uncle An, you should take good care of your injuries first. When you are well, I will find a way to get you over. Okay, but can other people be trusted? Yu asked. There are no laws here. I understand what you mean, don't worry, Xiao Yi replied. People with other thoughts will not become my friends. Do you know them all? Yu asked. You must know them all by now. You also know one of them, Xiao Yi said. Who? Yu asked curiously. Nong Bihong, Xiao Yi replied. The academician of the Academy of Sciences? Yu asked in surprise. Xiao Yi nodded and said, That's right. I happened to be asking about raising chickens on the public channel at the time, and he chatted with me privately, so we met and became friends. If it's Mr. Nong, then there's no problem, Anyue said. After all, everyone in Xia country knows about Nong Bihong's character. The other one is a dad with a child. He used to be a mercenary, Xiao Yi continued. With a child? Yu was even more surprised. Xiao Yi recounted the process of how he and Jiang Yuntian met. Yu nodded and said, Based on what you said, Jiang Yuntian should not be a wicked person, but he used to be a mercenary. You still have to be more careful. After all, mercenaries are a group of people who will do anything for you. Yes, Xiao Yi responded. Don't worry, I will, but now the cornerstones and supplies they have obtained are basically given directly to me. Oh? To make your island develop better? Yu asked. Well, I guess so. We originally planned to reunite together, so we did this, Xiao Yi replied. Well, just be careful about everything, Anyue warned. After arranging for Su Wan and the others to come over, Xiao Yi switched to the public channel. Today is really going to be a great harvest. I have already fished out 2 supply boxes. A lot of resources were opened, and there are 3 cornerstones. Yeah, it seems like this world is still friendly to us. Based on the current drifting conditions of the supply boxes, I should be able to get 3 today. By God, I finally got food and water. It seems that this world is giving everyone rewards today to celebrate everyone's survival for 2 weeks. Xiao Yi muttered and walked out. There are already 5 supply boxes at the door, and according to the radar detector, there are still 4 that can be salvaged. Today, Xiao Yi was able to harvest 9 boxes of supplies, which is considered a great harvest. I went to the cowshed to milk some milk, then grilled some sea fish and distributed them to everyone as lunch. Woof woof woof. One Sai's voice came from behind the apartment. This time it was not a cry of danger, but rather a cry of curiosity, as if he had discovered something new. Xiao Yi walked out and came to the back of the house. He saw Wang Kai standing by the river at the foot of the mountain, calling into the river. Xiao Yi walked over and threw the grilled fish in his hand to it, then rubbed its head and said, Let me see what you found. Crash. A fish suddenly jumped out of the river and then fell back into the water. Xiao Yi said in surprise, It turns out that freshwater fish have been refreshed. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Yi did not immediately catch these newly refreshed freshwater fish, but let them rest and recuperate for a while before doing anything else. Back at the apartment, I found that the apple tree has not bloomed again since the last time it bore fruit. I don't know why. and the apples he picked never produced apple seeds again. Maybe this world is also imposing restrictions to prevent apple trees from overproliferating, Xiao Yi muttered. The wheat that has matured again is harvested, part of it is used as seeds and planted again, and the rest is dried and taken to the factory to be ground into flour using a small stone mill. Before coming here, Xiao Yi's hometown was in the north-central part of Xia country, so he preferred pasta. After grinding the flour, immediately roll it into dough, cut it into noodles, stir-fry the vegetables with oil, then add water, bring to a boil, and put the noodles in the pot. At the same time, a few pieces of pork were grilled on the grill, and after the noodles were served, a piece of pork was placed on top. It looks okay. Xiao Yi looked at his work with satisfaction. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and Xiao Yi sent the pork noodles he had prepared for dinner. Roast pork, *200g, noodles, grade A, *500g, milk, grade A, *500 ml. No transaction. Looking at the sumptuous dinner that was traded, Manhua couldn't help but ask, "Do you have such sumptuous food every day?" "It has only recently become prosperous," Xiao Yi replied with a smile. "In the beginning, we were penniless." "Great!" And you said, "I just wonder how Ran and the others are doing now." "Unclean, don't worry. I believe that Ran and Auntie are blessed by heaven and will be able to hold on until we find them." Xiao Yi comforted them, even though he didn't know when he would find them. Manhua nodded. After dinner, Xiao Yi went out and opened all 9 boxes of supplies that he had caught. Obtained materials: cornerstone *4, stone *3, copper. Obtained materials: cornerstone *2, wooden house manufacturing plan *1. Obtained materials: 3 cornerstones, wood. Supplies obtained: thermal underwear *1. 15 cornerstones were obtained from 9 supply boxes, which is definitely a big deal. There are still items to keep warm, bread and water are available, and there is also a plan for making a wooden house. I wonder what's going to happen in this world next week. Is this the calm before the storm? Xiao Yi muttered. Chapter 0082, End of the Second Week, New Tips. Xiao Yi will use all the cornerstones he obtained to expand the island. As for the wooden house manufacturing plan, he will wait until Su Wan and the others come over to discuss who will use it. My room can accommodate 2 people, but it's a bit inappropriate to have both of them move in. After all, everyone needs a certain amount of private space. The house is still a little small, Xiao Yi muttered as he looked at his apartment. On this day, all the survivors who are still alive will have a great harvest as long as they try to fish, and everyone can get at least 3 cornerstones. With these cornerstones, people don't have to worry about the island being flooded. After all, it only takes 1 cornerstone to be eroded in a week, so 3 cornerstones can last at least 3 weeks. Su Wan, Nong Bihong and Jiang Yuntian distributed all the supplies on the island to Xiao Yi, except for those needed for rest at night. They are all coming to Xiao Yi Island, so there is no need to leave anything on their own island. They should travel light to avoid having to carry things and waste energy. Now Xiao Yi obtained another 11 cornerstones, and some other basic supplies. What surprised Xiao Yi was that Su Wan actually came up with a plan for building a wooden house. There are 2 cabins and a tent, which should be enough. At this time, the atmosphere on the public channel was peaceful. It would be great if the weather was this good every day, and we could harvest a lot. Yeah, it's a pity we're not here on vacation. I have obtained 5 cornerstones. I can rest assured for a while. Are you sure you can rest assured for a while? Why do I feel like today is a little unreal? I always feel like I'm going to be fattened up and then killed. I feel the same way. God knows if the rules will remain the same next week. What if the test is upgraded again and 1 block is buried every day? I will still have to run around collecting cornerstones. The one upstairs, don't scare me, I'm scared. It shouldn't be that serious. If that happens, then everyone should just wait to die. Looking at the chats in the public channels, many people feel that no matter how much they gain, it is not worth it. I hope this world can be a human being. The one who created this kind of island monument must not be a human, but a god. How can you expect God to be a human? Don't pin your hopes on others. You have to be strong yourself before you can forge ahead. Work hard to improve yourself. Fuck, that's easy to say. I do want to get hard, but I can't get hard right now. Brother, let me learn more about Lu Wei Di Huang pills. Get lost. Can you please stop going off topic? Oh, I really don't know what the world is trying to do. No one knows what this world is going to do. Xiao Yi shook his head, then half lay on his bed, quietly waiting for the erosion of seawater to end. Gradually, not many people spoke on the public channel. It seems that everyone is waiting for the island monument's clue, or rather, the island monument's judgment. In an extremely depressing atmosphere, the time came to midnight. Congratulations on surviving the second week. I'm surprised that so many of you have survived. Please be prepared to face more tests. Don't worry about the weather. The weather will be fine in the next week. You can create chat groups and private channels, but each person is limited to one. Of course, you will also make some new friends, so good luck to you. The reminder on the island monument sounded as expected, and the public channel immediately became lively. What do you mean by more trials? Oh my god, can you please explain it more clearly and not be so profound, okay? The weather will be great next week, which is good news. Finally, I can create a private chat group. This is great for survivors with small teams. So what are you waiting for? Hug each other for warmth. If you are looking for a young lady, come to me if you want to get together, and keep each other warm. What do you mean by new friend? Everyone was talking about it. Seeing the prompt on the island monument, Xiao Yi fell into deep thought. This time the system did not give him more prompts. Of course, it is also possible that the conditions for triggering the prompt were not met. Dao Bei was surprised that so many people survived here, which meant that there must be other areas, which also meant that the people in the previous world were indeed separated. As for more tests, we can only wait and see what happens next week. Seeing the mention of new friends in the prompt, Xiao Yi's mind moved. Could it be those natives? Can they be considered our friends? Or is the island monument speaking in a sarcastic way? Xiao Yi let out a long sigh, shook his head, then immediately set up a chat group and invited Su Wan and the others in. Finally, I don't have to send a message 3 or 4 times. Great, there is finally a group. Hello everyone, I am Su Wan, Xiao Yi's former colleague. I am Nong Bihong. Xiao Yi saved my life. I am good at agriculture and breeding. I hope I can help everyone. My name is Jiang Yutian. My child's life was saved by Xiao Yi. He used to be a mercenary, but now he's a full-time dad. If we can be together in the future, I will be responsible for everyone's safety. I am Anyue. Hello everyone. Anyue's self-introduction was very simple, and it seemed that he still had not integrated into this circle. After everyone introduced themselves, they began to ask questions about the hint on the island monument. After all, Xiao Yi always knew some information that they didn't know. But this time, the system did not prompt more tests, or what the new friends were. I'm not sure this time either, let's wait and see tomorrow. Xiao Yi replied. Those who are going to leave tomorrow should rest as early as possible, and leave on time at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yes, everyone responded. Even Xiao Yi didn't know about this. The situation in the next week is not very optimistic. Everyone lay down worriedly and fell asleep in a daze. At 5:30 the next day, the system woke Xiao Yi up on time. Xiao Yi had specifically instructed the system yesterday to wake him up at this time. Mr. Nong, Brother Jiang, are you awake? Xiao Yi asked in the group. Awake, they both replied. Trade all the things that are inconvenient to carry to me, and you only need to keep the weapons, Xiao Yi said. Good. The two of them traded all the things they used for rest yesterday to Xiao Yi, and Xiao Yi traded 2 medium-sized sailboats to the two of them respectively. Everyone, stay safe and have a safe trip, Xiao Yi said. Keep in touch along the way. Understood, they replied. After Jiang Yutian accepted the deal, a sailboat that was several times larger than the small wooden boat appeared next to his island. I have detected that you have a medium-sized sailing ship. Do you want to transfer the island monument to the ship? Note, the island monument can only be moved once a year, Jiang Yutian said. Transfer the island monument. Transferring. Please leave the island as soon as possible. The island will sink in 10 minutes. Jiang Yutian picked up Junjun and immediately boarded the medium-sized sailboat. Chapter 0083 Anchor, constantly attacked by marine life. Dad, are we going to look for Uncle Xiao Yi? Junjun asked, speaking much more clearly than at the beginning. Jiang Yuntian smiled and said, That's right, we are going to find Uncle Xiao Yi. That's great! Junjun shouted happily. In the sailboat's cabin, an island monument gradually took shape. Transfer successful, obtained supplies, foundation stone, *16. Looking at the island monument next to the rudder, Jiang Yuntian said in the group, I'm leaving. He traded the 16 cornerstones to Xiao Yi, then switched to the map interface of the island monument, and headed towards Xiao Yi's island according to the direction of the microlocator. At the same time, Nong Bihong also traded 7 cornerstones to Xiao Yi and set sail. It was the first time for Xiao Yi to get up so early. The sea breeze made him feel refreshed. Looking at the calm sea, he silently prayed that everything would go smoothly for the two of them on the sea voyage. System, sign in. Signed in successfully, got reward anchor, SSS grade. Ship anchor, SSS class, a powerful, fully automatic intelligent ship anchor that adapts to various types of ships, various types of bottom terrain, and water depth, effectively securing the ship. No need to be afraid of strong winds and waves. The use of anchors depends on the situation. For general anchors, sandy and gravel bottoms are the best, followed by muddy bottoms. The most difficult bottom to anchor is the reef bottom because it is difficult to generate grip and there is a possibility of getting stuck on the rocks. It is not suitable to drop anchor when the water is too deep. The simple understanding is that the length of the anchor is limited. The anchor chain cannot be made very long. The space it occupies and the weight must also be considered. After all, the anchor must be placed on the boat when not in use. In the previous world, places suitable for anchoring were marked on the nautical charts, but there were no nautical charts here, only an extremely simple map. When Xiao Yi saw this sign-in reward, he was very satisfied. This provided an extra layer of insurance for Nong Bihong and Jiang Yuntian's voyage. Xiao Yi immediately said in the group chat, Mr. Nong, Brother Jiang, I have a very powerful anchor. If you encounter wind and waves, call me in time and I will trade the anchor to you. Okay, Nong Bihong replied. It's calm here now, so there shouldn't be any storms anytime soon. Yes, I understand, Jiang Yuntian responded. It's also very peaceful here. Xiao Yi thought about it and called out to the outside of the apartment. Wang Kai! Woof woof woof! Wang Kai ran in and called out to Xiao Yi with great excitement. You know, since it kissed its owner with tongue last time, it has never been allowed to step into its owner's bedroom again. Xiao Yi pointed at the island monument and said, Keep an eye on this island monument. If it rings or there are other abnormalities, notify me in time. Do you understand? Woof woof! Wang Kai responded. Not sure if Wang Kai understood, Xiao Yi walked out and prepared breakfast at the door. Since he has flour, Xiao Yi plans to make pancakes for breakfast. Add flour and water to make a thick batter. Beat 2 eggs into the batter and mix well. Then heat the pan, add oil and spread the batter in the pan into a thin layer. Wait until the paste solidifies, then carefully turn it over with a spatula. Wait until both sides turn golden brown, and then you can remove it from the pan. Worried that everyone wouldn't have enough to eat, Xiao Yi made 5 pancakes for each person. Then I fried some shredded potatoes, wrapped them in pancakes, and sent them to them. Potato pancakes, B grade, *5, milk, A grade, *500 ml. No trade. Although flour and eggs are both grade A, shredded potatoes have no grade, so the overall grade is still judged to be grade B. Xiao Yi was a little dissatisfied, even though food of this level was very rare outside. Everyone accepted the breakfast sent by Xiao Yi and started eating. Xiao Yi, there is a supply box near my sailboat. I want to salvage it. Nong Bihong sent a message in the group. At this time, Xiao Yi was not in front of the island monument, but was outside looking at which of the plants he had planted were ripe or about to mature. Woof woof woof! Wang Kai glanced at the island monument and immediately barked. Xiao Yi rushed in immediately and saw that someone had indeed sent him a message. He rubbed Wang Kai's head and praised. Well done! Seeing the message Nong Bihong left him, Xiao Yi frowned, as if he was weighing whether to salvage the supply box. The speed of this ship is about 20 kilometers per hour, and it will take at least 60 hours to reach Suwon. It cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days. I'd only catch those close to the ship and not those far away. Nong Bihong continued. Okay, that's fine. Be careful, there must be marine life near the supply boxes. Xiao Yi agreed, and at the same time traded the fishing net to Nong Bihong. Okay. Nong Bihong immediately slowed down his boat and walked out with the fishing net. Because the distance was relatively close, Nong Bihong immediately caught the supply box with the net, and then dragged the supply box onto the sailboat. Nong Bihong also ate a lot of high-quality food. His current physical fitness is completely unlike that of an 80-year-old man. He is even stronger than the average young and strong man. As soon as the supply box was pulled onto the boat, the island monument immediately reminded. Your sailboat is under attack. I took a look at the location that was attacked, at the bottom of the ship. It seemed that the attack intensity of this marine creature was not high, and it did not immediately damage their ship. Nong Bihong immediately increased his speed and drove in the designated direction. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise. Nong Bihong felt his boat shake slightly, and then the island monument indicated that the bottom of the boat was damaged. Xiao Yi, I was attacked by marine creatures. The bottom of the boat is damaged. Materials needed for repair, 10 planks and 4 coppers. Xiao Yi had not yet left the island monument when he saw Nong Bihong's message and immediately sent him the resources needed for repairs. Repair it now! Nong Bihong immediately chose to repair the island monument. Repair successful! After adjusting the direction, Nong Bihong walked out of the cabin with the crossbow in his hand. Looking toward the sea, he saw a huge black shadow on the right side of the ship. At this time, the black shadow was madly charging towards the sailboat again. Nong Bihong immediately aimed the crossbow in his hand at the black shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All 10 crossbow arrows were shot. It was not known whether the shot hit the target or not, but the shadow rolled violently and sank to the bottom of the water. Nong Bihong continued to install new crossbow arrows and carefully observed the situation around him. Where the black shadow disappeared, a stream of blood gushed out. It must have been hurt, Nong Bihong said secretly, then frowned as he looked at the blood. The smell of blood is likely to attract more powerful marine creatures. No, we must leave here as soon as possible, Nong Bihong thought to himself, and then said in the group. I injured that marine creature, but I need to leave this bloody place as soon as possible. I need to follow the wind direction, which may deviate from the originally planned course. Chapter 0084. The island was also attacked by marine creatures. Okay, safety first. Xiao Yi immediately agreed with Nong Bihong's idea. Originally, Nong Bihong was in the northeast of Suan Island, and he should have been heading southwest. Nong Bihong reported at the beginning that the wind in his sea area was northwesterly. If the ship took advantage of this wind direction, it would be fastest to sail southeast, which would completely deviate from the originally planned route. But for safety's sake, just go around it a little bit. Nong Bihong immediately adjusted the course and the sails to make the most of the wind. In this way, Nong Bihong's ship became very fast, reaching 30 kilometers per hour. The marine creature that attacked the sailboat before did not seem to continue attacking. Nong Bihong breathed a sigh of relief. After driving at high speed for about an hour, Nong Bihong adjusted the course again and headed towards Suwan's island. After hearing Nong Bihong say that they had gotten rid of the marine creature, Xiao Yi felt a little relieved. He then switched to the trading hall and continued to hang up boiled water and see fish and collect basic supplies. Nong Bihong had just started sailing when he encountered an attack by marine creatures. He didn't know how many places would need basic supplies in the future, so he collected more to be prepared. Xiao Yi was just about to go out to add feed to the cows in the chicken coop when the island monument suddenly gave him a reminder again. Reminder: the island's foundation is under attack. Please check the map for the exact location. What? Xiao Yi was shocked. He thought something went wrong with Jiang Yuntian, but he didn't expect that his own island was attacked. Xiao Yi immediately switched to the map, zoomed in on his island, and discovered that the cornerstone of the inland river estuary he had excavated was being attacked. Xiao Yi grabbed the tang sword, then took a long iron spear and rushed outside. Wan Kai, keep an eye on the island monument for me. Call me if you have any information. Xiao Yi's voice came from outside. Woof woof, Wan Kai responded. When Xiao Yi arrived at the mouth of the inland river behind the apartment, he found a long fish that was constantly attacking the cornerstone of the island. Electric eel, sea level anguidi, with an output voltage of 300 to 800 volts. It is the freshwater fish with the strongest discharge voltage and is known as the high voltage wire in the water. The system prompt sounded, and Xiao Yi was puzzled. Why is this freshwater fish in the ocean? But now is not the time to dwell on this matter. Xiao Yi directly thrust his spear into the water. The electric eel twisted its body and actually dodged Xiao Yi's spear, and then continued to attack the cornerstone of the island. What kind of hatred or grudge is this? Xiao Yi muttered as he watched the electric eel completely ignoring him and only focused on attacking the cornerstone. Xiao Yi looked intently and attacked again, and this time he definitely hit the target. But he felt the tip of his gun slip, and it didn't even leave a scratch on the electric eel. So slippery? Xiao Yi said with a frown. Of course, the stab and then slipping away was also because the sharpness of his spear was not enough. Just then he saw a fully automatic fishing net patrolling nearby, and Xiao Yi immediately set its target to the electric eel. Puff! The fishing net was thrown out directly and hit the electric eel. The machine slowly retracted the fishing net, and the electric eel realized that it was caught in the net. Electric arcs immediately appeared on its body. Electric arcs also instantly appeared on the fully automatic fishing net machine. Damn! The fully automatic fishing net won't be broken! Xiao Yi was shocked, and immediately drew out the tang sword from his waist and accurately stabbed the electric eel that was caught in the fishing net and unable to dodge. At the same time, Xiao Yi felt an electric current instantly transmitted to his right hand, and his entire arm was paralyzed. But this time Tang Dao did not disappoint Xiao Yi. It directly cut the electric eel into two halves. The electric eel that was broken into two halves was still struggling violently, but it could no longer release electric arcs. The fully automatic fishing net was shocked by the electric eel and stopped where it was, without continuing to collect the net. Xiao Yi walked nervously to the fully automatic fishing net. After all, this fully automatic fishing net was related to the catch of supply boxes and the source of food and sea fish. Not to mention other basic supplies, but the cornerstone can only be opened from the supply box, and now few people will sell the cornerstone. If he couldn't fish out the supply box, Xiao Yi could only use some precious supplies, or in very special circumstances, he could use some basic supplies to exchange for cornerstones. Similarly, if there are not enough marine fish, the speed at which you accumulate basic supplies will be greatly affected. You should know that most of the basic supplies that Xiao Yi traded for were exchanged for sea fish. Just when Xiao Yi was nervous, the fully automatic fishing net started running again and pulled the electric eel that was broken into two pieces to the shore. Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually a little worried that the fully automatic fishing net would break down. However, this fully automatic fishing net is an SS-level equipment. It is impossible that it cannot even handle an electric eel. After being pulled to the shore, the electric eel struggled for a while before it became silent. Grade C electric eels should be delicious, Xiao Yi muttered, then carried the electric eel and walked towards the apartment. Woof woof woof! One Sai's voice came from the apartment, and Xiao Yi immediately quickened his pace to go back. Back in front of the island monument, the monument reminds again. The foundation of the island is under attack. Come again? Xiao Yi's eyes widened. Is this more of a test? The previous island monument hint specifically mentioned more challenges, and one of them must be that the cornerstone will be attacked by marine creatures. Without too much time to think, Xiao Yi immediately found out the location of the attack and then rushed out again. The cornerstone that was attacked this time was located directly north of the island. When Xiao Yi arrived at that location, an octopus was entangled on a cornerstone. Xiao Yi didn't hesitate at all and thrust out the iron spear in his hand quickly. Phew! This time it didn't slip away and pierced directly into the octopus's body. The octopus felt pain and immediately let go of the cornerstone. Xiao Yi easily lifted it out of the sea. The octopus was still struggling violently, and its tentacles tightly grasped the iron spear. But Xiao Yi didn't have time to deal with the octopus, which was not yet dead, as One Sai's cry rang out again. No way! You're coming again! Xiao Yi said as he ran towards the apartment. Running to the island monument, Xiao Yi discovered that this time it was not a reminder that his island was under attack, but Jiang Yutian speaking in the group. My ship was hit by a turtle and is damaged. Materials needed to repair the ship are 21 planks, 5 coppers, and 3 irons. Xiao Yi immediately traded the supplies that Jiang Yutian needed. Jiang Yutian immediately carried out repair operations on the island monument. Are turtles so fierce? Xiao Yi asked in the group. I didn't expect that the turtle was the same size as a car, but fortunately it just hit me and then left, or rather, I blocked its path. Jiang Yutian replied with a wry smile. My island has also been attacked by marine life. I think this is most likely the test mentioned in the island monument, Xiao Yi said in the group. Suwan, Unclean, what's going on over there? Chapter 0085, Patterns of Marine Life Attacking Islands. I just injured a sea fish that was nearly 1 meter long, and it ran away, Suwan said after letting out a breath. I was also attacked by marine creatures. I was unable to move easily and didn't see what kind of animal it was, but it destroyed a cornerstone and then left, Anhua replied. After hearing Suwan and Anhua's responses, Xiao Yi asked, Are all your islands attacked by only one marine animal? Yes, they both responded. Xiao Yi pondered for a while and said, Based on the information we have so far, we can basically conclude the following 3 points. First, the larger the area, the more attacks by marine animals you will encounter. For example, I have been attacked by marine animals twice. Second, if we can injure the marine animals that come to attack the cornerstone, there is a chance that we can drive them away. Third, if we don't make any defensive counterattacks, the marine life will most likely just destroy a cornerstone and leave. When the others heard these 3 points, they all nodded. Unclean, you only have 3 square meters now, Xiao Yi asked. Well, yes, Anhua replied. So even though you are injured, you still have to move, Xiao Yi said. I'll make you a pair of crutches. If any marine creatures appear, you must fight back. I understand. And you nodded. Xiao Yi immediately went out, and quickly made a pair of rough crutches and an iron spear in the factory. Then he returned to the island monument, and traded them to Anhua. Simple cane, *1, iron spear, *1, foundation stone, *1. No trade. When Anhua saw that Xiao Yi actually sent him a cornerstone, he hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed to the deal. This cornerstone will never be used unless it is absolutely necessary. And Yu secretly made up his mind. Xiao Yi switched to the public channel. He needed more information to verify whether the 3 points he had summarized before were correct. What the hell, what's going on? I was still sleeping when I was awakened by the island monument prompt sound. It said that the island foundation is being attacked? Mine is the same. I don't even dare to look over to see what's going on. Is it some monster? Fuck the monsters. You've seen too many Ultramans. They are just some marine animals. Hurry up and get your guns and kill them. They are all under the water. How do we fight them? Damn, can you please take a look before you talk? No matter what kind of marine creature it is, it will attack the part of the cornerstone closest to the water surface. Why waste your breath on such a coward? Wait until his foundation is completely destroyed by marine life, and then let him go to the sea to keep company with those marine life. What? Can they really destroy our foundation? Hey, how refreshing. I guess a lot of people's foundations have been destroyed. At the beginning, due to fear of the unknown, many survivors did not react in time, and 1 square meter of many people's islands disappeared. We just harvested a few cornerstones yesterday, and today one was destroyed at the beginning. How can we survive like this? Mom, I want to go home. It's no use shouting. Hurry up and take up your weapons to defend your island. Yes, as long as you can injure him, you can drive him away. I just drove one away. That's right. Come on, everyone. No one can help you. You can only rely on yourself. Have you noticed that those marine creatures seem to leave after destroying a cornerstone? Are you sure? It seems to be true. I didn't resist and let the marine creature attack me. It destroyed a cornerstone and left. That is to say, as long as we can find the cornerstone in time, even if we don't fight against the marine creatures, we can ensure that our island will not disappear. You are too optimistic. Are you sure how many waves of marine life will come? If there is only one wave a day, it is not bad. If we work hard to get a few more supply boxes every day, we may be able to make up for the lost cornerstone. But if there is more than one wave..." The man didn't continue speaking, but everyone knew what he meant. "How many times has your island been attacked so far?" "Once." "Me too, once." "Once is enough. Is there anyone who was attacked twice?" Many people in the public channel said that they were only attacked once. "Am I the only one who was attacked twice?" Xiao Yi frowned as he looked at the chat in the public channel. "Attention, the island's foundation is being attacked." "Mad, here we go again." After taking a quick look at the attack location, Xiao Yi grabbed the Tang sword and iron spear and rushed out again. When Xiao Yi arrived at the location, he saw an ordinary sea fish pecking at the cornerstone. Xiao Yi immediately thrust out his spear, and this time he hit the target. With Xiao Yi's current physical condition, as long as his weapons are a little more powerful, these marine creatures pose basically no threat. After bringing the sea fish back to the apartment, Xiao Yi thought, "It should be basically confirmed that the larger the island is, the more attacks it will receive, but the specific area it will reach is still unknown. Without the island area data of other players, it is naturally impossible to confirm this conclusion. Xiao Yi, our ship has been attacked by marine life. Repairs require 10 planks and 2 coppers. I am also under attack. I need 20 wooden boards and 5 irons." Nong Bihong and Jiang Yuntian sent messages at the same time, and Xiao Yi immediately sent the corresponding supplies to them. After thinking about it, Xiao Yi gave them extra wooden boards, iron, and copper. They each kept some basic repair supplies on board without affecting the speed of their ships. "Suwan, Unclean, if you encounter a second attack by marine animals, be sure to tell me," Xiao Yi reminded. "Understood," Suwan and Manhua responded. After all this time, Xiao Yi still had no time to add feed to the cowshed and chicken coop. He immediately went out, cut the grass, and threw it into the cowshed. This time, some chopped grass was also put into the chicken coop, plus some cornmeal and fish meal, which is rich in nutrition. Under the careful care of the hen, the 19 chicks have grown up and will probably start laying eggs in 2 days at most. The coconut trees in the S-level flower bed to the east of the apartment have already borne fruit. In 2 days, they should be ripe. This is an S-grade coconut, and I promised Jiang Yuntian that I would give him one after I ripened it. Xiao Yi has reduced the planting area for those vegetables with short growth cycles. As long as there is enough for them to eat, he will not plant more of the others. Of course, Xiao Yi would naturally keep some seeds of these vegetables as backup. After harvesting some vegetables, Xiao Yi walked back to the apartment again. Nong Bihong and Jiang Yuntian continued to report that their ship was attacked by marine creatures. However, Xiao Yi had already given them some basic supplies before, and they just needed to keep repairing them. Chapter 0086 Whale, Spider Crab, Jiang Yuntian is in danger. "If that's all, it shouldn't be that difficult to drive to my place," Xiao Yi muttered to himself as he watched Jiang Yuntian and his crew encountering small marine animals during their voyage. They have enough basic supplies and their ship is not entangled by marine life, so there shouldn't be any problems. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xiao Yi had this thought, Nong Bihong said in the group, "I'm being stared at by a whale." Before he finished his words, there was a snap. The whole ship tilted to one side, and just when Nong Bihong thought the ship was going to capsize, it slowly recovered. "Ding! The hull was attacked and seriously damaged. Materials needed for repair, 100 planks, 30 irons, 10 coppers. Xiao Yi, there is not enough iron. I need another 7 units of iron," Nong Bihong said anxiously. Xiao Yi immediately sent the supplies over. Nong Bihong had just repaired his boat on the island monument when the whale turned around and rushed towards the sailboat again. Crack! This sound is louder than the previous one. Nong Bihong watched as the bow of his ship was immediately shattered and huge cracks appeared in the cabin. Ding! The hull was attacked and seriously damaged. Materials needed for repair, 150 planks, 50 irons, 40 coppers. Nong Bihong distributed the necessary supplies to the group, but he saw that the whale actually rushed over again from the left. Xiao Yi, it's coming again, Nong Bihong said helplessly. I've already thrown the iron spear in my hand, and even the crossbow has no more arrows. I guess I'll die here, so don't waste basic supplies. Mr. Gnome, we can't give up, repair it quickly, I'm thinking of a way. Xiao Yi shouted. Gnome Bihong sighed and repaired the hull again. Crack, the whole sailboat tilted to the right again, and this time it almost capsized. Ding, the hull was attacked and seriously damaged. Materials needed for repair, 100 planks, 30 irons, 10 coppers. No, if this goes on, all the supplies we have will be consumed. Gnome Bihong shook his head and said helplessly. Xiao Yi was thinking rapidly in his mind about how to help Gnome Bihong overcome this difficulty. After sending the materials that Gnome Bihong needed, Xiao Yi suddenly had an idea and said, Gnome Bihong, try this method. After saying that, Xiao Yi sent him something. Pure water, S-grade, * 100 ml, no trade. Gnome Bihong looked at the things Xiao Yi traded with surprise, and said with some doubt. At this time, even if I drink more S-level purified water, I can't compete with the whale. This is not for you to drink, Xiao Yi said. Gnome Bihong immediately reacted and said, Do you mean to use this to attract the whale's attention, and then I can take the opportunity to escape? Yes, Xiao Yi said. No matter if it works or not, let's try it first. Okay, Gnome Bihong responded. S-grade pure water can greatly improve the human body's physical fitness. I believe it also has a certain effect on marine life. As long as they can attract the attention of the whale and prevent it from hitting Gnome Bihong's sailboat temporarily, they will have more time to think of other ways. After repairing the hull, Gnome Bihong immediately walked to the deck and saw the whale rushing towards him again. Gnome Bihong unscrewed the bottle of S-grade pure water, poured some into the sea, and then threw the entire bottle out in the opposite direction of the ship. The whale's charging speed suddenly slowed down, and then it swam in the direction of the S-grade pure water. It really works, Gnome Bihong said secretly, and then immediately drove the boat forward madly. Xiao Yi, the whale was attracted by the S-grade pure water and stopped hitting me for the time being, Gnome Bihong said in the group. Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. You should sail with the wind and try to stay away from the whale. Yeah. Gnome Bihong no longer cared about the previously planned route. He opened all the sails following the wind direction and sailed quickly. But after the whale tastes the sweetness, will it always follow you? Xiao Yi said with some concern. This is indeed a problem. Let's try to leave this range first and hope to get out of the whale's territory, Gnome Bihong said helplessly. Xiao Yi nodded. He was still thinking about how to completely solve the hidden danger of whales. Jian Yutian was constantly harassed by small marine animals, but no particularly serious situation occurred. At noon, Xiao Yi grilled some sea fish for everyone, paired it with some stir-fried vegetables, and then distributed it to everyone. There were too many things to do today, and Xiao Yi didn't have the time to carefully prepare food for everyone. It was enough to just fill their stomachs. Just after lunch, the island monument reminder sounded again. Attention! The island foundation is being attacked. Is this the end? Xiao Yi looked at the position and rushed out again. This time, before they arrived at the destination, Wang Kai started barking again in the apartment. Damn it, how did they all get together? Xiao Yi cursed, and then he walked even faster. Rushing to the place where he was attacked, Xiao Yi was surprised to find that this time it was actually a huge shark. It was bigger than the shark he had killed before. Xiao Yi didn't hesitate at all. He raised the iron spear in his hand and stabbed out like lightning. With a whoosh, the iron spear penetrated nearly 1 meter into the shark's body. The shark struggled violently, and the surrounding sea water turned red in an instant. Knowing that the shark would be very strong when it struggled, Xiao Yi held his spear tightly this time and did not let it escape. Come up to me! Xiao Yi wanted to pick up the shark directly and deal with it on land, which would save a lot of time. Xiao Yi actually pulled that huge shark out of the water. Crack! The shark had just been lifted half of its body out of the water, and the wooden handle of the iron spear could not bear such a heavy weight and broke. Xiao Yi was quick-witted and quick-handed. He pulled out his tang sword and slashed the shark's belly. Phew! A 1-meter-long wound appeared, and blood gushed out of the shark's body like a spring. Plop! The shark fell into the sea, splashing sea water all over Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi took 2 quick steps to the beach and found the shark that had fallen into the sea, fleeing madly into the distance. At this time, the fully automatic fishing net was not around, so Xiao Yi decisively gave up on catching the shark. Because One Eye's barking never stopped, someone must be looking for him. Xiao Yifeng rushed back to the apartment. It's Jiang Yutian. His boat was attacked by a crab that looked like a spider. Although the spider crab was only about 4 meters in size, its attack power was very strong. Its claws are extremely sharp, and every time they are swung, a crack will be created on the hull. Xiao Yi, my supplies are running low, the ship is damaged, and it will sink in 10 minutes. Xiao Yi, it's coming again. It will sink in 5 minutes. Xiao Yi, it's probably too late. There's already too much water in the cabin to clean it up. Chapter 0087, Turning Danger into Safety, frantically collecting supplies again. Because the spider crabs kept attacking, the ship was sinking faster and faster. When Xiao Yi saw Jiang Yuntian's message, he knew that the situation was extremely critical, so he immediately sent the supplies to him. My island was attacked again just now. First, repair the hull, and then find a way to drive it away, Xiao Yi said. After Jiang Yuntian received the supplies from Xiao Yi, he immediately chose to repair them. Then he grabbed the bow and arrow beside him, rushed to the side of the boat, and started shooting at the spider crab. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jiang Yuntian's bow and arrows almost never stopped. Although the spider crab was agile, it could not withstand Jiang Yuntian's machine gun-like arrows. At the same time, the continuous arrows also prevented the spider crab from continuing to attack the hull. Phew! An arrow hit the spider crab's back and broke its shell. The spider crab immediately turned around and ran away. If you want to run, it's not that easy. Jiang Yuntian immediately grabbed the fishing net beside him and threw it towards the spider crab. Hit! Jiang Yuntian immediately retracted the net and pulled the spider crab back. Although the spider crab's claws cut through the fishing net, Jiang Yuntian still pulled it onto the deck before it slipped out. Jiang Yuntian drew out his beleveled dagger and walked straight up. The spider crab waved its claws, as if warning Jiang Yuntian not to come closer. But Jiang Yuntian snorted coldly and walked straight up. Jiang Yuntian easily dodged the spider crab's constantly waving claws, and then chopped off all of its claws one by one. The spider crab, whose claws had all been chopped off, was not yet dead and kept squirming on the deck. Jiang Yuntian walked straight back to the cab. Xiao Yi, it's solved! Jiang Yuntian said as he sent the spider crab's claw to the group. Spider crab claw *1, did this kind of animal exist in our previous world? There can't really be some strange creatures in this world, Jiang Yuntian said. Yes. Nong Bihong replied immediately. The scientific name of this creature is the giant crab. The maximum span of its legs is recorded to be over 4 meters. It lives in the deep waters of the Pacific Ocean. Its claws are very sharp. Legend has it that many fishermen have been dragged into the sea and eaten by them. This thing really exists, I'm so ignorant of it, Jiang Yuntian said. But it's hard to say whether there are any strange creatures in this world that we haven't seen before, Nong Bihong replied with a wry smile. After all, it's already very mysterious for us to be here. When Xiao Yi heard that Jiang Yuntian had dealt with the spider crab, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, God knows if there is one, but according to the nature of this world, even if there is one, it won't appear now. Nong Bihong and Jiang Yuntian nodded, because the difficulty of survival in this world is gradually increasing. You still have to be more careful. I hope no more marine creatures attack my island, Xiao Yi said. It seems like you have been attacked 4 times, Jiang Yuntian said. Xiao Yi nodded and replied, Yes, it seems that the rules of this world also limit the size of personal islands. I really don't know what this world is trying to do, Nong Bihong sighed. Let's consider the current situation first, Xiao Yi said. Mr. Nong, you must pay more attention to whether the whale continues to follow. Yeah, Nong Bihong responded. After all, S-grade pure water is not unlimited. The best way is to eliminate the danger directly like Jiang Yuntian did. But for Nong Bihong, strangling a whale is still a bit of a fantasy. Unable to win, he can only continue to hide. Jiang Yuntian had already gone to deal with the accumulated water in the cabin. Before, because of the sudden attack by the spider crab, he had been dealing with the accumulated water, and had no chance to confront the spider crab head-on. The moment the hole was repaired, Jiang Yuntian rushed out to fight the spider crab head-on and finally dealt with it. In fact, Jiang Yuntian has a great chance of winning in a head-on confrontation, but the marine creatures are all underwater, and Jiang Yuntian has no radar, so he naturally cannot know their movements in advance, and can only detect them when they are attacked by surprise. Xiao Yi didn't dare to go far anymore. Just now, when he went to deal with the attack on the cornerstone of his island, he almost sent Jiang Yuntian away. He had already decided that if more marine animals attacked the cornerstone of his island in the future, he would abandon the cornerstone first. After all, even if the cornerstone is gone, you can still continue to catch and collect, but if your friends are gone, then it's really gone. I reminded the two again to be careful and keep in touch at any time. Then Xiao Yi switched to the trading hall and frantically collected basic supplies, focusing on wood, planks, iron, and copper. Xiao Yi doubled the amount of sea fish and boiled water used in the trade again. This means that the same supplies can now be exchanged for twice as much water and food. In the public channels, there are still some people complaining about their islands being attacked by marine creatures, but there are not many of them anymore, and it seems that most of them have already been attacked. Most of them lost a cornerstone, a small part injured and scared away the marine animals, and a very small part killed the attacking marine creatures. As soon as Xiao Yi posted the transaction of collecting basic materials, the public channel immediately started discussing it. What's going on? The boss is frantically collecting wood, planks, copper, and iron again. That's right, the same supplies can be exchanged for double the water and food. What is this boss doing? I don't know. Anyway, I have to quickly get some water and food. I opened 2 supply boxes today, but didn't find any water or food. Yeah, I've already opened 3, and there's no water or food. It looks like the probability has been lowered again. Yes, change it quickly. You said that the probability of water and food being offered has been lowered, and the boss has also increased the stakes for trading basic supplies. Did he encounter an emergency that requires a large amount of basic supplies? It's very possible. Then can we wait and see? Maybe the boss will raise the bargaining chips, and we can get more water and food in return. That makes sense. Then you just wait patiently. I can't wait any longer. Although some people were really waiting for Xiao Yi to raise the price again, more people still chose to trade quickly. At this time, on an island of only 6 square meters, a girl in a white dress looked at the transaction of purchasing basic materials in the trading market. Her eyes widened in shock. Why didn't there exist such a big guy before? How did he have so many sea fish and boiled water? The girl thought. And it seems that many different IDs have appeared in the public channel. She was already familiar with the IDs of those who used to speak frequently on the public channel, but now there seemed to be a few more people. Could this be the new friend mentioned in the island monument? The girl frowned and thought. Although she had many doubts, she took out her supplies without hesitation and traded for a lot of sea fish and boiled water. Chapter 0088 In Ran, A Sleepless Night. If I use these sparingly, they should be able to last a week, the girl thought as she looked at the boiled water and sea fish she had just traded. Dad, Mom, where are you two? Why can't I contact you? I don't know if he has come to this world. I hope not. This world is too cruel. The girl looked at the endless sea and sighed slightly. If Xiao Yi could see this girl, he would definitely jump for joy. Because the girl in the white dress is Ran, the one he has always been thinking about. Although Ran is a rich second generation, Yu has always been very strict in her education, not only in her studies, but also in physical exercise. Yu has always believed that no matter what you do, you must have a good body. After coming into this world, Ran relied on her own efforts, although it was very hard, but she managed to survive the first 2 weeks. She had also been looking for her parents, but there was no response either. 2 weeks of no news made her want to give up. Xiao Yi had been busy with Nong Bihong and Jiang Yintian's voyage, and his own island had been attacked one after another, so he had not had time to post the news of looking for Ran on the island monument. Otherwise, Ran might have already seen Xiao Yi's message. Yu did send a message, but it was quickly overshadowed by other new messages. Ran was fishing for supply boxes at the time and also missed it. With so many survivors speaking, no one would be free to look through the chat records. If they really wanted to look through them, they would probably be unable to do anything all day. After the transaction was completed, and Rant's island monument suddenly prompted, "Attention! The island foundation is being attacked!" And Ran immediately stood up, grabbed the iron spear beside him, and rushed out. Xiao Yi sat in front of the island monument, watching everyone still enthusiastically discussing the water and food he had put on the shelves, and transactions were constantly being made in the trading hall. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yi sent a message in the public channel. "And Ran, if you see this message, please chat with me in time." However, this message was quickly pushed up and invisible. Xiao Yi shook his head helplessly. Seeing the factory warehouse, which was almost empty, quickly filling up, Xiao Yi thought to himself that the supplies should be able to last for a while. Jiang Yutian and Nong Bihong were attacked by marine creatures almost every hour. But fortunately, these attacks were not as serious as the previous ones. After using the island monument to repair, we can continue sailing and get rid of those marine creatures. Since the fourth attack by marine life, Xiao Yi's island has never been attacked by marine life again. The area of my island is 2,424 square meters, and it is attacked 4 times a day. There should be a certain connection between the two, Xiao Yi thought to himself. However, there is still no clue as to what the specific relationship is. After all, the data obtained is too little to find the correlation. Today, Xiao Yi obtained a total of 4 supply boxes. After opening them, he obtained 3 cornerstones and the rest were some basic supplies. No water or food was found. Because marine life would attack the cornerstones, Xiao Yi did not use the 3 cornerstones immediately, but kept them. Since there is a situation where marine life attacks the cornerstone will definitely become more precious in the future and more difficult to trade for materials. In order to help Ran in the future, Xiao Yi decided to keep more cornerstones. Of course, now it is also to help Anya. He has difficulty in moving, and it is estimated that each time the marine creatures can destroy a piece of the cornerstone. Xiao Yi could only help him prepare in advance. Su Wan also fished out 2 supply boxes and opened 2 cornerstones. The rest were some basic supplies, all of which she traded to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi lay on the bed and said, "Wang Kai, if anyone is looking for me, call me immediately." "Woof woof," Wang Kai responded, then lay down in front of the island monument. Before going to bed, Xiao Yi gave Nong Bihong and Jiang Yutian some basic supplies for repair, which should be able to last for a while. Xiao Yi looked at the island monument worriedly and fell asleep in a daze. Woof woof woof. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Yi was awakened by Wang Cai's cry. Xiao Yi rushed to the island monument and saw Jiang Yutian asking for help. He needed more supplies to repair the boat. Xiao Yi immediately traded the supplies he needed. "Why were we attacked at this time?" Xiao Yi said. "I was resting too. I was awakened by the reminder sound of the island monument. I didn't know anything and the hull was damaged." Jiang Yutian was also a little helpless. "Well, after repairing it, let's see if there are any more attacks from marine creatures," Xiao Yi replied. After a while, Jiang Yutian replied, "Nothing has been found yet. I don't even know what attacked my ship. Go to sleep." Xiao Yi also shook his head and said, "Well, let's continue to rest." Xiao Yi fell asleep again. About an hour later, Wang Kai woke Xiao Yi up again. Xiao Yi rubbed his sleepy eyes and came to the island monument, and found that Nong Bihong's side was lacking supplies. "Xiao Yi, I don't have enough supplies here. I should have been hit by a huge sea fish just now, but it doesn't seem to be chasing me all the time." Nong Bihong sent a message. Xiao Yi sent the supplies Nong Bihong needed and said, "Well, if the opponent doesn't continue to attack, then take a rest quickly." "Yeah," Nong Bihong responded. Xiao Yi glanced at the system and saw that the time was 0:30. "It's only midnight." Xiao Yi was a little helpless. "I guess I can't expect to get a good night's sleep these days." As he expected, in the second half of the night, Xiao Yi was woken up by Wang Kai every 2 hours, and then provided Jiang Yutian and Nong Bihong with basic supplies to repair the hull. And just like that, morning came in a daze. "Woohoo! Giggle, giggle, giggle!" Xiao Yi was woken up by the duet in the chicken coop again. It's not hot now, so Xiao Yi didn't turn on the air conditioner, and almost all the doors and windows were open. Xiao Yi rubbed his eyes and said helplessly, "What good news is there that you called me so early?" He got up helplessly and walked towards the chicken coop. When he saw the more than 20 eggs in the chicken coop, Xiao Yi's dissatisfaction was immediately thrown out of his mind. This means that the chicks have finally reached the egg-laying period, and Xiao Yi's chicken coop can now produce eggs in large quantities. However, Xiao Yi's 2 chicken coops are not full yet, so Xiao Yi can only use the method taught by Nong Bihong to identify the unfertilized eggs and take them out as food. The rest still need to hatch chicks, so at least 2 chicken coops must be filled. Just after judging the eggs and taking out the unfertilized eggs as food, Wakai started shouting again in the room. Xiao Yi had no choice but to rush back to the island monument. "Xiao Yi, another whale appeared! Xiao Yi, the wind here has suddenly become stronger, and it feels like a tornado is about to form."